Hello and welcome to continuing coverage of the 2023 Triton Super High Roller Series from here at the Marriott Royal Diamond Hotel and Casino. It is day 2 of the $200,000 LUXON Pay Invitational, the crown jewel of this event. And yesterday we saw, of course, 31 pairs take to the felt. We're going to shake down exactly how things stacked up coming into day 2. Not a lot of sifting in terms of players who chose not to pony back in for another $200,000, understandably. But first, it was an intriguing day of action, Henry. We had the VIPs and the pros, of course, separated fields on day 1 as per usual. And perhaps a little surprised then that the biggest action would come from the VIP side of the bracket?
No, not at all. I mean, very early on, there were eliminations on the VIP side, and it was to be expected, right? Like, from level 1, level 2, we were seeing 3-way, 4-way pots being played out, and naturally, with, you know, the cards cooperating, there were collisions, there were coolers, and there was a lot of big hands on the VIP side. I mean, every time I scrolled through the Triton Poker Plus app, there was kings v queens or aces v... Sure. There's all sorts of kind of stuff going on, and when you are playing these splashy multi-way pots, all of a sudden, you know, jacks become a lot more attractable. You know, you're like, okay, I'm putting in 300 big blinds here, but this guy's been showing down hands like, you know, suited connectors and whatnot. So understandable to see the action early doors coming from the VIP side.
At the top of the leaderboard, of course, we have none other than Santosh 2.0. 4 of the top 5 overall are VIPs in terms of chips right now. The only intrusion coming from Kiatli, who sits in 3rd. 8 of the top 10, believe it or not, Henry, are from the VIP side. Yeah,
and Santosh on bullet number 2, if I'm not mistaken. It was Punat Punsri who was eliminated first on the VIP side, followed by Santosh very early, and we were talking, what, level 3, level 4. But Santosh 2.0 continues. He jumped straight back in, ponied up the 200K, and now he finds himself at the top of the chip counts. And it's not just this 200K. It has been the entire series. It feels like every day we show up, Santosh has a stack. Every cash game hand history that we hear from Boss, from Rob, whoever it is, Phil Nagy, Santosh is in the mix.
Run good's a very real thing, and obviously it's kind of a snowball effect in terms of confidence,
right?
And we're seeing it play out right here in this 200K. I want to talk a bit about the pace of play, Henry, because I think we saw brisk stuff going on the VIP side. They did play the exact same number of hands in 3 of our 4 frames yesterday as the pro featured table. A little bit unexpected, but it was in frame number 2 where they outpaced the pros by 12 hands, I believe it was.
That, yeah. I mean, I was in the booth for that second frame, and yeah, it was just lightning pace. A bit of it part to the fact that, you know, just card distribution. But it doesn't surprise me, though. I mean, there's obviously weird ICM stuff on the pro side. You know, they're looking to get into day 2 where we do get that split. But then on the VIP side, multi-way pots, 3, 4 ways to a flop and a turn. Thus, you know, the amount of hands kind of leveling out a little bit there.
I'm guessing if we had a metric whereby number of streets played, the VIPs would be well ahead, but obviously they make up for those longer hands by playing more of them. Pre-flop pace probably a bit more brisk. So day 2, let us turn our attention then. Things changing, Henry.
They are indeed. As I just alluded to, you know, the 50-50 draw for the start of play today. So that was the big ICM that the pros are under. We saw a lot of pros eliminated late last night, opting to not re-enter straight away, rather buying into day 2 at the start of day 2 due to the fact that we're now going to have 4 VIPs and 4 pros on each side. And then there's going to be a complete redraw. So a lot of variance coming into this tournament, not just from the deck.
Yeah.
You know, there's variance in that seed draw because you could be a pro at a table with 6 VIPs, or you could be a pro at a table with 7 or 6 other pros. So when you talk of, you know, run good and variance, it's one of the things I love about this format because there's a lot that goes into it, and if it's your lucky day, maybe you're at a softer table.
Bit of an egalitarian phase, though, to start things off. As you mentioned, with the 50-50 draw, you are assured 4 pros and 4 VIPs at the table, but of course, no guarantees after that. Late reg open, as you mentioned, until the start of level 3 today, and you do have 30 minutes to re-register in the event that you are showered on your first bullet. If you're on bullet number 2, there are no additional available, so obviously backs up against the wall for those players, although, as you mentioned, Santosh and Punat both sitting very deep on those second bullets, so not exactly any cause for concern. Got a very long day of coverage ahead of us. I think you were doing the math over lunch, Henry. Your prediction was where, somewhere in the neighborhood of 13 hours plus?
I was like looking by level 12, we would still have 350 bigs in play. You add in the dinner breaks, the redraws, I mean, potentially got like a 13, 14-hour day of poker. Are you ready?
Listen, it's
I'm
not
ready.
about us. I can handle it from in here in the booth. Far less thought goes into observing the play than into actually having to execute, obviously, with so much on the line.
I mean, it's a long day, but there's so many interesting parts of the day, right? So we have the redraw to start off with. Then we have the full redraw. So we're going to look at the variance of that side. Then we're going to have the money bubble playing into the money. Then the FT bubble. So, yes, it's a long day. But it's not just, you know, one long day of Monday in poker. There's a lot of different things that I'm looking forward to. Mainly the bubble. I mean, look, it's a 200K buy, and someone's going to be having a restless night tonight.
Well, we are planning on playing down to that FT, but if somehow things get excessively protracted,
6 a.m.
Luca and the boys definitely reserve the right to cater to what the players want and see fit and best. All right, 55 players did bag up. You did mention a few of the pros that didn't come back. Some of them the VIPs that didn't come back, and then the pros who have yet to re-register. So walk us through those names.
Believe there was Stephen Chidwick, Linus Love, eliminated late last night. Timothy Adams. I was in the elevator with Nick Petrangelo on the way down. Again, made the mistake of asking him, "How's it going, mate? How much did you bag?" He said, "I didn't bag, but I'm re-entering." So, yeah, had to kind of sheepishly work my way out of the elevator for that one. But he's back in.
It's kind of funny, though, because it's not as though he wears it on his sleeve. He's just out there. He's operating. He could very well have been the chip leader with that same affect on him in the elevator.
I'm no longer going to ask poker players how they're doing. I just think, like, as a rule, at a Triton, just say, "Hey, man, how's it going?" But don't talk about poker.
Right. Not how are you doing in terms of the event, but just how's your day. But I feel like a lot of times how my day is going is a bit tethered when I'm here with strictly the focus on playing poker for the most part to my performance in any given event. All right. So table 3, Santosh and Soiza already with titles in this series. That's going to be one to maybe keep an eye on.
Yeah, I mean, Santosh and Soiza, don't believe they haven't played too much on our stream, but they have obviously on some of the outer tables, both with big stacks, both going to be, you know, trying to take control of that table. But it's very early, so if they're still that deep stacked at the same table, closing in on the money bubble, we could potentially see some clashes as they fight for table captain. But for now, I just think they're going to be playing straight up poker, and I would expect them to kind of stay out of each other's way for the time being.
Also at table 3, the year of the Nacho Barbero, who's sitting with over 100 bigs, 525,000 as we take the Triton Poker Plus app. Chidwick, as mentioned, looks like he's back in the saddle, 300K, of course, courtesy of that second bullet. And then the gentleman who I actually had dinner over at the steakhouse with last night, Philip Sternheimer, go back a ways with him from out in Vegas, where he plays some of the big mixed cash games as well, has been in the lab working, had some very interesting stories to tell about having to tussle with Brazil's Ernildo Santos, who was at the top of the leaderboard. Real gunslinger, that guy.
Yeah, I mean, I was looking at the hand histories. The one where Ernildo actually took the chip lead was against Rob Young. Queen 9, turn 2 pair against Rob's Kings, and then, yeah, just managed to get all the chips in the middle. But that's going to be a very interesting table, because obviously you have Chidwick with the re-entry, 60 big blinds. But Sternheimer on 761,000, Santosh on 845. And let's not forget, Martirosyan kind of sandwiched in between the two. Wouldn't be surprising to, you know, in a few levels' time of them playing, that we just have like an overwhelming chip leader where one of them slips up against the other.
Still TBD. Let's glance then at our other feature table, of course, 50-50, VIP and Pro. Couple of Triton first-timers in Gary Thompson and Eddie Tran.
Yeah, Sean Winter as well, one of the regulars, if you will, of the Super High Roller series, scene rather.
But a first-timer to Triton as well. I keep overlooking it,
I
so
know, it's
let's
crazy.
call it 3 of them.
But yeah, no, it's always great just having new people in the mix, obviously, especially in this 200K invitational. So yeah, shorter for Tran, but he's still got plenty of chips to do some damage.
Ike Haxton, 124 big blinds with him. I was kind of looking, not that it matters per se, it should be said that pairings are not allowed to be at the same table here during this phase where we have the 50-50
all the way down to the final table.
Ah, yes, okay. So now with you know, looking at these pairings, is there some merit to considering what the aggregate chip stacks are? We never know what kind of deals guys have.
We'll have to jump in and do the math on like the chip stacks of some of the guys. But yeah, as we get down to like the final 3 tables, 2 tables, maybe there's some 5 balls out there. Maybe there's a 10 ball swapped. You know, who knows? But yeah, it's going to make for some exciting storylines.
All right, Ansun Yu and Kiat Lee, the highest aggregate chip count in terms of pairings, 1.2 million for them. Also, Suvarna and Davies over 1 million. So things to keep our eyes on as we step away from the desk and step into the arena where our gladiators are waiting to do battle here on day 2 of the $200,000 LUXON Pay Invitational. Chip counts brought to you by Merit Poker. 2,500, 5,000 are the blinds with the 5K ante. Every orbit will cost you 12.5K. As you see, Santosh, overall chip leader, that almighty 844 in front of him. And I would say, Henry, and I don't know whether or not you would agree, that perhaps even more impressive than that chip lead for Suvarna, given the partition field, is Haxton's ability to have worked his way up to over 600 in an all-pro side of the bracket.
Yeah, there was, look, I don't want to take anything away from Haxton. One of the last hands of last night was just an insane cooler where 3-bet pot against Chidwick, 3-bet pot on the flop, jacks against kings, turns a jack, Ike checks, Chidwick jams with his kings, obviously snapped by Ike. So yeah, you know, hands like that just unavoidable, and if they go your way, you find yourself as a chip leader. But in Ike's defense, to kind of go against what I just said, he made an incredible fold against Ben Heath, and he also lost the min with the second nut straight against Chidwick's nut straight. So to give him credit where credit's due, yeah, he's done incredibly well.
Good. I'm losing 1.5 million.
No.
Then I record 1.1 million.
What the fuck?
Last 45 minutes.
Story of your life. 1.5 again?
1.5
Excuse me?
million.
Down 1.5.
Then I am
Cold water.
45 minutes.
Cold water. Cold.
Crazy.
And a glass
I
of
record
ice.
1.1 million. So 400 I lost.
Excuse me.
Finally.
Oh, well.
How about that for a little 45-minute
Good recovery.
run good?
No.
Said he was down 1.5 million and recovered 1.1 of it.
In the last 45 minutes of play.
Okay, makes
So
sense.
only finished down 400 on the night.
22 plus.
If he went on a $1.1 million upswing in the last 45 minutes, something tells me a few people went to bed a bit restless.
It's a 2.6 million swing after bagging the chip lead in this LUXON Pay 200K Invitational.
How about it?
Yeah, the 8s.
8.
Who are the kings?
King put
Producer James stepping in to advise that we had a $1.6 million pot in that cash game
I was there.
last night.
I was the pot.
No.
1.6 million, eh? What's the biggest pot you've ever played? If you don't mind airing out your laundry.
I'm so far removed from the days where I played super big. I'm guessing it was probably 50, 60,000, playing limit 800, 1,600.
Agents never fold pocket ace.
That would be the biggest pot I think I've ever played, somewhere in that neighborhood. Obviously pales in comparison to some of the resumes that we have on our hands here, no doubt about it.
860. Nacho, I win 816. I don't think he won too much. He can't even say the number. He showed me the phone.
So is it going to defend with a Jack 5
He
suited
win-
and come
he
up
won every day.
empty on the
He's a
Queen 10-6
professional.
board? Same story for Martirosyan, the button opener, understandably.
You mean in cash
Yeah, I'm
game?
really looking forward to
Tournaments
this
is in
dynamic.
cash game is like-
Artur on the right of Savannah,
I
in a
saw
bit of a
him, I
sandwich
think in the 75K, it was
between Savannah and Sternheimer.
Yeah, he likes to do a lot of buys.
Artur
He won
just
in Vietnam in
loves.
tournaments. He,
Gucci.
he won one, and he came
There's
fourth.
that.
one tournament he is buying 16.
Definitely that.
Which one?
I don't know.
Oh, hello.
Oh, he said APT, I think it was a 1K.
So is a check raising
chip leader in rebuy.
3x, and that is going to get through. So
Okay. 75K champ.
Michael announcing his presence here.
Yeah, it's a nice hand, right? You know, wrapped around the Queen 10, backdoor diamonds, a lot of turn cards that pick up equity on.
After level 12, you make a
Fire.
redraw, right?
Really important
Yeah,
pickups
after
there,
level
obviously,
12.
What?
for Soiser.
And then you can.
Just shy of 40 bigs, 50-minute clock.
screen
the
right is
recreational?
Germany's
Super
Samuel
Pro,
Ju,
Super
who
Pro, Super
I was
Pro.
unfamiliar with coming into this particular event as a Triton
Live,
first-timer.
it's
Bumped into him in the lobby late last night. He had just come back from
My
playing
bro was chip leader, bro.
soccer, football,
Bro, he was Eddie.
On the
Eddie
pitch.
Tran, he's a PLO player.
with a number of players,
He never
given that
played
they had
tournament.
had
Last tournament he played was 2013. And he
bit
was
of an
chip
early
leader
night.
and he got cooler so hard.
The threes against aces.
Yeah.
So yeah, sick.
I think I'm
Nacho talking about Eddie
He
Tran, who
got
hasn't
cooler
played a
so
tournament
hard, he
since
would
back
have
in
like 1.2
2017.
million. He got check raise on the turn, like on ace, 4, 5, 3. We had pocket deuces, or pocket threes,
Pocket
no.
threes.
Pocket threes, and he had ace, 4, 5 deuce. He got check raise by open, huge on the turn, and river game of 4.
Can I have
was talking about that big
yeah,
pot
one of
yesterday
those and
between Orpin
Turkish tea, please.
and Tran.
Yeah, it
Thank
was
you.
pocket threes getting a bit out of line on an
he
ace
bombed
4-5
it
board where
on
Orpin held pocket aces
because
and it flopped
Pretty
top
sad.
set. Then that deuce rolled right on off to give Eddie Tran the wheel, but the board would pair on the end and leave him in an awful way. Less than awful way is Soiza. Off to a good start here after check raising. Against Artur, here he is, sprinkling on the ace-8 tray board. Blind v blind. Nacho gonna tear one off. Not going to improve as the board pairs.
Heart in hand, 10-7 wrapped around the 8. There's a decent amount of give-ups from Soiza on the turn, of course. Annoying one for Soiza because now his kicker doesn't play. See him check it on over to Nacho.
$15K. Bar barrels float. Encountering the opportunity he sought. Executing.
Don't expect Soiza to be folding just yet. There is some like stack preservation stuff. He's going to let it go.
Catch.
Good catch.
Not you, I think. Like when
Can I get change?
Yeah.
Winner, champion? Can I get change, champion?
Bar barrels always taking the piss, isn't he? Understand that Eddie Tran has already got himself into an
So
early
sick. I looked it up.
altercation. The
I
man we were
certain
just
guys
talking about, Henry.
without opening-
Yeah, Eddie's actually out of the tournament. 5-bet pot against Ike.
without opening to
Opened with the Kings. Ike 3-bet to 27K. Eddie then 4-bet to 56K off of 180. Ike ripping it in for just shy of 40 bigs. Kings against tens. 10 on the flop for Ike Axton.
With all the money in there and Eddie covered.
after was chip leader.
Yeah.
All the
I had
money
13
in
blinds,
there and Eddie
ace eight
covered.
suited. I think ace 7 is a fold.
Opposition.
He opened. I was cut off. He opened high shot.
5 blinds. I don't know.
No, I had 13
I mean,
blinds.
Christopher 5
Yeah.
blinds. I don't know what's the answer. I don't
It
know.
was very. There's the border. It's so sick.
Queen deuce off in the small for Nacho here. Up against Samuel, who I mentioned I ran into in the lobby on the back end of having played footy on the pitch with
Some of the
other
boys.
players, Tim Adams and company.
He had 10s. He flopped me that.
Had a very successful exit to a company,
You made the 6 folder.
and then took to poker as a guy who's been a chess enthusiast for a very long time. And I think that lends itself quite nicely to the thought processes involved with trying to work your way through things here. And just look at that. Eddie Tran shows up perhaps
You
to
busted?
give everyone the bad news.
Yeah, he did indeed.
Oh my God.
Re-entry is there, no?
We can beat, the team can beat 10s.
What do you, oh, Kings against 10s. Unlucky, unlucky man.
Yesterday I saw that thing.
No.
Seems like 10s is the hand.
Against whom? Queen high.
Queen high, no good, Nacho. So we do see Tran come over. Kings against tens. 10 on the flop for Ike Caxton, up to third in chips.
If you want, but I don't think it's.
Let's see.
Yeah.
I saw the hand yesterday
Sean
with
Winter?
the pocket 3, where you had the straight on the turn.
If you want to rebuy, I mean, but I don't think it's. You already got unlucky 2 times for all the chips.
Ah, okay. Hang on a
Who
minute.
got it in? 35 lines? 37 lines? Seems like who was the guy?
Nacho and Eddie are teammates. Nacho
Over
just saying to Tran, hey, pal, if you want to re-enter, feel free, but
Like a lot, 37 lines.
been running bad. Sounds like they've got a little swap going on.
You get cooler sometimes.
Yeah.
Sometimes you block it.
Oh, I believe it, yeah. Don't worry, I got this for you, for us.
Sound like they've got a little swap. Nacho saying, yeah, you know, if you want to jump in, I'm in.
Juice.
That's why I lost you the 10. Bloody hell.
And you didn't take it yet? That's what I beat you. Oh my god.
So this was your pro?
What?
This was your pro?
That is a fantastic needle. Of course,
He told me he
Nacho's
was lucky. What the fuck is that?
on the
Wow,
pro
that's
side.
sick, bro. 70 big line pot.
People that are lucky don't say they're lucky. They just
I play with him PLO. He's very lucky.
he's very lucky.
I was going to sleep, and somebody stand up to go to the restroom. So the game was 500. So the guy stand up to go to the restroom. So they're 4. So I say, okay. I stay one more round. So
Santosh
I say I quit at 4 a.m. to go
hits
to play
not only a
this.
pair of 5s, but the nut flush draw on the turn in his blind versus blind
And I
confrontation
took a 400K
against
boost.
Ju, who flopped top pair, now far
So I
more
was up
vulnerable
90
than he
and I
was
finished down 100.
on the flop.
When I shouldn't even be at the table because I was quitting.
Check back from Suvarna, looking to realize equity.
Yeah. Check yellow.
So I'm going to put out a little blockish bet on the river for value.
Look at that value rate, cute value rate. I like it.
15K extraction.
It's for me, it's for me. I had king queen.
10.
I had-
Oh, no, you win. Yeah.
I had king queen. I had king queen.
Yes. Correct for it.
You almost won.
Pot looking for the correct home.
We got there eventually.
That's why he wins every day.
Now, the most remarkable thing that I gleaned in my conversation with Samuel Chu Henry was the fact that exactly a year ago, when he exited that company and part of a celebratory moment was invited to a poker game, the man didn't even know the rules of poker. Was quick to
Why
flash
do they
his phone
consider
over,
open as a
show me the Global Poker Index rankings for Germany, and in terms of Player of the Year 2023 points, he
I'm
is
a
at the
businessman
top
too.
of the list, believe it or not.
Best businessman.
Playing high rollers within a year.
I'd rather be gambling, be janning, playing every game.
Not me, I just like to play Hold'em.
Really? That's so boring. You should come to the mix area with me and Philip.
I don't know, man. It's just not fun for me.
10,000.
Hold'em is very fun. I feel.
Mix is not fun? You crazy.
Yeah, I don't know. Different people have different kind of fun, no?
Mix is so much fun.
Like yellow Hold'em mix.
I
or-
concur.
Or like all the random games.
We play all the games.
I have no idea how to play half.
I mean, we don't let
Savannah.
Philip.
Up
We let
front,
Philip
King
come
Jack.
into our game. He destroyed the game and he never got invited again. That's how good he is.
Yeah, you're not allowed to be good, essentially.
Yeah, of course. You just have to be.
That's how games are these days, you know. You can't play unless you suck, bro. No winning allowed.
He came, he destroyed. We let him play one day. He won like 90,000. He took like a 3-6 game. I was like, okay, buddy, bye bye. GG.
Chidwick's flat. Allow Sternheimer to come along and flop the
It was
world.
fun when he lost
Top
it.
pair.
You had a good run.
You get a
That
good
flush
run,
draw.
bro. Maybe next summer come back.
Yeah, if you're lucky players.
Savannah, that's going to come firing after opening from +1. Interesting option for Sternheimer. I mean, A6, sure, we have the nut flush draw. I think we just want to pill, just in case we have spades dominated, let your opponent improve to a flush. Also incredibly deep against Santosh as well, so playing a 300 big blind pot with A6, even with the redraw, seems unlikely.
You're like mostly in Berlin?
Yeah.
What kind of startups you guys invest on? Yeah, what kind of startups you guys invest on?
Chidwick mucks the tens.
I found it was like kind of a
Sternheimer just calls.
How much is in the pot?
yeah.
69,000?
Nice. Still has the nut flush draw. Savannah drawing dead. King of clubs in hand though. Could get a bit fruity.
27.
Ooh.
Savannah 2.0.
It's yours?
Yeah, yeah. This is mine.
It is a big blind defend, so
You are a Bayern Munich fan?
Sternheimer's going to have some like 4-5. Some of the times 9x, 3x. He wants to just fold out now. Draws, of course.
Sternheimer well aware of the fact that this ace-6 could be beaten by a better ace
Of course.
as it stands. So he will continue to keep things clean. Second check call, and he gets there on the end.
I'm from Messi. But
No need for concern any longer. And the third check from Sternheimer.
Yeah,
Will we see Santosh get after it one last time? It would be a costly choice with 123 in the middle.
It's one of those rivers where
And he's so young. Too.
now the flush gets there. It would be so tough for a 9 or an ace to call, but just realizing that the big blind has more flushes. Nice little give up there from Santosh.
Yeah.
It's so easy to just kind of get committed to the amount of money you put in.
I want to say that the barrel on the turn is a bit consistent with the 2.0. And I want to say the give up on the river is as well. The stuff that
great
maybe
point.
we wouldn't
Yeah.
have anticipated from him a series ago.
Definitely the follow through. It looks like Daomin Fu is the first person to have lost 2 bullets. So he will not be winning the tournament.
I think it's not going to be.
Walk us through it.
So came back today with
If you enjoy life,
with 300k.
I was watching yesterday how
Lost a sizable pot. Queen Jack against Sean Perry's Ace Queen very early on. In fact, doubled Sean Perry up. Was up for only 20 bigs, and then his final 20 big blinds going in the middle. Ace Deuce of clubs against Wai Kin Yong's Ace Queen. So I believe, if I'm not mistaken, that is the first person
Double elimination.
in the tournament,
Yeah.
double elimination.
It's a 400k stinger in the wallet.
Yeah, and Ido looking to click the re-entry button as he's been eliminated by Anson Yu. Ace King no good against Jacks.
He realized that Modric was alone in the middle. And Modric, so he, yeah, so
Ido came in with
what
about
he did,
300k, didn't he?
He did,
sent
yeah.
like
Just 4-bet ripped. Ace King
in the front.
for
Meanwhile,
60.
As a midfielder,
Sternheimer flopping top pair here. Blind versus blind collision with
2 against 1.
Martirosyan.
very good in football.
So he would have him,
Again,
Rodri
passive
and so on,
line.
and so Modric couldn't defend them. He would be always 2-on-1.
Martirosyan
I was watching all the adjustments.
checks back and binks the king.
Here's of the key of the match, and they just
Allegations of sun running from time to time for Artur.
From me, you know, you saw my reaction in the booth there. It just seems to
after the first goal, I'm like, he asked
seems to
us,
find those
he's like,
kings.
What can we do? They're destroying us. I mean, do something. Unlike
You know what? Philip checking once more.
the football genius.
A blend of induction and
But hopefully, like he always has a problem.
just cleanliness.
Too much. And he, before the final, he always,
Yeah, has a really nice hand
and then the player
to check call.
overwhelmed or new input. He always
If check 2 on the turn, he can go for a double delayed stab to extract value, of course.
this year they're gonna win.
Haaland now. And it's really good for them because until now it was like everything like tiki-taka and making
Tiki-taka.
the goals like playing. But now they have somebody in the front and everybody's focusing on Haaland and they can still make their game goal.
Yeah.
So when you see another silver, pretty much
The Queen of Spades
He plays
on the river, another overcard. Sternheimer's
so fucking good.
pair of tens.
He did call the 12K from Artur. Checks it one more time. Let's see what kind of value Martirosian will seek.
like what they say in the German national team. Everybody's like, we have no like aggressive leader. Like or something like this. There is no like the German national team.
I like going big. After flop goes check, check. You have a king or nothing. Yeah, I really like this.
And
75% on the river. Just put hands like Queen 9, 10x into a spot where
hasn't been that good lately.
they're always facing a big bet. You want to polarize, especially given how many draws missed. Nice fold, sir. Not an
Very
easy
much
one
so.
to get away from. Flopping top pair, blind v blind.
Maybe if he leads out on the flop, which I'm sure with some frequency he would be doing, he's hauling that one in.
Yeah,
But
I'd say so.
no criticisms.
It's a big Bayern Munich fan. Yeah.
Couple of shorties on the pro side. Ponakov's on 16 bigs, Mateus on 15, Dvoris on 10, Ben Heath down to 5 bigs.
Any idea if it's 1 or 2 bullet situation for first or second, rather, for those shorties?
Heath looks like he's on his first bullet. Unfortunately, we do only track 100 hands.
If you've been in Argentina, they celebrate.
So if it was an early rebuy,
I was
then
not there. I went to
BGs,
Qatar.
necessarily.
Yeah.
I went there for
use the app to.
Dvoris on his first bullet as well.
Argentina. I was gonna stay, but I just
Mateus as well, by the looks of things, at least over the last 100 hands, which would make sense. I mean, there weren't that many eliminations yesterday.
Chidwick,
he was,
ace-5 in the cutoff, gets after
had to stay 18 more
Suvarna, who will just let it go. King-7.
There was nothing to. I saw like 8 games.
That King-7 offsuit, the kind of hand I think we would expect most of the pros to be defending with, but in terms of not having to play pots out of position against a pro no less with a murky hand, one can sort of sympathize with Suvarna's election.
Yeah, there's some weird dynamics in effect right now, right? We had the day one, VIPs on their own side, pros on their own side. Now you have an equal split. So staying out the way of the likes of Chidwick and then maybe getting involved against other VIPs would make a lot more sense, and we'll see if they continue with that strategy.
You a big Bayern fan?
Me?
Yeah.
I'm a fan of nice football.
Oh, those are the worst.
That is the worst, yeah. But I like Bayern Munich because I heard you're a big Bayern Munich fan.
There was a time when every time I played poker, I would wear a Bayern Munich jersey.
Oh, really?
It's pretty sad, actually.
When they won the 6 titles in one season.
I've been a fan since 1990.
So is it going to ISO after Savannah
Mom gave them all away.
limped from the small?
With the Brunson.
Well, like from like 1990 and 99
Respect.
and whatever, and gave them to my cousin
When Opel was still responsible.
Opel, and even
Savarna
Iveco
was always prepared to come along for more with King 10 suited. So they'll play for 40,000.
They have also blankets. Blankets.
Queen 8, 6, 2 hearts. Not what he had in mind.
usual stuff.
We'll see if Soisa's got some follow through here with an air ball.
For a while, it was kind of like an inside joke.
It is an air ball, but
Get my wife something from Bayern Munich
pick up a
Christmas.
straight draw on a 7,
Never wear, really.
9, jack.
Really ran out of clothes.
Have an overcard to the 6 and 8 with a 10, of course. 40,000 in the middle. 156 behind.
13.
Have an ISO to just give up and give Savarna the green light to take it away on the turn. Savarna no diamond, but gonna peel off.
I mean, they need a number 9. Unclear whom they're going to get, really. I think they're going to get this guy Leimer from Leipzig.
Picks up a double gutty.
Defensive midfield.
Surprised to see the peel?
Yeah, exactly.
It's,
No,
it's a
like good
bit,
at,
you know,
second.
Cheeky, as you would put
yeah.
it.
It's kind of like, what's the
King
Austrian
High
guy?
can be the best hand. A lot of good things can happen. You know, Soiza can just
Now at Man United.
give up on turns and you get to probe on rivers. But yeah, no diamond on board on the flop.
So, like, yeah, he played well for Leipzig.
But one overcard to the board. Bit OOL.
Past, like, Goretzka, Kimmich.
Leipzig gets like a really good player, so
Amazing, yeah.
amazing. It's like a good entry to
And Soiza having
the good teams.
picked up
Yeah.
a double gutty of his own,
The coach
does
that-
follow
I mean,
through
I
for
actually
another
think Kobo was a better
35,000.
coach than Nagelsmann, but to dispose of the coach mid-season, like going into the really important phase, Champions League. Cup,
Really fun one because there are worlds where Santos just wins with King High now.
Like, why would
If he
ever
calls this turn.
I think Nagelsmann was
She does.
Was a big mistake, I think.
They should just sort of just
See if
look at
Soiza
August
follows through on Brick
season.
Rivers.
You know, it's not like you're not, you know, it's not like the.
Not sure that qualifies as hearts and the 9 both get there.
But like, worst case, you like might only win like one title type of thing, you know?
Brick in terms of no improvement for him, of course.
Yeah, I don't know.
They were just inconsistent.
I really don't know.
There for the game against Paris, and they were
Neither player with a heart in hand.
the very
Savarna with just King High.
Does feel a bit like he's in call down mode, doesn't it?
Ah,
No.
giving up.
I bet. Oh my goodness, disaster.
That happens very,
Oh no.
Michael, that happens very rarely to say you better.
Yeah, I know, disaster. The turn was, yeah, the turn kind of helped you a lot.
So Soiza and Savarna sharing a laugh there as Santos able to get to showdown. Says he would have folded had he faced a barrel, and I don't think we can doubt him. Savarna narrowly in front of Philip Sternheimer, Sam Ju, and 3 rich stacks, while Soiza, the back end of that defeat, slips to just 22 big blinds.
Yeah, VIP's out in front here, as is the case in most of the field. Currently only have 2 pros in the top 10. Cat Lee, Ike Haxton. Then we have to go all the way down to 12th, where we find Nacho Barbero.
He was talking to Chelsea, he was talking to Tottenham.
Yeah, you played good, like nice
Oh, yeah.
call, and then
Pochettino sandwiches.
Big drug, yeah.
I have a 10 also. If I have the double gut shot, also same, you know.
Tottenham looks like a
Yeah,
good
that
team.
open-ended. I'm gone, bro. Gone. You have a flush draw also.
Raise to 11,000. Oh.
Diamond.
Whose party is gonna get?
It's one of the good
Sit
things
down
that can
for a
happen,
bit.
of course. By
Yeah,
floating
talking
there with the
about
King
the
10 is
Really?
the run out.
But,
Slows down your
I think it's
opponent.
the wrong match.
It's the wrong match for sure. 11?
Nacho gonna defend with 8 deuce suited here against the Sternheimer Open.
Super deep.
Henry Hackland open raises, 15,000. Santosh has kings, he calls. fold, 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 fold. Matthias Eibinger.
Super whiff.
Raised to 52,000.
Yeah.
With aces.
Yeah.
Henry Techman, ace queen suited.
Can't say the same for
Jam
Phil.
all in. Santosh.
Open-ended.
Matthias Eibinger, step call.
Betting lead position.
Yeah, I know. I saw this hand. Yeah.
Comes together.
Yeah.
Oh, he lost aces to
Trap on the button. You trap on the button,
When?
right? Yeah.
the tournament.
The
Yeah,
button.
in the 75.
Ah. Oh, okay. You limp. I see.
I limp king. That's why Ackland.
Raise and then all in.
Otherwise, Ackland fold only. I'm re-raising.
Yeah.
Ackland chips game.
I thought you were last. You're the button, no? He raised
All
and then
had-
you call the button.
Everyone had
no?
big stacks.
Kings.
No. I have UTG plus.
Oh, okay.
Hendrik had around 350. You had more than 600.
But he flat the raise, right?
Yeah. And Matthias Eibinger had more than 500.
UTG raise.
You flat. Yeah. Not limp.
Button
Yeah.
is ace.
Yeah. Got it.
Button is.
Yeah. Nice.
So Sia Jiang doubled up through GT. The Thompson set over set.
Ouch.
Kings against threes. On a King Jack 3 board. As dirty as it gets.
A little crab boil.
A little what?
Crab boil. Threes. Crabs. Cooked by the Kings. Crab boil. Not my finest work, Henry, but a little something
It
to
was
start
good.
the day.
Listen,
you
it's
know?
we're warming up.
Double gutter here for Chidwick. Under the gun opener with that lovely Jack 10 suited as you flops a pair of eights. Knuckles over.
Yeah, it's a similar board texture to a hand that we covered yesterday where, yes, we have bottom pair. This one is rainbow. I should note that the hand yesterday was two-tone. So with the backdoor club availability, maybe we do see Samuel stick around. But certainly a board texture that's going to favor Chidwick from UTG. Is he rocking the same Montclair hoodie that... No, not Montclair.
Boss.
My eyes are a bit sore today.
Nothing a new prescription won't sort out. Jew. Calls, doesn't improve, but same story for Chidwick as the pot grows to 49,500.
How is that the turn? 50% of the time, one of them turns a flush draw. 4 of hearts. Come on, dealer.
Some dishes are bland.
Do better. Interesting spot for Stevie. Feels like a very natural double barrel. Jack 10 of spades.
Yeah, on the back end of the 10K flop bet comes a 40K turn bet.
Yeah, sizable one all of a sudden. Sam's pair of eights. So tough to continue. Stevie gets it through and back up to over starting. To being eliminated late last night. Kings against the Jacks of Ike Haxton.
Well, on the topic of Jacks,
to be a feature
Gary
table
Thompson
categories. And we
has
get
them here under the
really
gun.
Good category players, and Ali Najad
Min-raise open flatted.
is doing the
Fresh off of doubling up
like
to
I
Sia
spoke, I'm
Jiang.
gonna message Kate and ask her. That's what areas. Yeah. It would be decent, Con. I think so. Yeah.
We've been seeing a lot of this conservative line taking from ace-queen in this event specifically, Henry, perhaps more so than we might expect given deep
It's like
stack
my
poker
go-to
throughout the day yesterday.
Drinking game now. We're like
We have, what,
We
3
were
more
out.
levels.
like a month
To
after
re-enter.
Helsinki with a bunch of just friends that are
A lot of good things can happen when we flat with ace-queen, especially in
Yeah.
position.
just like everyone's just like making small talk, talking. It's like let's play
Keeping
categories.
dominated
And
hands.
It's just like everyone's just pretty into it if you do, a category that everyone is at least
Good turn top pair.
Instant reward for Davies. Pipping the jacks now.
There's still so much value to be had for Gary. 5s through 10s. Ace highs that he wants to deny against. No diamond in hand. It's going to fire again. 40 into 86, and Seth Davies has turned top. There's 100k back. There might be some alarm bells ringing. I mean, it is an under the gun open. That's just cool, leaving himself options.
Diamonds do show up on the end. And now, given we've been called pre in the form of a flat, and then on the flop for 27, on the turn for 40, do we begin to have some doubts as to whether or not these two jacks are the best hand with 166 in the middle?
Yeah, I mean, the front door flush draw getting there, of course. Jacks, no diamond. As you mentioned, you know, he's barreled flop and turn. Only really getting called by like 10s, 8s, I just think. Don't put any more money in the middle, so check the side, makes sense.
No, Davies just checking it back. Henry, you surprised with that?
Doesn't get called by worse. There's so much, I know it's without stating the obvious, but it's just so important to preserve your stack right now. Playing against 4 VIPs at the table. It's never making aces or kings fold.
Oh, your phone.
And never getting called by worse.
Phones can't be on the table.
All right.
On the rail.
唉，30岁，我现在每天的背都一定很痛，搞不定。
说背痛。
对啊。
Pilates。真的。我的
Look there at Sinan Unlu.
特别有点驼背。在电脑啊什么的。
Didn't like his kit.
Another pro get moved.
Currently 14th in chips overall, north of 100 bigs.
Yeah, so another pro's get moved.
Hello.
We're gonna high card a pro off. Yeah.
Oh.
Just like Sean got moved.
Oh.
But actually, it was just 3 and 4.
Okay.
How is Kashim going?
Oh, it's to the table. No.
Yesterday.
I think eventually it'll get to 4 when the red
Just because we always left line.
Oh, I keep forgetting
We'll
Rancher's
wake up
full
early, I didn't
Yeah.
Davies trending in the right direction,
That was a nice.
putting 11k of the newfound biscuits
And it's public.
on the dining table.
Public. Like, okay. Obviously there are some private games, but
Yeah.
public ones are like pretty good. Maybe I come join you guys one day. I hope you continue
Rancher's not an
tomorrow,
option
so you
for
don't
me
join.
anymore, so
Yeah.
I keep forgetting.
That's the plan.
You rebuy already?
Back
I
to
don't,
back.
I don't play short tag, so I was thinking maybe.
No, I don't even know short tag.
Yeah, so when these guys
I
are
was
playing
pretty
short tag,
impressed
maybe I can
yesterday,
play some
like-
element. Yeah.
7 VIPs busted or something for the first pro raid. I don't know, quite a lot. A lot of people from Alpha.
Do it over. Super random.
It was like quite a lot.
It's super random, right?
Are you giving me a deal?
There's no black number.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like a real VIP should.
Yeah.
There you go.
My participation is over. I have no.
Fun fact, he was the last time he was the first to bust as well.
Kuna,
Yeah,
really?
yeah.
No.
Why can't I
I thought
be?
last time was like Phil Ivey. Like,
Apparently they're only taking people who are on their
I am the imposter.
for some reason.
yeah, it was.
I think Ivy was left for
Somebody's going to move table 6 and they'll probably get
Because
pairs in
someone
table
had
6.
some kind of side bet. On
Well, Prunap told me that he was
Oh, so
either first or top 3, so it's hard to forget, you know.
definitely top 10.
All right.
It doesn't seem
Sorry.
necessarily
Bye-bye.
bad. It's weird though.
Good luck, everyone.
Luck.
Why should it
See you day 3, guys.
matter? Sunny.
Hope so.
4.
Looks like Danny's
They draw that.
Name has been pulled out of the hat.
To go to table 6.
Moving day.
Why wouldn't I be qualified to move? That makes sense. Okay.
Oh.
I thought it. Yeah.
Huh?
That makes
Oh,
sense.
because
Yeah.
partners, right.
Yeah. I was like,
You don't meet your partner until final table, I think. Yeah?
To table.
Final 2 tables, yeah. So Danny Tang can't be at the same table as Punat, of course.
Who's your partner, Tim?
Rob Young.
Oh, Rob Young.
Yeah. Who's your partner? Utra.
Jason Kuhn and SJ.
11-5.
Oh, that's a really interesting article. New Zealand Herald about Cecilia Jiang.
Go on then.
Just a quick Google pop-up, pretty much close to the top of the list from back in 2018. She is known as the silent assassin of the poker community in New Zealand.
To be fair, not often I look at her out at one of our featured tables, qualifying as silent. Tends to be very social and affable.
This was written 5 years ago, so maybe that's changed.
In terms of assassin, though, the black leather jacket does qualify.
The glasses, yeah. She's got the look. Kings against 3s on a King Jack 3 board. Kind of fits the bill.
On the topic of kings, Tim Adams getting after the assassin's cutoff. 11-5. North of the min, and the other Spaniard. Often the way we describe Mateos, his countryman.
That would be hilarious.
Sergio Ido
Oh my
defends
God.
7-8.
With the re-entry.
I'd love to
Who's
try
that?
it, but
Ido.
my legs would only
Oh, yeah,
reach
yeah.
like, maximum 2/3 of the leg. I wouldn't be able to reach the feet part.
whole torso.
I think lucky. I had my first one yesterday.
Oh, really?
Oh, they zip up though, right? So I can have them like basically up to here,
Drink
but
as much as you want.
Yeah.
it looks fun. I might actually
So
just
second
ask
bullet
to
for
try it and
Ido.
see how it feels.
Really good.
Yeah?
I mean, it's basically like,
If he loses this, final
Oh,
300k.
great.
It showers for the Spaniard.
I actually hate, I love having, most of my torso massage. I actually don't like my legs,
Really?
but the constant, yeah, I don't like
eating. It's very painful.
yeah,
Yeah.
on
Yeah.
your hamstrings and yeah.
I get that for sure.
But this thing sounds great. Yeah, exactly. It's just a constant pressure.
Yeah, knee massages or leg massages are very painful.
Are you talking about that pressure boot thing?
Yeah. I thought it was hilarious.
I mean, it looks hilarious, but
does
I
look
do
hilarious.
want to have a ride.
You gotta take it personally.
The pressure boot thing?
Absolutely no idea.
When I'm doing the legs, mentally, I'm like, relax. It's like this constant battle of trying to force myself to relax, because otherwise it hurts even more.
Yeah, which makes it you're trying to battle, it just makes you more tense.
Yeah.
That's hilarious.
Pressure boot. Is that what they're saying? B-O-O-T?
That's what it sounded like to me. I don't think they were saying pressure boob.
Neither did I, just for the viewers at home.
King 5-4 here as Thompson outflops the 2 7s of the Canadian Adams. Tim, flatting pre, checking, keeping things tidy here in this intermediary phase of our $200,000 LUXON Pay Invitational Tournament. Half pros, half VIPs for 3 levels to start this second day of our 3-day marathon event. 7K barrel from GT.
Yeah, been a rough start to the day for GT so far. Set v set, or set under set I should say, then the jacks coming up short against Seth Davies' ace queen.
Adams checking once more as an unpleasant ace presents itself on the turn.
$22.
22K, the sizing. Into the 41 Henry, just about half pot.
A nice value bet here from GT.
And Adams puts the sevens into the muck.
Been a lot of similar spots where GT just seems to know where he's at. Be very good at extracting value. Obviously sevens, finding the muck there with the additional scare card on the turn. So a bit of situational run good for Timothy on his second bullet as well.
Currently sitting 32nd in chips overall.
I feel like that should have nothing to do with one another at the time.
Yeah.
Gary Thompson, Adams 36th on the back end of that pot.
Right. But I'm just saying more like the reasoning that there's a connection between the two things, I don't think there should be.
Yeah.
Only 2 pros
Yeah, I think that makes sense.
in the top 12 chip counts. Like
Like
Haxton and Kiat Lee.
You haven't heard that it's nothing personal story?
Like been banging 2 outers for fun
Not on the featured table.
against Pocket Kings.
Fun for him, of course. Not so much for the Kings.
Sometimes you got to know just when to convert that 18% equity. Why not save it for a 200K buy-in?
Unlu converting 9-6 suited into a pair of sixes on the Jack-High 2 club board, which provides Haxton on the back end of the big blind defense with a gut shot and a check over to the pre-flop raiser with 30K in the middle.
Unlu and Ponakov's looking into some beach resorts / clubs in Dubai after this trip. Both shopping from the same hoodie store. You see it? You see it a bit?
Design-wise, yes. Although I do think in that Emirati sun, one might melt in a fleece such as that one.
The neon light nightclub owner.
Yeah, I still think I'll take Ponakov's in the heads-up track jacket to hoodie comparison there. This Unlu now faces a barrel from Ike of 7,500 on this turn after he decided to check back on the flop. Of course, this is some of what we can come to expect from time to time if we do give up the betting lead.
Yeah, Ike with the probe with a very nice hand. Overcard to the board as well as gut shot to the nut straight.
None of it comes together for him on this river, which does bring in the club draw. Just generically as played. Cut off open, check back flop, peel turn. How often do you feel like you can get one through on the end on this texture?
10 of clubs in hand is a pretty decent card to follow through with.
33.5.
Ike tends to agree as he barrels 33,500. And now Unlu appears to have his doubts.
Having the 9 is kind of bad. Sounds obvious, but would rather call with like King 6, Ace 6. Blocking hands like 9-5, 9-7. But As you mentioned, he did give up the betting lead on the flop. Unblocked 7x and 5x.
Credit to him, Henry, for thinking it over, not just having one of those reflexive folds.
Yeah, it's very easy to fall into that trap, right? Against close to a pot size bet.
Sure.
Just snap muck with the flopped bottom pair, but took his time.
Nicely done there by Ike Haxton. He was among the biggest pro stacks coming into the day. Sinan, by the way, on the VIP side, partnered with Matthias Eibinger. He's been to one Triton series in the past. It was right here in North Cyprus, and of the 2 events he played, one of them was precisely this format, the 200K Coin Rivet Invitational, happening late last year. Did not cash in it, did not cash in the 25K 8 max either, but is a bit of a fixture in the high-stakes cash games here at Merit Poker. Intercepted my shuttle between Diamond and Crystal yesterday. We were already somewhat on our takeoff roll. Came running out the front door, flagged us down.
How dare he?
I was all right with it. Had I been in a rush, of course, showers for the flag down effort. Driver, don't you dare. Nice whiff of carbon monoxide for him as he gets to read the number plate.
I was going to check back, but I say he has so much.
They come around quick, Henry. No big deal.
They do. They come around like every 5 minutes or so.
He doesn't have check shows.
Maybe he's running late for a cash game or something.
What is the
Look at Boss getting the front row. Look at the goings on.
Well, he's partnered with Soiser, so maybe coming over to see how Soiser's getting on. Been a great start to the day so far for Michael.
Use a big blind.
Lone hiccup being not barreling the river against Santosh with the 10 deuce that he got frisky with pre-blind v blind. But
there was that. There was the Queen 3 against the 10-7 of Nacho on the Ace 8 3-8 board.
Small losses.
Blind v blind. It all adds up.
Chidwick gonna run into 2 aces as he opens the hijack, and Sternheimer looks down at the delight. 3x.
Keeping it simple. Santosh looked like he wanted to get involved there.
King jack off. Good read.
He doesn't like folding hands like that.
Who does?
Santosh 2.0. It's more disciplined.
You still have more than me, don't worry.
It's just so insane, bro. He just fucking runs like a rat every time.
Blind's going up. 3K, 6K.
Well,
12,000.
Stevie with a potential spot hit. Under the gun +1. Jack 10 of spades. Plenty deep against Shug. Does maybe want to isolate. Shut the door from squeezes behind. Sternheimer, by the way, giving Chidwick some of that Chidwick medicine in the form of stare downs. I like it.
Philip is not one to be intimidated. That much I can say for him.
It was quite the glare.
Not exclusive to Stevie, by the way. When he's in there, he's going to dress you down a little bit, see what's what. Plays in those nosebleed cash mix games, as Nacho alluded to earlier.
Yeah.
Uninvited from the 300-600, courtesy of a
90K
cameo.
winning session.
A little bit too profitable for their tastes. He is a bit of a monster. Suvarna.
Sounds just like, hang on a minute, guys. I just folded King Jack. Now you want me to fold pocket fours? And the 3-bet is to 40. Coincidence? It's going to flop a set.
I feel like a 4-bet is more on his mind than a flat, Henry.
Natural 8.
Oh, look at the reluctant muck there. It does take a lot of discipline if you're a guy that's used to playing big cash games against loose, aggressive players to get away. But again, more examples of the evolution of double S. Has Barbero out of the big with ace-7. Finds the fold himself, and it's back over to Samuel's king-queen. Another 28,000 to continue. Always mindful of ace-king, ace-queen when we enter the fray with this sort of kit. As Samuel does. Nine, 7, 7. Lacks the paint the Jews sought. Got shot straight draw, backdoor spades for Chidwick. Action check to him.
Considerable range advantage as well in the form of overpairs. Expect Stevie to continue small and wide on this board. It's gone meaty. 50K. It's really leveraging that overpair range advantage.
Hello. One green tea.
50K into the 95, and into the bin goes the king-queen. Well, Henry, it appears that we've got some inquiries from those that are streaming our coverage live with regards to specific format aspects of this Invitational. We're going to get to them momentarily, but first, we take a minute to remind you about our Triton Play app. If you haven't already, do yourselves a favor, scan that QR code and pre-register. It is a whole new world, and your chance to get in on the action is right now. The new social poker game looking to revolutionize the way the world plays poker, with plenty of exciting stuff coming up, a stealth demo, a London giveaway, and so much more. Don't miss out. Scan and join today. So then, Henry.
Ali. Shout out
Specific
Triton Play.
format considerations. Coming in, of course, we know the field requires a partner, VIP and Pro, and stays divided on the first day of play.
Yes.
Coming into today, however, we did cover it during the pregame show, but just a bit of a refresher. Things mixed up.
That's correct. Split into two teams. Obviously, you have the VIPs at the start of day one on their own side, pros on their own on day one. Then at the start of day two, as you alluded to, you have a mixture of pros and VIPs equally split. And then once we get to level 4 of the day?
Equally split at each table.
At
You're
each
guaranteed
table.
4 pros, 4 VIPs.
Well, I don't believe it's guaranteed, obviously, because of variance and eliminations and
To the
whatnot,
best of-
but to the
of-
best of Luca's abilities. And then, yeah, after level 3 of the day,
And teams, which is a weird way to describe them because there is no collective effort, but your partner, VIP Pro, you cannot be seated with.
Yeah, and
here on
that's
day
just
two.
to protect, because obviously with it being a 200K, everyone's kind of aware that there's action swapping or buying small pieces. As Nacho alluded to with Tran earlier on, about him firing a second bullet. So that's just to protect the integrity of the game. When there's going to be 7 figures up top, you just don't want people at the same table on the same team until we get down to the final table, final 2 tables. But yeah, so complete redraw after 4 levels. Pairs are separated, of course, and a lot of variance involved in that redraw because you can get a table full of VIPs, you can get a table full of pros.
Sure. And we could end up with just a well-balanced diet, just depending on how many VIPs and pros are still available at the conclusion of that level.
Ice Americano, please.
Barbero ordering up 12,000 and an iced Americano. Pot comes in first. Americano soon to follow. Believe that's your Java of choice. Henry, is it not?
Iced Americano.
Is that not you?
I don't mind an iced Americano. Yeah.
Feels like there's maybe something else at the top of your list.
Just a normal Americano. No sugar,
Hot.
no milk. Hot, yeah. Dash of cinnamon.
Now, you know I'm not in these coffee streets,
You're
save
not.
for during Triton. Brown Bulls in Vietnam. Iced mochas here.
It's probably for the best. You would...
Bit of a lunatic without the caffeination.
Yeah, Broadmoor comes to mind. Could see you certainly ending up there later parts of your life if you do start consuming too much Brown Bull.
Is that a psychiatric
It's a famous
institution?
one from...
There it is, yeah.
yeah.
Could see Soiza 3-betting, putting this king-queen into a bit of prison as he jams 82-5.
What's this? 14 bigs. It's going to fold back round 2. So I don't see Sternheimer getting too involved here out of the big, especially given that there is still under the gun left to act. He's going to ask for a count. 82-5. It's already put 13 in the middle.
Arthur can well afford to make this call. Soiza would be delighted to see it, of course.
Albert
Payback
says
for
hi.
the 75K.
Say hi to Philip.
Of course, Soiza did eliminate Arthur on the
He
final table of the 75K.
He's a really bad player, but I love the guy. Here's this.
His body mix.
No, he's a
Does
really
make
good
the
player.
call, so looking for some payback maybe, Ali.
It is advantage Soiza. In a 180,000 chip pot.
Oh, baby.
I had a king.
His hopes resting on the dominant queen, which makes an appearance on the flop. Martirosian still king fishing. Ooh, and the 4 on the turn would have smacked Sternheimer had he managed to work his way to that street. And the River Jack will
82.5.
send
Yeah, he's
so
nice.
in the right direction, and
He's
Artur
very good, bro.
reaching for the back end of that Turkish tee.
Yeah, I'm not going to comment, but I like him a lot.
You think he's a fish? Wow.
Served in
Philip
3-ounce
thinks you're a
doses,
fish.
We just,
by the way.
We just needle each other a lot, so I'm not going to say anything.
Have a new chip leader, by the way.
Yeah.
Punat Punsari
Really like
eliminating Patrick Antonius in a 3-bet pot.
Ooh.
First player to cross the million
I'm
chip
either gonna
mark.
defend him on stream, or I'm gonna boost his ego, which is already the size of Lebanon.
Sent the Scandinavian into an early sauna.
Bigger country.
That's a big
Does
ego
still
for
have
sure. I think he's
a
saying he's the best
level
in the world for sure.
to re-enter.
Probably think. What?
He really does think he's good.
Who's this? A friend of ours, Albert.
Is there anyone like that in your game that just thinks they're the best in the world or the best at your table, and you're just like, nah?
Every one of us. Complete psychopaths that think we're playing with a collection of fish.
No, I didn't say.
Chidwick. 10-7 suited.
I was just setting small blinds.
He wants it all.
Nabs and Orbit's worth.
Just wanted to make sure you knew you had slightly better odds than you thought to defend.
With my 7 deuce off, which I really had.
Ben Heath has also hit the showers, couldn't spin the wheel. Queen 9 against Talal Shakurchi's Queen 4, so a few possible re-entries with one level to go.
Only 30 minutes to make up your mind,
Yeah,
or
that's a great point. Yeah, I forgot about that.
visit multiple ATMs in an effort to withdraw 200,000.
Go for the beginning and then see.
I think you hit your daily limit well in advance of that.
Well, it depends who you bank with, but...
Sorry guys, I just want to put the link of the stream.
I just want to know how you bluff me in that hand.
Thanks for promoting the stream, Nacho.
Yeah. You still didn't tell me what you had on the other hand.
Which one was it? I can't remember which hand. That's the problem now.
Ah, okay, it doesn't matter. It was just very stupid hand. I bet flop and bet turn, and then you shove river. It's like ace, deuce, 4, ace, king.
Chidwick activating, and look at Sternheimer just shooting him a look.
Complete backdoor flush.
And then a look down at 2 red 8s.
Oh, you bet on the river. You bet. But it was kind of huge bet for, because we were both short. Whatever, it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
You probably had it actually, so
Yeah.
it's hard that board to like not have anything.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. So like.
Yeah, you probably had
like
something.
Use 4 ace king, right? Like,
Yeah, like it's. I had a good. I had the deuce with jack kicker. I had a good deuce.
Deposits a third scoop up in front of him, and Martirosian wakes up to an ace king.
Yeah, I've been waiting for these big stacks to collide. Obviously inevitable. It's going to happen at some stage. This is a really interesting spot because it's cutoff v button v small blind.
4th floor.
Yeah, there's some worlds where Sternheim's just like, no, I don't believe this guy.
Good coffee, finally.
Like, given the positions, late position v late position.
7-0 against Leipzig.
Philip going to invest in these snowmen. Over 200K in the middle. And an 8 in the window along with a king. Strap in, Henry.
You didn't auto recover?
TV flop with 235 in the middle. 4-bet pot, Sternheimer.
You need anything else?
Probably doing some backflips in his mind right now.
Take a banana. Thanks.
Banana? Sure, I go get.
Brush fire for the time being.
One day I'll be.
Might it end up in Inferno?
Paying the super high roller, he's gonna be. I'm gonna be his employee soon.
There's some kindling.
Yeah, it continues for a small sizing. It is a 4-bet pot, so the range of hands that continue
No, I have a boss. No.
much more condensed and narrow.
Sternheimer going to allow Artur to barrel once more at him. This is purely a function of wanting to retain everything. Coordinated turn in the form of a 7. No flush draw materializing.
Yeah, rainbow turn. Jack 10 gets there, of course. Certainly a part of Sternheimer's range, although would he decide to 3-bet button V cutoff? I guess this deep. I'd certainly see it.
Artur not too worried about the sort of kit that would leave this ace-king in trouble, being within the range of the 4-bet calling, holding for Sternheimer. Barrels once more, this time 110,000, Henry, and might it be time for the 8s to be heard from?
I still personally want to just keep in all the bluffs, but he does decide to jam. Like you said, not as much visibility on the river should a Jack 10-6 roll off. Wouldn't have minded taking a little bit of time throughout a time bank maybe.
Did feel a little hastier.
Very quick. I'm all in this stage of tournament for such a big pot. I mean, this is a chip lead pot. Really giving Artur room to get away from this is... It's going to throw out some time banks. Does a hand like 9-10 do this? Ah, unlikely. Ace-10. Not sure. Given how quickly he announced all in as well.
Well, Philip does represent the VIP side. Not sure how familiar Artur is with Sternheimer, who certainly rates to be amongst the most experienced in that part of the bracket, very much like a Talal Shakurchi type resume.
Yeah, he is good. Very good. So he's going to use up some time extensions here. Just has so many chips behind him. 65 big blinds back. Just one pair. Could just be dead. As we can see, he is.
Could just be staring at an opportunity in his mind.
Wow.
For a dreamy call. And then end up with the chip lead.
On the turn.
Martirosian. Showered.
I can't believe this.
1.3 million plus that Artur was dreaming about. Unconvinced that Sternheimer had the goods. And it's going to be a long walk out of the arena for the Russian. As
I was a wrap against this
in his second ever Triton event. The only other being the 200K Coin Ribbit Invitational here in North Cyprus. Philip Sternheimer has vaulted into the chip lead.
Wow, shoving like a boss.
That's crazy. That's exactly what we were talking about at the start of the day as well.
It's not
These 3 stacks, Artur and the sandwich.
I'm unemployed.
Unemployed, yeah, sure, Philip. I think you play more poker than half of the field.
Talal Shakurchi, Daniel Boris, and Ben Heath have all re-entered on their second bullet.
Not what Solver said.
What?
Not what Solver says.
Not what to say that when you're on the VIP side,
exactly what I'm
Sternheimer.
saying.
What's a solver?
What's a solver? Solver is for why? Businessmen knows about solvers. What is this? We're getting scammed here, Michael. We're getting scammed here.
That is life.
We're getting really scammed.
Putting Phil on Front Street a bit.
Yeah, I mean,
Green with envy. After seeing that massive 1.3 plus passed over.
Raise 13,000.
that is
King-9
a
offsuit under the
ridiculous
gun.
pot. They started the hand like 130 big blinds effective.
What do you suppose best case scenario was in Artur's mind? The ace-10 that you mentioned? Does that call a 4-bet?
I honestly,
I'm struggling to kind of come
Same.
up with the hands that the ace-king performs well against as played.
yeah, same here. I think we lose all the money on the river
I
anyway
had pocket
on the
ace
9
too,
pairs,
when I
but
called the 3-bet against Arthur. Became ace king queen.
Fair point.
What a different life we have. This is a story of your life and my life.
Good, you lead a blessed life, man.
Actually, my life is pretty awesome. I'm not gonna complain. I mean, I'm not as good as Chidwick at poker, but my life is pretty awesome.
I would say one can still lead an awesome life.
I'm very blessed.
Sans Chidwick level poker acumen. Perhaps a more profitable life with Chidwick level.
I'm not as good
Poker
as
acumen.
Santos either. The new
Raise 12,000.
Suvarna seeking profits of his own with Jack-10 offsuit. Black box cars for Barbero in the big, the real candidate.
12?
12.
Okay. Let's play a pot with the champion.
Cavalier champ.
Nacho just has such cash game vibes, doesn't he? Just all the needles, all the barbs, all the chatter. When he
Believe
doesn't have
he's,
that was the best hand on a jack-high board. Go on, Henry.
he's played a lot. Like, probably more cash hours than tournament hours. Mixed games.
Yeah,
PLO.
no doubt. Gonna peel here. Picks up equity in the form of a gutter.
Check.
Check. Check.
But Santos 2.0 is a different beast.
The check back.
Bet.
Now inducing a bet out of Barbero.
Value
Is
bet.
it just 6K? Santos content to call it.
I had too many good backdoors. Where is the 7 when I need it? Nice time, Santos.
Nacho able to get to showdown less expensively than perhaps he
Nice
would
hand,
have
Santos.
if Nacho had been in the pricing department.
Yeah, against that bet, I wouldn't have minded seeing a little raise there, but
Was machst du in Berlin?
Nacho's certainly capable of bet 3 betting.
Yeah, inducing with that little
Yeah.
Startups investiert.
cutesy 6K.
Especially
You
with-
always feel foolish, don't you, when you take the bait, put the raise in, then the 3-bet comes in behind, you realize you were a little thinner than you wanted to be.
Yeah, especially against the check back on the turn as well. Like, you're just asking for Nacho to punish
Yeah.
your capped range, so
This is just qualifying stage. Insane.
definitely capable
This
coming
is
over the top.
This is last level. Oh, but I'm gonna play like a neat guy. Sorry. Autofall.
You already do, so.
Raise 10.
I'm a neat. Wow.
No, not after I
Man,
see
look
the
at that
10-7.
tower of
Definitely
chips in front of Sternheimer.
not. When you full ace queen, yeah, fucking neat, bro.
Fucking neat.
5 stacks.
I
That
should've
stack's
fucking
worth $1
spoke to
million
Fedor
bucks.
before the tournament, so he would have teach me to check.
Maybe you would have won.
13 blinds. I was 13 chips too. It's so sick. He destroyed me.
1, 3.
Under the gun
Oh,
bazooka
I
for
need
Chidwick.
Need mod. Let's make it in one bullet. Let's make it in one bullet.
Santos flatted
Here the
sevens.
community
I'm
go.
not overfolding, but you know, it would be nice.
That would be very nice.
Jew will take the price, just north of min. extra 7K investment with the 10-9 offsuit, and we'll play 3 ways to the flop. Where Ju's got himself
man.
an open
How are
ender
you?
up against 2 overs and a Broadway gutty. Pocket 7's currently the best hand.
Not a bit spoilt for fun flops today. Little something for Sam out the big, of course. Stevie with an interesting one multi-way.
Decides not to follow through, though. Maybe assigning a lot of this queen-jack to Santosh's flatting range. Suvarna will check back. Clean turn for his purposes.
Still very difficult for Savannah. Should he face a bet from Sam or Stevie?
Well, it won't be Sam. He checks it over to Stevie.
You re-enter already, Arthur? Arthur's gonna re-enter 100%.
Oh, of course, yes.
It surprised me Alex didn't re-enter yet.
Check.
Nor will it be Stevie.
Oh, they're going. He's just waiting. He was waiting the 30 minutes.
Love this, Henry. Santosh correctly identifying that neither of those holdings are in front of these 2 7s. And in spite of those 2 overcards, he dials up 16,000, 1/3 pot exactly.
Just seems to be so aware. We've seen it this entire week, this entire series. So many spots like this where he's just found the bet with the best of it. Obviously, 1 card to come. Does only have 62% of the equity, but could certainly shake off a few hands. I think we're going to go 3 ways to a river.
It's true. Yeah.
Maybe even see Chidwick
Come here, please.
get aggressive here.
Yeah.
75K to go.
Hey, buddy.
So punishing
He does.
is
You're right.
Chidwick, and able to leverage the flat call from Ju to create
Disappointing
even more
outfit.
pressure
Like no outfit.
as the credibility levels go up.
He's like a model for, you know.
How many gets moved?
He's just not winning enough.
I'm taking him shopping in Vegas.
Oh my.
Not yet,
Henry.
He's gonna take you.
Santosh smells a rat.
Wow.
You only have your Amiri.
Who is this guy and what has he done with the original Santosh Savannah?
He's uploaded a new operating system, obviously.
But I only breed.
Sniffing this one out on the turn, and now puts Sam in a really weird spot. It's so deep. I mean, 60K with 214 in the middle.
2 big ones, yeah.
3.5 to 1 on a call.
I went to Tulum.
Needs around 20% equity. We can see he's got 24.
And I was coming here, and I know on the process I'm gonna buy clothes.
He's drawing to the non-nutted side of the king high straight, but that 10 of diamonds can help him remove hands like ace 10 of diamonds. So
Would you agree that Ju coming along here will increase the likelihood that Suvarna will get to a showdown?
I really feel like it puts more pressure on Savannah because Chidwick just gets the bet so big. Should he decide to, obviously.
Right, that's what I'm saying, though. Will he be less inclined now with the inclusion of Samuel's call here? As the river is clean. No diamond, no Broadway card.
Let's go, Savannah. 100% check mark next to his name.
No bet from Samuel. And might this feel like an exercise in futility for Stevie at this point?
Huh?
With 273 out there.
Not blocking any of the pairs. Unblocking diamonds. It's obviously nice. But hands like 7-8 suited have to be somewhat of a concern as he does knuckle it on over.
Why you took so long to re-enter?
Now Suvarna not certain that the 7s are good. Is he going to try to turn them into a bluff? No, he's going to check. And how surprised will Santosh be as he sees the 10 high, the ace high, and can show the 2 sevens, and that's going to catch the attention of everybody at this table.
Ship it, baby.
Now you bet on the river, Santos. Seriously.
Up to over a milli.
Baby.
This guy, man.
What if you just did a sweep?
Well, flicking it back over to our other featured table, we find Sosia Jang locking horns with Gary Thompson, who flops second pair. Backdoor clubs against this Jack 6, which has turned a better pair.
Yeah, GT just really been on the receiving end
Do you remember last time when
of these spots
we were
against
visiting
Asia.
and then he just
Jang did make it 24 to go pre. Gary flatted. Sosia then barreled 16,000.
I literally think Leon was just going to go whack.
Thompson called, and
Snap one of these days.
Yeah.
here we are at the river on the back end of the 25K bet call on the turn.
3 outer, got it all in on the turn. Jesus.
4-liner,
Got a bunch of
courtesy of the deuce.
Top 2 versus top pair.
It sounds
It's
like
King
Seth
against King 10.
Davies, Danny Tang are
6.
discussing Jason Kuhn's elimination as this one goes to showdown to see up to 552. Jason flopping top pair, turning top 2, stacking off on the turn against Tony G's lone top pair. So 3 outs once for Tony. Ace on the river.
Oh my. Ace is up for
Tony G, yeah.
first bullet though for Jason.
Is indeed. Is indeed. So we'll be re-entering, but you know,
Beach Day was way more
200K.
fun yesterday.
Pardon?
Beach Day was way more fun for me yesterday. Let's make it nuts like
Henrik
every
Hecklund
game. Very fun.
also out.
This is not fun at all.
Just a bleed out or something
lost
violent.
the big pot against Justin Bonomo.
Way more fun when you win hands. I agree with that. Yes. So I'm fortunate in that.
Bonomo had aces.
Not the only man guilty of losing a big pot to Justin Bonomo. He tends to be on the right end of those.
See if Henrik opts are in. So a few people. I mean, we know Jason's going to jump back in. There are a few people waiting to potentially click that re-entry button.
Or is he trying to distract him?
I think so, maybe.
Warriors is hilarious.
Casualties of war coming into today with no opportunity to rebuy, of course. We're
Re-entry's open till the end of this night, right?
like a very similar sense to him.
Anatoly Zlotnikov and Phil Nagy.
Yeah.
30 Instagrams a day.
I guess Jason can come back in.
My favorite part of the day. It's like exactly this is.
I imagine them being pretty dark, right?
Queen,
No, yeah.
Queen Deuce 6-5.
Kind of the opposite, actually. It's like real silly.
Thompson.
Like childish.
Nice holding here. Unlu just going to try to take what looks like unclaimed property. 6 high. Min bet. Of course, Thompson not ready to part ways.
No, he's
Understandably.
actually played this hand pretty perfectly. Just has the board so locked so often. Blind v blind. Even has backdoor clubs covered. Just let your opponent stab with complete air.
Occasionally, the ace is in that check back range. Of course,
Yeah.
better queens, but more often than not, that queen deuce performs oh so well as Unlu shuts it
likely.
down on the turn.
Yeah, I think so. But I keep thinking about the 250K. You're saying it's going to be amazing, right?
Yeah,
And I'm tax-free as well, so.
Yeah, and there's 100K like 5 days.
Yeah. But the only thing is, like, I have a university friend that's having a wedding. But
Now
in
I'd
general,
love
I'm
to
not
see
a
the
wedding
blast
person.
off with the 6 of diamonds.
if I was, I don't like.
Let's make it 45k.
I guess some people love
Good
weddings.
luck
I know
calling.
what you mean.
Yeah, I don't enjoy weddings because I hate like wearing. Yeah, I hate it. Like
I can tell.
Yeah. I didn't take it.
So you're unsurprised by Danny's
Well done, Jag. Clearly
aversion
not
to
a fan
formal
of
wear.
So impressed,
Balenciaga.
like, that's the first time I've seen Ike wearing like normal pants.
Stevie was looking really sharp.
Was I wearing normal pants? Yeah, but I've seen Stevie look sharp before. At the seat drawer, I was like, Ike has
7K barrel draws the curtain.
Mike, can you change for me?
I know.
Some flight. 1K.
Thank you.
I think you wear jeans. Throughout the years, you wear jeans.
Quick dealer change. Danny getting showered by Jiang there.
He just said he doesn't like wearing formal wear, which is why he doesn't like going to weddings. She said, I can see it. And promptly turned attention to Ike Haxton, who
Love the needle.
seldom is wearing normal pants. Must
Do you
be
think
said.
when you play these stakes, you know, you just have to get so good at the quick,
We
witty
have a more unique
needling
selection
kind of
To be
thing?
honest, it comes from
No,
your.
it's not
like,
incumbent.
Like you basically play tournaments in a
You
tournament.
ever see
I
Arthur
think
fling a
I play
zinger out there?
basically in casino usually.
Every now and then he drops a
in
one-liner.
casino,
Yeah?
You have to wear jeans.
So I'm used
or,
to
yeah.
Terrible times. Then you're
Maybe I'll go back to the well with someone else we wouldn't anticipate it from.
Yeah, I understand that it's not
Oh,
comfortable
no,
at all.
I hate Chinese weddings.
I'm still waiting for the day that somebody
You stalled, I saw you.
decides to come in one of these invitationals or 100K
You should get punished for
in the Merit Royal Diamond bathrobe. Tom Vogelsang, obviously front runner.
Hey.
Oh, I'm trying to think
The only good wedding.
whether it was here during one of the events that I covered.
Yeah, just a small group of friends.
I think it's the no F's given
I
aspect of
think
it.
it was here, man. One of the Merit mains, some guy just rocked up in the bathrobe.
I was gonna
The
say
actual bathrobe from the room.
Yeah, yeah.
was a small
Actually, but
beach
you did
wedding,
one.
on one of the small islands.
Legend.
Off the coast of
I'll
Malaysia.
have to ask
yeah,
James.
Like 3 flights to get there.
I feel like it was
Yeah,
here.
like even from Hong Kong, like 3 flights
We've
to
got
get there.
Luca
but it was,
Vivaldi
like,
coming
great,
over.
Yeah.
Henrik Heckman with the re-enter.
He's Irish as well. And he ended up, how many people?
Who's your pair?
Probably like
He's asking.
Haxton's
25 from Ireland.
collar being yanked.
Oh
It's
wow.
the
And there's like
5th place stack overall will
80 people maybe.
be repositioned.
Like,
Destination weddings can be really fun.
Boss
Yeah,
man
I was like,
Paul
really-
losing
it
a
was also
big
just
pot.
a bit of a-
See you, folks. Good luck.
600k pot against Laszlo Boytash. 9-3 deuce. Ace-9 against pocket nines. About as sick as it gets.
Oh, you want to change? Sure.
Self-service?
Self-service.
Especially against Laszlo.
Like his wife ended up going to the bars in a wedding dress that night. He's like on a beach from bars. Like, it was, like,
9
really
minutes.
cool.
Yeah, I'll give it to you in just
Are you making a sexual joke?
I just had a thought.
Heckler 69, 69.
Don't do that, Ali.
Yeah, no problem.
That's dangerous. Especially for you.
Why is it that we haven't worn bathrobes to the desk?
You just know, like, growing up, people had their emails, like, their name.
I'm in.
69,
I'll do it if you do it.
You're just like, cool.
What are they going to do?
I can imagine
Not
the
go
wedding.
live?
I mean, I'll see
They're going to delay the
friends that I haven't
stream?
seen for a while, but not really close to the.
Doubtful, but maybe they just don't put us on air.
Yeah, you gotta
I'll
have
be
your
like,
smile on your face.
Maybe they
Yeah,
shower
I'll
the
be like,
pregame show.
Yeah, and feel like
In what world?
uncomfortable, you know?
Wouldn't be the same
I don't
without the
really
pre-game
feel
show.
it. Don't know how to describe it. Weird feeling.
Maybe they get James to do the pre-game show.
You mean producer James?
Luckily,
And
we
then
have done most
our
of the
YouTube channel will likely be struck down.
weddings. Is it true?
Yeah.
Much like the idea of the bathrobes. I think I'm going to wear my bathrobe and walk through the background while you and Randy are at the desk. Now that producer James can get behind. As ace 8-4, working its way into second pair for Thompson, the cutoff opener. Adams, 5s, checking along with Davies, who's turned into bottom pair with the 4s. See if Gary's gonna follow through. Got our answer, but now a third 8 on the turn, and chips are gonna feel a little bit more inclined to work their way toward the pot from the Irishman.
Yeah, rough start to the day for GT, but nice couple of hands. This one being one of them. The late C-bet certainly going to have some suspicions, maybe, from Davies and Adams, who both have enough to continue, but it's the late C-bet. Maybe just going to give GT credit from the cutoff. Bossman has been eliminated. As mentioned. That's a Sergio Ido.
$13K turn barrel being taken into consideration by Adams as obviously the departure of Boss. Never a happy moment. Plenty of love and support for he and the rest of the Malaysian contingent in the room, and this would have been fours full for Seth Davies. Understandable release out of him, and for Adams, it's actually the kind of card that doesn't present a problem to him whatsoever if he thought the fives were good on this turn.
Does remove
Yeah,
a lot
my
of
commander
bluffs
gave it to me
from
this,
GT though on
recently.
this run out.
Sure.
Pretty unique, the color. Oh, it's got like, oh wow. That's cool. So obviously it was two-toned, and then they carved.
I have no idea.
It has to be, because it's not like welded. Yeah, it's just natural.
Not
stone.
so cool.
That's
The
so
feeling
cool.
with two fives here
No idea. But it's like
for Tim
similar
Adams.
to this, right?
Yeah, but I mean,
Facing
this is easy.
the second post-flop barrel of
do it out
30K
of the
into
book or whatever,
68.
but
Very
this,
milky.
Like, you have to be quite specific, right? And, wow, very nice.
Apparently it's to protect them. Apparently it
Yeah, that's what they say about Jade.
Properly
so now it's
sized,
protecting my picture.
must be said, Henry. Wouldn't you agree?
Good idea.
The
When I
river
was
bet.
younger,
Yeah.
I had one on my right
13 to
wrist,
68,
and
sub
then,
50%
like,
pot.
Yeah, and then it so.
Surprised he didn't go a little bit more polar, but
so
I
yeah,
guess
when
given
I
that
was doing this one,
he
I
checked
was
flop,
told, oh,
If you're
you wear
generous,
on if you're
bet
right
turn
hand,
really
you
wants
wear
to
less because you do
get
less
calls
of
from
When you
weaker ace-X.
Meanwhile, looks like
Arthur's
fun for
back.
everyone on a 10-high board here, where Martirosian's second bullet being put to work with the best of it. 23K flop bet. The follow-up to his under the gun +1 open retains both blinds. And now Santos turns deuces and threes. Checks it, as does Barbero.
The old running well and playing well combo. Two-piece combo. It was a lethal one.
Not running all that well. Artur, who checks back. Now a four-liner and backdoor diamonds show up, and the deuces and threes are going to be less comfortable than they were a street ago. Nevertheless, a 26K river bet from Suvarna. I kind of like it insofar as we don't expect to get raised by any of the 5X combos with the backdoor diamond, right?
There's that. But what I really want to know is, how is Santosh involved with 3 deuce off from the small blind? We've got the 2.0 Santosh, and then we've got this Santosh.
Well, you know.
Who just sometimes he's like, you know what? I don't like this guy. I got the dirty diaper.
Martirosian's pre-flop raise, by the way, also included a call from Alex Ponikov's from the button. So Suvarna actually overcalling a flat caller in front of him with that deuce tray.
Arthur just laughing there. Savannah climbing up the ranks, my man. 4 of the top 5 stacks on the VIP side. Santos is one of them on bullet number 2.
Santos, you threw off. I like it.
That's obviously not the way that Artur wanted to get this second bullet underway.
It's going better than it was. I mean, still above starting stack.
Sure, but, you know.
Yeah.
Deuce 3 off. Thanks.
Now he's got the guy
for
that stacked him on his left as well.
Yeah.
If he had moved all in, pretty flat.
Newcomer to the festivities, playing under the Israeli banner, is Saad Wilf.
Yeah, invited by Tobias Duffweiler.
First ever Triton event for Saad. $17K. Cost to proceed for these two blinds. 9 deuce. Thought about it.
So if I'm not mistaken, Ali, this is the final level for these guys to re-enter. They can only re-enter to the start of level 3. So Sergio Ido, no option to re-enter, but Paul Poir, Jason Kuhn and Michael Soiser all have the option, as Soiser has been eliminated on the outer tables. And he's re-entered straight away. No questions asked.
No give up.
Lost ace-queen against Chris Brewer's kings.
Ouch.
Chris Brewer put out a tweet promising to not bubble this time round.
Appreciate.
He's doing all right.
That promise.
Second highest stack in the field from the pro side. He's playing 729,000.
Obviously promising not to bubble can be interpreted one of two ways. I'm going to dust it off quick or I'm going to make the money.
Yeah, it's a weird thing to promise.
Yeah, I think I know which of the two things Chris Brewer's got in mind is Barbero, hard 6, 6 to go.
Behave.
You don't play craps often enough to realize the benign nature of the statement.
You don't play craps enough.
But I watch people play craps.
Why?
I don't know. I got a friend that blasts the dice, and it's so exciting to be a part of a big spin up.
Just buy some action.
Can't do it. I'll buy the casino's action.
Such a net.
Checked all the way around, and now the jack binking. Sam Jew goes from the gutter to jacks up.
Does now give Artur a gut shot. There's ever a spot that I think is like close to a mix. You know, not 100% frequency bet or not 100% frequency check. If Artur's in the hand, money's going in. So aggressive.
Well, that aggression is not rewarded on this occasion.
It's going to give up.
The
old one stab give up. Especially when the small blind comes along for the ride.
Well, if he thinks that tokens are available for the claiming, he is certainly going to make his effort. And on his second bullet, Martirosian will find himself with 44 big blinds in this grouping, where when we return, the blinds will be 4 and 8,000. Philip Sternheimer, 183 big blinds in front of him. Top of the leaderboard. Top 5, Henry, including just one pro, that being Ike Haxton, and a pro at the bottom of the current overall chip counts, that being Christoph Vogelsang. Going to cut it short quick, as we've got a scheduled break for the players. Henry, bursting at the bladder right now. We're gonna give you a little bit of relief, my friend. Didn't mean to put you on Front Street, but
Thanks,
I too
mate.
could visit the loo. All right, we'll cut ourselves away here. Just a few minutes time, continuing coverage from this $200,000 LUXON Pay Invitational. And as we go to that break, we leave you with a quiz from the folks at GTO Wizard. Stay close.
Following quiz is brought to you by GTO Wizard. Who tends to experience the most ICM pressure on the money bubble of a tournament? A, short stacks, B, mid stacks, or C, big stacks? Do you know the right answer? Take your chance to win a 1-month premium GTO Wizard subscription. Scan the QR code or go to gtowizard.com/Triton. We give away 5 subscriptions every day. Master poker and learn how to crush the competition with GTO Wizard, the #1 app for poker players.
So many players.
This is a crazy thing to do.
GG Poker
Broke the Guinness World Record.
Welcome to the World Series of Poker main
the biggest
event.
poker site.
now larger than all of GG Poker's traffic reaches all-time high.
Chop, 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 chop.
Fives, but the nut flush draw on the turn in his blind versus blind confrontation against Jew, who flopped top pair, now far more vulnerable than he was on the flop.
When I shouldn't even be at the table, because I was quitting.
Check back from Suvarna, looking to realize equity.
Yeah, check yellow.
So I'm going to put out a little blockish bet on the river for value.
Look at that value rate, cute value rate. I like it.
15K extraction.
Swami.
Thanks for Germany, and in terms of Player of the Year 2023 points, he is at the top of the list, believe it or not.
Best businessman.
Playing high rollers within a year.
I'd rather be gambling, be jenning, playing every game.
Not me, I just like to play Hold'em.
Really? That's so boring. You should come to the mix area with me and Philip.
I don't know, man. It's just not fun for me.
10,000.
Hold'em is very fun, I think.
Mix is not fun? You crazy.
Yeah, I don't. Different people have different kind of fun, no?
Mix is so much fun.
Like yellow Hold'em mix?
I concur.
Or like all the random games?
We play all the games.
I have no idea how to play half.
I mean, we don't let
Savannah.
Philip. We let
Up front,
Philip
King
come
Jack.
into our game. He destroyed the game and he never got invited again. That's how good he is.
Yeah, you're not allowed to be good, essentially.
Yeah, of course. You just have to be.
That's how games are these days, you know. You can't play unless you suck, bro. No winning allowed.
He came, he destroyed. We let him play one day. He won like 90,000 in like a 3-6 game. I was like, okay, buddy, bye-bye.
Chidwick's flat. Allow Sternheimer to come along and flop the
He was
world.
fun when he lost
Top
you.
pair.
You had a good run.
You got a
Nut
good
flush
run,
draw.
bro. Maybe next summer come back.
Yeah, if you're lacking players.
Savannah, that's going to come firing after opening from +1. Interesting option for Sternheimer. I mean, A6, sure, we have the nut flush draw. I think we just want to pill, just in case we have spades dominated. Let your opponent improve to a flush. Also incredibly deep against Santosh as well, so playing a 300 big blind pot with A6, even with the redraw, seems unlikely.
You're like mostly in Berlin?
Yeah.
What kind of startups you guys invest on? Yeah, what kind of startups you guys invest on?
Chidwick mucks the tens.
I found it was like kind of a
Sternheimer just calls.
How much is in the pot?
Yeah.
69,000?
Nice. Still has the nut flush draw. Savannah drawing dead. King of clubs in hand though. Could get a bit fruity.
127.
Ooh.
Savannah 2.0.
Yeah. This is mine.
It is a big blind defend, so
You are a Bayern Munich fan?
Sternheimer's going to have some like 4-5. Some of the times 9x, 3x. He wants to just fold out now. Draws, of course.
Sternheimer well aware of the fact that this ace-6 could be beaten by a better ace.
Of course.
As it stands. So he will continue to keep things clean. Second check call, and he gets there on the end.
I'm from Messi, buddy.
No need for concern any longer. And the third check from Sternheimer. Will we see Santosh get after it one last time? It would be a costly choice with 123 in the middle.
It's one of those rivers where
And he's so young. Too.
now the flush gets there. It would be so tough for a 9 or an ace to call, but just realizing that the big blind has more flushes. Nice little give up there from Santosh.
Yeah.
It's so easy to... Came back today with... with 300k. Lost a sizable pot. Queen Jack against Sean Perry's Ace Queen very early on. In fact, doubled Sean Perry up. Wasn't for only 20 bigs, and then his final 20 big blinds going in the middle. Ace Deuce of Clubs against Wykin Yong's Ace Queen. So I believe, if I'm not mistaken, that is the first person
double elimination
in the tournament. Double elimination.
It's a 400k stinger in the wallet.
Yeah, and Ido looking to click the re-entry button as he's been eliminated by Anson Yu. Ace King no good against Jacks.
Ido came in with about 300k, didn't he?
He did, yeah. Just 4-bet ripped. Ace King for
Meanwhile,
60.
Sternheimer flopping top pair here, blind versus blind collision with Martirosian.
So he would have him
Again, passive line.
And so Modric couldn't defend them. He would be always 2-on-1.
Martirosian
I was watching all the adjustments.
checks back and binks the king. Allegations of sun running from time to time for Artur.
From me, you know, you saw my reaction in the booth there. It just seems to find those kings.
What can we do? They're destroying us. I mean, do something. And like,
you know what? Philip checking once more. A blend of induction and just cleanliness.
Yeah, has a really nice hand to check call. If check 2 on the turn, he can go for a double delayed stab to extract value, of course.
And it's really good for them because until now it was like everything like tiki-taka and making the ghost like thing. But now they have somebody in the front and everybody's focusing on Hala and they can still make their game going. Yeah. So when you see another silver, pretty much.
The Queen of Spades on the river, another overcard. Sternheimer's pair of 10s.
He did call the 12k from Artur. Checks it one more time. Let's see what kind of value Martirosian will seek.
What they say in the German national team is like everybody's like, we have no like aggressive leader. I suppose something like this in there is no like the German national team.
I like going big. After flop goes check, check. You have a king or nothing. Yeah, I really like this. 75% on the river. Just put hands like Queen 9, 10x into a spot where they're always facing a big bet. You want to polarize, especially given how many draws missed. Nice fold, sir. Not an easy one to get away from. Flopping top pair, blind v blind.
Maybe if he leads out on the flop, which I'm sure with some frequency he would be.
Kings against the jacks of Ike Caxton.
Well, on the topic of jacks, Gary Thompson has them here under the gun.
Good category players and Ali Najad
Min raise open flatted.
Is doing the
Fresh off of doubling up to Seer Jiang.
I'm gonna message Kate and ask her. That's what areas. Yeah.
It would be decent, Con.
I think so. Yeah.
We've been seeing a lot of this conservative line taking from ace-queen in this event specifically, Henry, perhaps more so than we might expect given deep
It's like
stack
my
poker
go-to
throughout the day yesterday.
Drinking game now. We're like,
We have, what,
we
3
were
more
out
levels
like a month
to
after in
re-enter.
Helsinki with a bunch of just friends that are.
A lot of good things can happen when we flat with ace-queen, especially in position.
Just like everyone's just like making small talk, talking. It's like let's
Keep
play
in
categories.
dominated
And
hands.
it's just like everyone's just pretty into it if you do, you know, a category that everyone is at least.
Good turn top pair.
Instant
A fair one
reward
with
for
everyone.
Davies. Pipping the jacks now.
There's still so much value to be had for Gary. 5s through 10s. Ace highs that he wants to deny against. No diamond in hand. It's going to fire again. 40 into 86, and Seth Davies has turned top. There's 100k back. There might be some alarm bells ringing. I mean, it is an under the gun open. That's just cool, leaving himself options.
Diamonds do show up on the end. And now, given we've been called pre in the form of a flat, and then on the flop for 27, on the turn for 40, do we begin to have some doubts as to whether or not these two jacks are the best hand with 166 in the middle?
Yeah, I mean, the front door flush draw getting there, of course. Jacks, no diamond. As you mentioned, you know, you've barreled flop and turn. Only really getting called by like 10s, 8s, I just think. Don't put any more money in the middle, so check the side, makes sense.
No, Davies just checking it back. Henry, you surprised with that?
Doesn't get called by worse. There's so much, I know it's without stating.
Like the reasoning that there's a connection between the two things, I don't think there should be.
Only 2 pros
Yeah, I think that makes sense.
in the top 12 chip counts. Like Haxton and Kiat Lee.
You haven't heard that it's nothing personal story?
Like been banging 2 outers for fun
Not on the featured table.
against pocket kings.
Fun for him, of course. Not so much for the kings.
Sometimes you got to know just when to convert that 18% equity. Why not save it for a 200k buy-in?
Unlu converting 9-6 suited into a pair of 6s on the Jack-High 2 club board, which provides Haxton on the back end of the big blind defense with a gut shot and a check over to the pre-flop raiser with 30k in the middle.
Unlu and Ponakov's looking into some beach resorts / clubs in Dubai after this trip. Both shopping from the same hoodie store. You see it? You see it a bit?
Design-wise, yes. Although I do think in that Emirati sun, one might melt in a fleece such as that one.
The neon light nightclub owner.
Yeah, I still think I'll take Ponakov's in the heads-up track jacket to hoodie comparison there. This Unlu now faces a barrel from Ike of 7,500 on this turn after he decided to check back on the flop. Of course, this is some of what we can come to expect from time to time if we do give up the betting lead.
Yeah, Ike with the probe with a very nice hand. Overcard to the board, as well as gut shot to the nut straight.
None of it comes together for him on this river, which does bring in the club draw. Just generically as played. Cut off open, check back flop, peel turn. How often do you feel like you can get one through on the end on this texture?
10 of clubs in hand is a pretty decent card to follow through with.
33.5.
Ike tends to agree as he barrels 33,500. And now Unlu appears to have his doubts.
Having the 9 is kind of bad. Sounds obvious, but would rather call with like King 6, Ace 6. Blocking hands like 9-5, 9-7. But as you mentioned, he did give up the betting lead on the flop. Unblocked 7x and 5x.
Credit to him, Henry, for thinking it over, not just having one of those reflexive folds.
Yeah, it's very easy to fall into that trap, right? Against close to a pot-sized bet.
Sure.
Just snap muck with the flopped bottom pair, but...
Now, you know I'm not in these coffee streets, save for during Triton. Brown Bulls in Vietnam. Ice Mocha's here.
It's probably for the best. You would...
Bit of a lunatic without the caffeination.
Yeah, Broadmoor comes to mind. Could see you certainly ending up there later parts of your life if you do start consuming too much Brown Bull.
Is that a psychiatric
It's a famous
institution?
one from...
There it is, yeah. Could see Soiza 3-betting, putting this king-queen into a bit of prison as he jams 82-5.
What's this? 14 bigs. It's going to fold back round to Arthur. I don't see Sternheimer getting too involved here out of the big, especially given that there is still under the gun left to act. He's going to ask for a count. 82-5. He's already put 13 in the middle.
Arthur can well afford to make this call. Soiza would be delighted to see it, of course.
Albert
He
says
back
hi.
with the 75k.
Say hi to Philip.
Of course, Soiza did eliminate Arthur on the final table of the 75k.
He's a really bad player, but I love the guy.
Is what?
Here's this.
Is what it makes?
Does make the call, so looking for some payback maybe, Ali.
It is advantage Soiza. In a 180,000 chip pot.
Oh, baby.
I had a king.
His hopes resting on the dominant queen, which makes an appearance on the flop. Martirosian still king fishing. Ooh, and the 4 on the turn would have smacked Sternheimer had he managed to work his way to that street. And the River Jack will
82.5.
send
Yeah,
Soiza
nice.
in the right direction, and
He's
Artur
very good.
reaching for the back end of that Turkish tee.
Yeah, I'm not going to comment, but I like him a lot.
Hold some.
Withdraw 200,000.
Go for the beginning and then see.
I think you hit your
empty.
daily limit well
Yeah.
in advance of that.
Well, it depends who you bank with, but...
Sorry guys, I just wanna put the link on the stream.
I just want to know how you bluff me in that hand. Times was like.
Thanks
I
for
did
promoting the
bluff.
stream, Nacho.
Yeah. You still didn't tell me what you had on the other hand.
Which one was it? I can't remember which hand. That's the problem now.
Ah, okay, it doesn't matter. It was just very stupid hand. I bet flop and bet turn, and then you shove river. It's like ace, deuce, 4, ace, king.
Chidwick activating, and look at Sternheimer just shooting him a look.
Complete backdoor flush.
And then a look down at 2 red 8s.
Oh, you bet on the river. You bet. But it was kind of huge bet because we were both short. Whatever, it doesn't matter. Yeah. You probably had it actually.
And welcome back to continuing coverage of the $200,000 LUXON Pay Invitational, part of this 2023 Triton Super High Roller Series. Yours truly, Ali Najad, joined now by Canada's Mike Watson. Far too often, Mike, we see you on the other side of this stage talking about your play. Pleased to have you with us here. $4.7 million in career Triton earnings, 1 title, 17 cashes. You know these guys super well. Obviously, you play with all of them so often. Of all the stories, all the conversations that you've had on the back end of day one here in this LUXON Pay Invitational, who are the players and or moments that have stood out to you?
Well, I think, day one, it's very interesting to see the VIPs play against each other.
Yeah.
Definitely brings a new dynamic, and you see, I think, more big pots, more action that way. I think for the pros, obviously, they have had a tough day one, and now their field has combined, and they're probably looking to start building their stack and make a run.
Semi-combined, obviously, given that partners cannot be placed at the same table for the time being. Going to be 2 more levels of that, but we are looking to keep things balanced with VIPs and pros. We talk about often here at the desk, certain VIPs strike us as far more professional in their navigations than others. Are there names that stand out to you? One of them's at the very top of the chip counts right now, Philip Sternheimer.
Yeah, Phil's a guy definitely, he's been playing a lot of big poker over the years. Has come from more, I think, the finance side, but he's definitely an avid poker player, loves to play the game, and has obviously become a reasonably accomplished player in that time.
We've also been talking about Santosh Suvarna, Santosh 2.0, as we've dubbed him. You've been out there, presume that you've had some opportunities perhaps to play against him thus far. Share that feeling with us that he's turned a bit of a corner?
Yeah, Santosh is having an incredible series so far. He's definitely improving, become a strong player, and not an easy guy to play against at all.
Yeah, no doubt about it. So we will send it back for continuing coverage. As we mentioned, 2 new feature tables will be on our hands. Blinds will be at 4K, 8K, as 56 runners remain. Registration will be closing shortly. Bookmaker.eu giving us our first glimpse of the 2 collections of semi-merged VIP and Pro fields. Ensign Yu, 149 big blinds in front of him, 1.2 million. Ramin Hajiev, 692K, 87 bigs. The mayor at the red table. Shorties for Gavrilovic and Badziakuski, respectively, who I believe are partnered, if I'm not mistaken. Efforting, just a verification. And it is Hajiev and Badziakuski, forgive me, the partners, not Genya. Gavrilovic is partnered with Dan Dvoris.
Right. He was part of the Dan Dvoris, Nicky P, and a couple of the Russian guys.
Pocket 3 straight into the muck for Anson here. Orpin Kisachikolu, worthy of mention alongside the likes of Sternheimer and Suvarna as one of those VIPs that really has impressed.
Absolutely, yeah. He's been, playing a lot of high-stakes poker for the last several years. Has obviously just become a really tough player.
Now Triton co-founder Richard Young, 4 deuce offsuit in this cutoff. I feel like maybe he doesn't know it's on it.
Yeah, something funny is happening here.
Oh. There it is.
Waiting for who?
Now another 10K for Matthias Eibinger to continue. Eibinger partnered with Sinan Unlu.
I call.
Defends with the offsuit one gapper, as we'll play for 48. King, Queen 4. Nut no pair Broadway draw for Orpin. More than we can say for this 9 high as the Austrian checks over.
No limit or payload cash?
Yeah.
No limit.
A little interested to see what size Orpin will choose here, but whatever it is, the pot's going to be over in a hurry.
Did he say 12? Didn't quite make out. But as you suspected, Mike, that one's done. Punat Punsri, 4th in chips overall, another one of those VIPs. I think you would agree, Mike, who's been
Otherwise you would
impressive.
check that,
Took
right?
down the main here last time we visited.
Yeah, Punat's been playing a lot and clearly improving, I think, very quickly.
Do you think that the pace at which our VIPs do improve their play is a direct result of the fact that the competition that they are choosing to play against is as talented as it is? I mean, we're talking about the best in the world with you and company.
Yeah, definitely that's a part of it. I think specifically the guys that are playing in these high stakes, they're usually guys that are very talented at something else they do. They bring, you know, a high level of intelligence, of just general, you know, ability. And they're obviously very motivated if they want to come in and play in the biggest games in the world. They're generally players who, you know, they're here for fun, but they take the game seriously and they want to get better. They want to, you know, win these tournaments. They want to make a name for themselves.
I feel like the thread that binds is definitely that of competitive spirit.
Definitely.
For those VIPs.
Yeah, everyone here is, you know, that's part of what makes Triton so great. You've got that, you know, that spirit. Everyone, you know, is here. We have a good time. It's fun. Everyone gets along well, I feel like. But also everyone, you know, they understand it's a serious game and people are here to play to win as well.
Among those that play to win, Sean Winter also plays to entertain, oftentimes it would seem.
Yeah.
I don't know if you guys share the sense that he is among the funniest guys to be at a table with.
He has a very unique sense of humor, I would say, that can be very, very funny at the right moments.
I can never quite tell if he's being serious or trolling. He just has that perpetual
Everyone in for one?
walk the tightrope.
Yeah, he's right on the line. You're never quite sure.
Richard, 2. What? 2 bullets, right?
1 bullet, 2 bullet.
2 bullets. Chip leader.
Chip leader.
Bullets, chip leader.
Or 1.
I'm 1.
Oh, yeah, everyone 1 and 2, 4.
There's Arnildo Santos. I don't know whether or not you got some wind of his navigations yesterday, but the Brazilian put a few people in the blender.
Did he? I'm interested to see how he plays. This is the first time I've actually seen him. Didn't catch any of the action with him yesterday, but always fun to have some new blood and see what these guys are up to, you know?
Knuckleballer out there on the mound is Santos.
You almost didn't read by. I was like, I can just fold and wait 14 more minutes.
Richard opening the King 4 suited. Under the gun +2, 17K. Now Paquet hijack.
45.
Targets the open, Mike.
Okay, he's bringing it up. Don't know if this is a case of him, good timing anyways, for sure. I don't know if this is a typical Richard open from early position, but he's caught him here.
You feel like it's a typical 3-bet from Paquet against any customer opening under the gun +2?
Maybe not typical, but you know, it's a hand he could mix in from time to time.
There's going to be tremendous amount of player-dependent
1%.
lines that are
I owed you 3.
taken, I would imagine.
3. You get 2 more exchanges before the VIG starts.
Talk to me a little bit, Mike, about the adjustments that you pros make in a field such as this, where you're forced to cannibalize on day 1 and so heavily incentivized to work your way to day 2, where some of the VIPs will be sprinkled in, and then obviously the redraw, where it's a free-for-all in terms of the variance and what kind of table draw you get after that. You do tend to be a little more snug?
I would think, for sure, on day 1, you kind of have to err a little bit on that side. You know, I haven't had the pleasure yet myself of playing this one, unfortunately, but yeah, that would be the obvious adjustment. But at the same time, you know, you have to compete. You have to play against each other, you have to try to make some chips on day one. You know, if you're giving away too much of an edge by playing too carefully, too passively, then the other pros are going to pick up on that and run you over. So as much as you prefer maybe to try to, you know, just keep it easy on day one, not run too crazy, there's only so much you can do. You can't completely avoid confrontation in poker without playing, you know, very poorly.
Does seem like if everybody else is grouped together in one particular philosophy of being snug, the opportunity does present itself to perhaps exploit, but risky business, and obviously the risk-reward calculus is different for everyone, as no calculus needed for Arnaldo Santos, the man we just spoke about from the big blind, pocket kings. 3-betting Badziakuski's open, and Mikita will concede.
I will say I've seen it as well playing a lot of mixed game tournaments. I know you like the mix as well, but at the World Series, often there's guys who find themselves better limit players and think they have a big advantage in those games, don't want to play big pots in the no limit hold'em in the pot limit Omaha.
Absolutely.
And so you can really kind of run over those guys in those games. And, and they put the big ante in there to try to make it so that you can't just fold every hand. So probably a little bit of a similar dynamic where you have to find that right balance where, of course, you can err a little bit more on the passive side, but can't overdo it.
I guess you can buy them.
I suspect. Richard, keeping an eye on things on the Triton Poker Plus app there, as so many do throughout the course of the event.
Play like 5K, 10K.
It's really a great app. I mean, everyone uses it, all the players. So much information in there.
I mean, you can't overstate the value of it and the uniqueness of it, as it truly revolutionizes the tournament experience. And I know we're playing for the home team and we shower it with praise, but it's an objective assessment.
Yeah, definitely. Not just saying it. Nobody's putting it in my mouth. This is just, you know, something that I look at all the time when I'm playing. You know, checking hand histories. End of the day, you can go back, look at hands you played, making sure all the little details are right if you want to review something, and just, you know, keeping an eye on the other tables, seeing. In this case, you know, I think a lot of the VIPs, there's definitely some guys that none of the pros have played with before. You better believe they're going back through the app and saying, okay, what was this guy doing yesterday? What's he about?
Great point. Well, not going to have to go deep into your knowledge base to figure out how you want to approach ace-king suited, as both Badziakuski and Ibinger have here. An open and a 3-bet.
Yeah, and will Sean go for a 4-bet here, perhaps? No.
I love the flair with which he conducts himself. It's never just a simple put it into the mug. It's always a little emotion sprinkled in there.
Probably a little bit too shallow for Mikita to do anything too fancy here. I imagine just probably all in.
Is covered by Ibinger.
I might have somebody else out.
These guys are good friends. I'm sure they won't be too upset to see the same hand against each other here.
Yeah, the jam comes in as you expected.
Hey, one of you guys more likely to hit a flush. I king queen of diamonds.
Not shy about getting his chips into the middle either. 472K pot. Spade in the window will mean that Ibinger's on the free roll.
One white chip.
With no club out there. And that will be the end of it.
Winner take all.
Oh, I got it.
I thought about shoving. Oh, that would have been beautiful. I shove, call. Triple. Knockout, double knockout.
I've always said that they should just keep running cards on the board until somebody makes a flush in that situation, you know? Until somebody gets hurt. Maybe not such a good rule for a tournament, but...
Somehow I think there's going to be some pushback, Watson, but I like where your head's at.
Yeah.
I did feel it.
I'm a big fan of mischief.
Thank you.
Are you satisfied if everything is king suited?
Fine. If he has it, I'm dead.
Nothing cooking around to Sean Winter, who looks down at a king-queen offsuit. Had to put that other king-queen in the bin earlier. As the two ace-kings collided, this time he can open comfortably. 16K. Now the boss stack of Anson with ace-4 suited. Solver bait, as we like to call it, Mike. These baby-suited aces.
I have seen, I seem to recall, some pretty fun hands from Anson the last few days. So he wasted no time shooting it up here.
48 to go as he 3Xs.
Oh, quick fold from Sean.
Wow.
Maybe Sean had not seen those fun hands from Anson these last few days.
Surprised to see the muck?
Yeah, for sure. Just snap fold without thinking about it. Seems very surprising there.
Unanticipated from the booth.
You certainly don't love calling 3-bets out of position with offsuit hands too much, but King Queen's a pretty good one. And a player who I think is not afraid to get in there with some of the bluffs like the ace-4 suiteds, as we saw.
Deuces into the bin. Seibinger will wait for better stuff up front.
4,560,000.
King Jack off for Orpin from the button.
Pocket money.
Qualifies.
Yeah.
You got a good style lately. Brick, million. Brick, million. Brick, million. That's perfect. Yeah, that's how you want to do it.
And Kevin's got a hand that could go either way here.
Richer.
It's impressive how you actually, have all the information.
Well, when you cash like 3 out of 40 things, yeah.
8-9 suited. And yeah, looks like Paquet's going to go the way of the 3-bet here, leaning on what he would imagine would be a broad range from the button open. 84K. Size-wise designed very much to make these King Jack offsuits think twice about continuing.
Yeah, it's a fairly big size here for the stack depth, but I think the King Jack offsuit is a pretty big hand for the button open here, so Orpin's not going anywhere.
First 10 bullets, I'm just looking at, trying to find who else is like, just losing all of it.
Yeah. No, I'm not the only one.
Yeah, it turns out there's always many people, so like it's very easy to be like just.
Especially this trip.
Ace-4 tray board as Orpin comes along. Neither player connecting, but perhaps Paquet with a bit of range advantage.
Yeah, these boards are tricky. Both players often have a lot of just nothing that can't really continue against a bet or a raise here.
There will be like, one or a few persons who just didn't catch nothing. Just fired like, 700K, go basta.
9 high, no backdoor. He decides not worthy of a bet at this time.
3 cashes, medium cashes.
You surprised to see that, though, given the size that he came with? Is it a result of the fact that it retained Orpin in spite of its size, and he's concerned about the ace-X?
I mean, he does have one of the absolute worst hands in his range here, so if he bets and gets called, it's going to be very hard to win the pot.
And it just got a little bit harder as Orpin's check back brings the Jack of Diamonds on the turn, giving him second pair, nut kicker.
Like 11th place and then min cash.
Not sure how worried he's going to be about an ace in Paquet's range as played.
You're feeling good for a day, right?
Yeah, Orpin's going to be feeling, confident about his hand. Obviously, Paquet can still have a hand like an ace-X or even pocket queens or pocket kings. Could check the flop, of course. But if Orpin checks back here, you'll have to feel Paquet will probably feel compelled to bluff with his 9 high, and Orpin will have a very good hand to call him with.
Still no post-flop betting. Now the ace pairs, and I suspect that this is going to be nice and comfortable for Orpin.
Yeah, he'll obviously great card for his hand. Much fewer ace-x combos. Of course, Paquet will feel a lot more confident value betting a hand like kings or queens if he did have one, but Orpin's hand is just very strong. So I imagine we'll see a bluff here, but the question is what size is Paquet going to go for? He probably doesn't need to go super big. He can get some queen high, some king high, some other unpaired hands to fold without making a particularly big bet here. He's probably just trying to represent a hand like a jack, or maybe a slow-played queens or kings. Even a hand like, you know, pocket tens, pocket nines can value bet here.
Really taking his time with it now. Is Paquet.
Yeah, definitely not always easy to figure out, you know, what type of sizes you're supposed to use with different parts of your range here. You know, would you bet really big? That's a big bet. Did not expect that size.
Did he say 275? He sure did.
Yeah, he's saying he has a hand like, you know, an ace-5 suited, ace-7 suited type of hand that he just checked twice, and now he's going for a huge, huge bet.
Boy, that puts max pressure on the king-jack. So polarizing, Mike. As played, I stick you in Orpin's seat.
Yeah, I mean, I think Orpin is going to still feel compelled to call. You know, the jack is very strong. The king, Paquet shouldn't really be bluffing with the king in his hand very often, or, I mean, at all. So king high has some showdown value. So he's going to feel like he has a very strong bluff catcher here. That being said, this is the one size where he can at least consider folding to. You know, any smaller size, he would probably beat him into the pot. At this point, he definitely has something to think about.
It looks like Orpin did make the call as he digs deep. And what a big boost that's going to be to his stack. And conversely, Paquet leaves himself with 107,000. The line was a bit suspect, though, was it not?
I think a very unusual size. I'm not sure that he has more ace-x in his range than Orpin does. Orpin can easily check a hand like a weak ace twice there. So very surprising bet size to me.
Well, we've got one cooking at our other feature table where we find Lulliger, Mateos, and Bonomo, all from the pro side of the bracket in a three-way affair. Lulliger opened under the gun to 17,000. Picks up two customers and a nut flush draw on the 6-5-4 board, which leaves Mateos with an overpair and a gutter.
Not the flop that Bonomo was thinking of here.
Absolutely not.
But it may be
good shape, too.
He should hopefully be, or likely be able to get away without losing any more money, I would imagine.
Bonomo was a pre-flop three-better to 70,000, as I did incorrectly state that Lulliger picked up customers. It was, in fact, Bonomo that picked up the customers in a call from Lulliger and Mateos pre.
Right. Very small bet here. It'll be interesting to see how Linus and Adrian play their hands here. I mean, this is a spot where ranges should be very strong from all three players. So eights with the club, obviously, looks like a great hand on this board.
But just look at that sizing, Mike. 25K. What are we seeking to accomplish as Lulliger pounces on the modesty?
It's an unusual size for sure. I think he's just hoping to clear out some other overcards. And yeah, as you can see, Adrian has no choice here but to fold the best hand. Linus can easily have big pairs that he just flatted with pre-flop here. as can Bonomo, of course, betting into 2 players on this board. Interesting to see that Linus did decide to raise the flop here, and it looks like it's going to work out well for him.
Not quite yet, though. Bonomo, keenly aware of what that 25K looks like, feels compelled to put another 55 in there and take a turn, which is the 4 of diamonds, and his ace-king is in front of Lolliger.
It was a very small bet, and they're a very small raise, so Justin just deciding ace-king high. Maybe he hits the ace or the king. You know, doesn't have a club in his hand, so it makes this all quite dicey. But I just decided that the price was too good, I guess. And it'll be interesting to see if Linus decides to keep firing here. Does have the option to check back and see if he makes his hand. Bonomo could, of course, be slow playing a hand like aces or another big pair, although he may have chosen to continue putting money in on the flop with those hands as well.
Linus will check back the turn and will bink the perfect card on the end, Mike. The king of clubs giving Bonomo kings up, ace kicker, and Lolliger, of course, the nut flush.
Yeah, absolute disaster for Bonomo here. It'll be interesting to see if he can get away from this. But with less than pot to play, it's going to be very difficult.
Justin yet to act. 382 in the middle, sub 1 SPR, has Linus covered.
Yeah, I do expect he'll probably make a bet here. Small bet seems like it would make sense. Justin shouldn't have too many potential bluffs in his range at this point, so just a small bet, trying to make Linus fold a hand like, say, pocket tens, for example. If he did happen to have something that was unpaired here, would make sense.
Obviously, he would
Wow.
not mind calls in Linus. Just flats. Justin taking note of that as well. And what on earth do we attribute the flat call to?
I have no idea. I mean, obviously, he was concerned with exactly pocket kings. That's the only thing, which I imagine Justin probably would play this that way some of the time. I think the small bet on the river with a hand like kings makes sense. You know, expecting that if Linus has the flush, he's going to put it in for him. If Linus has a hand like tens or jacks, then the smaller bet is the only size you're going to get called anyways.
Might it also be one of those situations where Linus can't come up with a hand that he thinks would be able to call the raise, and so there's no upside to opening the action?
I think it's fairly easy for Justin to have pocket aces, for example, in that situation, or even ace-king with the king of clubs, I think is a very reasonable hand. So,
right. King of clubs on board. So
oh, sorry, yeah, you're right.
Yeah, but
so
an ace-king combo.
An ace-king. He probably doesn't expect Justin to have ace-king very often there, but certainly aces. It's just, you know, you're talking about 3 combos of pocket kings here, and kings, I think, very likely would have just moved in on the flop as well.
So circle that pot as one that makes you go, in terms of an unorthodox line being taken by not only Bonomo, but also Lolliger.
There's certainly some value in not risking busting the tournament. If you feel like you have a big edge going forward, I'm sure that was a thought that was going through Linus's mind there as well.
Absolutely, no doubt about it, as Talal Shakurchi is the short stack here at this featured table. Bossman Paul Fua on his second bullet, suited connector for him.
And Now we're back in blind versus blind. These two guys are going to do battle again right away.
Round 2, no waiting. As the rematch will kick off with a Bonomo limp. King, Queen 5 after the check back from Linus, who flops second pair in the best of it.
Stab from Justin here, just hoping to take down the pot. And if another high card does turn, Justin could pick up a straight draw and have some potential to continue firing.
The ace giving him the Broadway draw.
One such card that he may consider continuing to put money in the pot on. He's going to size up with the big pot size bet here, and that's going to be enough to get Linus off of the queen.
Yeah. So, dare I say win one, lose one, win one? Or does that feel unfair?
I don't think Justin's going to feel that even about it.
Yeah.
But I'm sure he'll be happy to have picked up a pot, gotten a little bluff through there, and start moving his stack back in the right direction.
Sure.
Never feels good when you lose a big pot and then you lose 2 or more small ones afterwards, and it feels like everything's going against you.
Well, Bonomo, obviously, one of those players who is certainly capable of keeping his emotions out of the affair when he's out there operating. Winningest tournament poker player of all time.
He performs well historically in these big buy-in events,
yeah.
so there's no doubt that even as a shorter stack now, he's not going to be easy to finish off.
Likes to rise to the occasion, doesn't he?
Certainly seems that way.
Adrian, how much you got? 230 before the posting. 222.
Another strong hand on the button here. We'll see if he can continue to build some more chips.
Asks for a count from Mateos before proceeding for 18,000. Ace Queen awaiting him as Mateos has got the right kit to fight.
Yeah, this will be probably a close decision for Bonomo here as Adrian moves in.
I think I'm supposed to call this one. Can I get a count, please?
Well, you heard him say he thinks he's supposed to call it. Timing would be poor.
Yeah, it definitely feels close. This is about 27, 28 big blinds. Definitely one of those ones where you know if you're supposed to call, you're not making much if it's a correct call. So maybe he decides to wait. But of course, Adrian has bluffs like ace-5 offsuit, perhaps here. Maybe ace-2 offsuit hands that he dominates, where he could be in really good shape.
Mm-hmm. Don't often see Bonomo in the blender. Feels like that's where he's at, though.
I call.
Well, in the end, he clicks call and gets shown an unpleasant ace-queen. See the brow furrowed instantly. in this massive 456K pro-on-pro pot. The Spaniard's tournament life hangs in the balance. 8-4 tray board. He's well in front. Turn card, and suddenly the nut flush draw for Bonomo.
And of course, some chop back possibilities as well. Big, big card for Bonomo there.
And a poor river as the 10 of spades fails to improve him. And a big smile on the Spaniard, understandably. Staves off all that equity.
That card too on the river.
Yeah, no doubt Bonomo would have loved to have been right there and double back up. Reacquired some of his chips right away after losing that big pot, but it wasn't meant to be.
So pretty poor frame thus far for Justin Bonomo, who's going to look to recenter. Justin paired up with Dao Min Fu, who certainly didn't leave us want for excitement.
He never does.
You get a chance to play much with Dao out there so far this series?
Not a little bit this series. I did have the good fortune of hitting a 2-outer against him in a big pot we played. So that was nice. But played with him a little bit in Vietnam as well. And you know, fun guy. Just he just loves being out here and playing with everybody.
He was the man of the series. As we take a moment to remind you that PokerStake is one of our sponsors, our official staking partner here on the Triton Super High Roller Series, the ultimate platform for staking professional players around the globe. No fees on any purchases. Support your favorite player's journey and celebrate the rewards of big victories. Get your start at PokerStake.com now and stake your champion.
Honest.
With red?
Yes. 5 reds. Thank you. Thank you.
Pros currently outnumbering VIPs at this specific 7-handed table. 4-3 imbalance.
And some tough VIPs here as well with Paul, with Talal. Very accomplished players.
Pocket 8s for Talal. As we mentioned, he was the short stack. Sails it in there.
Yeah, he's not messing around. Looking to double up or move on to the PLO tournament, perhaps.
Amin Hachiev, second ever Triton Series. 0 for 3 in North Cyprus late last year. 0 for 6 thus far, hunting his first cash. Got himself a deep enough stack to give Talal a spin, but resist the temptation. That ace-10.
Would be quite a loose call, but if you perhaps feel that Talal is, you know, getting a little antsy, wants to make something happen, trying to force the action, you could perhaps find an excuse.
So blemish-free is Shakurchi on the back end of that one. We talk about how accomplished a VIP Shakurchi is, Mike. He's got himself 6 cashes and 1 title in his Triton career. $4.4 million in earnings. That title, of course, coming in the main event in Vietnam, where he picked up $3.25 million, then a 6th place finish and a 25K turbo.
I think Talal really embodies that spirit as well. We were talking about as, you know, the recreational player that just found poker and just absolutely loves it.
Yeah.
You know, loves to play the game, loves to compete. He's a lot of fun to play with, but he's a very serious player as well.
Yeah.
Really enjoys it.
Yeah, and I think the pros in turn kind of enjoy and appreciate the spirit that he does bring to the game.
Sure.
One that they can get behind. As Linus in the yet unworn floral cardigan. Don't remember that particular ensemble.
A very small 3-bet.
Botanical, if you will. 40,000.
The Dutch guys can dress, there's no doubt.
Well, he's under the Swiss banner.
He's under the Swiss.
Mike,
okay.
I'll have you know. Let's
You're
not
right.
conflate all of Europe.
You're right.
But
does hang
you
with that
aren't
crew.
wrong. The Dutch guys can dress. And Dan Smith, perhaps feeling a bit undressed by Linus here.
Yeah, this is a very uncomfortable spot, raising from early position. But it's such a small 3-bet, I think Dan will feel that he must play.
Does come along and flops a Broadway gutty. Same story, by the way, for Lolliger. Smith with that very advantageous ace of clubs. Not to mention the better of the two ace highs. As he follows up the extra 22K investment with a check post flop.
Yeah, Dan has the best hand here, but it will likely not be very easy for him to show down a winner. But a very small bet. Dan with the ace of clubs in his hand probably has the option to shoot it up here. Might be his best opportunity to take this pot.
$15K, just 15% pot. Smith House on his mind with 224 back.
Yeah, he's definitely trying to decide between raise and call, and if he raises, what size would it be? You know, stacks are pretty shallow relative to the pot. So he's decided to just take the simple route and call.
Four spades on the turn. Not impacting anything, though the board does go two-tone. Dan checks once more. And once we've 3-bet the opener with this ace-10, followed through for 15K, gotten called, how good are we going to feel about multi-barrel approaches?
I'd imagine very likely that Linus will continue to bet here. Certainly a board that hits his range pretty hard. He's got some equity if called again. And just not really much Dan can do about it.
$70 into 130, just north of half pot. Second barrel will get the job done for Linus, as you bear witness to just some of what makes him such an uncomfortable person to have to play poker against. Does things others don't.
He does find some tricky plays. Speaking of tricky plays,
Hernildo Santos, 10-4, which turns into a pair of fours here. The big blind defender against the Ibinger cutoff.
So if I saw that correctly, I believe Santos raised the flop here.
Ibinger made it 17K pre, Santos called, and then indeed check raised 15K up to 35, which of course Matthias with top pair, and now the benefit of a gut shot straight draw made the call against.
So with the gut shot here, Matthias was going to feel very comfortable continuing in the hand. But we'll see what happens on the river. There's a number of cards that are going to make, well, I mean, it's never going to be an easy call for Matthias, but a lot of cards that will make it particularly difficult.
How about that one? Not so difficult, perhaps. Though the hearts do get there. Hypinger making trip aces.
What's the bet size here?
75,000 into 225, Mike.
So yeah, I think Matthias will have no trouble here. If they did move all in, then Matthias would have a real more difficult decision. I'm not sure you can get him to fold an ace, but he would have to at least consider it. For this size, he's just going to feel like he's not really sure what's going on, but he has to call.
River safe me.
Yeah.
From a very tough spot.
So Santos picking perhaps a bit of an odd moment to activate. As Matthias suggesting the river saved him. Not sure.
He would have had a very tough decision on a lot of different river cards there, yeah.
But I think, you know, coming into day 2, especially once you know what your table draw is, guys are going to be efforting intel, scouting reports. Thank you as well. Anytime you're coming into a day where maybe you don't have that much familiarity, we'll be looking to your camp, saying, what do you know about this guy? What do you got on him?
Yeah, it could just all be lip service. Matthias may very well have known that he had to call this guy Dan no matter what. Might have just been, you know, trying to... Sometimes you don't want to let people know that you want them to believe that they can continue bluffing you in the future, of course.
100%. Mucked around to Anson Yu. Button, Queen Jack. Suspect it'll come together for him. Upstairs we go. Ace-4 suited for Ernildo, who's a bit bruised after that last one. Gonna flat.
A little surprised that he didn't move in here.
Shallow as he is.
Yeah.
16 bigs, roughly. As both he and Orpin make the call. Advantage Santos with top pair against middle pair as Anson, the pre-flop raiser, turns into a gut shot.
Interesting check. Would have thought the ace-high board he would expect to be pretty good for him there, especially with the gut shot.
And now into 56,000. Santos comes out swinging just 15K. That card not the type that's going to leave 10-7 feeling any measure of discomfort.
No, but you can see the small sizing. Orpin can't just throw his hand away right away here. He has to continue at least some of the time with the 10 now.
No doubt. As he does flat.
And now Anson getting a pretty good price at this point. Might consider trying to hit his straight. Maybe even a queen or a jack could give him the best hand against this small bet call. But with Santos being so short stacked, there's not as much upside unless Orpin is slow playing a big hand here in making that straight.
You see you with a little confusion on his face there, but gonna sit this one out as the board pairs, and that's actually good stuff for Santos's purposes in terms of being called on this river. Orpin no longer has kicker concerns. And a very milky 25K.
Yeah, I think the price is just too good here. Orpin's not going to expect Santos to have an ace very often pre-flop. and the sizing's very small. Orpin might think he's just going to chop here a lot when he calls even, or, you know, be shown a bluff.
Payday for Santos, Mike, and I suspect he could have maybe made a little bit more on the end.
Maybe a little, but he did.
Maybe not all of it.
He did manage to keep Orpin in on the turn, though. That was very crucial.
Yeah. Well, a special shout out to the folks at Secret Lab, the official chair partner of the Triton Poker Series. Our players are the best at their game. That means spending long hours seated to perfect their play. Secret Lab's research-backed chairs are extensively tested and engineered for optimal sitting health. Award-winning features like integrated lumbar support, fully adjustable armrests, and a pebble seat base that naturally guides you into a healthy sitting posture. All the type of stuff that have earned them over 2 million customers thus far today. Their latest Titan Evo 2023 chair, the preferred choice of many leading brands around the world. How are you liking it so far? Mike, you're in the booth, you're sitting in one yourself.
I'm pretty comfortable.
Comfy?
Yeah, my back's feeling good.
I personally like the magnetic pillows at the back.
Very nice.
Don't lean
touch.
back too far, you will fall asleep. Oh, yeah.
Well, you might win the hand if you're so confident you have not flushed and you basically raise. You think you go for value and they're like, this guy must have it. And then
Bats, ace-8. Finished second to Michael Soiza in the 75K, 7-figure score. But had been 0-for-7 going into that event, as Soiza had. Something Sean Winter was ribbing him about. As Sean will 3-bet the open with King-Jack. And he's going to run into 2 queens for Santos off of 216K and the button.
Yeah, two very loose, an open and a 3-bet here, both definitely on the loose side, and it's going to be a lot of extra money into Santos' stack.
Raise.
4-bet to 100K.
Yeah, very unusual to 4-bet to half his stack, but
5's into the muck, ace-8 as well. Now the price being laid to Sean. 3.5 to 1 on the call, and he will be out of position.
it is a great price, but I have to imagine he realizes that he's pretty dead against the value range here. You know, you're looking at an aces, a kings, queens, ace-king type hands most likely.
That's what you get for trying to bluff 3-bet me.
probably would have beat him.
Sean does concede, and Santos gives everybody a look at the queens.
Sure.
1 over.
I think I was going to beat him. That's what you get for opening.
We could do it all day long, you know. I'm betting 2 BB, you're betting like what, 6?
5,000, 10,000, 10,000. Everybody plays once again at the completion of this level. We're going to have a 30-minute break and a complete reboot.
Is your app working? Mine is not doing anything.
Do you connect it to the right?
It says good internet as well. But
Are you connected to the Triton network?
yeah, good connection it says, but
Paquet will be
You have
thrilled to
4
get a
aces
walk
too.
there on his stack.
Yeah.
Just in case you forgot.
Had a
Thank
dusty
you.
one.
yeah, I won't need that, so that you know.
There's Orpin checking out the Triton Poker Plus app. What do you think, Santos, Triton Poker Plus or Instagram? We'll never know. You out in the Instagram streets, Watson?
I'm not much on the Instagram streets. No, I do have an
so
account,
easy.
but I'm
This
not
would-
always in charge of it.
This would explain your successes in life.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Brutal time sink.
Yeah, I have enough time sinks already, so I decided to cut that one out.
Nice place to go if you ever
One day
wanted
we'll
to
play the WSOP finals
mine a
with
sense of acute
500K,
inadequacy
1 million.
in life.
Certainly.
Matthias Eivinger, King Queen under the gun.
You play it?
Far from inadequate. As he opens to 21,000. Orpin,
You play it?
seemingly adequate with Jack 10. Suited in the cutoff.
I mean, I'm playing a main event. I just haven't ever got deep.
Oh, okay.
That's all the money.
Jam from Richard Young on the back end of the flat from Orpin. And the King Queen withers along with the Jack 10.
Racing
So
doesn't work.
nice pickup.
Yeah.
Do you
Richard
think there
had
is
20 big blinds there, so
500K,
picking up 6
1
big blinds is
million
a
blinds at any
substantial
other
addition to his stack.
except like large field WCP?
Something online. Some massive field.
Well, the family that
Where you
plays
both
together
end
perhaps
up
stays
with
together, as of
30
course we
million
know
each chips.
Richard's son, Wai Kin Young, multiple title holder on the Triton Super High Roller Series, also playing in this one, partnered with Linus Laliger. Wai Kin currently 7th overall in chips, Mike,
Well, even here,
883,000.
it's kind of possible.
Yeah. Another
Like
VIP that
26
certainly
million
is a
chips,
pretty well-established
you could
player.
That would
Possibly.
be very shallow.
Yeah. Possibly
And
get
as you
heads
said,
up.
both Wyken and Richard, huge poker lovers, you know, love to play the game.
Oh,
Have been
yeah.
playing so much for the last years.
Few people love it more than them.
Yeah. Love it enough to found their own poker tour, you know. and
Right? Pretty incredible.
Tricky little spot for Paquet here on only his 10 big blind stack. He might get it all in through. Sean might have about the only hand that can really fold to this all in here.
Certainly hoping that he can get it through as a couple
There
of
you go.
8-9s
Spot.
find the muck. And Sean asks for a
Spot.
count.
We're here.
He will restart it.
96.
Yeah, definitely a bit of a loose jam here from Paquet, but these 10 big blind spots are very tricky. But I think he may have just picked the right spot. We'll see what Sean decides to do. He's getting a very good price, obviously.
How close is it, Mike?
I mean, he's getting almost 2 to 1. These spots are very unusual. He did decide to call. He's going to be very happy about it once he sees Kevin's hand.
Man, I was
the
hoping
king
you had
7.
something. This scares me. I was like, I didn't
Only
know
Sean
you
makes
had
that statement after this, doesn't he?
You would prefer to see him ace queen off?
Ace jack. This one, I got double punishment for the time bank too. Huh? Oh my god.
Flop.
Sean, that's a
Doesn't
really
help
good flop.
Let me work on my posture on big blind next time.
Does have some backdoors here.
Sean focused on posture as opposed to the 217K pot. King high. Sitting pretty. Until the 10 of clubs rolls off as Paquet is spared.
How much?
Ask
96?
and ye shall receive, Sean. Gee.
Double punishment.
Careful what you wish for.
Do you think it would be different if you never said anything?
Hmm?
If you never said anything, do you think it would be different?
No, but I knew it was coming. I just
Did you care about us making a comments on this on the flop? Or you don't care?
I don't. I know.
Yeah, okay.
I'm
No
not-
worries then.
I'm a businessman.
I thought about
You-
saying chop on the flop.
I'm here for fun. You can talk in my all-ins. you know.
Okay, yeah.
I'm going to take the
I mean,
over
like,
on
if not,
fun.
I would prefer to know it,
Yeah.
so I wouldn't do it in the next time, you know.
Although, to be fair, fun is obviously part of the equation for Sean at any given moment, regardless of the stakes or the situation. Love to see the fascination that both Makita and Orpin have with
I got the least
Sean.
GG earnings
Really
on the table.
a mythical beast.
Yeah.
What are you playing?
A lot of poker players do have their superstitions, you know.
I don't
You'd
play,
think
so-
you'd kind of work those out, playing so many hands, being hyper rationally focused, analytical people, but doesn't really always work that way.
You guilty of any superstition, Mike?
I mean, not so much in specific thing, but I definitely still have feelings that maybe a card is going to come this time, or
Okay.
you know, I very least like to play along with those games. I think they're entertaining things to kind of BS about at the table.
Badziakuski limps pocket fives from the button here.
Likely a result of Sean being short stacked in the big blind.
After that collision with Paquet did not go his way.
But he's certainly going to wish he had raised, as he's allowed two very weak hands into the pot here.
All these VIPs.
Jack 10-7, turning into a gut shot for Matthias and Sean, respectively, as the fives are still best.
We'll be curious to see if anybody ends up taking a stab at this pot.
Checked around on the flop, board pairs on the turn. Makita's fives, incredibly vulnerable, of course.
Of course, if he could see their cards, he would love to put in a bet here and clear out their equity. But just looking at his hand, obviously not thinking he has too much. But he is going to go for it.
$13K. Takes it down. Be a welcome sight for Badziakuski, four-time Triton title winner. That was a
starting to limp around.
record that he shared with Jason Kuhn up until some separation was created, courtesy of Kuhn's fifth title late in Vietnam, his sixth title already here in Cyprus, but a staggering 16.8 million plus in career Triton earnings for Badziakuski, who's been with us since all the way back in 2017 in the Philippines.
He's a beast.
17 cashes under his belt.
Gotten
Looking
the
for
best of
number
me
18.
in some those big final tables, and
no shame in it.
You know, it's to be expected. But yeah, I'm sure he would have wanted to catch back up to Jason. That heads-up loss to Soiza, I'm sure, stung a little bit.
Soiza ran well, played well. Makita did come back against Danny Tang, heads up for one of those titles, and incredibly impressive fashion after being out chipped 10-1, I think it was at one point. Such an improbable turnaround. And for a minute there against Soiza, it did look, when he leveled the stacks, like he might be pulling it off a second time, but Soiza was able to hang on, much to the delight of a robust rail.
Yeah, if Makita could have got that bluff through, I think he would have maybe had the chip lead, or at least they would have been around even, so then it would really have been, he would have been feeling the momentum and been on top. Huge flop
Queen
for Richard.
10-6, indeed, Mike, as Yang
spot here.
bottom set up
like
against top
they're more
pair.
likely to
Badziakuski in a bad way.
No,
Silver lining, of course, that he has Richard covered, but his hand is crushed.
No, I took it as a joke when you said it.
Just the call, so there may be some cards that can save Nikita here.
Well, the 10 actually allows him to draw live to a 10 or a queen on this river. And look at Richard. Just desperate to get a bet out of Nikita here. Slipping some rope. Young was the opener to 21,000, 20K follow through on the flop.
This feels like one of those hands where Nikita was probably supposed to double up Richard some way, and
checks back the turn, Mike.
And he might very well find a way to at least get off cheap here.
I suspect that what's on Mikita's mind, much more so than the idea that he's beaten, is the idea that he wants to keep in hands that he can get to bluff at this river.
Money come.
Queen. Money come.
Has the 56K
Ooh la la.
on the end, a little bit too rich to want to raise, do anything else but call against him.
You cannot be got 10.
Money come is not what you want to hear there.
No.
But
money go for Mikita.
Could have been a lot worse for sure.
I agree. I mean, strangely enough, when a guy's losing a pot is not generally when we want to be praising them, because it feels strange, but minimizing your losses is a talent.
And that's a huge part of the game. It's not the fun part of the game, it's not the sexy part of the game, but it's an incredibly important skill for a top player.
Yeah. Of course, we always beat ourselves up when we think that we're perhaps taking a more conservative line, and then we realize that we were in a situation where we left a lot of meat on the bone. Not the case, of course, on that occasion for Mikita, as we see Richard heating up. Ace-King suited now. Again, he opens to 21,000, and this time Ibinger will be the customer with pocket eights.
Santos getting in there too.
Jack deuce off. Likes the price.
There's an 8.
And might like having an open-ender on a 10-high board. As Matthias flops bottom set. Swing and a miss for Richard. But he promptly reaches out and barrels, Mike. And this kind of texture in a three-way affair suggests real vulnerability to ace-king.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised at this bet. Definitely, obviously not a favorable flop. Definitely a flop that's going to hit Matthias pretty hard. Wow.
And it is Ernildo Santos who, in the face of a bet flat, jams it in there. Ibinger, of course, is going to make this call with the set, drawing live in the event he was up against a straight, which, of course, he is not.
That's like the last hand you want to see, right?
He is not yet up against the straight anyways.
Yeah, 7 or a queen could leave Ibinger in need.
It would feel better seeing Jack 10. Just because it's a good hand.
And the turn is a 7. What a disgusting feeling for the Austrian. Now he's going to need a board pairing river to avoid passing 650 over to the Brazilian, and it isn't there, Mike. And moments like that can really test you.
It's frustrating, for sure.
I'm in the booth, and I'm experiencing a sense of Vesuvius.
71.
Eruptions on Ibinger's behalf.
He is a pretty calm guy, but that one would irk anyone.
Yeah, you definitely feel for the bag of kittens that Matthias is going to be lobbing into a raging river shortly after this one wraps up. Perhaps an exaggeration, Mike.
I hope so.
I love animals, for the record.
Yeah.
Would never do it.
We do not condone animal cruelty in any sense.
But animal cruelty comedy, fair game. Perhaps not even that, based on the look on Watson's face here in the booth. That was a very unexpected situation there.
Yeah, I'm obviously not the hand that Matthias was expecting to see. Certainly a hand he was very happy to see on the flop. You know, of course, there are other hands that are actually much stronger that he would have preferred. A hand like 10-9, 2-pair. Would have been a hand that, with his specific holding, would have been much less equity. Easy to say, you make the right decisions, you got the money in good, that's all you can do, but
yeah.
I think that one will probably stick with him for a little bit.
Yeah, uncooperative deck. Leaving him in a bad way. Leibinger now sitting with just 14 bigs as Orpin targets the open from Anson Yu from the button. Out of the big, a 3-bet to 90,000.
5-4 to behind.
Time bank going in, so Anson is seriously thinking about doing something here, it would seem.
He's got the chips to get frisky. But I don't know whether or not he anticipates all that much friskiness out of Orpin.
How much behind you say?
540.
Oh, I heard 400.
Better to burn a time bank than chips dominated.
Absolutely.
Huh? Good luck. And the player ID.
Thank you, thank you.
Richard,
no need time.
Don't leave behind the time banks. Yes. His presence has been requested elsewhere in the room, at random, of course. Tables staying balanced. 50 runners remaining now, with a total of 86 entries.
Oh, no, that's mine.
Current short stack in the room belongs to Justin Bonomo, just 6 big blinds. Fedor holds 10 big blinds, joining him at the bottom of the pack. King Queen off here for Anson. Step up from the Queen 9. He was forced to raise fold. Santos flats the Ace-4 on the button. Door open for Orpin and Paquet, who I suspect, Mike, despite the unorthodox situations you can get put in, as evidenced by what Leibinger just experienced, they aren't going to mind getting involved in pots with once they know Santos bucks are available, because the upside can be great.
Yeah, definitely a little bit of a looser peel here from Orpin. Only a min raise, but I think definitely some of those thoughts going through his head.
Who's your partner? Oh, he's doing well.
Oh, I was moving actually, or?
You can't play.
Ace high flop is all Santos. Dry texture here, disconnected from all holdings other than his. Not sure how much bluffing Anson's going to want to do in a 4-way pot with just King Queen high. Turns out not much as he checks, and Ernildo wastes no time barreling.
This will likely go through unless Anson has some ideas with the King Queen high.
I feel like that's not the guy you want to get ideas against, Mike.
You certainly know that King Queen could be the best hand here, but not very appealing to try to play it out of position.
Yeah, yeah. What kind of future do we have? We'll leave the ideas to Ernildo. Seems to have plenty of them. Looks like his name is going to be called here as tournament staff bringing over the empty rack.
Thank you. You just skipped the big line.
It's been getting short on VIPs at this point, this table.
You cannot win next time.
Now you're safe to get it all in.
Ibinger not yet ready.
That's
Pocket
a tempting
threes.
one. Very
Yeah.
tempting one, I'm sure, to move it in and try to pick up the blinds there.
20?
So high variance, though. Maybe Matthias looking for a bit of a more comfortable spot than having the entire field left to act behind you. Anybody could wake up with something.
Yeah, it would have been a very risky one. Probably better off waiting for a little bit better hand, but it would be understandable if he decided to take the chance.
Is that a new card protector?
This one?
There should be 25.
Does anything get by Sean Winter, Mike?
No, very observant.
Keeping a beat on Mikita's card protector. Is that a new one, the White Tiger?
Yeah.
You always had that card protector?
For the last maybe 6 months.
Quick peek at the chip counts there, brought to you by Poker Stake. 5 and 10K blinds. Anson Yu at the top where he's been since the onset of this table. Roller coaster ridden by Ibinger, and he is currently on the downswing. 15 bigs running into Ernildo Santos, who walked his chips right out of that feature table after rebalancing efforts. Pake and Winter still sub 20 bigs. Makita mid-pack.
Harder to take your cards from the hippo.
Wait,
Too
wasn't
heavy.
Richard pulled away from this table? Now he's back? Or is this a different table than the one he was just at?
I'm confused.
No, this is the one. Being told there was a false alarm there. So Richard back in his seat and back at it. Ace 5 suited. Raising it up. Ibinger going to defend with this 7-4 suited, Mike, off of that lean stack.
Yeah, just a small raise.
Now a bad spot as he's flopped a pair of 4s up against the ace and wheel gutty, which promptly follows through.
And he's got the backdoor flush draw, so he's certainly not going to be able to get away from this hand yet.
Yeah, a little north of third pot. The barrel from Richard. Understandable peel from Ibinger, who does not pick up any equity on the turn. Queen of heart. Snap barrel out of Richard. 50K. Just north of half pot this time. And north of half of Matthias's remaining stack, Mike.
Yeah,
Can't
frustrating.
continue.
Frustrating to just lose it 2 or 3 big blinds at a time like that when you're already so short, but he was able to lose the minimum there, I think.
I live in Vegas.
We are waiting.
I might move here though, on the south side.
Yeah, but we are waiting for now. You're not dealing cards, right?
No, I was just saying.
Yeah, right.
The food is nice. The weather is nice 8 months out of the year, like good weather. A lot of things to do. Yeah, you can drive, like I can golf, and then in like shorts, and then 40-minute drive, I can be in the mountains and ski.
Travel tips from Sean Winter. Sounded more like a summer destination as Anson. All ears and all smiles as well. 117 bigs in front of him, 1.168 million, good for current second overall, behind Philip Sternheimer, who we saw during the first frame. And on that even shorter stack, we find Matthias Eibinger as we bring you back to the desk here. Ali Najad alongside Sir Watts himself, Mike Watson. And Mike, I kind of want to talk about the players that we haven't really seen much of, the dearly departed, if you will, as we're looking at this Triton Poker Plus app right now. A lot of guys in gray, in the shadows. Any surprises of the several who have already met their demise thus far here on day 2 of this 200K Invitational?
Well, you know, poker tournaments, anything can happen, but certainly, you know, you see a guy like Alex Ponyakov, just eliminated, guy who's, you know, been running deep in a lot of tournaments, both live, online the past few years.
49th place finish for Ponykovs. Brian Kim also has really shown himself in the early going of his Triton career, Mike. Not sure whether or not you've had a chance to tussle with him, but to be very steely and very solid.
Yeah, definitely. We've played together deep in a few tournaments, and he's obviously off to a great start in his poker Triton career.
Yeah, and looking elsewhere, not sure other characters that would come to mind. Several VIPs obviously have been dispatched. I think that's probably the notables that I would consider. Justin Bonomo down there, 47th currently of 48 runners, just 9 bigs for him. Fedor Holes down at the bottom of the pack as well. Spins are going to be needed for those guys.
Yeah, the thing that stands out to me looking at these chip counts is we've got a lot of pros down at the bottom of the count, and then we've got some VIPs with some really big stacks at the top.
Yeah, you know, we touched on the idea, though, that with the VIPs being sequestered kind of behind their own partition at the onset during day 1 play, this is something that we might anticipate, right?
Certainly to some extent, but it has continued on, I think, earlier into the beginning part of this day. We've seen a few guys, you know, extend their lead.
Yeah. All right. We are going to step aside then momentarily. After a few minutes' time, we will be back with continuing coverage of the $200,000 LUXON Pay Invitational from the Marriott Royal Diamond Hotel and Casino. Stay close.
GG Poker. It's the best poker The biggest poker site. This is a crazy.
No way!
Take your game to the next level with GTO Wizard. Practice against GTO on all your devices. Study any situation from pre-flop to river, we've got it all. Upload your hand histories to uncover your biggest leaks. We have hundreds of hours of coaching from top pros, cutting-edge theory articles, and custom study plans to help guide your poker journey. GTO Wizard, the #1 app for poker players.
And welcome back to the break desk. Ali Najad alongside Sir Watts. Mike Watson, who has been in the booth here for the better part of the frame. An unscheduled break, though, upon us, as a little bit of a rebalancing effort is underway. Nearly complete in the room. $200,000 LUXON Pay Invitational rolling forward. And on the topic of rolling, almost $2 million sits in front of the VIP Philip Sternheimer, who, as we touched on during our pregame show, Mike, is among those names that at some point we have to acknowledge has very professional tendencies under his belt.
Yeah, definitely a guy who's been playing high-stakes poker with some of the best players in the world for a number of years now. Obviously hasn't quite had the big tournament result yet, but maybe this is the one for him.
Another name toward the top of the leaderboard, guy who's been playing high-stakes poker, not just before we got here to North Cyprus, but just about every night since we arrived. Not sure when the man sleeps, but Rob Young sits in third with over $1 million in front of him, 109 big blinds. How much time have you spent across the felt from Rob?
Yeah, a decent amount in these Triton series. And, you know, he's obviously another VIP that is a very experienced player who certainly knows the game well, and not surprised to see him have some chips.
Cuts both ways, though, doesn't it? That sense of fearlessness that we often assign to the high-stakes cash game players who maybe will not be applying as much restraint in certain situations. If you consider the ICM, if you consider the situation at hand, day two, just moments away from, I think about 20 minutes rather, from combining the field and having that high variance redraw, just out there doing things that we don't anticipate to great effect on occasion, and obviously straight out the door on others.
Of course, yeah, it will be very interesting to see how especially the VIPs adjust as we get a little bit closer towards the money, towards the bubble. But for now, you know, just they're pretty deep stack still, playing some a little bit more cash game type of poker. So I think some of that experience is showing.
Well, plenty of experience under the belt of Ike Haxton, one of the pros who finds himself in the top 5 right now, 4th overall, $1 million in front of him, and he is definitely carrying the torch for those VIPs, as he is one of just 3 that are among the top 10. So perhaps not something we would have anticipated in this semi-merged part of the affair. The rebalancing effort will be bringing some new faces to the stage, among them Patrick Antonius, who will be joining the blue feature table. Looking down over at the red table, bossman Paul Foy, who's on his second bullet, is going to be sprinkled in, as will Seth Davies, who's going to have about 26 bigs. Looking out at those two tables and the way in which those chips are distributed, Mike, nothing really all too notable. Maybe the leanest of all stacks we expect are going to create some restraint for the bigger stacks in terms of knowing that they're going to look to find a spot to get all in and force you to play a bigger pot that you might want to as an opener?
Certainly to some extent, yeah. You have to be aware of those short stacks that are just going to be a little bit more willing to put it in, to gamble. And, you know, you can't be quite so loosey-goosey with some of those opens.
Yeah.
And we definitely do have quite a lot of stacks in that range on both tables.
Spins being sought by the likes of Justin Bonomo, sub 10 bigs here at our red featured table, where Ramin Hajiev, 83 big blinds, 827,000 in front of him. The only other occasion on which he played Triton was right here in North Cyprus. Part of that 200K coin rivet invitational. Played the 100K main as well.
I mean, that kid's kind of crazy.
Still hunting
He
his
had, like,
first
700,000
ever Triton
the other day,
cash
but
as he
he's
will
down to,
let
like,
go of the
200.
8-9 offsuit.
Not playing bad. He's just kind of.
Ace 10 for Bonomo.
Did not take long for Bonomo to find the hand that we were talking about him looking for.
Wild player though. He plays.
48 runners remaining of 86 entries.
Yeah, we won a 1.7 million pot last night.
1.7? All in.
Playing what? 5-1-2? 5-1-2?
1-2 straighter 4K.
Yeah.
Jams it in.
Yeah, that's a big game.
8K. Top set against kings. I guess. But he didn't play
Jack
cricket.
7 for Dan
Oh,
Smith
he's
in the
gonna
big off of 195. Can't oblige.
But he didn't button.
So a nice start
Let all the 3-bet from the straighter.
for Bonomo to the resumption of play.
You will forget here.
Yeah.
Right? No more.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're going to have some all-ins, I'd have to imagine, very soon. Someone's going to need to double up.
Bulk of the carnage, by the way, for Bonomo that we observed was an ace-king against an ace-queen suited, out of position against Lolliger.
Oh, 8 through deuce, turn deuce.
Ended up making the nut flush on the river.
Okay.
200K total.
And the line was very peculiar by both players.
It certainly was,
In
yeah.
that spot. One to maybe head into the Triton Poker Class app and locate on either profile's hand history.
Yeah, you just
say 400K.
Shove the
Now
turn.
Bonomo, King 8 suited.
Dead, basically, never.
Very awkward on that stack size. Would love to play the hand, but
yeah, just order.
decided to wait.
He's always got a pair, right?
No waiting for Linus. Wants to see what's what with ace 9.
Yeah. Hard to have the bluff.
King
Pot
10
here.
for Hajiev indeed.
600
Watson,
big
we can
blind.
expect defense.
Or use double straddle.
Our
here,
two
right?
biggest stacks.
150 big straighters.
Small pot, but maybe we'll get some fireworks.
We can expect that these guys will be very disincentivized to rumble in any sort of meaningful way, barring a real cooler type of situation. Hajiev with the open ender here on a queen jack 4 board, where Linus's ace of clubs works.
Yeah. Both players definitely going to feel like they have some possibilities here, though neither has a pair yet. It'll be interesting to see how aggressively Linus chooses to play this hand.
First street, 35,000. Hajiev will peel. Hunting one of the aces or nines that Linus blocks, and yet finds the ace of hearts. And that card in particular could find added chips working their way into the middle.
Yeah, the worst card in the deck for Linus, for sure. Although I would have a hard time seeing him losing too much here.
You prefer to barrel here or check back, play pot control, and then pick it off on the end?
I think I'd prefer to just bet here. Get called by all the pair plus straight draws. I don't think you're expecting, you know, Hajiev to run some big bluff on you. You feel pretty comfortable probably if you get check raised. Just pitching it. especially after a big bet on the flop. Hajiev should not have an ace very much in his range, so.
That obviously factoring into this decision by Linus Love to fire this 80K, and we'll see if Hajiev wants to slow play the nuts on the turn. Vulnerable, of course, with the clubs on board, and perhaps board pairing river cards that would leave us uncomfortable.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if he does decide to slow play this or to go for the raise. I think I'd have liked to see a raise, but this might have been the option that gives him more of a chance, because I do think Linus would have gotten away from the hand against the raise.
Might he get away from the hand nevertheless, as the 10 of diamonds on the river does put the 4-liner on board. Any King X is there. And Ramin checking, trying to induce. Somehow I think Linus is ready to get to showdown as he checks back, and will get shown the King 10.
Not too many hands he's going to beat there with the pair of aces, but he does have a little bit of showdown. Jack X of clubs, for example, would be a hand he'd beat.
285K pot going Hajiev's way as he ends up on the better side of the big stack exchange. Suited connector, attempter for Davies. You would know it from the speed with which he stuck it in the muck. Davies working off of 26 bigs.
A little bit of a tighter fold, but I think Ramin has enough hand to put it in here.
All right, let's see if I can find something.
He agrees.
Yep. Call.
Bonomo ready to give him a spin. King Queen suited. Got the spades smothered.
Yeah, about as good a spot as Bonomo could have hoped for. But we'll see if the poker gods favor him this time.
216,000 in the middle, a spade in the window, followed by a queen, and that's something Bonomo can get behind as you see him nodding his head. Irrelevant. Spade draw picked up by Hajiev on the turn as he draws dead. And the accounting process begins.
Back out of that panic zone, 10 big blinds up to 20. I think a stack size that any tournament professional is very comfortable with. Bonomo will feel like he's got a little bit of room to maneuver now.
So important to get yourself to a place where you can actually have some post-flop playability and not just submit to the fate.
Definitely, definitely. You know, small little things, but there are definitely some tricky hands to be played at 20 big blinds. Some little skillful moves that can be made.
Would you say that it is those stack depths that really begin to expose the skill disparity between the lesser experienced VIPs and the pros?
I mean, I think the pros probably have bigger advantages at the deeper stacks, but I think specifically the tournament pros are just so proficient at this 20 big blind stuff.
Yeah.
They practice it all the time. You know, it's a very common stack size to have in a tournament. Something that they train all the time, and you don't really see many mistakes made at that stack depth from a top player.
Sure.
Whereas, you know, the VIPs, they're probably not going to be making huge mistakes left and right, but they're going to be making small little things, missing chips here and there.
Yeah, no, just hitting around him.
Looks
That's such a
like
good line. I feel sleepy.
things are a little bit easier on the field upon the departure of the Spaniard, Mateos. Of course, if Adrian is being pulled away from the table, it is because we've lost yet another soldier. And the fallen on this occasion, Mike, your countryman, Tim Adams.
GG, Tim.
Wasn't a name that we saw down at the bottom of the board when we were talking about stacks. Looking at his last hand, it appears that he got into a tussle with Saad Wilf. 10 jack suited for Tim, who jammed out of the big blind after a limp from Saad. Wilf trapped him with the ace-king suited. And really there was no sweat on the flop. Once an ace rolled off on the turn, the 10 jack drew dead. So an unfortunate spot there for Timothy Adams.
Davey said he's serious. I want to show I'm serious too.
Just like this.
Still have 4 VIPs at the top of the accounts. At some point, you'd have to think the pros are going to make them put up a little bit more of a fight than they have so far. Big hand for Dan Smith here.
Two queens, 20 to go. Hajiev surveys with the suited connector.
A little over 100.
Same stick.
Tricky spot for Bonomo here on 20 big blinds with the ace-jack offsuit.
All in.
Jamming. 211,000. And might this be the relief that this ace-queen for Paul Foy would be well served to experience?
Yeah, can't blame Bonomo for moving in there, and certainly couldn't blame Paul for calling off here either. But Paul's tough. This is the type of fold I wouldn't be entirely shocked to see him find. But of course he does have Bonomo dominated.
In total?
Asking for a count.
$221. 211. Ooh.
Okay, a 3 has been
Ooh.
drawn, so dealers, if you start the shuffle, complete the hand you're on, and then deal the last 3 hands for this level. So we're going to have a 30-minute break, the completion of the last hand. We're going to pass you the back players. We can ask you even your chips, your ID card.
Oh no.
Write down on the back your name and surname.
Queens.
Not that Dan would
Was
have
that
any
jacks?
concerns about calling with queens, but when Paul says gamble before putting the chips in, it definitely makes him feel a little bit better.
Absolutely, as Paul's
Do you have more than
all
211?
in
Yeah.
covers both Dan and Justin.
211. 220. 9,000 side pot.
220, you liar.
Very modest side between
220 on the dot.
Paul and Dan of 8K.
No? No, I lied. You lied.
The massive 648 in the middle is what's on our minds as we take the King 7-5 flop. Not a great one for the ace highs.
Ace from space.
Turn doesn't create any more sweat either as Paul roots for the ace, and instead it's a king. And now Dan Smith will triple up effectively.
The dream spot there for Dan. 2 offsuit aces blocking each other's outs. Doesn't get much better than that.
Low jack, cut off.
I think so.
Too strong, huh? Ace queen.
I'll leave you fold that.
Ace check.
I think ace queen, you gotta go with it.
Yeah, with Dan only having 220, I don't think you fold. I guess you're right.
All you want?
That's emotional.
You take already?
No. I showed 1 queen last time.
Yep.
Then I
Yeah.
think I feel like.
The Queens were paying you back for the support you showed for them.
Well, that's going to be a big infusion to Dan Smith's stack, and obviously one that his patience was rewarded with.
We were expecting a big collision at some point, and we certainly got it there.
Yeah. Surprised to see that call out of Boss with the ace-queen, given the...
No, not surprised at all. I think just unlucky to run into the queens of Dan Smith there for sure. You know, he had the all-in player beat.
Yeah.
So definitely not the most comfortable call-off in the world with the offsuit ace-queen. I think the suited ace-queen would feel a lot better. But you know, so far from the money, you've gotta take your chances. You've got to try to win some pots here.
Hajiev, the opener, on the back end of that confrontation. Opening to 28,000. North of the generally accepted min raise that we've been seeing.
Yeah, it's on the big side. Often you see it when there's a very short stack player in the big blind, but in this case Talal has 20 big blinds, so tough spot for Paul there. Getting a very good price from the pot with a very poor hand. Decided he'd rather wait and see if he can find something in this next orbit before he has to post the ante again.
Understandable. And while the dealers switch things up right on time, we take a moment to remind you that Jacob & Company is the official timekeeper of the Triton Poker Series, responsible for the incredible timepieces you see on their screen, which include diamonds, sapphires, and rubies, as well as a functioning roulette wheel inside their Astronomia casino piece, embedding a playful spirit into their watch functions. The perfect watch brand to check out, Jacob & Company, who will also be awarding a special collaborative timepiece to our main event winners. Watch for all of that soon. Was that a pun? Watch for all of that? Is that the copy that I've been given there?
You're so good, you just do it subconsciously now.
I mean, it was... I feel like I got trolled by the writers. Queen's popping up again, this time for Seth Davies. And behind an open from Linus Love's ace-8.
50.
We raised to 50,000. Oh. Oh.
Small re-raise is going to go through.
Yeah.
Oh, last set I think I should call. 12.
Yeah, you kind of get screwed because of the 3 hands left. You don't get all your free hands.
Yeah, but 13 to win 48. I need 20%. 9-5 also. Huh? Waited?
In the small blind?
Paul's still crunching the numbers from that last hand.
Yeah.
I was in a small
blind.
I mean, yeah, we had 2 free hands.
I
I'm
think
gonna
he's
win
probably
13 to win 49.
probably correctly deduced that a call would have been
Yeah, so just
would have
wait.
been worth something there.
Try to pick up something better.
But they're very unusual spots.
But you do kind of get screwed because you'd usually get 2 extra. But because we're only playing 3 hands, you only get...
Oh, yeah.
You'd usually get 5 free.
Some of the subtle nuances of these situations being discussed there.
Yeah. Very difficult, sneakily difficult. I mean, it's easy to tell, perhaps you're running the pot odds there, that the 9-5 off was winning, but, you know, if you bust, you don't get to see those next 3 hands where maybe you pick up something really strong, so.
Absolutely right.
Not the easiest calculation to do.
Fold.
It's quite the ISO here from Talal.
King 3 offsuit 3 bet as he's got ideas about Paul's range.
Dominate you. Probably chop.
Perhaps Talal thought this was a bounty tournament.
I can give you this, and then you can give me the 12 back.
I think chop.
Probably a
51K pot.
That's not all the shots.
Paul looks to start the process of reclaiming the troops lost in that last battle. It will be a chop a good percentage of the time until a 3 shows up on the flop. And now
5, 9, 10.
Oh, just 13%. Needs a 5 and a 5 alone here. If he hopes to stay alive in this invitational, can't hit it. And the GGs are issued.
Yeah. GG, good luck, everybody.
Boss.
GG, Paul.
Dispatched. King 3 offsuit.
It's an aggressive one.
Fair. Hajiev, 869,000 in front of him, sitting oh so pretty. A decent way to describe Dan Smith, who had that lovely situation. A third of those chips gained, coming courtesy of Boss with the ace-queen. Did have Bonomo, of course, in a bad way, and still was drawing live to an ace, but unfortunately, for Boss's purposes, the bulk of his chips lost in that altercation. Smith, the beneficiary. Back at the desk now, Ali alongside Mike Watson, and just about to head to a scheduled break here. Mike, anything stand out for you from that last frame of play? For me, it was that hand. I didn't expect the ace-queen to get in there. You seem to be more okay with it.
Yeah, I think, you know, we were waiting for a big all-in confrontation. We finally got one. You know, I do think Paul is the type of player who maybe could find an ace-queen offsuit fold there, but you know, so early in the tournament, so far from the money, you got to accumulate some chips, and he correctly, you know, understood he had Bonomo beat, and you don't really expect the raiser to wake up with a hand that often. So.
All right, on the topic of money, $4.5 million plus will be going to our champion as the prize pool is set 13th place, where we're going to find ourselves on a bubble, $350K going to that spot. So 14th place, the one that you really don't want to end up in here in this $200,000 LUXON Pay Invitational, where we will be heading to a scheduled break in just a few moments. We will return with continuing coverage, and as we do, we send you to another one of our GTO Wizard quizzes. Stay close.
Following quiz is brought to you by GTO Wizard. Who tends to experience the most ICM pressure on the money bubble of a tournament? A, short stacks, B, mid stacks, or C, big stacks? Do you know the right answer? Take your chance to win a 1-month premium GTO Wizard subscription. Scan the QR code or go to gtowizard.com/Triton. We give away 5 subscriptions every day. Master poker and learn how to crush the competition with GTO Wizard, the #1 app for poker players.
GG Poker. It's the best poker The biggest poker site.
This is a crazy.
Unlu now faces a barrel from Ike of 7,500 on this turn after he decided to check back on the flop. Of course, this is some of what we can come to expect from time to time if we do give up the betting lead.
Yeah, Ike with the probe with a very nice hand. Overcard to the board as well as gut shot to the nut straight.
None of it comes together for him on this river, which does bring in the club draw. Just generically as played. Cut off open, check back flop, peel turn. How often do you feel like you can get one through on the end on this texture?
10 of clubs in hand is pretty decent card to follow through with.
33.5.
Ike tends to agree as he barrels 33,500. And now Unlu appears to have his doubts.
Having the 9 is kind of bad. Sounds obvious, but would rather call with like King 6, Ace 6. Blocking hands like 9-5, 9-7. But as you mentioned, he did give up the betting lead on the flop. Unblocked 7x and 5x.
Credit to him, Henry, for thinking it over, not just having one of those reflexive folds.
Yeah, it's very easy to fall into that trap, right? Against close to a pot size bet.
Sure.
Just snap muck with the flopped bottom pair, but...
Now, you know I'm not in these coffee streets, save for during Triton. Brown Bulls in Vietnam. Ice Mocha's here.
It's probably for the best. You would...
Bit of a lunatic without the caffeination.
Yeah, Broadmoor comes to mind. Could see you certainly ending up there later parts of your life if you do start consuming too much Brown Bull.
Is that a psychiatric
It's a famous
institution?
one from...
There it is, yeah. Could see Soiza 3-betting, putting this king-queen into a bit of prison as he jams 82-5.
What's this? 14 bigs. Let's going to fold back round to Arthur. I don't see Sternheimer getting too involved here out of the big, especially given that there is still under the gun left to act. He's going to ask for a count. 8-2-5. He's already put 13 in the middle.
Arthur can well afford to make this call. Soiza would be delighted to see it, of course.
Albert
Back
says hi.
with the 75K.
Say hi to Philip.
Of course, Soiza did eliminate Arthur on the
He is?
final table of the 75K.
He's a really bad player, but I love the guy.
Is what?
Here's this.
Is what he makes?
No, he's a
Does
really
make
good
the
player.
call, so looking for some payback maybe, Ali.
It is advantage Soiza. In a 180,000 chip pot.
Oh, baby.
I had a king.
His hopes resting on the dominant queen, which makes an appearance on the flop. Martirosian still king fishing. Ooh, and the 4 on the turn would have smacked Sternheimer had he managed to work his way to that street. And the River Jack will
82.5.
send
Yeah, he's so
Soiza
nice.
in the right direction, and
He's
Arthur
very good.
reaching for the back end of that Turkish tee.
Yeah, I'm not going to comment, but I like him a lot.
Whole summer?
Withdraw 200,000.
Go for the beginning and then see.
I think you hit your
empty.
daily limit well
Yeah.
in advance of that.
Well, it depends who you bank with, but
Sorry guys, I just wanna put the link on the stream.
I just want to know how you bluff me in that hand. Times was like.
thanks
I
for
did
promoting
have-
the stream, Nacho.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You still didn't tell me what you had on the other hand.
Which one was it? I can't remember which hand. That's the problem now.
Ah, okay, it doesn't matter. It was just very stupid hand. I bet flop and bet turn, and then you shove river. It's like ace, deuce, 4, ace, king.
Chidwick activating, and look at Sternheimer just
Ace.
shooting him a look,
Complete backdoor flush.
and then a look down at 2 red 8s.
Oh, you bet on the river. You bet. But it was kind of huge bet for because we were both short. Whatever, it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
You probably had it actually, so
Yeah.
it's hard that board to like not have anything.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. So like.
Yeah, you probably had
Like
something.
use 4 ace king, right? Like,
Yeah, like it's. I had a good. I had the deuce with jack kicker. I had a good deuce.
Deposits a 3rd scoop up in front of him, and Martirosian wakes up to an ace king.
Yeah, I've been waiting for these big stacks to collide. Obviously inevitable. It's going to happen at some stage. This is a really interesting spot because it's cutoff v button v small blind.
4th floor.
Yeah, there's some worlds where Sternheim's just like, no, I don't believe this guy.
Good coffee, finally.
Like, given the positions, late position v late position.
7-0 against Leipzig.
Philip going to invest in these snowmen. Over 200K in the middle. And an 8 in the window along with a king. Strap in, Henry.
You didn't order a copy?
TV flop with 235 in the middle. 4-bet pot, Sternheimer.
You need anything else?
Probably doing some backflips. His mind right now.
Take a banana.
Banana? Sure, I go get.
Brush fire for the time being.
One day I'll be.
Might it end up in Inferno?
Paying the super high roller, he's gonna be. I'm gonna be his employee soon.
There's some kindling.
Yeah, it continues for a small sizing. It is a 4-bet pot, so the range of hands that continue
I know I have a boss now.
Much more condensed and narrow.
Sternheimer going to allow Artur to barrel once more at him. This is purely a function of wanting to retain everything. Now a coordinated turn in the form of a 7, no flush draw materializing.
Yeah, rainbow turn, Jack 10 gets there, of course. Certainly a part of Sternheimer's range, although would he decide to 3-bet button V cut off? I guess this deep. I'd certainly see it.
Artur not too worried about the sort of kit that would leave this ace-king in trouble, being within the range of the 4-bet calling holding for Sternheimer. Barrels once more, this time 110,000, Henry, and might it be time for the 8s to be heard from?
I still personally want to just keep in all the bluffs, but he does decide to jam. Like you said, not as much visibility on the river should a Jack 10-6 roll off. Wouldn't have minded taking a little bit of time throughout time bank maybe.
Did feel a little hastier.
Very quick. I'm all in this stage of tournament for such a big pot. I mean, this is a chip lead pot. Really giving Artur room to get away from this is... It's going to throw out some time banks. Does a hand like 9-10 do this?
Don't stray. And welcome back to the break desk. Ali Najad joined now by Sam Greenwood during this continuing coverage of Day 2 of the $200,000 LUXON Pay Invitational here at the 2023 Triton Super High Roller Series. Sam, an absolute legend, $10.1 million in career Triton earnings, one title, 21 cashes for you thus far here at Cyprus, a lone cash in the 25K GG Super Millions, but obviously plenty of opportunity to get out and play against many of those who still remain in this massive 200K Invitational. And as we look at the leaderboard, get us there in the Triton Poker Plus app, we do see Philip Sternheimer at the top there, Sam. 1.944 million for him. The VIPs performing very, very well. Talked about it with Sir Watts when we were on the pregame and at our breaks. But the performance from the VIPs after this redraw, where the whole field will be combined, no guarantee that you're going to be balanced, you're going to expect it to turn down a little bit?
I think one advantage the VIPs have is they were playing bigger pots on day one.
Right.
So a lot of them now have bigger stacks. So in any tournament format, a bigger stack gives you the ability to put pressure on your opponents. It gives you a little more wiggle room to make a mistake. So while I do expect the pros to catch up, I do think the VIPs should be able to wield the big stacks and should be able to keep things pretty tight.
Not exactly an insurmountable lead or benefit, obviously, that they have gained by virtue of having had that partitioned field, and they did get that balanced field to start the day, but on the back end of this redraw, still TBD how things will shake out as you get your look at our two new feature tables here, where the blinds will be 6,000 and 12,000. On the blue side, we do have the overall tournament chip leader in Philip Sternheimer. Big stack over on the other table will belong to Ben Heath, 6th in chips overall for Ben. Short stacks at each respective table.
It's
if
face
we can
down.
even call them that. Will belong to
Try to pick it up.
Kyat Lee. He's got 43 bigs, putting him to work here with the ace-queen. Devoris, the flat caller. Over on the other side, the short stack will belong to Fedor Holz, who is among the shortest in the room. 78K in the middle, an 8-high flop, not connecting with Kiot's ace-queen, as Dvoris enjoys the overpair.
Obviously, Kiot doesn't have a pair here, but he does have the ace of hearts, so I would expect him to do something on this flop, whether continue on this flop in some way. And Dan here has obviously quite a strong hand with an overpair here, but pretty vulnerable to any overcoat, so I would also expect him to put in some money, but this is a tough pot for both of them because Kiot raised from under the gun 1 and Dan called under the gun 2, so both ranges are pretty tight.
Kiot did not elect to follow through, perhaps mindful of the flat from Dvoris containing some of the good stuff. But this 26K, unlikely to be enough to send the ace-queen into the muck, as the 6-outer will peel. Backdoor hearts an option. No longer, though, upon the arrival of a 9 of diamonds, which is of no concern to Dvoris in this 130K pot.
Yeah, things could have got spicy on a couple runouts, but this I don't really think is one of them. I mean, if Kiot really doesn't believe Dvoris here, he could call down with ace-queen high, but again, early position versus early position, Dan's telling a pretty convincing story that he has an okay hand here.
Second barrel coming in at 90K. Is there a future for ace-queen in the face of this sizing?
Again, well, I was going to say no, but once he started reaching for chips, things became easier.
Yeah, obviously.
Well, and now things get really interesting because he does have the ace of hearts blocker. He, you know, ace of hearts blocker is obviously very valuable here. He can have nut flushes. He can have king or queen high flushes. Yeah, now I expect things get a little easier here.
Yeah, Kiot gonna shut it down, not employing the strength of that ace of hearts. As you mentioned, Sam, might have looked a bit suspect not to have followed through with a nut flush draw on that flop as the pre-flop opener. He took the passive post-flop line, check calling on flop and turn, and checking one last time on this river. Dvoris, see how concerned he is.
So I think the kind of issue with Dvoris here is he has, what, 277K behind, and to me he kind of has like a 200K hand. And you don't want to bet 2/3 of your stack and be in no man's land. So I think he would, oh, I'm just way off today.
Well, we don't need to speculate exactly as to
Yeah.
what it is that we think players are going to do, as opposed to maybe just walk us through the thought processes, the arguments for and against any given decision as we see Dvoris jam.
I would think the logic that Dvoris is going through here is he expects if Kiot had a stronger hand, you know, a set, a better overpair, 2-pair, he's probably raising the flop or turn quite a bit, especially with 2 flush draws out there on the turn. And then I think the other thing is Kiot did tank on the river. So if you think Kiot's tanking out of position because he's considering leading, and then you go, well, he considered leading and then he checked. So now the story you might be telling is, oh, I don't think he has a flush. I think if he did have a flush, he would have let all in. Because that's sort of what he was doing. Now, from Kiot's perspective, I think this is a reasonable bluff catcher.
It's a super polarizing thing for Dvoris
Yeah.
to be doing, risking his tournament life for this 276, which is massive.
The other thing is, normally you would want to bluff as the in-position player with a halt. But we're talking about early position versus early position where Dan is not flatting many offsuit hands. So if he did get to the river with a hand like Jack 10 of clubs, he would still just need to bluff with it, even though he didn't have a halt. So from Kiat's perspective, he goes, well, the ace of hearts is quite valuable because it blocks Dan's value, but it doesn't block his bluffs because Dan isn't pulling his bluffs from blockers.
So in the end, Lee puts it in the muck as we slip it over to our other feature table where we find Elton Sang under the Hong Kong banner. Never far from a good laugh, no matter what the plight might be. And on this occasion, he's got a good stack, 635,000 back after opening the button up against Gary Thompson, Triton newcomer. His King Jack is turned into a gut shot straight draw on the back end of defending. And Elton is following through with bottom pair.
So this is a kind of interesting hand because both guys have a pretty mediocre hand, but good enough to keep putting money in the pot.
5 of diamonds on the turn, as Thompson did put some money in the pot to take that card, which does not help him. 112,000 in the middle. He will check it over to Elton.
So yeah, obviously a lot of different rivers here. You know, Gary had the king of diamonds and the jack of spades, so he could bluff diamonds and spades. If, you know, an 8 comes, he might want to represent jack 10. If he peels, he might try to get a little value out of ace 2. So a lot of options here depending on what comes. Okay, 7 of spades is pretty, you know, Gary should have some showdown here, but he also has a good hand to bluff with. So we'll see what he does and, you know, how big he wants to bet. Does he want to try to represent a flush? Or does he just want to represent like a good queen or something like that?
Well, the representation is going to be attached to a barrel of 85K as Elton's checkback has emboldened the Irishman.
And yeah, that's a really nice kind of just like pure poker hand where Elton has bottom pair, but he beats all of Gary's bluffs. Gary shouldn't bluff with ace high too often. So he just kind of has a hand where he goes, if I think you're bluffing, I'm going to call you. And if I don't, I'm going to fold. You know, it's kind of just pure, it's almost like single draw or something. Where you're just like, I think he's bluffing, I call. Or I don't think he's bluffing and I fold.
You got it or you don't kind of prospects here.
Yeah.
Elton's got good sniff on him though, Greenwood. I'm sure you've been out there at the table.
Yeah, no, I think, again, like this is one where you could think about what your opponent's bluffing and figure it out. Like Jack 10 with the spade, King Jack, King 10 with the spade. So yeah, I'm sure, I think the question for, part of the question for Elton is Gary did not overbet. He bet, what, 85 into like 120, 110. So the question for Elton is how thin can Gary go here? Because if he can have just a queen, that opens up the door for a lot more value betting. If he needs to have 2 pair or a set or a straight, then calling ace 2 becomes a lot more attractive.
And in the end, Thompson able to bluff Sang.
Yeah.
As his unimproved gutter hauls it in. Nice work there.
Yeah, nice bluff.
From Gary. Fair amount of bluffing is going to be part of the equation for anybody who's going to hope to work their way toward the end of today's play, which is scheduled to conclude once the final table is set.
There's a good chance that by the time this day is over, I will be long asleep. So, you know, kudos.
Sam, you keeping early hours?
Hit or miss, you know. When I'm tired, I go to sleep. And sometimes that's been at 10 p.m. this trip, and sometimes that's been at 5 in the morning. So, we'll see.
Looks like some broad range on your circadian rhythms there.
Yeah.
Sam, sage wisdom, by the way. When you're tired, go to sleep. Wish I could adhere to it, unfortunately. When I'm tired plus stuck, I oftentimes don't click the sleep button.
That's why I play tournaments and not cash games, you know? You go to sleep when you run out of chips.
Well, Badziakowski putting some of his chips out there with this ace-5 suited is Gary. From the small blind, ace-deuce suited. Had the opportunity to discuss it with Mike earlier, but specifically these suited wheel ace cards, solver bait, they like to 3-bet, do they not? Or is it only the ace-5?
Well, the ace-5 is really likes going all in, basically. The solver aces that you 3-bet, generally the idea is you're targeting the worst offsuit ace that your opponent opens. So if you think the worst offsuit ace your opponent opens would be, I mean, I gotta say, that's also kind of surprising. Mikita's a very deliberate player, and it felt like, I mean, I guess, you know what it is? I was going to say Mikita called kind of quickly there with the 3-bet, but then I forgot that Daniela is dealing, and she is one of the more, she's one of the faster dealers in terms of hitting the shot clock button.
One of the variables that I was not considering, but perhaps quick on the shot clock draw. Mikita encouraged to make the call more quickly as...
Like, look at her. It's already a 2-1. She clicks it and then clicks it right away next.
That's how it's supposed to happen, Sam.
Yeah.
We don't give you free seconds out there.
No, I have no problem with how she does it. Well,
Both players with the gut shot straight draw. As I turn our attention back to the actual poker at hand, 5-tray deuce board. Badziakowski with top pair, Thompson bottom pair.
Yeah, this is a kind of a disastrous flop for Gary. A lot of flops versus this hand. He's just betting and winning, and now they both have too strong a hand to fold. And as you see, Gary has 8% equity to win the pot and 16 to tie, but not great.
Let's see how Bads reacts to the 80K barrel into 208 from the 3-better pre.
I think both options are kind of appealing for him. Just shoving and then making sure you get it in versus an ace-king or an ace-queen or whatever that you have an equity edge on right now. And then also maybe folding out a, you know, queen-jack of diamonds type hand is pretty appealing. Yeah, so he shoves. And I think that's kind of what he's doing here. Because the other thing is, if he does have a hand like, say, pocket queens, when Mikita improves, pocket queens can often get away because he improves on such obvious outs, it's the ace or the 4. So I think the idea with Mikita, I'm a little surprised he folded so quickly there. You know, Mikita, as with the case, he was dominated, and it's a good fold. But you know, Mikita could have just had any flush draw or anything like that, and then he's not doing all that great with a flush draw. Oh, sorry, he needs to call with a flush draw. So a little surprising.
You know, when I was a kid, I always wanted to make
Didn't enjoy the way that one went down.
I don't think that's true.
And then
piled on.
Actually, the first time I played with
back to what you were saying about pre-flop, Ali. I think one of the other concerns is sometimes when you play those weaker players, pre-flop aggression is enough to win you the hands. But when you play with a tough player versus Mikita, now you're making a pot big out of position versus a very tough player. And, you know, Gary did make a good fold, if you know Mikita's hand. But that's one of the issues with, I think, how the amateurs need to switch gears in these tournaments, because they might go from, I want to play big pots, I want to play aggressively, to, I don't think anybody wants to play a big pot with Mikita. I don't like playing big pots with Mikita.
Yeah, out of position, no less.
Yeah.
On that occasion, of course, it didn't work out for GT, as Putra is going to give Fedor a walk. Holst will certainly accept it, given the shallowness of his stack.
Ferdinand might have been listening to us there, because he didn't want to play a pot out of position with Fedor and just pitch the 10-6 off. You know?
Absolutely right. Look at Nacho. You can just tell his gears are turning, looking for somebody to rile up a little bit.
Yeah, Nacho and Elton is that's like a, you know, a odd couple sitcom waiting to happen right there.
Dynamic duo in terms of table chat.
Yeah.
Putra not hesitating to put 10-3 into the muck from the button, and now Fedor, Jack 9 off suit. Heath, 2 deuces behind him.
He was going to play the PLO. It's very small.
All right, so Fedor saved himself, I think, from flipping here. I feel I don't like predicting plays, but I feel confident in saying Ben is just going to go all in with a PO2 here. Nothing good comes from checking, and you'd only really do it if you had a very strong live read on Fedor that he was trapping you.
Well, he's got 200,000 out there, enough to cover Fedor, who will just muck and slide chips to his left. Frustrating, of course.
Yeah, he's limp folding pretty good hand, all things considered. You know.
They're a big fan of Messi in Indonesia.
Jack 9, I mean Jack 10. Jack 10 who Jack 9 suited. Jack 10 off who Jack 9 suited. He's got to consider shoving the first time or limp calling. Jack 9 off just a little too weak.
Yeah, of course. The best.
So Fedor will inherit the button.
Best player in the world. Good bet.
Get a look at Elton with ace 10 suited.
Not even close.
See what he's got on his mind.
There is no Portuguese players at the table, huh? To argue about that.
It's not even close, the comparison. Ronaldo doesn't even...
You don't have an opposition here, you know?
No, but he doesn't make the top 5, Ronaldo.
At least if Brazilians would be here.
Oh, yeah, like Pelé makes for sure, makes the top 3, Ronaldinho.
Elton's 26K open, about to be greeted by Fedor's ace-king for all of it. Fairly predictable development.
167.
Elton asking for the count. Another 150 plus to call. Sam, is ace 10 suited enough given the range we expect Fedor to be jamming with?
Yeah, I think it is. I think Fedor could have as weak as ace 2 suited here and suited broadways, pocket pairs.
You did not expect them to come to the final, huh?
No, but I had to stay 18 more days, and I didn't love the country.
Well, if you expect them to be in a final, you should come later.
Yeah, I know. There was the World Poker Tour also.
Okay, fair.
I really didn't like the country.
And flops the joint.
I mean,
I was going to say, Fedor did not look comfortable when he saw the hands pre-flop. It's like he knew.
I've been told there is like, you know, it's clean, but there is nothing.
Chop
like
potential here, but
yeah, and that's
you just
all
floating
as
around in the empty streets.
the ace-king ends up being Fedor's last stand.
What place did he come last time? Like 5th, 4th?
Yeah, exactly. Between games, he was
in the last event.
No, in the
Coin Rivet
Invitational. Yeah.
In this country.
Bear with me.
Because I'm thinking because KCG isn't playing.
Yeah, you just gotta come to the semifinals, you know, and
so there's going to be some new blood.
Grafton,
I was
of course,
there, and it was like 2 days to go from Vegas. It was a mess.
Last
then
time
I had
we were here
to fly from
in
there
North
to
Cyprus.
Argentina. It was another
Fedor
mess.
finished
It was
4th for 2.1.
30 hours, 30
and
hours.
who came third?
I'm like, yeah, okay, sure. I'm going to be really happy if they win, regardless. But I looked so many times at flights.
We have a crack research team.
I should go back.
Actually, it's just me with the iPad. It's far from crack.
I don't know if I get to see Messi winning the
How many times Argentina won?
Yeah,
this is the third time.
Second time?
Third.
Maybe next.
Third?
Maybe
Yeah.
next stop we can get some like interns. You know, like
I like where your head's at.
Just looking up
86,
random facts, bringing his food, you know.
Ooh.
When do we play again? 86, 78.
Where were you when these ideas could have been
Maradona
floated in advance
could
of
have
the
played the
event?
78, but they didn't take him. Can you believe that? He was so young. He was like 18 or something like that. And
KCG
and the
finished
coach
in third.
didn't take
Linus
him.
Lolliger second. for the champion.
Maradona, he could have played on
I
the
thought
78.
KCG came second, but
Then he played the first World Cup in '82.
I believe.
And Messi played like what, 5 of them already?
Is Linus still kicking?
It was the last
Yeah,
one,
Linus is
yeah.
Linus is still
Fifth?
kicking in this one,
yeah.
right?
So 2023 now.
Yeah.
Did he play in 2002? I guess not.
No,
I guess
no, he didn't play 2002. He played the first one in
And then of course
2006,
Hecklin
but
has
he
become the
barely
Sam
got 1
Grafton,
minute.
14, 18, and 23.
the
So
Sam
yeah, he actually
Grafton
played 5
replacement
times.
here with little Dave
On
Nicholson.
2006, he was there. It was a big controversy.
We'll see if Hecklin can get
we
that,
were losing
that
against
little
Germany
Dave
and
magic and continue.
Well, not quite magic, but wizardry. The folks over at GTO Wizard help you take your game to the next level with the #1 app for poker players. Start crushing at gtowizard.com/Triton today. Analyze your played hands, practice by playing against GTO and study any spot in the game. Join our giveaway for 5 premium GTO Wizard 1-month subscriptions. It all happens at
You have to have him on the field. He's got to be like
gtowizard.com/Triton.
watching the game. Like just get him on the. It's very crazy, and we got eliminated by Germany. And then the next World Cup again, we get eliminated 4-0 against Germany. Maradona's the coach.
Once Nacho's done with the Argentina soccer takes, I might just do this and do like sports talk
Germany on
radio, give all my hot lead
2006,
stakes, you know.
2010, and I was there at the final 2014.
So we got.
It's insane. We lose the final 2014.
So you lost 4 times to Germany.
Yeah.
Well, I will say with the dead six
I was
here,
so happy when they busted
it looks like Argentina might also be
year,
losing
that's- I
this
mean, I was
this
so
part.
scared they
It's
would.
going to be an uphill battle for Nacho.
No question about it, as Putra's 2 kings open from the hijack. Nacho defends and is run into top set on a king 7-5 board. Backdoor straightiness for Barbero, who's interrupted his long-winded diatribe about Argentinian soccer. If you've ever been around Argentinians, Sam, you know that once you get them going, they don't stop, especially now that they are the reigning champs in the World Cup. As Putra, who got going pre-flop, not stopping here. 12K. Teensy little bet. Retains Barbero.
I will say Nacho didn't even. Who knows what's going on in his head, but body language, chips-wise, he didn't even consider shoving pre-flop. And I don't know if it's because he Foodin might be a slightly tighter player, or he picked something up live, but it was a, you know, it's a nice. Some players would be broke by now, would be out of the tournament. So nice little defensive maneuver from Nacho to keep himself in the tournament, assuming he doesn't call down with just a pair of 6s here. Yeah.
Yeah, that was the fork in the road there, the turn, which brought the third overcard to the 6s, and with that second barrel from Putra, Nacho dispensing with the 2
but the
6s.
2014 final was so
And
crazy.
Nacho's back at it.
'Cause we should have won.
No surprise.
I mean, it was very close.
Back at our other feature table, distinctly devoid of Argentinian soccer talk.
Although we might get Man United soccer talk with Danny.
Oh yeah, massive Manchester fan is Danny Tang.
And I believe Phil is a big Bayern Munich fan, Stoneheimer.
That sounds right.
Yeah.
A couple of storied organizations.
I asked Danny Tang because he went to university in Manchester, and he
Uh-huh.
said he went to university in Manchester because he was a United fan.
Wow.
That's dedication.
Also perhaps not the sorts of considerations that mom and dad would approve of in terms of academic selections.
I mean, Possibly. I don't know what.
Unless his dad's a huge United fan, and he's like, "Yeah, I'll come visit you at campus constantly."
Also, outside of Oxford and Cambridge, I know nothing about the relative quality of UK schools.
That's
you
right.
know,
Those are the only two we ever hear about.
Yeah, so maybe University of Manchester is a good school, and we're just slagging it here.
I feel like everyone at Oxford and Cambridge would be so smart. I wouldn't want to play poker on campus there.
Possibly.
Gotta go to like a small community college. That's where the games are good.
Yeah.
Sternheimer gonna defend against Hajiev. Mighty stack of 800K plus with the 8-9 suited turns into a open-ended straight draw for Hajiev. Sternheimer with the gutter. Checks it over. See what kind of sprinkling Hajiev has delivered to this dish. 27,000 granules of seasoning. See if Sternheimer cares for the taste.
There is a size that Hajiev could have bet on the flop that could have got Sternheimer out of the hand because, you know, he has a gut shot to a non-nut straight. His peel outs aren't very clean. But for the small bet, you got to peel one.
And that's exactly what Sternheimer does, is it converts into a double gutter for him, courtesy of that ace of diamonds.
This is interesting because it's a great card for Sternheimer's hand, for Hajiev's hand, but it's a much better card for Hajiev's range. He now has, you know, a whole bunch of king-queen combos. You know, ace-jack, ace-10, ace-king, ace-queen. Just a whole bunch of good hands here. So, again, this naturally is a hand I would expect him to barrel because it has some equity and it's a good... He has some equity and it's a good card for him. But, yeah. And, yeah, Sternheimer could do something kind of wild here and check raise bluff. I would be very surprised if he check called. But I think if you want to check raise bluff, you want to wait for a spade at least. Whether that's a king high flush draw or a queen high flush draw, or at least like queen 8 offsuit or queen 9 offsuit with a spade, yeah, and he gets out of there.
Credit to Hajiev for finding that 100K barrel there.
Yeah.
In spite of having the unimproved 9 high, showing us that he doesn't lack any aggression, and I'm assuming that it is precisely some of that aggression that has yielded him this big stack currently. Hajiev sitting in 9th overall, top 10.
So we got Jason Kuhn. We had him sitting down in the middle of that hand. He's wearing his fancy, one-of-a-kind gold Triton hoodie.
Wait, he's the only man that has the gold one?
I think so.
I know he's friends with the artist
He's
responsible
friends
for
with the
that
artist,
collection, Jonas
and
Wood.
Chumps like you and I, we have the Jonas Wood hoodie with the
plebeian.
What am I looking for here?
The white.
The links, the spade, heart, club, Triton logo in white. And Jason, when we see him in close up later, you'll see it's in gold.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
King
He has
4
kind of
suited.
a
Sorry.
bronze hand here, Jason.
If there's anybody who can perform alchemy, it is Jason Kuhn, but perhaps not against an ace-king,
Yeah,
which is what Hajiev has in the big here.
Don't think this is going to work out for Jason.
We'll have our answer in just moments. Hajiev wants it all. This is absurdly big sizing to be 3-betting because the reality is that the hands that are going to call us are ace-king plus, are they not?
For 30 big blinds, I don't know what...
There's a lot of chips.
I don't know what Jason's.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Now, if we 30 big blinds, Hadjiev gets some shoves out of the big blind, and they're mostly centered around ace king, ace queen, ace jack off, sevens, eights, nines, tens, those sorts of hands.
Okay.
And then to make the other player kind of want to expand their calling range a little, then you add some total bluffs as well. So I think everyone can understand the idea of you have ace queen off there, you have 30 big blinds, you're out of position. You don't want to flat call, you don't want to 3-bet and play a 3-bet pot out of position where you flop nothing a lot of the time, you want to go all in. But then to make up for that, so your range isn't just ace queen and ace king and pocket nines, you shove some ace 5 off, you shove some king 7 suited, you shove those sorts of hands, and then the hope is that I mean, with a solvable solution, there's no hope. It exists. But the hope is you execute well enough that if Jason has a hand like ace 10 suited or ace jack off, that he still needs to reluctantly call it off. That's what you're hoping for in constructive range from the big blind deal.
Less than reluctant muck in the end for Jason, as Hadjiev again picks up top shelf. Ace queen, small blind, folded around to him.
Maybe like some minimal 5% comprehension or something.
He raises to 40? Yeah.
Now Dan.
This is kind of a cuspy hand for Dan. He could do all three here, because you want a 3-bet bluff with kind of the worst king highs you'd continue. Yeah. And Dan just folds, which I think is... I could see the argument for all three, too. Maybe
Smith content to keep the massage rolling.
Yeah.
Uninterrupted.
Just because
You went all in on me?
speakers, they only speak
Maybe.
Spanish and no English.
That's funny that Jason correctly called out the hand just one hand later.
I couldn't call.
Yeah, but like.
What should I do with
I mean,
ace king
yeah, I
offsuit?
guess
You told me.
it's a little
That's
bit
fine.
different, but like, it's just like if you travel.
Yeah, see, even Jason is... Jason at first he was upset that he shoved and thought it was a lot of chips, and now he thought about it and goes, oh yeah, he could have ace-queen offsuit, he could have ace-jack offsuit, it's a good shove.
Yeah.
I was just sad I'd fold my suited hand. It was very pretty.
So the table's right now a little unbalanced, right? We have 3 VIPs and 5 pros, or that just because more...
Well, we did have the redraw at the last break prior to you coming in, and the field is completely merged.
Oh, it's completely merged
at
now.
this point. However,
but you can't
partners,
play with... Yeah.
exactly, are not
Partners
allowed to play with one another.
Got it.
DeVoris, the opener with king 6 suited up front. Yang flat calling with pocket 8s, and now Jason Kuhn taking this ace 9 suited under advisement.
Yeah, I think folding ace-9 suited, they were the standard play if Jason wanted to get a little frisky because maybe he thinks Rob's flatting a little more junk. That will be fine. Now, oh man, we got a lot of good hands here. Although no clubs left in the deck, but I would suspect
You have like
one
5
of
down?
Dan or Kiot to be
5:30 to start?
squeezing here.
All in.
And indeed, Smith going to jam.
So this is kind of what we were just talking about, actually. This is a very big shove, 50 big blinds. But the idea is, again, you'd want to shove ace-king off here. And then you go, well, what do I want to pair with ace-king off? And you go, well, king-jack suited is a pretty good hand, because if the guy calls with ace-queen, king-jack suited is doing just fine. And you definitely fold out ace-jack, and you definitely fold out king-queen. And, yeah, so...
Both hands that you obviously want out of there if you're going to have to take a flop. As
yeah.
Smith dispensing the queen 10 and king 6 along with the pocket 8s of Rob Young. Nice pickup there for Dan.
Yeah. And again, if Rob really wanted to, he could maybe go, oh, I think Dan just has ace-king here. He's not bluffing enough and call with 8s, but folding is fine.
Yeah, wait.
I didn't see anything.
No, I didn't see it.
Well, it definitely flipped and then came back.
I gotta say, we had a good view of those cards flipping, and I saw them flip, but I did not see them flash. You know, I didn't see what the cards were outside of from the RFIDs.
Nor did I. Sternheimer has seen King 10 and has guided a raise to 27,000 toward the middle. Dvoris with ace 5 out of the big.
So far, didn't let you change the card.
You fall pocket ace enough.
You did good. Maybe also some leveling going, you know, with the other person. Why you would change his card if it's good there, you know?
Going to
Yeah,
defend.
I understand. Yeah.
Not improving on the 8-6 tray board. Rainbow. It's Dvoris who checks it over to Sternheimer. The luxury of having the big stack, obviously, Sam, is you can afford to get after more pots, fire more continuation bets without necessarily leaving yourself in a bad spot.
Yeah, this is kind of a... Dan has a hand that's just too weak to continue, and Sternheimer has a hand that's just strong enough that he might not automatically c-bet it, but c-betting it is a totally fine play. Oh, and he found that's... he correctly found the big size there. He c-bet almost full pot.
65K.
Yeah, and that's what you want to do there because as the imposition player, you have a lot of the overpair sets, very strong hands, but a lot of your hands are unpaired hands that are good, but don't necessarily want to put a lot of money in the pot. So if you had like an ace queen off there, you probably want to check it back a lot. So then when you bet, you want to bet bad hands that fold out better hands and strong hands and bet pretty poorly. And King 10's fine there. It's one of the worst offsuit kings you have, and you have a little bit of
I did an interview where
3 straight.
I was saying
You know,
something
you could
to
turn
try
some
to
gut shots, you can turn top pair,
Yeah.
and you
so-
fold out probably king queen and king jack most of the time on the flop.
I mean,
And maybe
I don't
ace
really
10
think
too.
about what you have, it's what I have. And I usually put it in when I have
Ace
really
4,
good hands.
meanwhile,
If you have
for
a pair.
Smith.
I
Doesn't
don't
raise
really
the
bet when
cutoff.
I have one
Well
pair.
served as Catley
One
wakes
pair
up to
and
2
not
black 9s on the button.
Usually chips are above. So your set is like toast, usually. Okay.
Yeah, so Dan's going to continue here. Daniel is going to continue here. The question is whether he's going to 3-bet or whether he's going to call. And if he does 3-bet, then he kind of puts Kiat in a tricky spot as well. Because not that Kiat could shove, could call the 3-bet.
Dirty
And
diaper for Rob in the big blind.
We'll see if Rob wants to try.
No.
Yeah.
Doesn't have any evil thoughts on his mind, as he will leave Dvoris to do battle out of position, unimproved on an ace 3-3 board, and yeah, Rob would have flopped trips.
A pretty interesting flop here. Dan Dvoris is 3-betting a lot of the ace-x. He continues from the small blind. Kiat laid the button though, so he has a lot of junk on this board. And Dan has, you know, a heart. He has a queen and 10. He has backdoor straight card. So, and now, yeah, similar thing here. Kiat had the best hand, probably one that could call a bet or two. Well, 2 bets is getting kind of dicey, but could probably call 1 bet. And yeah, and Dan has a gut shot and a heart, so.
Added equity for Dvoris as he now faces the delayed follow-through of 28,000 from Kiat, mindful of the ace-x range that Dvoris from time to time would have on the flop. He decides it's time to get busy on the turn and takes it down with the 9s. Could have checked it back on the turn, I guess.
Yeah, I think he could have checked it back. I mean, I think the way Dan Dvoris folded pretty quickly there, that he didn't really think Kiat would be betting hands like 9s and 8s there all that often. or maybe he just doesn't think they're a big enough part of his range to matter. But you know, Queen 10 with a heart is a pretty a hand he could have bet himself the first time. It's a hand he could have check raised, and yeah, he pitched it without much thought there. So you are up against an ace or a king a lot, and you know you just don't have good equity. You have a gut shot with an ace and a king. It's not that exciting. You have a gut shot and you have like a 9. You have a hearts, which give you, you know, if you need to draw 2 cards that give you a bluff, you don't have a great hand.
Write that one down. King Jack offsuit on the button for Dvoris here, who's going to be the opener now. Jason Kuhn.
Going to get a nice little spin here with the 8-6 of spades.
Gets himself settled in. In comes the defense. King Jack 5, top 2 for Dvoris. Mercifully, Jason coming up empty.
Jason has a little something though here. He has a backdoor flush draw and he has 3 to a straight. So if Dan bets small on the flop, I suspect Jason will continue. And sometimes with the call, sometimes with the raise. But he gets to fold out a lot of hands he beats immediately. I know I just said a draw to a bluff is not a great hand, but here he has, you know, if he turns a 7 or a 9 or a spade, then he actually has real pot equity in the hand.
Well, it's going to take him 22K.
And obviously with King Jack he doesn't have this, but you know, with like Ace 5 or something like that, the 6, the 8, yeah.
Oh no.
They're often good.
Check raise by Jason to 58,000, and that is music to Dan Dvoris's ears here in this spot with top 2. So much hand on this rainbow texture. I suspect, Sam, you favor the flat?
Yeah, Dan knows that if Jason is raising for value here, he's going to have a king a lot, and he knows that if there aren't many semi-bluffs he can have here. So if he is semi-bluffing, it's going to be with, or if he's bluffing, it's going to be with some real speculative hands like 8-6 of spades here. So,
To the turn we go as the 9 does deliver a gut shot straight draw to Jason on the back end of the Dvoris flat. 186,000 in the middle. They're playing 257K effective.
Now, there were some of the turns that could really give Jason a little more equity and kind of present disaster for him. The 9 of hearts is not one of them. Now Jason has like a gut shot to the, I guess it will be the 3rd nuts because 8-10, but neither of them really have 8-10 all that often. But he has a gut shot to the 3rd nuts. There's already a straight possible. Dan Dvoris can have a bunch of King Jack, top pair with a flush draw, 2nd pair with a flush draw. You know, so yeah, and if you're Dan, you need a bet. You have too good a hand, and you need to, you know, if Jason check raised the flop with like King 7 or something, maybe he slows down when the 9 turns. You got to make sure hands like that keep putting money in the pot.
And you saw Dvoris with a little bit of a scowl there.
Yeah.
As Jason did shut it down, allowing Dvoris to bet and take it.
Yeah, you're just hoping that, like, you know, when you're in the tank there, you're just like, just have like some sort of a decision at least. You know, have 9-10. And yeah, just 8 high is not what you want him to have.
No doubt. Sternheimer, ace-6 suited. Legitimate open. Kiat entirely disinterested in his ace-3.
forget who's. Do we have Danny in the big blind here? Yeah. So we haven't seen. Oh, I was going to say we haven't seen much of Danny, but it's going to continue.
Hang.
Straight
Knows how to be patient.
I mean, it's also been like 6 hands or something. So.
Yeah, it's not as though he hasn't played a hand all day.
Yeah.
Waikin Yong has worked his way into second in chips overall at present. Third place, Tobias Duttweiler.
Yeah, we still have a very VIP-heavy leaderboard here. There's one guy, one pro in the top 6, and 2 in the top 8.
Looking at the top, yeah, the top 8 is the nice little cutoff as Brewer.
Yeah, there we go. Santosh still kicking around. C9.
Jack 10 offsuit now for Dvoris.
Raise 27,000.
Makes it 27,000 to go.
Pretty interesting spot here for Danny, because if he 3-bets and gets jammed on, he's folding a lot of it, like a lot of a hand here to fold King Jack suited for 40, even though it's 45 blinds, it's still a pretty good hand, you know?
Gonna
but
flat.
yeah, Danny I think makes a good flat here where he can't get blown off the hand pre-flop, and you know he's sort of underrepresented in the small blind. You saw like the hand where Dan flatted Queen, Dvoris flatted the hand with Queen 10 off in the small blind. And usually when somebody makes a small blind flat, you think of those sorts of hands like offsuit Broadways, 6-5 suited, pocket 2s, you know, those sorts of hands. So for, yeah, Danny is kind of underrepresented here and kind of as a tricky, strong hand, but on a Queen 4-5 board, it's just going to be whoever, everyone kind of misses, and whoever, you know, take the first crack at it, show the first bit of aggression, I think is just going to take it down.
Consistent with what we might have expected after Sternheimer closed the pre-flop action, defending his big blind, a couple of checks in front of the opener, Dvoris. And we'll see how he feels about this texture with 93,000 in the middle.
Yeah.
Pursues.
Again, this bet makes sense from Dan. He blocks Queen Jack and Queen 10. He has a 3 straight, so he can turn open enders at gut shots. The Jack and 10 are pretty strong, and you know, if you turn a Jack or a 10, you can show it down and bluff catch. So, and then also you just fold out King High, Ace High right now that you beat. So pretty nice.
Hey, you do as much as I do. But you might play more poker than me.
I played my second tournament this week.
Dvoris taking it down as we flip it back over to the other feature table where we find.
We got some fresh blood here.
You're running good with this deck. You suck out on Fedor. Oh yeah. Forgot about that one.
Don't see
it.
it.
It's like a 350
normal day in the life. Normal day in the life.
37 players remain here in the 200K LUXON Pay Invitational. 100 bigs in front of Anson Yu. He and Gary Thompson, along with Elton Sang, the VIPs. Heath, Davies, Bads, and Nacho, the pros.
Tournament of the year. I don't want to eat anymore in this place. I'm going to be so fat.
Tired of the buffet?
It's so good, the food, that it makes me want to eat all day.
You share that assessment, Sam, when we come out here to North Cyprus? There's
no,
so many dining options here. The buffet, 3 times a day. You can certainly pile on the pounds.
Yeah, I'm in the middle of a weight loss bet where the final weigh-in is June 1st. So I'm in just trying to not eat like 2,000 calories of baklava every day.
Are you drawn live, by the way? You on the right side of the bet right now?
So there's monthly weigh-ins, and I've hit every weigh-in up to this point. And the last one, I think right now I'm like 3 pounds shy, so I can do it. But
you can do it,
yes.
Sam. But the Merit Poker dining portfolio not going to make it easy on you.
No, I mean if you wanted, you could eat extremely clean here.
Who wants to do that, Sam? Let's be honest with ourselves.
Yeah.
Few people. Myself not among them. Jason Kuhn, of course.
Yeah, just grilled chicken and rice every meal.
Oh, no. Bore me to death.
Oof.
Not a boring board, though, as Anson, the pre-flop opener with the ace-9 suited, has got trip aces up against the nut flush draw for Davies.
Seth made a loose-ish pre-flop peel here, but it was against a min raise, and it's the blinds are 10-15, not your traditional 7.5-15. So he's getting really good price pre-flop, and it's I think it's got to be a fine call.
It's a call that he made from the small blind, though, not the bigs.
Well, that's what I was saying. He min raised, and the small blind is 10, so it's it's normally you need to call 22.5, and now you just need to call 20.
Right. Unable to close the action was one of the other elements, obviously, with Heath in the big. But upon the departure of Heath and a check call on the flop, Davies is granted a queen of clubs, which really isn't the direction his hand needs to be headed. Spade needed with 160 in the middle as he faces the turn barrel from Anson. 110K. 2/3 pot.
This just feels like one of those hands from Seth's perspective where he made, I think, a fine but marginal pre-flop continue, and then this is sometimes what happens where you go, oh man, I'm in a pretty big pot here with a kind of fringy hand, and I'm not sure what to do. But I think with the pair of queens, he needs to continue, but it's really not exciting.
Note the Hughes looking up over at him for
That's
a sense of what
exciting.
he's up against, and the deuce of spades has given Davies the nut flush. Obviously, the paired aces, along with the king and a queen, creating some vulnerability. Davies does block the queen, but in that upfront raising range, even from the big stack of a VIP like Anson, who might have a broad variety of holdings, there are some aces full that we are wary of.
Yeah, I think if you're Seth, there's a part of you that wants to just open jam the river here because maybe Anson isn't bluffing enough, and maybe he's only value betting, full houses or flushes. So that's not great, but he's telling kind of a story that doesn't make a whole lot of sense, He's telling a story that doesn't make a whole lot of sense because he shouldn't have that many flushes. He would need to have check called the turn with. It's basically only queen high spades because jack high spades, 10 high spades, ace and king high spades are impossible. Jack and 10 high spades are pretty dicey turn check calls on a paired board. So it is tempting to try to get him to call with ace like trips, but I don't think there's anything you can do there.
Credit, by the way, to Anson Yu with the check back there, Sam, not to be overlooked with trip aces, as his kicker didn't play and he couldn't really get a sense of what was going to call him that.
Yeah, if you're shoving there, you're almost like trying to get called by a chop, and it is a nice check back by Anson.
Showing some situational awareness.
Yeah. And then Seth, when he tabled the hand, kind of had to do the thing where he's like, "Oh man, I have a real bad hand here that I gotta show you. Hope you aren't too mad at me for going after you with the queen 3 suited."
You didn't make a meal of it, but yeah, I think that there was a little bit of self-consciousness about rolling over that queen 3 suited. one of the instances in which the VIP is looking over at the pro and going, really? As opposed to the other way around.
Yeah, exactly.
And Davies putting the new tokens to work from the button with a queen 8 offsuit. Bad's the defender. 6-4 off. Dust in both camps on the monotone jack high flop. That's his check.
Yeah.
Looks like it's going to draw follow through.
And that's going to send him away, I think.
Indeed.
Now, monotone boards are extremely tricky to play. And when you have a hand like Queen 8 off there, you just, sometimes you're just like, I just want this hand to be over with. Because anything else just does not feel, feels difficult.
Well, we're not going to be clipping that one for the highlight reel, but that's all right. As we work our way down to a final table here on day 2 of this LUXON Pay Invitational. Ali Najad joined by Sam Greenwood in the booth. Nacho Barbero.
That is 32,000.
The year of the Nacho. Might there be a cash in his future with 13 paid in this one? 32K open, Davies cut off, King Jack.
Davies had a kind of marginal pre-flop decision last time, and it worked out for him, so he thought, you know, I'll do it again. See if it works out again.
Monotone flop once more, 8 high, as Davies' flat is rewarded with a king high flush draw and the best hand as it stands.
So as I said, last hand, monotone boards are tricky, especially in a spot like this where Seth's cutoff flatting range has so much offsuit in it. Oh, sorry, so much suited and so little offsuit. So I doubt he would really flat king 10 offsuit here. So this is probably his worst offsuit king, so I would expect him to recognize that and play pretty aggressively with it and use it as, you know, a good hand to bluff with, whether he starts on the flop or whether he continues later. Yeah. The concern about raising a hand like King of Spades Jack on the flop at this stack depth is you might get blown off it. If Nacho shoves a hand like 9s with the 9 of spades or something like that, or, you know, ace jack with the jack of spades, whatever, then you're kind of in a lot of, you raise folding a lot of equity.
Interesting turn card here, Sam, insofar as Nacho, who fired that 20K on the flop, could very much have some ace combos.
Yeah.
Yet he decides to check.
I think when you look at Nacho's turn check, which I think is fine, it goes to kind of show, because Seth could also have hit the ace, whether it's with ace 8, ace 4, ace 5, ace 2 suited, whether he could have already flopped a flush, whether it's ace jack, ace queen off, something like that. And I think part of the problem with this hand from Nacho's perspective is he doesn't really have a range advantage on the flop, and he put money in with a pretty weak hand, and then you're out of position with a bad hand versus a tough player.
Here that it makes me
and
want
it's
to go sound on a break.
And now Nacho's in an
Realize
interesting
it's gonna
spot
be actually a good
because
idea.
this is actually a pretty good hand to bluff with here. He blocks some of Seth's offsuit hands that might have a spade, like king queen and king jack. He can't win this hand at showdown.
And might he think that the check back from Davies is emblematic of a holding that does not include a spade?
Yeah, I think if you sort of the most obvious hands for Seth to have here would be maybe 8, 9. But Nacho does check.
Because of air conditioner?
But yeah, the most obvious hands for Seth to have here were kind of 5s, 6s, maybe 9s, although he might 3-bet call that.
Going straight to Vegas or to Madrid?
8-9 suited, 10-8 suited,
Oh,
stuff like that.
like
So
to
from
7 or
Nacho's
something?
perspective, yeah, you block some of the big flushes, some of the offsuit flush combos, and Seth has looked like Seth might not have better than 1 pair a lot, and you're never going to win in check-check.
So like you missing 25k first one and a heads up, right?
But
Makes sense.
You?
but after kind of a
like few days in Vienna.
Dicey flop bet from Nacho, I think he maybe sort of recognized his mistake and then shut it down, which is what you want to do. The worst thing you can do is, chase good money after bad. Is that how that expression goes?
Yeah.
That's what you had.
Yeah, but for you it's definitely, definitely because like you guys
chase bad money with
been
good
away
money,
for
I guess.
like
There's a
2
number of
weeks
ways
now
to
and then
make the point, but point made as Nacho did shut it down and folds to the 140k barrel from Davies. On the end, now an ace-5 suited. Should find continued participation.
Okay, I know I'm not a prediction man after I messed up the first one, but I think there's a chance we get some banter after the hand about from Nacho about how he wishes the flop last hand with the flop this hand. That's my
wow. That I mean, your mind has gone to very creative places here. I like it, but I guess we'll have to pull the curtain on this one before we can find out whether or not your prediction comes true. Not sure we're going to have the opportunity, though, courtesy of Gary Thompson's all-in.
No,
yeah.
I probably won't.
A kind of tricky spot for Gary because he has a good enough hand to go all in with, but when he gets called by people behind or the opener, you're not really happy.
The tournaments are pretty garbage there. Like, they're just having so many 10Ks.
And he just said he didn't want to gamble.
Like, I mean, it's just like so many entries by professionals with like, 10 BBs and 3% rake, so it's just Greek structure, silly gamble. Definitely good for business though. You're doing well.
Oh, we have a new chip leader. Tobias
on GG?
Dietzweiler has just climbed over Philip Sternheimer after flush over flushing Ferdinand. Ooh, that's a nasty flush over flush too. Ferdinand had top pair and a straight flush draw on. She had Jack 9 of spades on 8-10 Jack, 2 spades, and Tobias had Ace 3 of spades. And they got in a bunch of money on the flop, and then the King of spades on the turn, and Ferdinand is gone.
That is a merciless way to go, and obviously,
that is
Duttweiler, a delightful development. Playing under the German banner. Duttweiler, his second ever Triton series. Played a pair of events, sorry, his first ever. Played a pair of events here, 25K and the 20K before ponying up here in the 200K Invitational. Raise and take it for bads. As we slip back over to the other table where we find the man now second in chips, Philip Sternheimer. Pocket tens on an ace-ace-5 board where Dan Smith improbably manages to outflop him. Ace-10 of spades. Awful way for Sternheimer here.
Yeah, I mean, this is the kind of like the rounders setup here where Sternheimer was just drawing dead. But yeah, I think Sternheimer, borrowing the case 10 coming, I think should be able to get away from this hand without too much damage. Maybe he'll put in a little money on the turn, but he can probably find a way to get rid of it on the river.
Extra 56,000 sliding in there as Rob Young departs. Deuce of diamonds oh so dry with 180 in the middle. As the 33K open from Sternheimer was flatted pre. 28K flop bet, flatted post. And now Philip wants to think things over. It is the kind of board texture, of course, Sam, that we would imagine from time to time a player would be willing to float Very seldom, though, I would guess when you're up against that big stack that can apply max pressure with so much on the line in this 200K, and I think that's what's on Sternheimer's mind, perhaps, when he decides to shut down.
Yeah, I mean, Dan is a good enough poker player that he understands that on all types of board textures in every situation you need to have construct your ranges in such a way that you can bluff later in the hand. So I would expect Dan to have some, you know, hands with the backdoor flush draw, like a, you know, king, queen of hearts or king, queen of clubs. I would expect him to have all the pocket pairs he flats, you know, that maybe, you know, let's say now Sternheim will check the river and Dan has sixes with the six of diamonds. Now that becomes a hand that you might need to bluff with. I don't know exactly, because there were some short stacks behind, but Dan could have a 6-5 suited or a 5-6 suited. I think this is Sternheim was going for a little block bet here, it looks like. Well, he just doesn't want to get... But there's not that much value to be had here, and I think this is mostly an I don't want to get bluffed off this hand bet.
42,000 into 180, coming as the byproduct of Smith's check back.
I think, and it's a nice check back by Dan on the turn. You need to... If you, as you said, Ali, like it's hard for Dan to have too many floats on that board, well, it's pretty easy for him to have trips. So if he just blindly bets trips on the turn, then if Sternheim, who does have ace-king or fives, then he can really just check, count on Dan to bet, and just pile in the money. So Dan is a pretty medium ace, you know, so I think it's a good check. I can't imagine Dan's giving any consideration to folding here. I would guess he's thinking about raising and maybe trying to get value from an ace-6, ace-7, ace-8, ace-9, yeah. Now, I said I didn't like Sternheim's block bet because I thought he didn't get enough value from the bet. Dan can have a king. Now he's in a pretty interesting spot because he doesn't block the river too often with a hand with a diamond in it. So he does have a hand that's potentially interested in 3-bet shoving here. I would think a solver would probably, even at this point, maybe stick to an ace with a diamond. Maybe a king with a diamond.
Oh my goodness, Sam, you mentioned it.
But yeah, he this is a very nice bluff from Phil.
What a rough spot here from Dan, who can only grin, almost in sort of professional respect at the line taken.
And even at Dan's perspective, like Dan can have flushes here. He can't really have a full house. He would, especially if it was a VIP in this format, he'd 3-betting ace-king. Oh, and yeah, very nice bluff from Phil.
I'll tell you what, we've already touched on the idea that Philip Sternheimer is among the most professional of the VIPs in the field. That, for me, was case in point.
And I got to say that, like, he did not take, he used the time bank, no, he used the time bank on the turn, but he did not take very long to shove over the river bet, and I think he knew when he blocked that if Dan raised and Dan picked a smaller size, that he was going to go all in.
So important to kind of be prepared for all eventualities, and I think also the pace with which he did it.
Yeah,
and that sort of premeditation might have been perceived by Dan to be tethered to strength.
Yeah, I agree. I think he looked strong, and even I mean, I remember in the 75K there was that hand which, if people weren't watching, was Santosh Suvarna bluff raised Dylan Lindy on the river. And I remember I was at the table and I thought, oh, this guy has it. I thought Santosh had it.
Right.
So
I also think that in general, you know, if we are considering just your average VIP, we don't expect bluffs. Maybe overly aggressive lines, but just the stone cold bluffs in spots like that.
Yeah.
So seldom.
I think the more common sort of VIP line is they put in too much money in the pot with a kind of like medium strength hand, or like they have a draw that missed and they shove it. Like, yeah, like a pure bluff like that sometimes you don't really see. And
Nothing bluffy about Kiat Lee. Pocket aces 3-betting this Sternheimer Open from 33 up to 85.
And he just gets away. That's a small, kind of small 3-bet too.
Well, remember, if
Yeah.
we're under the gun, opening as a big stack,
Yeah.
and a guy like Kiat Lee who has really been tidy about his navigations as observed, comes in with the 3-bet,
Yeah.
maybe we just stay away.
Yeah.
Range feels like it's toward the top.
Unless you
No, but it,
keep it in
yeah,
your
it's,
pocket.
Yeah, it's my fucking clutch card. I'm keeping.
I would recommend
Philip has been
picking
so
another card.
impressive. Sam had dinner with him last night, and the opportunity to chat about a handful of hands. Most of it centered around altercations with Ernildo Santos, who was at his table, the Brazilian.
what's funny is I've never, you know, you have a better idea of how he plays than I do. I've never played a hand of poker with him in my life. So
Well, you're starting to get an idea yourself here, this front row seat.
no,
Santos.
No, yeah, Santos. I played with Phil.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
okay. So you already had intel then that kind of made you aware of just how good he is.
Yeah, no, I mean I played with him in London this year. I played with him.
Ace's rich environment, by the way, not to interrupt,
Yeah.
Sam, and we can revisit that conversation later on. But here, Ramin Hajiev's king-queen suited, an upfront razor to 45K, is going to be met by Rob Young's aces.
Oof. Yeah, I was going to say Ramin raised kind of big, so I was curious if Rob might decide to trap, and Rob kind of cuts out a pretty big 3-bet here. You know, Kiat kind of gave Phil the keep him in size. Rob is sort of giving the, you know, maybe I have ace-king, maybe I have tens kind of size. And Ramin's in a pretty tough spot with king-queen suited here with the bigger size. But, yeah. Like, I don't know how often it happens, but, you know, maybe 10 times a year or something I fold king-queen suited. I don't like it, so I don't fault Ramin here. Yeah, and I guess fortunately for Ramin, I don't think much damage is going to be done here.
Yeah, he did call the 3-bet and doesn't hit on the 10-8 deuce board
Yeah.
with a couple of spades. Rob, happy to jam, and this one's over.
Yeah, I don't think he had. When you make it the big size pre-flop, you're not going to then get queued on a 10-8 2 flush draw board. You're just piling it in. Back to the Stronheimer bluff for 1 second. I also think, you know, the way sort of the pros think about it, they're more precise about, I want this exact combo, I think that's the best hand to bluff with, whatever. And a lot of these spots, what matters for the amateurs is just that they're bluffing at all, so they can get people to fold strong hands from time to time. And yeah, like, you know, Stronheimer, I think the 10 of diamonds is a good card to have in a bluffing range. Maybe it's not the perfect hand to bluff, but it's a good card to bluff. And yeah, no, very nice bluff from him.
Yeah.
I think we might need to stick with the blue table here. We're getting all the excitement at the blue table. Aces, crazy bluffs.
Yeah.
The red table much more in line. Nachos Argentina taco takes.
DeVoris, king 10 suited, hijack open. Sternheimer ought to be into the muck, but Hajiev quite the opposite with ace-jack in the big here.
So this is similar to when he shoved versus Jason, but it goes to show how precise these spots can be. Well, this is 35 big blinds. This is versus a hijack raise instead of a cutoff range. This is ace-jack instead of ace-king or ace-queen. Like, every little bit matters, and Hajiev make I think, the standard play here.
Yeah, defense yielding a Broadway gut shot to him as he hunts a king, checking it over to DeVoris, who holds one, along with a 10, which is good for second pair, 95K in the middle.
4-year-old Juniper.
No backup?
No, I don't think. I don't think so.
DeForest following
Like I
through for
said, our
35K.
Nanny is Bianca's mother.
Oh, I thought you were kidding about that.
No.
She moved there, or?
You know what the other thing about
They
the
live right down the
Stoneheimer Bluff is
That's
we, you know, he had 1 second of being out of the chip lead and decided,
Yeah, they're
nah.
like a half-a-mile walk.
So
and like every
Look at
morning
this
it's
turn
6
card
a.m.
as
to come and pick
Hagiev
'em up and take 'em to
peels,
breakfast and
not to
swing
turn
home
our
to swing.
attention back to the matter at hand prematurely, but certainly it is a notable development here. Hagiev makes the best hand.
This is a hand Dan could turn into a bluff, but I think from the hijack he has, you know, like King 5, King 6 suited. He has a bunch of unpaired King X. He has some Jack X that is unpaired, and the 10 is a pretty bad card because that's a hand you're targeting with your bluffs. You know, if you have King 6 suited and get him to fold 10-9, that's a huge win. If you have King 10 suited and get him to fold 10-9, it doesn't do a whole lot. So I think you're going to see a value bet from Hagiev here. Oh no, he just checks. So yeah, now Dan is going to check back. I was going to say if Hagiev value bet, it's a tricky spot for Dan because he could have a bunch of missed flush draws, Jack 9, Jack 8, King 9, stuff like that. But
Has the buy-in for the London event been decided yet?
You can ask Rob. I don't know. I don't think it has.
Am I button?
So it does get shut down from the turn and beyond as Hagiev hauls it in.
$250,000, yeah.
Pounds or dollars?
$250,000, £200,000.
did you just? Okay.
£200,000.
I don't know if you just caught that, but
discussion about our next stop.
Wanted it a little bigger in
there was a
London.
bit of a who's on first moment there where Stoneheimer says 200,000 pounds, and Rob responds, yeah, $200,000. And Stoneheimer gives a look that, you know, as a London resident, is very, very confused.
The exchange rate not as extreme as it once was.
Yeah, all I know is that before COVID, I had pounds.
Like me.
And then they switched the currency. And now in order for them to be usable and turned into actual money, my pounds cash, I need to take them to the Bank of England. So when I'm in London, like a bank on the street will not do it for you. Hotels will not change it for you. So when
Will not change your pounds into dollars, obviously.
No, because now they have the like the plastic money with the holograms and all that.
Oh.
I have the old paper money, and it is useless. I need to make a day trip to the Bank of London to get them changed.
Sam, I wouldn't publicize when and where you're going to be doing that.
It's you know, I'm not going to publicize it, but I'm saying it's
Isn't the US Open?
It's annoying.
It's closer to the rake in a Triton tournament than the buy-in to a Triton tournament. Let's put it that way.
Well, Sam, I don't know whether or not you're comfortable enough, given our hours-long friendship, to perhaps entrust me with a visit to a financial institution on your behalf.
Don't diss it till you try it.
Attractive rates are available if you'd like to enlist.
It is not, like, people get really drunk, actually. They're
Just putting it out there. Allow you to stay comfortable north of the border in Canada while yours truly does the heavy lifting.
I feel confident the pound will you know, hold up for at least through Triton London. We got 3 months at least of the pound. I believe in it.
Forex tips with Sam Greenwood.
Yeah.
I think it's a good currency to
Yes.
believe in, as Philip Sternheimer knows all too well. The London resident, King 10 offsuit, placing his beliefs in the Broadway combo from the cutoff as Hagiev's beliefs are tested from the button. Ace 5 suited, and he's going to make a disciple out of Philip. 125K, 3 scooper.
My impression was like, oh, you have to wear all white. No talking loud. We'll have this.
Oh, no. Look. They just know how to follow the rule. I mean, it's first of all, it's actually really hard to get tickets, which is actually kind of cool because it's very difficult.
And that gives us an opportunity, the dealer push that is, to remind you about our official partner here on the Triton Poker Series, our jewelers, if you will. The folks over at Shambhala Jewels, crafting exquisite men's high-end designs, diamonds, precious stones, 18-karat gold, all coming together, braided, polished by hand in Copenhagen, Denmark, one of the happiest cities in the world. Every time we mention it, I mention it. Check them out at shambalajewels.com. Have you been to Denmark, Sam?
I have not been to Denmark, actually. Scandinavia is
on your list?
On my list, but I don't even know if I've been anywhere in Scandinavia.
That was the 5-setter.
Tim Adams keeps trying to get me to visit him, and
exactly. And it was like really.
I had friends who lived in Finland for a while, tried to get me to visit, haven't made it.
I'd like to go on record as saying Patrick Antonius, who I've counted as a friend for the better part of 2 decades,
yes,
he lost his first
has heavily dissuaded me from bothering to go to Finland. He now, a resident of Monaco, saying you're not missing anything. I'm not into it. But again, once you're in Monaco, I suppose it is a bit tough to compete. I'm not sure whether or not, by the way, Sam, that was something Patrick wanted me to keep between us.
Yeah, and it's going to be in the Finnish tabloids. Yeah. I will say that, though, you know, Patrick has Monaco money. You or I might be more Finland money, you know?
I'm more McDonald's money, Sam. I don't know if that counts as a country, but I do visit it with infrequent regularity.
372.
Dan Smith putting his money out there, 372,000. Lost a good chunk of it in that amazing bluff from Sternheimer. He's in a good way here against Rob Young's Open.
Rob makes a
being injured himself.
pretty tight fold, but I think a fine fold. I just thought that, you know, Rob doesn't even give the pain, like, oh, I have a good hand fold. He's just like, no, not bothering with this. Maybe if I have two tens, I call, but 2-8's not good enough.
I doubt. He hadn't lost a match up until the U.S. Open. He didn't win these slam matches.
I can call, can't
Because he won Australia, he wins French.
See, that's funny though. Rob snap folded, but then he's also immediately asking Jason if he made a good fold. You know, he's
I think
well,
the final is
I think that's a safe person to kind of rely on for good advice, provided that Jason's willing to provide it. What were you getting at, Sam?
Oh no, I'm just getting at. I think it's funny that he made the right play. He made it lightning fast, but you still want the confirmation, you know?
Yeah.
Some people would, you know, like Paul Farr, who I love playing with, great time at the table. He'd give the agonized fold with 8s. He would ask for the count. He would do that, you know? Even Dan DeVos, he tanked in the big blind there with Ace-Jack. He just wanted to make sure that Dan didn't secretly have, like, you know...
Smith, that is.
Yeah, Dan DeVos wanted to make sure that Dan Smith didn't actually have, like, 8 big blinds or something, you know?
My man, Mr. Phillip, can I...
No walk.
Lucky chips. I need some fucking lucky chips.
I haven't looked yet.
Can you help me with that?
Did Jason Kuhn just exchange?
Hey,
he was making change. I thought he was just going chip for chip with Sternheimer there in the interest of mining luck.
In Vietnam, I was seated at Orpin's table.
Okay.
I had half starting stack, which was like, and I had it all in 25K chips. So it was 4 physical chips.
Okay.
Orpin pulled the 200K bounty. I come back from break and I go, I need to like swap out the chips. So I just take my 4 white chips and take 4 from his chips.
He was okay with this.
He was okay with it. Okay. And I ended up cashing the tournament. So, you know.
Legendary spin up.
Yeah. So, you know, you don't want to, I don't want to give too much strategy advice away at the table, but, you know, you can try some chip washing. You can try mixing things up if the vibe isn't right.
Who says that the pros don't have superstitions? Is that the extent of your superstitions, Sam? Any rabbit feet, horseshoes, strange sacrifices?
You know, Steve O'Dwyer, he's been on stream with the balance stuff this week.
He is legendarily superstitious.
He gave me something. I'll tell you, I get the heartwarming one is my wife's grandmother was at the Atlantis when it opened, when the casino opened.
Bahamas?
Yes.
Okay.
And she had a keychain with a dice on it, or a die on it.
Okay.
And she, we found it in her apartment, and she said, you can take it. And then I went to the Bahamas that year, played the PCA 100K, had the dice on my person in my bag the whole time, and I won the tournament.
What was Granny's cut?
You know,
grew up in Germany. You feel like
Sam, you didn't stiff Granny, did you?
You know,
that didn't come out right. Sam, you didn't actually cut Granny in, or fail to, rather.
You know, love and affection. We take care of her. We, you know.
Sam.
I cooked her a meal. I invited her into my home and cooked her a meal.
I can't believe you. Listen, I know this may be a bit of a morbid observation, but not sure how many miles Granny has on the odometer chronologically, but if you do cut her in eventually, upon checkout, it all trickles back.
That's
provided
true.
you're in the will. Shout out Granny, by the way. Long live, prosper.
We could say, Yvonne. I don't think Yvonne is watching, but we love you, and, you know, and I'll see you shortly when I return from North Cyprus in
And
a
Yvonne,
week or two.
remember, I'm the one that had your fiscal best interests at heart here in the booth out of the two of us.
That is
not
true.
even knowing you. Meanwhile, Queen Jack against King 3 here as Dvoris open the button. Kuhn's defense yields him second pair. Inconveniently, the ace on board. Club draw and the Broadway gutter for Dan. Delightful kit, despite being behind.
This is a pretty tricky hand for Jason because he shoved so much of his top pair. He shoved so much ace-x pre-flop with only 15 blinds was a button raise. And now he's like, well, you just have to call down with bad hands a bunch of the time, or like so-so hands because you don't have that many good hands, and you can't let yourself just get bluffed. Now, yeah, so even Jason here, I think his plan here is to raise and reluctantly call it off on the flop.
Well, he has check min raised.
He's
60 of his 166 is in there. I don't
He's
share
not
the
min-raised.
sense that he's going to get away from it either, Sam.
Yeah, he's not min-raising to fold. And I think this is kind of the... Yeah, and then if you Dan divorce, it's kind of a tricky spot as well, because, like, you might think Jason's bluffs are mostly, you know, pretty bad and poor and not great.
Now
So
the board pairs, bringing two tones and 205,000 in the middle.
Yeah, with half pot to play and two flush draws out there, and now every king chops, I think there's a chance Jason is just kind of like, hey, I'm all in, and if you have an ace, you have an ace, so be it. But otherwise, we're chopping or I'm ahead. Yeah.
It's one. Think we're chopping?
I hope so.
So, Dvoris going to give Jason Kuhn a spin. Jason needs to fade a lot. And he's done it as the third nickel rolls onto the board and retains our 6-time title winner here in this 200K Invitational, while it leaves Dvoris with a bit of a wound.
After he just had a king.
Backdoor diamonds, yeah?
I mean, if they dealt like 7 more cards, maybe. He had king of hearts.
Didn't you have two diamonds?
No. King of hearts, 3 of diamonds.
All right.
Slow played backdoor diamonds. On trapped his ass.
How do you know he hasn't got an ace?
I mean, he does have an ace a lot, and I'm fucking dead. But sometimes, Rob.
Sure, it's textbook play.
Sometimes, Rob, you gotta fucking put it in.
Well, Elton definitely folded there in a way that you could see him flash, yeah.
Back over at our other feature table on the heels of the Jason Kuhn double up. We find Nacho Barbero with King 9 on the button.
So I think this hand is being played with the 7 and the 2 of spades exposed, and I don't think thus far it hasn't come into play. But those are always can be some goofy, tricky hands.
4-5 offsuit for Ben Heath.
Yep.
Far the deeper stack.
Pulled it a very strong hand.
Nacho gets behind the lenses with 230K back. He flops air as Heath flops the 4s.
I think here you might see something similar to the previous hand with Jason and Divorce if Nacho c-bets, where Ben has, you know, second pair, not great. He has a little bit of backup because he has a 3 straight, but there just isn't a whole lot. It's one of those hands that needs to put in a bunch of money a lot of the time, and you'd rather get it in on the flop where you can be ahead than have to check call and guess on future streets. So I wouldn't be shocked to see a shove from Ben here.
7-1 case?
I wouldn't be shocked to see a raise small and call.
You're gonna play
I
10,
also
20?
wouldn't, you know, I think a
Without
lot of
one
people
case?
would just call here as well, and that's a fine play. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah. No, it's fine.
And this is, again, I'm not saying Ben should have raised call the flop because the turn is a 10. I'm just saying these are the sorts of problems you can get
4 or
into where
5.
now, you know,
Long
a
night.
card like this rolls off, and even calling a turn bail doesn't feel all that appealing.
No, very much not, especially when you know how meaningful the size of that barrel in relation to the 205K that Nacho sits with
32 players.
would be.
Yeah.
And the presumption that with less frequency, would that barrel be attached to a hand that doesn't have us beat? 80,000.
And then
40% of Nacho's chips.
The
Here
other
with the second overcard on the turn. I'm sorry, Sam. Go on.
I'm saying the other thing that's tough for. The other thing that Ben needs to consider here is, does he think Nacho's going to empty the clip? Because obviously, you know, we can all see a bunch of semi-bluffs that Nacho can have here. King 9, Queen 9, King Queen, flush draws. But if you don't think he's going to shove the river for half pot all that often, ooh,
As we see Heath hanging in there for the 80K. Now Nacho left with just king high. 305 in the middle, 125K. Not an almighty SPR.
No, this is part of you want to shove because you have the straight blockers with the 9. You know, Queen 9 and 9-7 get there, so you do improve a little bit. Yeah. You'd rather bluff a hand with no spades because Ben can check call the turn with spades. But
look at Nacho. Still barreling.
Everyday new hoodie, huh?
Not an all-in, but 120K as he leaves 5K back. And this
maybe like
looks
a fifth
pretty
one,
credible, although Heath does unblock the spades.
Yeah, no, it's a...
I
think the most obvious sort of Nacho bluff here is 6-5 of spades, 7-6.
No, yesterday it wasn't.
Oh, sorry, 6-5 or 7-6 suited. Those are kind of the most obvious ones, but it's still, this is almost like a limit poker hand in some ways where...
Wow, Heath puts it into the muck. Well done by the Argentine.
Yeah, very nice bluff from Nacho. Sometimes when you're shoving for like third part for your tournament life, it just feels totally hopeless and you want to give up. And yeah, no, it's a good fold, and he
summoned the necessary courage and was rewarded as we revisit the other feature table where Dan Smith's 30K open has run into a 70K 3-bet from Dan Dvoris. He's got Smith up on his feet.
So
40K.
Dan Dvoris is playing pre-flop shoves here, so when he 3-bets non all-in, you know, he's representing a polar range that has, you know, maybe an ace-jack off, aces, kings, queens, etc. So shoving 8s into a polar range doesn't go all that well because he has an overpair bunch.
Well, Smith called the extra 40,000, has Dvoris covered on the 10-7 deuce board.
And
only one overcard to Dan's 8s, which have checked it over.
Yeah, so the other thing here that's a little tricky is Dan could be pulling some pre-flop bluffs out of 10x, ace-10 off maybe, but even that's kind of dicey. And like the suited 10s, king 10 suited, queen 10 suited, jack 10 suited, he would shove a decent amount himself, but he could also 3-bet non all-in with. So a big difference here between sort of a 9 high board and a 10 high board. And yeah, again,
60,000 the bet.
A tough spot for Dan. Even just psychologically, this is one of those spots where you talk yourself into saying, I think maybe shove is the best play here. But you know that like 35 or 40% of the time, you're just going to shove and he's just going to snap and show you queens plus. So
weird spot then?
Yeah, it's a really tricky, tough spot. Yeah.
Oh, he does jam, and the minute that Dvorak snaps, Dan Smith knows it's bad news.
Yeah, it's
a miscalculation, perhaps. Just a bit of a guessing game. He came up on the wrong side.
I think it's more the other way, where Dan made the standard play here, and the guessing game element is if you go, I really think this guy's strong here, you can get away from it and do something tight. But I think shoving is I think shoving is kind of the standard play there, and you're just hoping he has ace queen off or ace king suited with the back door, like stuff like that. The reality is they just had so little to play on the flop, and it's an okay flop for 8s, and yeah.
So Dvorak will get a full double straight through Dan Smith. Ooh.
Obviously,
the back end of that one is going to be left.
Yeah, he's
lean.
There are a lot of spots in those kind of like spots where you split your pre-flop range between 3-betting all-in and non-all-in, where you're like, psychologically, you're like, you think, it feels like this guy has aces all the time, and then you look at a sim and you're like, oh, the sim says he has aces 35% of the time.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's just one of those difficult spots.
Tobias Duttweiler, who did hold the chip lead for a time, has since ceded it modestly to Philip Sternheimer. Opens with Jack 8 suited as Ben Heath looks down at ace 10. Did get bullied off those 4s by Nacho Barbero. Sits with 624 and comes with a flat call. Anson Yu takes the price with 8-4 suited. Can well afford to do so with $1 million in front of him. Three-way affair.
No.
2 hearts, 2 5s, and an ace. Slight spiciness as Duttweiler's got the draw to the flush. Heath with the ace behind him.
Both Ben and Tobias have hands that could take aggressive actions here, but I think both of them will kind of have these middle of range hands that want to tread a little carefully here, because Anson could have trips, because both of them could have trips as well. A 5 is not a deuce here. So we'll we'll see how this hand shakes out, but it could Ben Heath could be put in the cage again and need to make it a tough decision.
So the bet call of 25,000 leaves things heads up, and the turn leaves things unchanged.
So part of the trickiness here having a flush draw as Tobias is
Barrels once more, by the way, Sam.
Is you kind of want Ben to have a flush draw. So it's a kind of tricky spot where he can get Ben to fold better hands on the turn, but on the river, what you want Ben to have is a flush draw. So if Ben calls again and Tobias misses, he doesn't necessarily have the best cards to bluff Ben, but you know, also Ben kind of has this exact class of hand quite a bit, like just a pair of aces. So,
but just how strong are those aces?
Oof.
They've gotten a lot stronger now, courtesy of a 10 of clubs on the river, and it sure feels like a barrel here would be an exercise in absolute futility with 405 in the middle. Will Duttweiler wave the white flag?
I just said that bluffing hearts on the river is not the most appealing thing because Ben has hearts often, but the 10 makes it interesting because some of your hearts now pale. If he had a Jack 10 of hearts or 9 10 of hearts. And the Jack 8 of hearts are kind of a bad hearts combo, not one that Ben himself doesn't have the 8 of hearts all that often in his hand, compared to, not the 8 of hearts is a pretty safe card so far as hearts go to be bluffing with. So he could follow through here. It's going to be, we'll see if he does. And if he does it, yeah, I can't imagine he's getting.
No, just a quick look back at the ace-10 snap call and a lovely double for Ben Heath, who didn't come into that pot lean on chips. And that is going to send Duttweiler reeling down the leaderboard.
I was going to say that we, but now it looks
439.
I was going to say that Duttweiler is not even close to the chip lead now, but I look up ahead and who's climbing up the ranks, but Auto has taken a big pot of Onildo Santos and is now slightly ahead of Phil Stoneheimer. So.
Sure is, as Ben Heath is ahead of the entire table on the back end of that one, including Tobias Duttweiler, who has been dethroned. Nacho Barbero, 29 blinds, pulled off an impressive bluff to keep himself with a playable stack. As you got to look at those counts, brought to you by bookmaker.eu, 10 and 15K blinds on the way. Back at the desk, Ali Najad, Sam Greenwood. Players on their way to the dinner break, Sam. We are going to, through the magic of live streaming, delay, and TV, cut that break down to about 15 minutes. But before we do, reflecting upon the couple of levels that you bore witness to, standout moments that you can think of?
I mean, the hand of the block we just saw had to be Phil Stoneheimer bluffing Dan Smith. He made a really, he had the 10 of diamonds blocker, got Dan to foil trips, honestly, without even much thought. Dan didn't even burn a time bank and knew of a lot of them. He sort of set him up really well. I thought Phil's composure when bluffing was quite good. He appeared strong. He knew once Dan raised the river that he was going to bluff, and he pulled the trigger, and it was, that's why he's second in chips right now.
You set us up really well as well, Sam. Certainly thanks for taking the time to hang out with us here on an off day at the Triton Super High Roller Series. I know you're going to be back in action. Going to play the rest of the slate, including short deck?
Unless I don't get invited or something happens like that.
Nothing like that's going to happen. All right, we'll send you guys to the break. Our thanks to you again, Sam. We'll be back after just about 15 minutes with continuing coverage of Day 2 of the 200K LUXON Pay Invitational after this.
GG Poker. It's the best poker the biggest poker site.
This is a crazy.
No
Take your game to the next level with GTO Wizard. Practice against GTO on all your devices. Study any situation from pre-flop to river, we've got it all. Upload your hand histories to uncover your biggest leaks. We have hundreds of hours of coaching from top pros, cutting-edge theory articles, and custom study plans to help guide your poker journey. GTO Wizard, the #1 app for poker players.
A bet from Sam or Stevie?
Well, it won't be Sam. Checks it over to Stevie.
You re-enter already, Arthur? Arthur's gonna re-enter 100%.
Oh, of course, yes.
It surprised me Alex didn't re-enter yet. Good.
Nor will it be Stevie.
Oh, they're going. He's just waiting. He was waiting the 30 minutes.
Love this, Henry. Santosh correctly identifying that neither of those holdings are in front of these two sevens. And in spite of those two overcards, he dials up 16,000, 1/3 pot exactly.
Just seems to be so aware. We've seen it this entire week, this entire series. So many spots like this where he's just found the bet with the best of it. Obviously, one card to come, does only have 62% of the equity, but could certainly shake off a few hands. I think we're going to go 3 ways to a river.
It's true. Yeah.
Maybe even see Chidwick
Come here, please.
get aggressive here.
Yeah.
75k to go.
Hey, buddy.
So punishing
Up.
is Chidwick, and able to leverage the flat call from Zhu to create even more pressure
Like no outfit.
as the credibility levels go up.
He's like a model for, you know. He's just not winning enough.
I'm taking him shopping in Vegas.
Oh my,
Oh, yeah,
Henry.
good style. He's gonna take you.
Santosh smells a rat.
Wow.
You only have your Amiri stuff.
Who is this guy and what has he done with the original Santosh Savannah?
He's uploaded a new operating system, obviously.
Sniffing this one out on the turn, and now puts Sam in a really weird spot. It's so deep. I mean, 60k with 214 in the middle. 3.5 to 1 on a call. Needs around 20% equity. We can see he's got 24.
And I was coming here, and I know on the process I'm gonna buy clothes.
He's drawing to the non-nutted side of the king high straight, but that 10 of diamonds can help him remove hands like ace 10 of diamonds. So
Would you agree that Zhu coming along here will increase the likelihood that Suvarna will get to a showdown?
I really feel like it puts more pressure on Savannah because Chidwick just gets the bet so big. Should he decide to, obviously.
Right, that's what I'm saying, though. Will he be less inclined now with the inclusion of Samuel's call here? As the river is clean. No diamond, no Broadway card.
Let's go, Savannah. 100% check mark next to his name.
No bet from Samuel. And might this feel like an exercise in futility for Stevie at this point?
Huh?
With 273 out there.
Not blocking any of the pairs. Unblocking diamonds. It's obviously nice. But hands like 7-8 suited have to be somewhat of a concern as he does knuckle it on over.
Why you took so long to re-enter?
Now Suvarna not certain that the sevens are good. Is he going to try to turn them into a bluff? No, he's going to check. And how surprised will Santosh be as he sees the 10 high, the ace high, and can show the 2 sevens, and that's going to catch the attention of everybody at this table.
Ship it, baby.
Now you bet on the river, Santos. Seriously.
Up to over a milli.
First bullet, though, for Jason?
Is indeed. Is indeed. So we'll be re-entering, but, you know,
Beach was way more
200k.
fun yesterday.
Pardon?
Beach Day was way more fun for me yesterday. Let's make the nuts like.
Henrik Hecklin.
Very fun.
Also out.
This is not fun at all.
Just a bleed out or something
lost
violent?
a big pot against Justin Bonomo.
Way more fun when you win hands. I agree with that. So I'm fortunate in that.
Bonomo had aces.
Not the only man guilty of losing a big pot to Justin Bonomo. He tends to be on the right end of those.
See if Henrik opts are in. So a few people. I mean, we know Jason's going to jump back in. There are a few people waiting to potentially click that re-entry button.
Or is he trying to distract him?
I think so, maybe.
Warriors is hilarious.
Casualties of war coming into today with no opportunity to rebuy, of course. We're
Re-entry is open till the end of the summer, right? Like a very similar sense for him.
Anatoly Zlotnikov and Phil Nagy.
Yeah, 30 Instagrams a day. I guess Jason can come back in. Like exactly the same.
I imagine them being pretty dark, right?
Queen deuce 6-5.
Kind of the opposite, actually. It's like real silly.
Thompson.
Like childish.
Nice holding here. Unlu just going to try to take what looks like unclaimed property. 6 high. Min bet. Of course, Thompson not ready to part ways.
No, he's
understandably.
actually played this hand pretty perfectly. Just has the board so locked so often. Blind v blind. Even has backdoor clubs covered. Just let your opponent stab with complete air.
Occasionally, the ace is in that check-back range. Of course,
Yeah.
better queens, but more often than not, that queen deuce performs oh so well as Unlu shuts it
likely.
down on the turn.
Yeah, I think so. But I keep thinking about the 250k. You're saying it's going to be amazing, right?
Yeah,
And I'm tax-free as well, so.
Yeah, and there's 100k like 5 days.
Yeah. But the only thing is, like, I have a university friend that's having a wedding. But
Now I'd
general,
love
I'm
to
not
see
a
the
wedding
blast
person.
off with the 6 of
Like,
diamonds.
If I was in, yeah, I don't like
Let's
weddings.
make it 45k.
I guess some people love
Good
weddings.
luck
I know what
calling.
you mean.
Yeah, I don't enjoy weddings because I hate, like, wearing, yeah, I hate it. Like,
I can tell.
yeah. I didn't take it.
So she's unsurprised by Danny's
Well done, Jang. Clearly
aversion
not
to
a fan
formal
of
wear.
Balenciaga.
Like, that's the first time I've seen Ike wearing like normal pants.
Stevie was looking really sharp.
Was I wearing normal pants? Yeah, but since I've seen Stevie look sharp before. At the seat drawer, I was like, Ike has
7K barrel draws the curtain.
Mike, can you change for me?
I know.
Some 5. 1K.
Thank
you very much.
you.
Got the ears.
Why is it that we haven't worn bathrobes to the desk?
You just know, like, growing up, people had their emails, like, their name.
I'm
like,
in.
69,
I'll do it
69,
if you do it.
You're just like, cool.
What are they going to do?
I can imagine
Not
the
go
wedding.
live?
I mean, I'll see
They're going to delay the
friends that I haven't
stream?
seen for a while, but not really close to them.
Doubtful, but maybe they just don't put us on air.
Yeah, you're gonna
I'll
have
be
your
like,
smile on your face.
Maybe they
yeah,
shower
I'll
the
be like,
pregame show.
there and feeling
In what world?
uncomfortable, you know?
Wouldn't be the same
I don't
without the
enjoy
pre-game
it.
show.
Don't know how to describe it. Weird feeling.
Maybe they get James to do the pre-game show.
You mean producer James?
Luckily,
And then our YouTube channel will likely be struck down.
Is it true?
Yeah.
Much like the idea of the bathrobes. I think I'm going to wear my bathrobe and walk through the background while you and Randy are at the desk. Now that producer James can get behind. As ace 8-4, working its way into second pair for Thompson, the cutoff opener. Adams, 5s, checking along with Davies, who's turned into bottom pair with the 4s. See if Gary's gonna follow through. Got our answer, but now a third 8 on the turn, and chips are gonna feel a little bit more inclined to work their way toward the pot from the Irishman.
Yeah, rough start to the day for GT, but nice couple of hands. This one being one of them. Delayed C-bet, certainly going to have some suspicions maybe from Davies and Adams, who both have enough to continue, but it's delayed C-bet. Maybe just going to give GT credit from the cutoff. Bossman has been eliminated. As mentioned. That's a Sergio Ido.
$13K turn barrel being taken into consideration by Adams as obviously the departure of Boss. Never a happy moment. Plenty of love and support for he and the rest of the Malaysian contingent in the room, and this would have been fours full for Seth Davies. Understandable release out of him, and for Adams, it's actually the kind of card that doesn't present a problem to him whatsoever if he thought the 5s were good. on this turn.
Does remove
Yeah,
a lot
my
of
godmother
bluffs
gave it to me
from
this,
GT though on
recently.
this run out.
Sure.
Pretty unique, the color. Oh, it's got like, oh wow. That's cool. So obviously it was two-toned and then they cut.
I have no idea.
It has to be because it's not like welded. Yeah, it's just natural
Not
stone.
so cool.
That's
The
so
feeling
cool.
with 2 5s here.
No idea. But it's like
for Tim
similar
Adams.
to this, right?
Yeah, but I mean, this is
Facing
easier.
the second post-flop barrel of 30K into 68. Very
Like,
milky.
you have to be quite specific, right? And, wow, very nice.
Apparently it's to protect it. Apparently it
Yeah, that's what they say about jade.
Properly
so now it's
sized.
protecting my big chips.
Must be said, Henry. Wouldn't you agree?
The river bet.
Yeah.
13 to 68, sub 50% pot.
Yeah, and then it so.
Surprised he didn't go a little bit more polar, but I guess given that he checked flop, bet turn
really revolutionizes the tournament experience. And I know we're playing for the home team and we shower it with praise, but it's an objective assessment.
Yeah, definitely. Not just saying it. Nobody's putting it in my mouth. This is just something that I look at all the time when I'm playing. Checking hand histories. End of the day, you can go back, look at hands you played, making sure all the little details are right. If you want to review something, and just keeping an eye on the other tables, seeing.
Yeah.
In this case, I think a lot of the VIPs, there's definitely some guys that none of the pros have played with before. You better believe they're going back through the app and saying, okay, what was this guy doing yesterday? What's he about?
Great point. Well, not going to have to go deep into your knowledge base to figure out how you want to approach ace-king suited, as both Badziakuski and Ibinger have here. An open and a 3-bet.
Yeah, and will Sean go for a 4-bet here, perhaps? No.
I love the flair with which he conducts himself. It's never just a simple put it into the muck. It's always a little emotion sprinkled in there.
Probably a little bit too shallow for Makita to do anything too fancy here. I imagine just probably all in.
Is covered by Ibinger.
I might have somebody else out.
These guys are good friends. I'm sure they won't be too upset to see the same hand against each other here.
Yeah, the jam comes in as you expected.
Hey, one of you guys more likely to
Ibinger
hit a flush. I king queen of diamonds.
not shy about getting his chips into the middle either. 472K pot. Spade in the window will mean that Ibinger's on the free roll.
One white chip.
With no club out there. And that will be the end of it.
Winner take all.
Oh, I got it.
I thought about shoving.
Well, very warm welcome back to the Merit Royal Diamond Hotel, Spa and Casino as we work our way deep into the later hours of day two. It is, of course, the $200,000 LUXON Pay Invitational. I want to extend a very warm thank you, of course, to Michael Watson and Sam Greenwood for jumping in. And I was watching along the chat. The viewers at home seem to really love getting some insights from, the players that come and play these events, Randy. And yeah, there's just some amazing analysis from both of them, kind of putting us a little bit to shame, but that's why they're out there playing in these 100Ks, 200Ks and whatnot. But Randy, welcome to day two, by the way. It's been a long old day for both of us, just enjoying the resort, but now back to business with none other than Artur Martirosyan chip leading the final 32. And to be honest with you, given the way he's been running this series, I'm not at all surprised to see Artur with a chip lead, Randy.
Yeah, and Artur, of course, is one who knows how to maneuver all sorts of stacks, and he's been playing for the top for a while. And we can see as time has been going on that some of these the pros are starting to reach the top of the leaderboard right now. As we did combine the tables at the start of day two, and we got the random draw. So they're now gathering more EV as they approach the deeper end of the tournament right now.
Yeah, that's a great point. It's now kind of evened out in the top 10. We have 5 pros and 5 VIPs
in the top 10. Most notably, Arthur obviously out in front. You know, Punat Punsri, Santosh, Kiatley, all in the top 10 there. And yeah, like you said, expecting to see some of the EV kind of coming back, given that it has been, you know, random seat draws and there's more VIPs mixed in with the pros now. As we look to throw it down to the main 2 feature tables with some new faces in the mix as we close in on the bubble. Still a long old ways to go, 19 eliminations until we get into the money. That min cash, of course, $350,000. That is how things stand. Chip counts brought to you by Bookmaker. Got a long day of poker ahead of us to get us down to the final table. That is the plan for tonight. Play all the way down through the money, down to the final table. Chip leader and third in chips at this blue feature table. Both on their second bullet. Punat Punsri was the first player eliminated. Re-entered, now finds himself third in chips with 32 left. Does have position on the chip leader, Artur Martirosyan, but one thing we've seen already today is big stacks colliding. As we see Punsri in action from +1, Ace King O. Have quite a few short stacks at the table. Orpin with 12 bigs, Vogelsang with just 5. We have Sasir Jiang and Santos hovering around the 25 big blind markers. No, the fold from Sasir there with the 10-8 off.
Yeah, pretty a tighter fold, I would say, with the stack size, but just the nature of where we are in this 200K tournament. Ace King, Ace Queen now.
Oh boy.
Looks like a clash incoming.
Chidwick making the call. This is, of course, for 11 big blinds. Kevin Paquet just open jamming. His Ace King suited as expected off this stack depth. But Chidwick gonna spin the wheel as the blinds get out of the way, looking for some diamonds or a lady. 3 immediate outs. Sizable pot. 24 big blinds really does give you a decent amount of breathing room. Chidwick can convert this, will be up to north of 40 big blinds. It's in rough shape though, Randy, with 5 to come. So far, so safe for the Dutchman. Jack 8-4 Rainbow. Now needs to fade just the 3 outs and 3 outs only. No queen on the river secures the double up for Kevin as the deuce does roll off, and now Paquet up to 24 bigs.
Yeah, that's going to get Paquet out of the danger zone, and of course we know that he's a much more feared player as he gets more chips, willing to just put you to the test at any moment's notice.
Yeah, certainly one of those guys where if he gets back up to, say, 40, 50 big blinds as we close in on the money, maybe not in on the money, but even now, we're seeing some tighter folds from the blinds due to the ICM implications.
If you're able to kind of just develop a stack before the money, right, that's when you can apply so much more pressure, gain extra EV, as all of these short middle stacks just tighten up their ranges tremendously, and you just get so many more opportunities to pick up blinds and antes. An Ace King here for Sean Winter. Big slick.
Big slick. Paquet team member on the VIP side is Elton Tang. Both still in the hunt. As Sean Winter looks to get busy. Sean partnered up with Sean Perry, the 2 Seans.
Two American Seans.
2 American Seans.
Player rush.
Player rush. It's a thing.
Is it?
I mean, not really, but you know.
I know what you mean. I've been there. You win 3 hands in a row and all of a sudden.
Then they're like, it's a rush. And you're like, all right, maybe I fold this one because, it's been a little bit too many hands in a row.
So on this feature table, have 4 VIPs and 4 pros, as balanced as it can get.
Even split.
And on the blue feature table, we have 2 pros
6
and
VIPs.
6 VIPs.
Table draw.
All, you know, Orpin and Punat widely regarded as 2 of the best.
2 of the
VIPs.
stronger
So,
VIPs, yes.
Yeah.
But still, like,
they can, what do they count it as? Like half VIPs, I guess.
perceived to be the softer table. Santos, she's been having a run this trip.
Has indeed. Came into the day as tournament chip leader.
I feel like this guy's just playing poker like all day, every day, right? Like when the tournament ends, he's into the cash games. Little nap, back into the tournaments. Doesn't take a break. Pake, 7-6 offsuit. Gonna take one out of position.
Closing the action. Getting a good price. Deep enough to defend. Let's see, paint in the window. Santosh with the double gut shot. Kevin connecting with bottom pair, but again, one of those hands that really struggles to get to showdown.
Yeah, Jack 10, of course, with double gutter is quite nice, especially to double barrel on this type of board on most turn cards. You just have 2 overs also to the middling cards, which your big blind will defend and just have trouble to kind of just defend against 2. Clean outs, of course, against king.
There is the call. 180,000 in the middle. See how Kevin proceeds on a clean turn, should one roll off. That's not the cleanest. Overcard to the board, certainly a card that is perceived to help Savannah's range more so than Kevin's.
Quite the worst card for Pocket, actually. Since the ace-x, of course, will be c-betting high frequency on these king-x boards. And another multi-barrel, as expected.
Savannah just seems to know these spots now, man. At the start of the day, Ali and I were in the booth and saying how he was down 1.5 million last night in the cash games with 45 minutes of play left. How much do you think he actually ended up down, Randy?
2 million. He did worse. Is that what happened?
He only finished down 350,000. Little 1.1 million uptick as Kevin makes the fold. Little, you know, 1.1 million in 45 minutes. Good luck figuring that one out. Just to give you some idea about, I mean, you're going to be busy with the post-production cash game streams, mate. I think we may not be seeing you in London.
Record-breaking amount of recordings.
You're going to be catching up on these cash games, man.
It's okay. It's fun. You know, I'm sure they've been playing all sorts of different games and all these little side betting action. What did they playing the stand-up game a lot? Yeah. Last Longers, Mushroom, just like all sorts, and just all sorts of new ones they're probably creating on the spot, I'm sure.
There was a $1.6 million pot last night. We won't spoil as to who was involved. Randy will be doing the commentary. Some post-production magic. Make sure you've subscribed to our YouTube if you haven't already. Be notified as and when we go live, and of course, to be notified when we release these nosebleed cash games in between our series. London, starting in July 27th through August 10th. Between now and then, expect to see Randy putting out some cash game content as Chidwick looks to get involved with the 2 snowmen from early position. He's kind of at that stack depth now where, you know, one single raise pot, C-bet doesn't go his way, and all of a sudden he's down to, you know, sub 15. Kevin with an interesting decision, similar stack depth from the small.
Yeah, just 19 big blinds. Oftentimes you'll see people just press these hands.
5 seconds. Play roll in.
Takes the spot. Sean gets out of the way. Chidwick
a tricky spot here of 2/8 in a sense because Pocket is probably not jamming that many smaller pairs in 2/8, given it's small blind versus undergun +1. Would be a mandatory call if it was like, say, button versus small blind. So ranges do shift quite a bit here.
Do you think this is like bottom for Kevin as
I think
Stevie
so.
does make the call, sees the 2 overs, and we're flipping for 770,000.
Fold.
Huh?
What'd you fold?
9-7 of hearts. Pretty one.
Kevin does have Chidwick covered on just a single big blind. As it comes, Jack 8-4. Chidwick flopping middle set. Kevin with top pair, top kicker, ace of clubs, and finds himself dead on the turn. Stevie with the daily quads, just in case.
Death by quads.
Death by quads indeed, Randy. Stephen Chidwick picking up a big one. 39 big blinds now. We all know what that man can do with a stack.
Yeah, just an unfortunate spot here for Pocket. The cards just play themselves. Looking grim. Does have that chip still. 20K, I believe.
The one big blind spin. It has been done before. Be quite the story for the Dutchman.
Yeah, well, our chip clear's got 113x to stack right now, so he's got quite a ways to go. We got to start with the first one.
Fortunately, he is on the button, so he's got a few hands.
Yeah, some
to find a
freebies.
spot. Yeah. What price would you lay me on Kevin winning the tournament?
I mean, what is the right price? It has to be something absurdly high. Any idea?
I don't know, something like 150 to 1, I'd say.
It's probably pretty accurate.
It's probably not. I have zero clue.
I have no clue either.
32 left. You know, if he doubles up 3 times, he's back at like average stack.
Anyway, soon on here, he's got the interesting decision. 7-3 suited is a bit connected. Is suited against early position, deciding whether to take a flop here or maybe preserve this extra big blind. Looks like he's going to muck it.
Yeah, it's such a grim spot, obviously. Suited.
With one extra big blind, he does have a little bit of fold equity on future hands, but had he called and just check fold, then it's almost like mandatory call by any hand in the big blind later. So may have come to play here.
See if he can spin the wheel. The lower end of the chip counts. Dan Smith, Vogelsang, Orpin, Sinan, Kevin, all in the danger zone. Don't forget, we are down to the final 4 tables. You can actually watch along over on the Triton Poker Plus app. Every table, every hand from the outer tables. Jason Kuhn, Linus Love, Forrest, Davies, Danny Tang, Barbero, Fancy Akuski, all in the mix on the outer 2 tables. Again, that's the Triton Poker Plus app. That's GT. Yeah, I was thinking about it.
GT, is that what he goes by?
Well, he used to be a race driver.
Oh, okay.
So.
Fair. I like it.
Exactly.
Pocket's in. Oh, and he just runs into aces with his single last big blind against the same opponent. He lost the majority of his stack, too.
Oh, my.
3-way all-in incoming.
Takes the spot.
5-2.
Trying to ISO against Kevin. Chidwick in the big blind with the aces. And a couple of flush draws, but things looking bleak, of course, for Sinan and Kevin. Queen in the window. Little, okay.
That's fun.
Little something for everyone.
Yeah.
For everyone.
2 pair outs. 10 outs for Stevie to dodge. Oh, Kevin picking up an additional 4 outs now. Jack 10 or a 9 for the Dutchman to triple up. No dice as the 3 of clubs sends them both packing. And Stephen Chidwick gets the double elimination to also chip up some more after winning that big flip against Kevin just a few hands ago.
Yeah, so that's going to slide them to about, what, 17, 16 big blinds all the way up to 44. That's a much different stack. Gives them plenty of options on attacking.
Yeah, Stevie north of average now.
If you raise, you're not gonna call.
Yeah.
Even if you would have won.
Double elimination on the outer table. Just saw Jason Kuhn eliminated by none other than Linus Love. Blind v blind. King Jack suited for Jason. Flopped a royal flush draw on the Queen 10-10 board, 2 clubs. Bricked out. Linus holding with a couple of 7s. Case of maybe too many outs for Jason. So we head back over to the blue feature table. Looks like Punsri just took in a sizable pot, 530k, against none other than Artur.
This second bullet for him is doing much better, right? He was the first elimination in this tournament, now sitting pretty on 2nd place.
Same for Artur. Was eliminated at the very start of today. Had a very playable stack. I want to say he was top 5, top 6 in chips at the time. Ace-King in a 4-bet pot against Philip Sternheimer, who 3-bet called with pocket 8s. King 9-8 board. C-bet from Artur. Call from the set. Turn brought the 7. Bringing in the Jack 10 straight. Bet all in. Call. Artur dead.
Yeah, and he registered in time to kind of just take another shot.
Did indeed. Mikolai with the rejam now. Vogelsang going to ask for a count. This is a 15 big blind rejam.
This ace-jack is quite difficult. It's +1, open, and Mikolai jamming from the hijack. These are pretty strong positions. Vogelsang could easily be in a lot of trouble here. Problem is he's only got 155k remaining. Looks like he's going to slide it in and just hope for the best.
Yeah, some dead money in there, of course, should Artur fold.
Yeah, he wants Artur to fold, of course, to get this one heads up.
Okay, well, here we go. Vogelsang
gets it in good.
Does indeed. 6-4 favorite with some dead money to get back up to 20 bigs. Managed to get that monkey off of his back in the 75k, of course. Had a 21 tournament dry spell at Triton Super High Roller Series. Can he continue here, flopping top 2? Never easy. Mikolai with the Broadway draw. Backdoor clubs also an option. The 6 of diamonds leaves him drawing to 4 outs and 4 outs only. Holds Randy. Vogelsang back in the mix. To 21 bigs.
It's a tough opponent to have at a larger stack size, of course. Ace-Jack. Nice call there. You know, it was certainly not an easy spot. Or rather, uncomfortable, I would say. Back to this table. Queen 8's got, what, trip queens, top pair for Santosh. Chidwick. It's really been chipping up.
Yeah, blind v blind. Looks like a meaty bet as well. 255 in the middle.
You grab the extra quarter there.
Stevie comes with full pot. Clubs bricking. Some gut shots on the flop. Jack 8. 10-8. Ace 10, ace jack.
So this is a blind versus blind situation. Santosh is very aware that they're playing much wider ranges and may feel a bit more compelled to fling in a call here with just a pair of kings and queens.
Nice
Good
fold,
laydown.
Savannah. Preserving that 1.3 million chip stack. Managing to get away from top pair. Not easy to do, especially against Chidwick.
Yeah, I feel like Suvarna is, as more time goes on, as he gets more data, as he plays these other players, is being more aware of how they may perceive him and may target him with certain bet sizes. So it seems like he's kind of got that leg up in adjusting and, you know, overfolding maybe slightly more if he feels that they won't kind of bluff him with such big sizings occasionally.
Fold. Fold. Fold.
$17.2 million in the prize pool. Min cash of 350K. We're playing for 4.5 million, ladies and gentlemen. 6, 7-figure payouts. We're going to have a 1.4 million heads-up match on our hands. Henry Kilbane joined by Randy Liu. Wherever you're watching in the world, do appreciate you all keeping us company. So we bring you continuing coverage, rather, of this 200K LUXON Pay Invitational. If you're watching on YouTube, take a couple of seconds to click that like button. Let us know who you're rooting for.
You know, obviously 4.5 million up top is amazing to play for, but you know, first stop is the bubble situation. We're not there yet. That would be top 13, 350K min payout.
I saw you doing some calculus at lunch today.
Calculus.
And well, I mean,
it's a trouble subject for me, but go on. It really is. You don't understand.
I'm sorry to take you back, right, down a dark memory lane.
Yeah, I'm just remembering my teacher just yelling at me and just like, come on, Randy, get to school. We got a test today. I'm trying to feign sickness.
Dude,
but go on.
Well, you were crunching some calculus, as I said, and 4.5 million up top. I believe you said 4.5 million likes on YouTube. If we don't get that, then we're going to go on strike. All jokes aside.
Maybe some percentage of that, like 10%. That'd be reasonable.
All right, 10% it is. Take a couple of seconds if you haven't to help Triton Poker on their mission to grow the game, to bring you these super high roller series, not just tournaments, nosebleed cash games for free, as we look to grow the game that we all love. Would appreciate you all showing some form of support. Savannah flops top pair on the button. GT. Gary Thompson with the gut shot. 120K in the middle. One of the shorter stacks in the field.
It feels like just enough to continue here with a gut shot, especially against the very small size of 35K into 120. Sure, it would be nice to have the backdoor spades, but you would think that Santosh would bet his range against his stack size on this board texture. Let's see if he comes along.
Any cheeky small raises with the 5?
Probably not, because you're so short, you can easily get denied your equity. Where maybe like, oh, I think he's on a flush draw, so I'll just put him in if I've got ace-x.
That makes sense.
Or maybe a flush draw just ream jams on you. But it looks like he is going to come in with that little cheeky raise.
Trying to fold out all of the air. 80K. See what Savannah does here. So you mentioned those flush draws, straight draws. They just wants to push out of the pot.
I understand him trying to just make a stance and just getting some random hands to fold. It is a disaster if Savannah does jam. It looks like he will call, so certainly a fine play, fine result for him with this Jack-5.
Obviously gets incredibly dicey on most turn cards. That being one of them. 10 of spades does complete the front door flush. Gary Thompson with just Jack high, 195,000 behind.
I really just don't think it's advised to continue with Jack-5 right now, right? You check raise ace-high board with a shallow stack. Even ace-x may just feel like they just have to get it in, given you've only got 10 big blinds remaining. You may consider a follow-through if you've got enough chips to do a turn and river, but has played with this stack, it's just kind of a one and done check raise.
Sapana obviously with a few options on the table. He's going to go small, just trying to deny equity from some of those one spade hands, the 5x, the 4x, as we can see. Doesn't want to give a free card to. Incredibly small bet here, just 15%.
Yeah, and this also induces, you know, maybe some random spade to take a stance here. He doesn't really expect to ever be in bad shape once his opponent checks to him on this board texture, once again, because he's got 10 blinds on the turn. Nicely done, Santosh.
What a beast.
Merit Poker, Randy, if you haven't heard. Situated on the beautiful shores of the Mediterranean, the Merit Kyrenia hotels in North Cyprus deliver 5-star accommodation and entertainment year-round, from beach-front cabanas to nightlife and gaming to all-inclusive dining options. Guests are looked after with pleasure. If that isn't enough, the Merit Poker Room provides Europe's biggest tournaments and best cash games, with action to satisfy everyone from recreational players to high-stakes gamblers. To 8 festivals per year, go to meritpoker.com to book your trip today and be part of the Merit Poker experience. Now, as someone that's had the pleasure of experiencing both sides of what Merit offers, both as, you know, here with Triton, done commentary for Merit, but also as a player, can confirm that the cash games.
Notice the King-Queen just folding one position over from Makita from Sean Winter.
Interrupt me again, Randy, whilst I'm plugging the cash games. Heads will roll in the booth, but the cash games, Randy. Note the King-Queen fold. Yeah, the cash games could be pretty wild. Many late nights have been had as GT with that ace-9 in the small down to just 9 bigs. Come with a pill here against Under the Gun. Does open the door for Antonius.
Yeah, a bit of a surprising call here with this stack depth. It is against Under the Gun. But, you know, he did lose that last pop, maybe looking to try to get in there, find some flop he can go with.
Flop a piece, yeah. Go with it. Antonius does get to defend his suited jack from the big.
Nice.
Well, how about that for connecting? The 996 board, 140k in the middle.
So he's got a very shallow stack, no point in leading out here. He can easily get stacks in on turn or river if necessary. I'll say this though, I feel like Badziakuski might be a little bit confused on what range is flatting from the small blind, whether it be speculative or maybe some big traps. Does have the ace of clubs working in his hand, which tends to bet at a higher frequency, but that small blind flat is it's tough to decipher.
Yeah, definitely some concerns, obviously, of top of range traps. But also against Under the Gun, you'd expect GT to just announce himself, maybe, given how strong the opening range is. Flush draw for Antonius on the turn. Now has 17% equity.
Definitely like this check from Thompson. Once again, he just have north of pot remaining, can push chips in, and given how hard he smashed it, so unlikely someone else has got a piece.
Bats may be happy to just try and get this ace-10 to showdown.
Usually, I would say.
Oh my. That could be GG's. Gary Thompson, after setting the trap on flop and turn, has allowed Patrick Antonius to backdoor the heart flush. And at this SPR, Randy.
I just can't really see a world where he escapes from this without losing all of his chips. It's whether he puts it in himself or Patrick bets and he puts in the rest.
Given that it's checked all the way down to the river 3 ways, let's see if Thompson comes with a smaller sizing.
He probably doesn't think his opponents are too strong, just given the round of checks on flop and turn. But, you know, Patrick can still easily have a 6 or 4x. Probably wouldn't be betting. Flop or turn. And it looks like he's going to push all but one.
150 into 140.
It's actually a kind of an interesting spot for Patrick. Not meaning he's going to fold, but does he raise to get the last 5K? Or does he call to maybe let Makita make a speculative call? Because if he raises, then Makita's, of course, calling range goes down drastically.
Yeah, we're only getting called by better, right? From Makita, unless he has like.
But by calling, maybe. Yeah, I like the call here. I feel there's more value in getting 150K from Makita than an extra 5K from Thompson.
GG's announced. We're still in the mix with 5K. That is a rough one. Got set oversetted very early on today. And that is Jacks cracked by Davies, his ace queen. Been a rough day in the office for GT.
Sometimes just not your day.
Yeah, hopefully not too disheartened rather. But up Punsri has taken the chip lead on this table. Position on second in chips, Artur and Martirosyan as well. The only two players with more than 100 bigs.
Bernildo Santos. Man, he's like the splashiest VIP I've seen in this tournament. And he gets so much action, and I feel like Artur will give it to him.
Well, there you go. Right on cue. Just shy of a 3x open from Santos. And yeah, it gives me those vibes as well.
I mean, he's definitely been swinging away, whether he gets there or not. And, you know, his chip stack has been a roller coaster throughout day 1 and 2. Orpin, very short stacked. Just 4-3 offsuit. Gonna take one off, it seems. And he's looking for a stop and go situation here. 120 back, 195 in the middle.
Big flop for Orpin, of course. Deuce of hearts in the window as Orpin does flop best on the 8-3 deuce.
Likely a stop and go here. We'll check, actually.
Oh, Santos is just all in.
Just
okay, in it goes.
C-bet jam. Interesting.
In it goes.
Yeah, you got to commit this. You can't call this pre-flop to fold a flop like this. Sure, it's uncomfortable that Santos is just open jam the flop, given he had Artur behind him that had him covered, but...
Snap jam from Santos.
We'll use a time card just to think things through just in case, but... It just seems like he really should not be folding this. Otherwise...
Yes.
Shouldn't really be calling pre-flop. Yeah, almost a 3x open, defending, flopping a piece. There's dead money in the middle. Does put it in. Great news for Orpin. 74% favorite. We saw a king folded, obviously, in Artur's hand to get back up to 22 big blinds.
Will it hold? Will it hold?
Asking Christoph if he can feel it
Orpin, I
holding.
wouldn't even have wasted the time then.
There we go.
It's not over. That's actually...
4 outs.
Yeah, 4 outs.
Not like
that.
Safe run out for the Turk. Orpin #1 on Turkey's all-time money list. Beat Stevie in Vietnam for a title. 21 bigs now. A lot to work with.
Yeah, arguably one of our strongest VIPs in this event.
Oh, the needle.
Always needles. To be expected. With that, Orpin climbing up to 23rd as GT finds himself all in with an ace to get back in this fight. Tough to do. Does have 61% of the equity. Squaring off against the American high roller, Sean Winter. 5 to come. To Get back up to 2 big blinds. Chip in a chair. Good luck, Gary Thompson.
It's not a bad flop for him, is it?
I mean,
7.
2 overs,
Yeah, seven would be fine.
open ender.
He's a favorite.
That's me.
Or
the
was.
pair.
There we go. There we go. Okay, we've got to enjoy him better no matter what.
Ace, 10,
can't complain,
9,
can we?
8, 5 needed for Gary Thompson. Doesn't come as the 7-7 run out seals his fate, and maybe it was just one of those days in the office where it was impossible for him to do anything other than bust before the money.
You know,
Jacks against ace queen. Sorry, Randy, go on.
No, sorry. I just want to say, like, you know, he came in as a VIP. He held his own for quite a long time. Like you said, he had a rough day and easily could have went his way. But, you know, you got to give credit where it's due, where he was able to hang in with these pros.
He really did, and some amazing hands yesterday as well as today. And I think with the run of cards today, a lot of us are out the door early.
Yeah, of course.
I will help.
Thank you.
Here we go.
With that elimination down to the final 28. Average stack of 46 big blinds. Vogelsang connecting with bottom pair on a very wet board, one that's certainly going to favor Jiang's +1 opening range.
What about those spades, 10? All sorts of outs for Sosia. Actually a slight favorite here, 54-45, as you can see.
Absolute rock star look, by the way. Reminds me of Trinity from The Matrix.
Trinity from The Matrix.
I mean, let's go to see a
Okay.
Jiang. Bring in the flair. 200K buy.
She's dialed in to The Matrix right now.
There's an article.
Found a bet sizing of 30K into 110. What article?
Written back in 2018, the New Zealand Herald, I believe, on Sosia Jiang, known as the silent assassin in the New Zealand poker community.
Okay.
And yeah, gave a full backstory. Anyone wants to check that out, just type Sosia's name into Google. One of the first things that pops up, as Vogelsang does. Check call. Full liner on board now. Sosia with some showdown, feels like fake showdown, but some.
Yeah, it just beats the ace-x of spades, mainly, I would say. King 8, though, also not a good card in the sense that it's hard to multi-barrel. This board texture, easily up against 10x. Good for Vogelsang because there's a lot of check-throughs in this spot. You know, you can't really handle 2 bets with 9x on this board texture. But let's see if Sosia can find a bet here, trying to represent that 10. It's hard to do so because sometimes you bet, then you get jammed on and you feel like you folded such a hand of clean outs.
That's a great point. It does check through. 170 going to the river as the 10 of spades puts her straight on board, but gives Jiang the second nut flush. Now just praying that Christoph has like a jack high flush, king high straight.
Yeah, it sucks too, though, for Sosia in the sense that, of course, the hand she's going to get paid off the most with is king high straight, but she's holding a king herself, blocking a lot of that. So you probably will see, like, her contemplate piling chips in to try to extract max value from the king high straight, but you may also see her come in with a smaller bet, hoping that Christoph kind of just calls for a chop. Generally speaking, I think with flushes, we do come in large, and then maybe king high straight, we come in small.
Well, let's defer to Jiang. Let's go relatively big, 125 into 170.
And Christoph knows that against early position range, king X is quite a big part of it, as well as some spades. Calling for half the pot, not really ideal, especially on a straight on board of this nature. If it was maybe the smaller straight, like 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 or something, like you probably would be calling, as 7x wouldn't really be in the +1 range.
Vogel in the tank. It's Randy already alluded to, calling for a chop. Cutting out calling chips. Won't be seeing them again if he puts them in the middle. 320 back. Does make
makes
the
the call.
call, Randy, and gets shown the king high flush. Xie Jiang crossing the million chip mark now. Moving up to 10th in chips. Now just ahead of Stephen Chidwick, and with that, Vogel, of course, who only just doubled, now back down to 10 big blinds.
Yeah, a bit surprising for me to see him make that call. Also, moving down to 10 blinds really just kind of limits your options in the future. But hit and run.
Hit and run, indeed.
Run. Silent assassin.
Oh, thank
hit.
you so much.
Run.
Thank
Not her fault, of course, just getting moved.
I wish you all the double ups. Stack all of them. And take their time banks. Thank you.
Thanks to Mikolai. Good luck. All the double ups with his 80k, just 4 bigs.
Take their time banks.
Stack everyone and their time banks. Okay. Really is an assassin.
At least it's not like Dan Smith wishing diarrhea on his opponents.
Yeah, a bit weird that. Not gonna lie. So 4 tables of 7. There will be a final 3-table redraw, of course, once we get down to the final 24. Could be there soon. There are 4 sub-10 big blind stacks. Diogo Santos, Christopher Olsang, Elton Sang, and Mikolai Vaskavoinakau.
Well, given that there will be a redraw at the final 3 tables, maybe it comes to mind for some of the pros who may find they have a really nice table to kind of maybe get involved a little more, play a little faster. You know, every hand counts. Sounds like me. He was like, I don't want to hear that. Volume off.
He just muted you.
I'm insulted.
Need to have a word with
He's like,
Punsuri.
not Greenwood, not Watson in the booth. Mute.
Northern Cyprus main event champion, maybe getting a bit ahead of himself, muting Randy Liu. We jest, of course, good friends with Punat, one of the nicest guys in poker.
Thought he was nice. Not after that last few seconds. King Queen here, gonna go make a play. King attacking. And you may think that 21 big blinds is excessive jam, but the thing is the small blind and big blind is sitting on sub 10.
Yeah, this jam, 10 big blinds effective, of course. Oh, hang on.
We got a gamble.
Okay. Santos with the gamble. Gonna look to spin the wheel for his final 9.5 bigs with just Jack 9-0. Five very key cards coming for Orpin as it comes 4 deuce deuce. He can find the hold here. Be back up to 30 bigs. 1 card to come, needs to fade a Jack and the 9 to eliminate Santos. As he does, the deuce of diamonds on the river, completing the run out. Orpin holding with the king high. With that, scores an elimination. Gives himself a really comfortable 32 big blind stack now.
Yes, GG2 Santos, you know, he put a lot of these pros to the test, really with his unorthodox but, you know, aggressive manner. You know, he stacked Rob Young in that huge pot, right, with the Queen 8 against the 2 kings, and for a massive amount of chips, mind you, because he had this aggressive image, he was able to get paid off, and hopefully we'll see him in some future events as he definitely keeps the pros on their toes.
100% big Santos fan from Brazil. The Brazilians, man, they just, there's something in the water out
They
there.
do attack a bit more than other countries.
They're just different blood, mate. Just made of something else.
It's like, how do we make them squeal?
Some of the toughest players in the world. Nikolai,
he's short.
He's going to be putting in at least half of his chips in just 2 hands time. But he's up against an under-the-gun open. Has players behind to worry about.
Yeah, I like this because he may not get a hand worthy of playing next and he'll eat the big blind. He gets an overlay oftentimes by him jamming over under the gun because the big blind, the small blind, and the big blind ante, they can't really play. You can see like Queen Jack suited here probably lays down 2, I'd imagine. Just sub 10 big blinds. So he's getting a good price of 2 3s.
I mean, you say that. Vogelsang's put the hood up.
He did put the hood up. He always does when he needs to think about it.
Saw him take a spot early. He's not going to take this one. Cards hit the mark. Punsri makes the call, and we are flipping for the Belarusians' tournament life.
If a king comes, you win.
About as close as it can get in terms of pre-flop equities. Standing up out of his chair, taking a break from the massage. As there's an ace in the window, ace 10, 7, couple of spades. Oh, hello,
Think it.
3 of diamonds.
Sit back down, massaging.
Really?
Continuing or what?
Finds the hold. Turning the 2 outer and back up to 10 bigs. Maybe that.
The masseuse is smiling, by the way. She's like, I get to continue this job.
Yeah. That's Cecilia Jiang run good.
That's true.
Telling Nikolai to stack everyone and take their time bank, spiking the 2 outer after being outflopped, obviously flipping pre. How about that for a swingy hand? As we're down to 27 players.
If I 25 play cash.
Back to the outer table. This one's going to check through. Winter up to over $1 million now. Out flopping. Stephen Chidwick.
Hello. No matter how good I run, I always have less chips than you. Always necessary.
GG's Elton Tang. All in for his final 8 bigs. Queen Jack coming up short against Nacho Barbero's 6s.
You win again last
Eliminated
night,
in
right?
27th place.
Really? I'm so shocked.
Barbero on the climb now. Up to 47 bigs. Very dangerous opponent at that stack depth. Just 2 away now from the redraw. Final 3 table redraw. Punak Punsri leading the field. Artur Martirosyan second. Kiat Lee in third.
Yeah, tight cluster up the top.
Yes, indeed. Very sizable average stack as well. 50 big blinds. Expect to see the pace of play slow down, of course.
Yeah, but with 50 big blinds, there's just so much more aggression, right? As there's turns and rivers. It can get quite interesting. BVB?
Maybe turning G got my seat. It's fine. It's alright. It's allowed.
Sounds like there's enough demand for a second table.
Yeah, there is. Well, I guess. I mean, they're
Heater game.
Yeah, they're making content.
Talking about the
guess, but,
cash games, of course. Based
Yeah.
off what we've heard.
They just always record it.
Absolute madness.
They like 6 months later or something.
$1.6 million pot.
Yeah, based on what we've heard, we just want to watch it as soon as possible. Correct, Henry?
I say, after this 200K, forget the tournaments.
Hey,
I know this is
no
the
knock on the tournaments.
I
Okay?
know this
Come
is
on.
the Triton Super High Roller Series, but can we just turn this into the Triton nosebleed cash game shenanigans? Maybe we need to rebrand. I don't know. $1.6 million pot.
It's big. I won't lie.
That's like coming fourth in this 200K, by the way, for context.
Little pickup here for Winter.
As a little side note, event number 10, the 25K pot limit Omaha, is up and running.
Your neck of the woods?
I mean, I pretend that it is, but the only reason I pretend that it is because nobody can really check me on it.
You know,
That's true. I
I'm
actually
safe
don't have a way to check you on that.
exactly. Same with Ali. You've just taken my word for it. I could just be churning out nonsense like I normally do. 34 entries in that one. 17 left. You can sweat that one along. Of course, over on the Triton Poker Plus app, Laszlo Boytash, Omaha for rolls over there in the mix.
I was looking through that list of players earlier, and I was like, so many new names just showing up to play PLO.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, pretty sure
the
Santa's
PLO
the
cash
hardest
games
working
here
player in
outside of the series
I
are
don't know
pretty
how you do
wild,
it.
so it doesn't
Yeah.
surprise me. I
Exhausted
mean,
just
I
from
played
the
some big
tournaments.
games here myself.
Okay, so it's a lot of like merit regs
he's
are
running
playing.
Yeah,
merit regs,
there are a
like
lot of
playing
merit regs.
tournaments and final
Because obviously there is the
taping,
Cash
whatnot,
Game
like-
Festival going on alongside this series. So yeah, there's been high stakes PLO running.
Fair enough.
Not that I've been involved. Not allowed. I am, but I like to be rested. for the
Okay,
booth.
back to these 2-8s and ace-10. Deep stacks, right? 50 big blinds. Actually, a little bit more. 55
big blinds.
And Winter has opened it 5x, is that right?
That is correct. I believe he just said he thought it was a different level, which I'm inclined to believe. Strikes me as a very honest, straight-up guy. I know we're only a few minutes away from the 10K, 25K level, so maybe he thought he was 4xing.
Still definitely changes the way you approach these 2-8s. I guess suppose it's too strong here and you're too deep to do anything else. It's just one of those call and see what develops. And look at that little trinket.
Queen 4-4, safe flop.
I'll tell you this, though.
Jan.
Because of the 5x open, Jang's call, I would say, is pretty narrow, right? Like the more speculative hands, I don't know, the 8-5 suited or stuff, they might find a muck now. So Winter might react accordingly. And you can see him just slowing things down here on the, even on a board like Queen 4-4, just expecting maybe a little bit more paint or pocket pairs or ace highs.
Yeah, that's a great point. The type of hand that can defend via the 5x, very condensed. That's what Jan comes with.
55.
It's going to come with quarter pot in position. Wants to deny some equity against ace highs, of course, and just random overcards. Hands like 10-3, Jack 5.
A very tricky spot as ace-10 is, in theory, a strong, an okay hand on this board texture. Looks like just the price is too good. As long as Socia is betting some broadways when checked to, we'll have to feel a mandatory call here. And Jack of spades does pick up that straight draw.
Another overcard to Jang's 8s. Does, of course, have the option to check behind, see a river, reevaluate.
Yeah, you would think with one extra over, the 8s would lean towards checking back to turn quite a bit. If she's betting, it's kind of just one of those, I want to set the price. I don't want you to blow me off my hand. We'll check, and the ace just drilled.
Barry making an appearance on the river for Sean Winter. Give him the 100% check mark. This 330K pot.
The way he played the hand, it is very ace-x heavy, and he's trying to just feign weakness by doing the check. Yeah, it's not going to feel good there.
Rare sigh of frustration from Jiang. So playing a very healthy stack. 50 bigs,
What
but
about
yeah.
this for an idea?
You know.
What about this for an idea?
Okay.
A Super Pro cash table and a VIP cash table.
Okay.
They play the stand-up game. Whoever's the last person standing up on the VIP table gets booted, and the person who's won the most pots in that time on the pro table gets the seat.
I like it, Stevie. I like it.
Stevie should be the one creating the games.
Make for good TV, I think.
That would make for fantastic TV.
Yeah, because on the VIP table, you lose stand-up, you already have to pay everyone, and you get booted to the Super Pro table.
That's a good point. White Kenyon coming in.
Three-time champion with some insights.
Wykin has experience in the stand-up game, so he knows.
He has experience in the stand-up game, the VIP lineup game, the nosebleed stakes. Is Orpin, by the way, doubling up on the other table to 1.3 million. Martiroshin now down to 1.2. Big double for Orpin. Tens against ace-queen. 2 away from that redraw. And all of a sudden, Orpin with a top 5 stack.
We have a very VIP-heavy top now, actually.
We do.
Kiat Lee is like the only player not on the VIP side in the top 6.
Kiat Lee bluffed me in
How to implement?
Taipei.
You need to implement hours.
Not at the poker table.
I was like, at the poker tables?
You need to
Although,
implement how many buy-ins
if we were at the poker table,
Yeah, we know
he
he'll
would,
do it.
hours
of
you have to
course.
play
Don't need
before
to
you
state the obvious. But no, I asked him and said, 200K, LUXON Pay Invitational. Looked at me, said, Henry, no money. It's like, really? Yeah. He's like, no money. So you just cashed for almost 2 million in Vietnam? No money, Henry, I'm not playing. Here he is, 26 left. Top stack from the pro side, second in chips. Here's Catley as these chip counts are brought to you by Bookmaker. That's how things stand on this feature table. Is America's Sean Winter. Triton first timer, but of course, no stranger to super high rollers. Is Sean Winter, high stakes PLO cash game player as well as tournament crusher. And of course, Wykin Yong, 3-time champion in a very exclusive club. Himself and Phil Ivey, second only to Makita Badziakowski, and of course, our 6-time champion Jason Kuhn. Do you know how hard it is to win a Triton title, Randy? Wykin's got 3.
I tried. It's extremely difficult. Not only because of the players you're up against, but you know, it's been growing in over and over again. Field size growing, but mainly it's the lineup, the caliber of talent. Ace 4.
Savannah with the defend. Deuce on the flop for Wykin. Flopping a set of ducks. Unfortunately for him, Savannah with just air. Face high. And a snap fold from Savannah. 2 away from the redraw break. Will be completely random, but the only caveat, if you will, is that people from the same team cannot be at the same table until the final 2 tables. Now, given that we are down to the final 26, there aren't many teams left in the mix. Punsri and Danny Tang, one of the teams that are still in. Punsri chip leader, Tang with a very comfortable 1 million chips. Kat Lee and his partner, Anson Yu, 2nd and 3rd in chips.
Not too
They
bad.
are absolutely cruising. So you won't see those teammates at the same table until we get down to the final 2. And again, Randy, that just designed to protect the integrity of the game a little bit.
Right, in case there's like some huge swap or something like that.
Which is to be expected in a 200K, some 10% here and there.
King, queen, ace, queen. Deep stacks, and you're going to tend to see a lot more flat calling of ace, queen at the kind of mid-stack range. It's not really the type of hand you want to 3-bet fold. You also get to keep in some like broadways you dominate, or even all the random aces out there.
What about Jack 8 offsuit?
Loose. It is loose. This is not really in the, I wouldn't expect in the Santosh 2.0 range. And it might get him some trouble. But, you know, top pair for the other 2 competitors. Obviously, a trouble spot for Antonius.
Yeah, Antonius opening from under the gun with the king, queen of clubs in rough shape on the queen, jack 6, flopping top pair. Chidwick, however, has him out-pipped with top. 200,000 in the middle. And on the outer table, table 5, Seth Davies has been eliminated. Cut off the button, ace-queen into Ben Heath's pocket aces. Now just one elimination away. That final 3-table redraw.
So these 3 players have extremely deep stacks. Patrick's coming with quarter pot. Santosh, as played, probably just has to come along if he does somehow get here pre-flop. Jack 8 offsuit. Oh, actually, it's Chidwick who calls first. Smite. Excuse me. So there was a bet and a call. Santosh still comes in, just given the price. We were playing quite a big pot here. 3 ways, deep stacks.
Oh my.
Him.
Jack of hearts.
Don't expect him to come to the lead.
Savannah just drilling trips on the turn. Does bring in the front door flush, of course. Still somewhat a concern for Savannah.
Normally, you would expect the trip jacks to start leading, but because it's a heart dropping off, you will still need to play a bit protective of your hand. And also, you're up against 2 opponents. You usually expect one of them to have some kind of heart draw, so it's understandable he opted to kind of just play it slow.
See what Chidwick comes with here.
Probably a round of checks, just given that he's unsure of Suvarna's range. Suvarna has a lot of checks with strong hands. But actually looks like he is going to fire a little bit.
This just really thinning out those, you know, king 10, 10 9s, maybe some ace 10s, right? Just really wanting to not allow those gut shots, single heart hands to realize their equity for free.
Right. I believe that if he's betting ace-queen here, he's betting the ace-queen no heart, as that hand is more vulnerable. If he had, say, the ace of hearts, he probably would be checking back and taking one off.
See what Patrick wants to do here, of course, being laid an insane price.
It's actually really tricky here because Chidwick's bet is quite small, and that doesn't necessarily define Santosh's hand to be better than king-queen. You know, Santosh could still be on a queen X, some kind of draw. And even Stevie, you're not sure. Maybe Stevie comes in for bigger bet with Jack X and a flush.
You're doing a redraw at 24.
It'd be an amazing fold here of king-queen, albeit quite hard.
Right. Makes sense.
Incredible laydown.
Patrick Antonius, ladies and gentlemen, avoiding disaster. 1 card to come. 5 of diamonds, so those hearts, those single heart hands bricking. Savannah with the check mark. 520 in the middle. He's going to check it on over to Stevie, who snap checks behind and gets shown the Jack 8 offsuit. Savannah up to 1.5, and with that, back into the top 5 in chips.
Yeah,
Chip count.
Nicely played from Stevie, because you can tell with the snap check back on the river, he kind of had that game plan on what he was going to do with a turn bet at that
Precisely.
had like 5 blinds, and now I look at the app and he's got freaking 1.3.
Easy go.
Just heard Cecilia Jiang saying, oh my God, Orpin was down to 5 big blinds. He was. He's now sat on 54 bigs. Currently 8th in chips.
That's
what a spin it's been. I mean, Randy, you and I came back a level ago with 32 players. All of a sudden, we're down to 25. So the average stack is currently 41 bigs.
Yeah, but they still seem to be flying pretty quickly, because 40 big blinds is obviously a lot to still play for an average stack.
Do you know who else was flying today?
I'm not going to guess who.
Michael Adamo off the pier into the Mediterranean.
Was he?
Oh, mate.
Just diving in there. Nice. Hold on.
BVB. Blind. Volksang with the 10-9 suited against Artur's Ace X in the big. Flipping for his tournament life. Needs to connect. If he doesn't, we'll be down to the final 3 tables as it comes. Queen 8-4. Vogelsang picking up an inside straight draw, 4 additional outs. King of diamonds on the turn, changes nothing. Hartel looking to just hold with the ace high. As he does on the king, king run out, and with that, we lose Vogelsang in 25th, which means, Randy, we are down to the final 3 tables, just waiting for play to finish on table 3 and table 5.
Could be a long day.
Punsui saying it could be a long day. Looks that way, my man. As we see Vogel depart for the final 3 table redraw. Chip counts brought to you by Merit Poker. Punat Punsri leading the field over here. In fact, leading the entire field. Chip leader with 1 point, just shy of 2 million. Make it easy as we welcome you back into the broadcast booth. Randy, not much to talk about in terms of like 3-bet pots or taking it to the streets. Just a lot of stacks flying in, collisions in terms of connectivity and just having to run with it.
Yeah, we still got a little bit of ways to the money, but with final 3 tables, it is a key redraw moment. Maybe a bit of run good is important, as there, there's still a plethora of VIPs still in there, but they are able to hold their own. So just because you may get a table that's weighed towards more VIPs doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be a soft table by any means.
Well, 7 of the top 10 stacks are VIPs with 24 players left. So as you mentioned, a bit of run good in terms of variance for the final 3 table redraw. Really excited to see some new faces, and of course, really excited to see if there's just like one standout table with all pros or all VIPs. We're going to take a very short break as we do work our way down to the money and of course to the final table. And whilst you're on break, enjoy this interactive quiz from our good friends over at GTO Wizard.
Following quiz is brought to you by GTO Wizard. Who tends to experience the most ICM pressure on the money bubble of a tournament? A, short stacks, B, mid stacks, or C, big stacks? Do you know the right answer? Take your chance to win a 1-month premium GTO Wizard subscription. Scan the QR code or go to gtowizard.com/Triton. We give away 5 subscriptions every day. Master poker and learn how to crush the competition with GTO Wizard, the #1 app for poker players.
GG Poker. It's the best poker. The biggest poker site.
This is a crazy.
His hand. Obviously, Paquet can still have a hand like an ace-x or even pocket queens or pocket kings. Could check the flop, of course. But if Orpin checks back here, you'll have to feel Paquet will probably feel compelled to bluff with his 9 high, and Orpin will have a very good hand to call him with.
Still no post-flop betting. Now the ace pairs, and I suspect that this is going to be nice and comfortable for Orpin.
Yeah, he'll obviously, great card for his hand. Much fewer ace-x combos. Of course, Paquet will feel a lot more confident value betting a hand like kings or queens if he did have one. But Orpin's hand is just very strong. So I imagine we'll see a bluff here, but the question is what size is Paquet going to go for? He probably doesn't need to go super big. He can get some queen high, some king high, some other unpaired hands to fold without making a particularly big bet here. He's probably just trying to represent a hand like a jack, or maybe a slow-played queens or kings. Even a hand like, you know, pocket 10s, pocket 9s can value bet here.
Really taking his time with it now. Is Paquet.
Yeah, definitely not always easy to figure out, you know, what type of sizes you're supposed to use with different parts of your range here. You know, would you bet really big? That's a big bet. Did not expect that size.
Did he say 275? He sure did.
Yeah, he's saying he has a hand like, you know, an ace-5 suited, ace-7 suited type of hand that he just checked twice, and now he's going for a huge, huge bet.
Boy, that puts max pressure on the king-jack. So polarizing, Mike. As played, I stick you in Orpin's seat.
Yeah, I mean, I think Orpin is going to still feel compelled to call. You know, the jack is very strong. The king, Paquet shouldn't really be bluffing with the king in his hand very often, or, I mean, at all. So king high has some showdown value. So he's going to feel like he has a very strong bluff catcher here. That being said, this is the one size where he can at least consider folding to. You know, any smaller size, he would probably beat him into the pot. At this point, he definitely has something to think about.
Looks like Orpin did make the call as he digs deep. And what a big boost that's going to be to his stack. And conversely, Pake leaves himself with 107,000. The line was a bit suspect, though, was it not?
I think a very unusual size. I'm not sure that he has more ace-x in his range than Orpin does. Orpin can easily check a hand, like a weak ace twice there. So very surprising bet size to me.
Well, we've got one cooking at our other feature table where we find Lulliger, Mateos, and Bonomo, all from the pro side of the bracket in a three-way affair. Lulliger opened under the gun to 17,000. Picks up 2 customers and a nut.
A very warm welcome back. Continuing coverage of the 200K LUXON Pay Invitational. We are down to the final 3 tables. We had another elimination on that final 3 table redraw, meaning we're actually down to 23, Randy, which means we are 10 away from that min cash of $350,000. It's Punat Punsri, our North Cyprus main event champion from last year, leading the pack with 79 big blinds, followed by Ben Heath on the pro side. Kat Lee, Anson Newman, Santosh Savannah rounding out the top 5 as we wait for the final 3 tables to be repopulated. And, well, look, table number 1 is almost good to go. Chidwick, Martirosyan, Barbero, Badziakowski, Heath, Winter, and Anson Yu, the only VIP on that side, Randy. So talking about the variance, the run bad and the run good, that surely is going to be one of the toughest tables, given that it's pretty split between VIPs and
Henry,
pros.
100% that's one of the toughest, because we're about split, remaining half pros, half VIPs in the field of the remaining 23. Given there's only 1 at that table, that means the other 2 tables probably a bit softer, I'd imagine. You know, those guys are, yeah, they can hang in there, but, you know, like, they don't play professionally.
Is that just the sickest bad beat of Anson Yu's like tournament so far? Like, forget aces against kings or whatever it is, losing flips. He's got an absolute, it's death row over there. 7. Duthweiler now going over there as well. As we look for the red feature table, Yong, Smith, Antonius, Hajiev, Tang, Savannah, Lee. So some more VIPs on the red feature table compared to the blue feature table. But yeah, I mean, variance involved as we look to throw it back down as we close in on the money. 350,000 min cash, 23 left with 13 places paid. Chip counts brought to you by GG Poker. And look at that blue feature table. Stone cold killers. Red feature table led by Kiat Lee, Santosh Savannah, Danny Tang, Ramin Hajiev, Waikin Yong, Patrick Antonius, and Dan Smith. Dan Smith currently one of the shortest stacks, currently 22nd in chips, 23 players remain. And once again, you can head over to the Triton Poker Plus app to get up that 3rd feature table featuring Orpin, Linus Love, Punsri, Sternheimer, and Rob Young, just to name a few. And of course, we will be, you know, we got the cameras ready for any action over there, so no big hands will be missed. 23 left, Randy, and I expect now, given how quickly we got down to the final 23, it took us, what, just over a level to lose 8 players. The average stack, obviously, a lot deeper now. Would expect some caginess, especially with
It should
the ICM.
be, you know, of course, with the little final 3 table redraw, you got that little break, and you're going to look at the payouts, and you realize it's just around the corner. A couple more elimination becomes very real. For now, though, 2 queens. Nacho, good start, but not good for him.
Oh, no.
2 aces right behind him.
2 aces against 2nd in chips, Ben Heath. In on his 2nd bullet, but now in a fantastic position to not only eliminate one of the toughest players left in the field, but move up to 1st in chips. Obviously allow him to really lean into the rest of the field as we close in on that huge money bubble. of 350k. 3 bets to 155 and playing just 30 bigs.
Look, clearly Queens is in the class of hands willing to get it in for even more chips than this. It is the table captain kind of applying pressure on you as expected.
That's a great point, actually. We've just kind of come back and we expect Heath to lean into that role of table captain. 4-bet to 325. Against the 4-bet, are we just jamming here against an early position 4-bet, just really narrowing Nacho's range to top of range? Or do we just trap with the aces? I mean, I feel like both options are viable.
Look, of course, aces does lean towards calling 4-bets a lot, just given how strong they are. You blocking the hands are willing to commit, of course. And, of course, if you're up against queens and kings, you will be able to get it in on a lot of flops, and you're blocking the cards that were dangerous to kings and queens, the ace, of course, in that manner. So calling is pretty good. It just depends on if you think how wide maybe the 4-bet is. Would they 4-bet fold? Looks like calling is the play here.
Does make the call. There's a big sigh from someone there. Not sure who
I think
that
it was
was.
Makita for some reason.
Okay,
Regardless. 700 in the middle, Henry?
Yeah. Nacho needs to see like an ace-high, king-high flop to avoid elimination. Well,
it is king-high.
King-high with
3 clubs.
3 clubs on board, and all of a sudden, Nacho drawing to the second nut flush. SPR less than 1.
He likely will just maintain control here. He still has a very strong hand. Come in with a small bet.
As expected, 4-bet pots. Monotone board, continuing small and wide.
Yeah, just all those sorts of things you just mentioned makes extremely small bet. 105k into 700. And Heath here with no club in hand probably wants to just protect what's in there. Get those ace kings to just commit now. If he had a club, he probably would just call here, given that there's not much to lose.
Yeah, it's so difficult, of course, for clarity across future streets, as Barbero does. Snap call, of course, with the 2 ladies. 1.7 million chip pot. This is for near tournament chip lead, just an unavoidable setup for Nacho. The year of Nacho cashed for over 4 million already this year. 2 cards to come. Needs a club.
It was a queen. Oh my god, I can't see anything.
Or a queen to stay alive in the LUXON Invitational 200k. Doesn't find it. The Jack 5 run out sends Nacho home 23rd, 10 spot.
Orpin
playing a very healthy 1.3 million. Certainly one of the teams to keep an eye on. Of course, teammates cannot be seated at the same table until we get down to the final 2 tables.
No, it's probably the multiple Instagram videos that did him in.
Maybe.
Everyone's been saying the year of the Nacho and he keeps winning.
Yeah,
but when he takes a
you say it
video of
differently.
himself multiple times before the
Might
hand,
be wrong there, by the way, Randy. Just waiting for confirmation. My bad.
recipe for disaster.
Sean Winter post-mortem. Everyone says it's the year of the Nacho, but when he keeps taking videos of himself, it just, you know, it's a bad omen pretty much.
Queens for Heath after just disposing.
Running hot.
Oh, hello. What we got here? Looks like chip leader.
Ponsri's in.
Ponsri is in.
Rob Yong. All in pre-flop. Rob Yong had 435k.
So it looks like Ponsri 3-bet. Sar Wilf, who opened under the gun. Ponsri with the 3-bet to 160. Rob moving it all in with the jacks and finding the hold. More than doubling up
Rob Young, LUXON Pay owner, as well as the creator of this LUXON Invitational concept. Really try, I mean, when I think of people that do so much for the game, Rob Young's name is always in the mix.
100%.
He's done so much over the last few years to help grow poker.
And then there was like complications.
Very vocal
with the,
about wanting to make it more friendly for VIPs.
He also shows up into the biggest cash games too, so always fun to watch him. Usually needling people here and there.
It is indeed.
Like help, so.
It's just receiving confirmation that they are separated until the final.
She did tell me multiple times I'm taking so long.
Who told you you're taking so long?
She says you're taking so long.
To do what?
I don't know.
Okay, so the official rules were
My daughter.
separated into the final table unless there's some weird world in which there are just 8 teams left in the final 16. Which
Unless we get one outed. Got it.
Pretty much.
It's impossible, right?
Half an hour.
It's impossible. It's impossible. That's all I'm going to say. I'm not going to say anything else.
Just said.
No, but I came up with the words.
Come up with something original, Randy. Okay.
It's impossible.
Raise to 55,000.
Stevie with the open on the button. We'll take down the blinds.
Save money.
And the big blind ante.
Не может быть. Это 475, да? Ой, 480.
It's so funny though. Like,
how do you teach her that?
I don't know. It's funny though. I'm like.
Those of you just joining us, 22 players left.
For us? Yeah, she's
This
like,
200k LUXON Invitational. 13 places paid. The min cash of 350,000 and a top prize of 4.5 million plus going to the champion. We are playing down to the final table tonight. Randy Lou alongside myself, Henry Kilbane. Those of you watching, viewers around the world on Twitch, YouTube, Triton Poker Plus app, we appreciate having you here. Let us know where you're watching from. Let us know who you're rooting for. And if you haven't already, click that like button over on YouTube. Help us continue growing the game. Triton on a bit of a mission, Randy, to bring high-stakes poker to the world free of charge as Chidwick opens with ace-queen from the cutoff. This may be cause of concern as these positions, Randy, late positions, against someone like Tobias, who's more than capable of having light 3 bets on the button.
Yeah, a big collision likely to be incoming. And Badziakuski's got 2 10s. And I feel like it's very likely that he just rips this one in. As you mentioned, that Tobias Duffweiler here has often got some 3-bet bluffs, leveraging his stack against Chidwick.
Yeah, what a setup.
Yeah, and you know, if players are 3-betting like ace suited wheelie cards, right? Like 2 10s performs really well. And maybe Chidwick can get away from ace queen. It's obviously an extremely tough spot. Likely would have given a lot of action to Duffweiler, but with the cold 4-bet, he still got the original 3-better too.
Bads
nice
getting
laydown.
it in. Chidwick gets out of the way. Ace king of clubs against Mikita's pocket 10s. Playing a 950,000 chip pot. 38 big blinds in the middle with 5 cards to come. Our 4-time champion just came second in the 75k for 1.2 million. Looking to hold here. Get back up to average stack as it comes, ace high, and with that, Mikita reduced to just 2 outs twice. Jack of diamonds on the turn, changes nothing. 5% for Bads. Not converted. The 7 of diamonds completes the run out. Tobias Duffweiler eliminating one of the toughest players left in the field. Up to 1.6 million. It's been blood so far on the pro heavy side of the table. Nacho Barbero and Mikita Ziakowski out just after the final 3-table redraw.
Yeah, GG to Mikita, and obviously one of the best in the game. One of my favorites to watch, especially from Belarus. And yeah, GG. We'll see you next time. We know you're going to play all the future events.
With that, Tobias moves up to third in chips.
Tokyo.
21 left.
This place called Kidzania. Have you heard of it?
No.
Yeah, they have a bunch of them.
We had a lot of clashes already, right? And for sizable stacks too.
It's like a
average
a
stack is
town
now
for
49
kids.
bigs.
So they get like
It's gone up.
Yeah, so they get like money.
Oh no.
It's like really involved. Like they get money. There's a bunch of different jobs, and they can like sign in to be like a doctor
more common in Europe?
or like baker. Or like there's all these different jobs
How
they can
about
do,
that
and they
for a
like, earn
trophy?
more money if they do the jobs. It's obviously
Comes
like
with 4.5 million
So they have to learn.
yeah,
and change.
and then they like can open a bank account and they can spend their money in the kids store or whatever.
I'm
and
sure they
don't-
love it.
They like don't let the parents.
Full
like, make
360
any
shot.
decisions.
Back on over to the outer table. Punat opening from under the gun with ace jack. Running into the short stacks ace king. Nikolai, is that a jack on the turn? Am I seeing things? Queen on the turn, okay. The ace king does hold, and with that, Nikolai back up to 14 bigs. Still finds himself tied at the bottom of the chip counts, but at least
Yeah.
a little bit more breathing room now for
Just
the Belarusian.
Hanging by the thread, you know. Earlier he had what, 4 big blinds. Now we see him doubling up here. As long as he can just never lose the last one.
I blame Cecilia Jiang.
She did say that, didn't she?
She told him, keep doubling up, take all of their chips and their timebacks. As it looks like Punat's being moved over to the blue feature table, the table of death.
So he did a lose and run that time, not a hit and run.
Maybe Spain.
But
Main event champion from North Cyprus.
20 of them maybe worldwide.
We do level out the VIP to pro ratio now with the, but I mean, I don't know, Punat, one of the strongest, of course, VIPs in the game.
Yeah, had a chat with Punat the other day because, I mean, firstly, goes without saying, one of the humblest guys in our industry.
Confirm.
Okay.
Had a word with Paul, had a word with Jason, and said, look, guys, I've still got my businesses. I'm very involved in the business world, working on several different projects, startups, companies that are well established back home in Bangkok, Thailand. But of course, is close friends with a lot of professionals, speaks poker over dinner, you know, weekends away with friends, does study. And said, look, if you want to put me on the pro side, feel free. I won't feel, you know, won't take any offense to it, won't feel pressured or anything like that. And they were like, no, for now, for this event, we'll keep you on the VIP side and we'll reevaluate in London. So, did say...
I respect the player that's willing to just throw himself out there. It's like, hey,
Yeah.
if
He
you
was
feel
like-
that I should be over there,
The
send
last
me
thing
there.
that he wanted is for people to be, you know, talking, saying, hang on, this guy's, you know...
Yes.
So, the fact that he did, obviously, go to the decision makers and said, look, if you guys want to move me over...
Look, there's a lot. I'm sure if anyone who's playing on the VIP side who feels like they're a professional, they don't want to be moved over to the pro side, right? They're like, I'll just stay here, whether I win or not, and hopefully in the future I can maintain this position as, you know, of course, there is value to be had to be on the VIP side. And if you're willing to put in the work while you're running your businesses, like, you just get so much more of an advantage, and you know you deserve it if you're willing to put in the homework.
Randy, I can't even do my laundry and cook dinner on the same day. We've got people out here running multi-million-dollar businesses and competing at the highest stakes.
So my recommendation to you is do not run a business.
Wait, what?
Yeah, because you can't do multiple things at once.
That's a good point. Back to the action. Heath, the tournament chip leader. Overwhelming tournament chip leader with 21 left. I joke, of course. I just can't cook. Trouble for Heath, connecting in the form of middle pair on the 8-6 deuce rainbow. Artur with top. Was tournament chip leader with 32 left, lost a few pots to now move down to 8th in chips, but things looking good for him here. Go back on the climb.
Yeah.
The chip counts.
Even more trouble for him is also because Artur is just known to be quite aggressive, so he may feel compelled to pay off multi-streets here, even with just a pair of sixes. 45k into 145 is the bet. Oh, did he say 145? Excuse me. Didn't expect a full pot size bet, and that makes things quite awkward for 7-6. Still too much of a hand to really lay down. You would need some extremely strong reads to be able to get away from this.
Going to move to the outer table, Randy, because there's an all-in and a call situation. Sternheimer trying to lean into Rob Young and Sar Wilf with the Queen-Jack offsuit. Running into aces as it comes. Queen 9-4 with 3 clubs. And all of a sudden, Sternheimer looking for a Queen-Jack or a club to eliminate the aces of the Israeli Sar Wilf with 1 card to come. It's the ace of clubs, Randy. Sar Wilf improving to a set that he didn't need. And with that, Sternheimer running down the aces for an 800k pot.
That's disgusting, my friend. I mean, gosh, like, no one deserves that this deep in the tournament.
Sternheimer just trying to lean into that ICM pressure, into the middling stacks. Wilf was setting the trap, was priced in once he 3-bet to 175, due to the fact that Sar Wilf was on the shorter side.
A few more tournaments.
Okay, so back to this hand. Looks like Ben Heath did check call to pot size bet, and Artur is still coming out guns blazing, 360k. I mean, he's just blasting huge amounts of chips in here. It's got to make Ben Heath pretty uncomfortable, especially with no flush draw coming about. It's harder to put your opponent on some bluffs, I suppose.
So it's pot size bet on the flop.
75 on a turn. Actually, no, sorry,
Close
more.
to pot on the
Close to
turn,
pot
right?
again,
360 into 425. Does get the fold from Heath. So with that elimination, down to 20, it's Ben Heath and Sternheimer, 1 and 2. At the top, Ben Heath's teammate, if you will. Orpin, Glue, still in the mix. Sternheimer on the VIP side, partnered up with Fedor Holtz, who is no longer in. 20 left, 13 paid, min cash of 350,000. Let's do a quick itinerary check, Randy. See how many pros v VIPs we have. Evenly split.
10-10?
10-10. Still in the mix. Double check that. I might be off. I'm fairly
No,
sure.
you're probably right.
Appreciate it, mate.
It is a pro-heavy top 4 right now. Just Sternheimer in between in second.
It was, of course, one of those days at the start of the day
16
coming in.
or a certain time, or
16 full
16 only?
There was only 2 pros in the top 12 at the start of the day, and that
16
remained
or
the case for most of the day as we head to the Queen 10-9.
We played down the final table, I think.
Are you sure?
I mean, they might change it if it gets really
I thought
late.
the floor just told me. You know his name?
Into just receiving word that we're playing down to the final table. That is the plan, of course. Our end boss, tournament director, Luca Vivaldi, will step in if he deems that we've played for too long. Always looking after the players as Duffweiler continues and gets a fold from Anson.
Yeah, Anson holding his own, arguably the toughest table remaining of the three.
Do you know the really annoying thing about Luca Vivaldi, our tournament director, is not only is he one of the best tournament directors in the world, he's incredibly good looking, Randy, and it winds me up.
That's an annoying thing to you.
That is an annoying thing.
Okay.
Shows up in a suit every day, 16 hours a day.
It takes him like 16 hours to get ready, right? I mean, that hair takes so much work.
Whoa. You had to go there. Leave James Dempsey and Luca alone. But no, the players love him. Always looking after the players. We'll obviously defer to him as to how late into the morning we go. Tobias up to second in chips now. So on the outer table is the shortest table, 6-handed. Here on the blue and red feature table, 7-handed. Jiang on 35 bigs, Mikolai on 11, Rob Yong on 36, Sternheimer on 69, Orpin on 43, and Linus Love on 55 bigs. And Linus, of course, 7.1 million in Triton earnings, 1 title, 12 cashes, with the biggest cash coming back in North Cyprus in this very event when it was the Coin River Invitational, came second to Sam Grafton for 3.9 million. Seems to always show up and run deep in these big ones, Randy.
Yeah. That was the one KCG almost took down.
It
too.
was indeed.
And it was just a big swing of chips. And yeah, on the outer table, as you mentioned, some of the players, it's a ratio of 4 VIPs to 2 pros. And they're also playing 6-handed, while the other 2 players are currently playing 7-handed. Get a BVB spot. Nice pickup for Sean Winter.
1 pro to 5 VIPs, I believe you mean.
On
table 3.
No, we got Rob Young, we got Sternheimer.
Yeah,
Oh,
VIP.
Oh, you mean pros, yes. Oh, sorry, it is. Linus.
Just Linus.
Just Linus.
On the pro side, so talk about some situational
And Six Max,
language.
a game he's very well aware of
I
how
mean,
to play.
find a game that he's not good at, this guy.
But I mean, that's just
Deuce to 7 triple draw.
a phenomenal spot for him.
He's probably really good at Deuce to 7 triple draw.
Maybe.
Wouldn't surprise me.
Do we get another redraw incoming, like at 16?
We do indeed.
Is that right? Okay.
Final 2 tables.
So then final 2, then we bust 3 to get into the money. Yeah, that'll be a very stressful final 2 tables coming up.
As things stand, 10 VIPs, 10 pros when we get down to 16. Could still be evenly split. Remains to be seen as Anson Yu opens from the cutoff, King Jacko. Tobias going to defend. So see a flop with the suited ace.
Looks like we're playing just under 60 big blinds effective into this pot, and that is a monster one, right? Not flush draw, top pair.
There may be trouble ahead, Randy. Anson with that King of Hearts in hand as well. Tobias flops the nut flush draw. Facing the 35k c-bet.
Of course, the nut flush draw is always a candidate for putting a check raise, especially if deep stacks. You can apply a lot of pressure.
more of a thing against a late position open, more
Yeah.
so than an early position open on this board texture.
More hands that they can just kind of fold. Looks like he's just going to call here. It's understandable given that we're 7 from the money now. Doesn't want to play some 3 million chip pot all of a sudden.
Got 2 pair. Top 2. Hanson on this jack of spades. Tobias adding 3 queens, but removing 3 aces now as outs.
Yeah, clearly a great card for Anson here. Top 2, lots of hands to extract value from. I'd imagine a bit more meaty, but actually coming in small. Did we go quarter pot?
Looks like it.
I saw 2 white chips go in.
You did indeed. 15 to 215.
And I was going to say that Duffweiler was likely to check call, but this may invite some check raises just due to the nature of the bet size. It seems like it's a 1-pair type hand usually. Looks like Duffweiler just going to play some pot control though. But definitely would have been a candidate against his sizing to come in with a raise. Breaks.
It does indeed, but it is a potential scare card for Anson, as a flopped middle pair is certainly something Tobias could have continued with, especially given the small sizings. A hand like 10-9, Queen 10.
So Duffweiler here doesn't think the ace high will win at showdown, so he's contemplating leading a large sizing as the 10x is more in his range, as 10x wouldn't be betting turn. Yeah, he's going to just fire a huge shell.
There we go.
It is credible for him to have, you know, the Queen 10s, these sorts of hands.
2/3 pot. When you hold the king and the jack, and you don't hold a 10, when it comes to putting your opponent on a range of hands that continued on flop and turn, all of a sudden this line from Tobias, as Randy mentioned, incredibly credible.
Yeah, like you mentioned, just holding king jack. Makes the call. Nicely done. Anson, 1.9 milli.
There we go. Partnered with
Get it
fellow
done.
countryman Kiat Lee, who also finds himself still in the mix over on the red feature table. Both of them more than average. One of the stronger pairings remaining in the field. Chip leader +1. UK's Ben Heath. 3.7 million in Triton earnings, 10 cashes. Managed to sneak his way into the money, the 75k with a min cash. Pretty rough stint in Vietnam, only cashing 2 of the 8 events that he played. 300k in total. Could this be the one?
On these ace-king textures, you tend to see larger c-bet sizes with your range of hands. It didn't check back, you know, like the weaker aces to king X's. Looks like he wants to maintain control and just fire something out.
Snap fold from Arthur, no messing around with the 9 high, of course. Over on table 3, Linus Love is mashing away. Up to 1.8 million is now table captain over there. Tied with Philip Sternheimer.
Yeah, like we mentioned earlier, Linus is the sole pro with all VIPs at his table. Trying to just take advantage while he can.
Yeah, currently 3rd in chips. I mean, he's going to want this to stay this way for as long as possible, right?
Yes.
Doesn't want to get down to the final 2 table redraw anytime soon.
And with him having as many chips as he does, he will probably just keep attacking as he's going to feel like he's got some kind of post-flop edge, of course.
And of course, this conversation from us in the booth, we're not sleeping on the capabilities of the
No.
VIP. They are the first to admit that they pursue other endeavors in business. They don't spend as much time studying. A lot of them will admit that they've never touched a solver before. So us talking about Linus in this way isn't necessarily demeaning to the VIPs. It's just he is going to have the perceived edge over that
100%.
field. And that's the entire point of this tournament. That's what makes it so attractive for players to try and find a VIP, to be able to enter, as it is an invitational only. Heath with middle pair, Arthur flopping top pair, out of the small.
It is monotone, and usually when someone flats from the small blind against under the gun, they tend to have suited hands. In this case, Arthur is off-suited.
35.
Having said that, it's just there's not that much that can continue if it's mainly suited hands. They either flop the flush or they haven't, or they've got some kind of Jack X. In this case, he does have Jack X, of course, will be coming along.
Is the continue from Martirosyan. Queen ball, corner pocket. Heath turning 2 pair does bring the 4th club, however.
And Queen 9 it's kind of a confusing card. You're not sure if you needed to hit the queen to beat the Jack X, or possibly your opponent picked up a club to make a flush. A round of checks though expected.
Deuce of spades rolling off on the river. Heath with the check mark. Arthur with middle pair, maybe a hand he wants to turn into a bluff, although he does have a ton of showdown, of course.
Yes, King Jack here has a bit too much showdown. Seems unnecessary. I do find it interesting if Ben Heath can maybe find a value bet here with Queen 9 of hearts. It is undergun versus small blind. And like I mentioned earlier, there's less off-suited hands, so maybe he can find a little milk. But does check, and it's understandable given that, we're final 20 remaining.
Yeah.
Top 13 pay. Do I really want to go that thin? Probably not.
Heath extending his lead at the top of the chip counts. By quite some margin now. Up to 2.9 million. Second in chips is Linus Love. Just shy of 2 mil. Average stack, 52 big blinds as things stand. Heading back to the outer table, it is the UK's Philip Sternheimer all in blind v blind against the short stack. Mikolai King 10 against Queen 9. Ace Jack 8 board so far so good for Philip, as the 7 of diamonds does not change a thing. King of diamonds on the river is going to complete the run out for Mikolai Vaskobojniko. Made a tremendous run here. First ever time at a Triton Super High Roller Series. First ever event he played, made the final table of the 75K. Cashing that one for 182,000. This one's going to sting a little bit, Randy. Busting just 7 off the money. And with that, you're down to 5 players over on table 3. So again, a bit of situational run-good here for these other 2 tables, as one player is going to be moved over there to, of course, rebalance these final 3 tables, 2 tables of 6, 1 table of 7. So let's see who gets that quote-unquote lucky seat redraw with a VIP heavy table. It's Arthur turns trips, Heath picking up King high diamonds. Looks like it went check, check on the flop.
And Heath here actually might come in with possibly even an overbet on this card. He's got the flush draw, apply a lot of pressure. 10x bets the flop a lot. You know, ace high would have trouble calling. But actually comes in for check. Very, very surprising. Maybe he finds that his opponent's... I mean, of course 9x would be checking his flop at a high frequency. It's a bit strange that he's going kind of more cautious given he's got 2.8 million versus the 1.4.
Maybe suspicious in a spot where he feels like Arthur should be c-betting at a high frequency, so
yeah,
more showdown value rather that wouldn't necessarily fold on this turn. As it's Arthur that does come out with the delayed c-bet, and it's again a sizable one, close to pot.
Yeah, Archer's been betting quite big lately. With king high flush draw though, it does kind of feel like you kind of need to continue here. With a good flush draw, king high occasionally is best as well. It checks through on the river. If you miss, you could be up against some delayed queen jacks, 8-7s, even worse diamonds, of course.
What disaster river card potentially for Heath as he misses his flush draw but connects in the form of top pair. The good news, of course, is that a lot of stuff does get there. Hands like king, queen, king, jack, queen, jack, clubs. It's already behind trip nines.
I believe Ben Heath is contemplating some kind of block bet here. Looks like he does check. And for Arthur, yes, the clubs come in and the queen jack, but given that his opponent took a passive line, I think he can discount those at a decent frequency, right? Like clubs would kind of want to bet out a lot on turn. Queen jack, as they are, just tends to be semi-bluffing hands. I think he can find a safe value bet here, targeting 10x. Wow, big bet here.
A lot of meat on that bone. 75% pot against the tournament chip leader.
Against a bigger bet, it seems more polarizing to 9x. 10x most certainly would be checking back the river. Would a better king x bet this way?
Love to see
I don't really think so. He's holding the king of diamonds too, right? Like, so he's blocking these flush draws that, you know, maybe paired up a king and continue firing.
I'm trying to think of potential bluffs that Arthur comes with the delayed c-bet with. It was a sizable one at that, 120 into 145, and then following through on this river when Ben can have 9x, can have clubs.
It's mainly diamonds, and the thing is he's holding the diamonds himself, and also the one of them pairing up. So it does make it weight towards 9x a lot more.
Ben Heath deep in the tank.
Of course, clubs is possible, right? Like, I don't want to say that Archer is c-betting clubs on the flop 100%, by no means. Of course, he's very well balanced, as all these pros are. So it is something to worry about there. You can see that Ben Heath doesn't really want the 5-second announcement from the dealer.
And I get it. It's such a high-pressure spot. He's thrown out his 5 time banks.
Yeah, just collect them as you need them.
Yeah, and by no means a jab at the dealer. Of course, dealer just doing their job. But there are players that...
Yeah, different players have their own preferences on what kind of announcements they want from the dealer. Some people lose their train of thought when they're spoken to mid-hand. That's why the other players are being respectful too and not really chatting to each other.
Heath really thinking this one through. One of the best players ever from the UK.
Yeah, obviously a time bank worthy hand, and quite possibly could use all of them in this spot as a very large pot.
Arthur, of course, came in as one of the chip leaders today, was then eliminated in the first 2 levels, re-entered, then held the chip lead. Several occasions throughout the day, managed to spin that second bullet up. Now praying for a call, as it would take him back up to second in chips, as Ben Heath is down to his final 30 seconds here.
Trying to just maybe find a live read.
Not on that man.
No, it's a tough one. It's a statue. And decides he can't find one. Look back at the board.
I do apologize. He's got another time extension.
That's 5.
Ben Heath deep in the tank here. Not one to posture and waste time. He knows exactly how valuable those time extensions are. He knows exactly how valuable this pot is as well. Hence the tank. Makes the call, Randy, and gets shown the bad news as Arthur announces 9. Scoops a 985k pot, and with that, Ben Heath still the chip leader, but down to 2.3 million. And with that, Arthur Martirosyan now up to 3rd in chips. Sorry, I do apologize, up to 2nd in chips. Just a pip higher than Philip Sternheimer on the outer table. Linus Love and Anson Yu rounding out the top 5, but Ben Heath still the chip lead. Chip counts brought to you by Poker Stake as we welcome you back to the break desk. Randy Liu alongside myself, Henry Kilbane. Randy, a couple of eliminations, of course, as we got down to the final 3 tables. A bit of run good for Linus Love, being alone with several VIPs on the outer table. 19 left. Some big clashes on that main stage with Mikita Badziakowski and Nacho Barbero being eliminated. Byproduct of Ben Heath with the aces against queens. Expecting the pace of play to slow down after this break a little bit with the heavy ICM.
It should be, but we know Linus has been capitalizing and taking advantage. I don't expect him to slow down. He's just going to keep trying to get involved in pots, taking them down against the VIPs at his table. But we are getting to that phase where it's just 6 remaining to slide into the money. It's a huge pay jump, right? From 0 to 350k.
Yeah, of course. Some people in for 2 bullets as well. So looking to get, 350 of that 400k invested. Quick break from us, a scheduled break, of course. When we come back, playing down to those final 2 tables, then there'll be a redraw. And then obviously one of the most exciting parts of this 200k LUXON Pay Invitational is that 350k money bubble. Don't go too far. We'll be back very shortly.
GG Poker. It's the best poker The biggest poker site.
This is a crazy.
Take your game to the next level with GTO Wizard. Practice against GTO on all your devices. Study any situation from pre-flop to river, we've got it all. Upload your hand histories to uncover your biggest leaks. We have hundreds of hours of coaching from top pros, cutting-edge theory articles, and custom study plans to help guide your poker journey. GTO Wizard, the #1 app for poker players.
Tang, Barbero, Madziakuski, all in the mix on the outer two tables. Again, that's the Triton Poker Plus app. That's GT. Yeah, I was thinking about it.
GT, is that what he goes by?
Well, he used to be a race driver.
Oh, okay.
So.
Fair. I like it.
Exactly.
Pocket's in. Oh, and he just runs into aces with his single last big blind against the same opponent. He lost the majority of his stack, too.
Oh, my.
Three-way all-in incoming.
Takes the spot.
5-2.
Trying to ISO against Kevin. Chidwick in the big blind with the aces. And a couple of flush draws, but things looking bleak, of course, for Sinan and Kevin. Queen in the window, little, okay. Little something for everyone.
Yeah.
2 pair outs, 10 outs for Stevie to dodge. Oh, Kevin picking up an additional 4 outs now. Jack 10 or a 9 for the Dutchman to triple up. No dice as the 3 of clubs sends them both packing. And
Stephen Chidwick gets the double elimination to also chip up some more after winning that big flip against Kevin just a few hands ago.
Yeah, so that's going to slide them to about, what, 17, 16 big blinds all the way up to
8 festivals per year. Go to meritpoker.com to book your trip today and be part of the Merit Poker experience. Now, as someone that's had the pleasure of experiencing both sides of what Merit offers, both as, you know, here with Triton, done commentary for Merit, but also as a player, can confirm that the cash games.
Notice the king-queen just folding one position over from Makita from Sean Winter.
Interrupt me again, Randy, whilst I'm plugging the cash games. Heads will roll in the booth, but the cash games, Randy. Note the king-queen fold. Yeah, the cash games could be pretty wild. Many late nights have been had as GT with that ace-9 in the small down to just 9 bigs. Come with a pill here against Under the Gun. Does open the door for Antonius.
Yeah, a bit of a surprising call here with this stack depth. It is against Under the Gun. But, you know, he did lose that last pop, maybe looking to try to get in there, find some flop he can go with.
Flop a piece, yeah. Go with it. Antonius does get to defend his suited jack from the big.
Nice.
Well, how about that for connecting? The 996 board, 140k in the middle.
So he's got a very shallow stack, no point in leading out here. He can easily get stacks in on turn or river if necessary. I'll say this though, I feel like Badzikuski might be a little bit confused on what range is flatting from the small blind, whether it be speculative or maybe some big traps. Does have the ace of clubs working in his hand, which tends to bet at a higher frequency, but that small blind flat is it's tough to decipher.
Yeah, definitely some concerns, obviously, of top of range traps. But also against Under the Gun, you'd expect GT to just announce himself, maybe, given how strong the opening range is. Flush draw for Antonius on the turn. Now has 17% equity.
Definitely like this check from Thompson. Once again, he just have north of pot remaining, can push chips in, and given how hard he smashed it, so unlikely someone else has got a piece.
Bats may be happy to just try and get this ace-10 to showdown.
Usually, I would say.
And welcome back to continuing coverage of the $200,000 LUXON Pay Invitational. It is day 2, part of the 2023 Triton Super High Roller Series. Ali Najad back in the booth, joined by none other than Bono Logic, Justin Bonomo himself, winningest tournament poker player of all time. Such a joy and a privilege to have you in here. And just before we got in, Justin, you mentioned it's been a decade since you had the cans on?
I can't remember the last time I've done it. I did some for the World Series of Poker final tables, but yeah, it's been about 10 years. And
well,
it's good to be back.
We'll shake the rust off. Good to have you with us. I know you've been kind of keeping a keen eye on the proceedings out here in terms of this remaining 19-player field. Split just about right down the middle with 10 pros and 9 VIPs, I believe it was, Producer James, verified? Yeah, there it is. So maybe not to have been expected coming into this one. Justin, I don't know about you. I would have imagined that at this point, with a completely merged field, the pros maybe would have been able to kind of overcome that partitioned day one and all of the chips that were amassed by the VIPs as they kind of dined on one another.
That's definitely what you'd expect. There's a couple other things going on. Of course, there's always variance. You know, everyone in this tournament is a capable player who's capable of winning. The pros were playing very, very tight on day one because they wanted to make it to day 2 where they got to play with the businessmen. And so that actually created a very big chip disparity where a lot of the amateurs had mountains of chips, but the pros had a smaller percentage of the chips in play.
Yeah.
So they actually had that to overcome.
And obviously, top of the day, we did have that 50-50 portion of the program where it was half VIPs and half pros. Now the redraw, a little bit of variance in terms of what kind of table you get on your hands. But as we observed, it shook out fairly even. It wasn't like anybody had a table where it was just them and a bunch of VIPs, or vice versa, just one VIP and a bunch of pros. Currently, the chip leader is Britain's Ben Heath with 2.325 million, 6 away from the money. 13 will be paid, and that is a look at your entire field with the blinds at 15 and 30,000, brought to you by PokerStake. That glimpse there shows Dan Smith at the bottom end of the current chip count. 17 big blinds though, Justin. You know Dan, as do we from covering him here in the booth. He is going to approach that with absolute surgical precision, but work to be done. Spins needed as we...
Yep, Dan is an incredibly skilled player. He's familiar with the short stack strategies, the big stack strategies. He can certainly do it all. But that can be said for almost any player in this field.
You know, interestingly, as I discussed with Mike Watson earlier today, Sam Greenwood, both of whom were kind enough to put some time aside, as you have now, to deliver some analysis and some color throughout this coverage of this LUXON Pay Invitational. Not all the VIPs, or businessmen as you like to call them, are created equal. We have seen some incredibly impressive play from that side of the bracket.
That's true, and leading up to this tournament, there was some debate over who should count as the businessmen. You know, I'm not privy to exactly what's going on behind the scenes, but it's not an easy decision to make. And there certainly are some top players, like you said, Philip Sternheimer, for example. Should he have been a businessman? You know, I don't make the decisions. He's a great player, and I'll just say that about him.
I'll say what, if you have a job and your primary source of income isn't poker, that seems to be the #1 first criteria that we utilize. And you know, you consider the likes of Talal Shakurchi as well, Justin, who you've battled with throughout this Triton series on multiple occasions. He likes to gamble it up in the high-stakes cash games, and when you play against the best for long enough, you tend to pick up a thing or two, as we've observed. As Heath has picked up pocket queens here in the small blind against this Martirosian Open, which is promptly punished by this 350K 3-bet. Walk us through your time in the event, Justin. What did you ever manage to get yourself spun up to a place where you felt like maybe late day 2 opportunities would be upon you, or was it a bit more of a struggle?
So day 1 was really interesting because I was playing with a lot of world-class players, and everyone at the table was aware of the dynamic where we didn't want to gamble that hard. So I was seeing world-class players like Makita, like Linus, just playing tighter than I've ever seen them play before in my life. So day 1 was actually super, super boring. Lost a couple of not very key pots, end of the day with like 75% of a starting stack. My strategy going into day 2 was to gamble just a little bit because, you know, I still had the rebuy bullet left in the chamber, and I wanted to build up some chips. Worked out kind of well, got up to like 450,000. Unfortunately, I had some unfortunate key hands, some of which came up on stream.
Yeah.
There's that weird ace-king hand.
Oh, yeah, that one where you ran into the ace-queen suited in clubs against Linus, and he just flatted you on the river. Check back the turn, if I'm not mistaken. Was that right?
Yeah, that's absolutely right. Yeah. I bet so small on the river when he called, I thought I was winning, and then he just flipped over practically the nuts.
The look on your face was one that I think all of us would have been wearing after being flat called on the end in that spot, as we see Punat Punsri, the reigning main event champion from here in North Cyprus. Ace-queen shoots it up and takes it down. Now, were there conversations that you had with other pros, either at the table or since having been busted out of this one, that centered around people that had raised some eyebrows or maybe been of some real interest, moves, hands, the likes of Ernildo Santos, perhaps a part of those conversations?
Yeah, I don't know if the viewers at home are all familiar with the Triton app that the players have access to, but we basically get to see any of the hands played in the tournament at any of the tables. So me and some of my friends, we were going through a bunch of the hands.
Yeah.
And yeah, the player you just mentioned, I don't know how to pronounce his name, but
Ernildo Santos, yeah.
Yeah, he had some very peculiar hands. And for a lot of these businessmen, they're people that we've played maybe once with before, maybe never with before in his case. So we're really trying to glean a lot of information from just a small number of hands.
And without any information, obviously I know you guys have certain camps, you know, study groups, cliques, if you will, that you bounce ideas off of. What is it that you're tasked with doing? Just simply looking up at the app, tracking the hands that these guys are playing in the effort to baseline them and maybe get a sense of what to come to expect when they're at your table?
Yeah, for sure. And, you know, they're not going to tell you exactly what their ranges are. So you kind of have to look at one hand and make some assumptions. Like I saw one hand where a player 3-bet pocket nines. He continuation bet the king high flop, bet again on a queen, and ended up firing all 3 streets. And so I made the note, okay, this is probably not a player who's thinking about, am I bluffing, am I value betting? He's just kind of like merging everything. And that's just an example of how from one hand you kind of have to analyze what the player's thinking.
Yeah, yeah. And that's just it, though. The thought process or the manner in which they might be communicating, if you are perceiving the behaviors through a pro-on-pro lens, is just oh so different and deviates significantly from what you might glean if
Absolutely.
that player was a little bit more aware of what they're inferring through their actions, as we see Heath here following through with the king-9 suited on the pre-flop open. Boss stack things available to him. Chidwick releasing there.
Yeah, it's a really interesting dynamic playing all these tournaments because you have a field that's largely the best players in the entire world, and then businessmen who want to play with those best players. And it creates an interesting dynamic where you're kind of like dancing around, playing one strategy against a pro, another strategy against the businessmen. And as you've said many times before, not all the businessmen are created equal, so you're coming up with different strategies against all of them.
Yeah, a lot to kind of consider, more so, you know, than your average tournament where maybe you don't have to have all of these other considerations. It can be a bit grueling and taxing mentally, no doubt. Stamina could come into play as this one rates to go deep into the evening, Justin. Scheduled to play down to a final table. Some predictions about that happening maybe 1 a.m., even 2 a.m. local time, 11, 12, 13-hour day upon us perhaps.
Yeah, you know how these bubbles go. Sometimes they can take forever. Sometimes a player just knocks out small stack after small stack after small stack, and it's done quickly. So,
for the time being, those stacks not all that small. The sub 10 big blind stuff we expect to maybe just have one pre-flop decision to make. Current shortest in the room is Santosh Suvarna. I want to talk about him a little bit. You know, we here at the desk, in the booth, all the events that we've watched Santosh play so far, seems very much like he uploaded a new OS coming into this one. Have you had a chance to play against him or look back at some of his hand histories and share that thought?
a little of both. Not extensively of either. Yeah, he is a player who is capable of making some big moves. He had a couple of big bluffs on the stream that I saw for sure. He mostly plays tight, mostly has it when like the money goes in, but he'll also mix it up. Like I saw one hand where he just mixed it up with the 9-3 off. So
yeah,
he's a tough one to put on a range.
Had a deuce 3 that I recall him playing.
And yeah, so I'm looking at these stacks right now, and this is a spot where the players are aware that they're only 6 away from the money, but they're also very aware that there are no short stacks, so they're not going to be able to fold 100% of hands just squeaking into the money. They know they still have some play left. The blinds are going to hit them many times before they're in the money. And that's always something the players want to be aware of, because if you know the bubble's going to end in 2 hands, you just play super tight. But when you still have hours left of the bubble, they actually have to get in there and mix it up. They can't fold everything.
Ben Heath opening with the King 5 of diamonds. Picks up Artur for the ride. Martirosian 10-4 of spades. Flop is 8-7-4. Gut shot for Heath. Bottom pair for Artur.
45.
45K lead out of Martirosian. Not sticking with the flow of play here. Perhaps not assigning this part of the deck to Heath's opening range, though Justin Heath with that big boss stack, obviously we can imagine is going to be willing to kind of play more parts than usual.
For sure, and his opponent Artur, he's not one to just kind of fold into the money. He's one who will always try to build a big stack, always try to play back. So it could be a precarious player to play against for sure.
Ben flatting as the turn produces the backdoor flush draw for Artur. Might that embolden him to barrel once more in spite of the fact that he got flatted? 2 big stacks in the room right now. Heath, number 1 coming in. Artur, number 3.
85.
85,000, the second barrel sizing out of Artur. Not to oversimplify things, Justin, but obviously a player's willingness, as Artur has, to bet into us after we have the betting lead as the pre-flop opener, does create some interesting perceptions. Oftentimes on the surface we think if your hand was that strong, why would you lead at me? But Artur's going to be a guy who's balanced and be willing to lead out super strong as well, right?
Honestly, my perception of Artur is not so much that he cares about balance. He seems to be someone who's not afraid to kind of deviate from what the computer says, which makes him really tough to play against because he's sharp about doing it. He knows his opponents. He knows who thinks he's out of line and who he thinks he can get out of line against. And that is definitely the toughest type of player to play against because he's capable of anything but doing it in a very measured way.
We've certainly seen the results for the Russian over the course of his Triton career. $1.7 million in earnings across 8 caches, has 4 out of 6 attempts already here at this North Cyprus Festival. Unimproved on the end, he does shut down, and Heath, who was hunting a 6, perhaps a king.
So Ben has he's thinking about should he bluff here. And some of the things he might be thinking about, he doesn't have any hearts in his hand, he doesn't have any spades in his hand. And that's good for him because that means that Artur can have these missed flush draws. Ben's also thinking about where he is in his range.
320.
If he has one of the worst hands in his range, which it seems like he thinks he does have, he'll be more inclined to try to bet this river and turn his hand into a bluff.
He does fire 320,000, doing exactly that. And how credible is this going to look to Artur as played? Flat call flop, flat call turn, now suddenly come out betting after we check.
So this is definitely one of those spots where you can't just put your opponent on one hand. The ranges are very wide here. As played, there are so many hands that Ben can have. Like I said, he can have hearts, he can have spades. He could have a hand like maybe pocket 6s, pocket 5s that he thinks is just barely good enough to value bet here. Ace-7 suited. Artur does make the call. He sees that there's a lot of air in Ben's range and makes a pretty good call.
With just a 4, Martirosyan making a bit of a statement there as he takes a bite out of the chip leader and in the process works his way up the leaderboard.
I'm about needing to stick around for a while.
But of course,
Meanwhile,
you were going to be at like 50.
Philip Sternheimer, who is current second overall in chips coming into this hand, is up against the king high flush for Linus Lolliger. Bring you up to speed on the action in this particular exchange. Was a raise from Linus pre. Philip defending from the big blind with those 2 6s. Check called 50K on the flop. Then check called 140K on the turn.
6s.
Double paired board on the end, and
Good flush.
Linus shutting it down.
I have to say I'm having flashbacks of when Linus decided not to put in more money against me with this club flush.
I was just thinking the same thing, and that is a man who doesn't have a reputation for taking conservative lines, but perhaps a function of this 200K Invitational. Who knows? 17 bigs in front of the Swissman. Sorry, 72 bigs, rather. 2.15 million. Sternheimer slipping back considerably. Lolliger now inheriting second as Artur vaulted up to first at the other table. After that exchange with Heath, who has slipped down to third. Sternheimer in 6th overall. Chip counts brought to you by bookmaker.eu. Flashbacks, as you said, Justin, and again, associated with Linus in particular with a big hand. Paired board rather, against you. Double paired board on this occasion, both times with the big flush. Not going after value in position on the end.
Yeah, and that's an example of kind of what I was talking about earlier, where you get a piece of information about a player and you have to try to use that to get inside their head. So you might be thinking, did he make a mistake? You might be thinking, is he trying to play conservatively because this is a tournament with soft players? Is he starting to think about the money that's left? These are all things that are going through a player's hand, going through a player's head anytime they see a hand.
And Sternheimer seeing a hand yet again, folded around to him in the small blind. Great spot up against Dan Smith, who he had a savage bet, 3-bet bluff against on the river, turning pocket tens into a bluff against ace-10 suited for Smith on an ace-ace-5 board, where not even the 10 would have left Sternheimer with a winner.
Here it looks like Dan only has about 15 big blinds, and Philip Sternheimer decides to just set them all in.
You see Smith grinning his way through this squeeze.
You can see on his face that he knows it's a fold, but he doesn't want to.
Well, he also knows that there's going to be a certain measure of abusiveness that Sternheimer...
Give you a perfect count, and then you still apply the maximum pressure. Perhaps next time...
We meet again.
Strategy.
Meet again.
You have no idea how much I have.
I will consult the app.
Foiled again.
Showed your cards like 3 times too. Yeah. I was like, it was like quite an aggressive peel.
I mean, the first one was a queen.
Then it's a sweat. Why is that?
And then you try to change the second one by beating 3 times. Maybe
was
it's different this time.
Line is dressed a little bit more like a VIP, if I'm being honest.
Squeeze it, you know, like
Has the trappings of a man who owns and operates a number of Caribbean all-inclusive resorts.
He's got that swagger for sure. He looks like a guy who's taking cigar breaks every few minutes.
Or at least like 80%.
You're so right. I would love it if he just whipped one out right here. Just thumbed his nose at our no smoking policy in the tournament area.
Yeah, just did the Sammy Farha, sat with a cigar in his mouth for the next hour.
Just dry.
He could pull it off.
He really could. We should run one out there for him. Nice Cuban. Orpin, pocket 6s, opens to 70 as Sternheimer will look down at an ace-10 offsuit on the button. Flat and 3-bet both available?
Absolutely. How much aggression have we seen out of Philip? Has he been taking advantage of the big stack?
I mean, from the times that we have seen him at the feature, it certainly feels like aggression has been the side of the spectrum toward which he has leaned, as we see him doing exactly that, leaning on these 2 6s. But Soxia Jiang in the big blind, a couple of 10s, 825K in front of her, Justin.
I have to imagine she's thinking about shipping it in right now. 10s is a big enough pair that she's not too afraid.
Yeah, she does indeed jam. This will make the decision fairly simple. For the 6s, and I would imagine just about as simple for the ace-10 as well.
Yeah, we'll see if he's going to posture a little bit before folding. I don't think he's actually thinking about calling. Maybe he's thinking Soxia's getting out of line with ace-5 suited or something. But she just has so much ace-king, ace-queen in her range. He's going to play it like this every time. 10s, jacks. I'd imagine he knows it's a fold.
No imagination necessary as his hand goes right into the muck, and a nice pickup there for Soxia, who came into that pot. 14th in chips overall thus far here in North Cyprus. She has cashed just once in 6 attempts, that being a 20th place finish in the 30K mystery bounty. You a fan of that mystery bounty format, Justin?
Yeah, I think it's a great tournament, but I think you need to change one thing.
Well, I am not the man administering things, but go on.
So, Ali, since you make all the decisions of every tournament, what I think you should do is change all the payouts. There shouldn't be money for first place. There should be 12 envelopes for first place. Why not have them draw 2?
Oh.
See?
Now, you know, I'm a fan of chaos, and I feel as though that is a rather chaotic way to go about things. I'll allow it. Not sure whether or not Luca Vivaldi and company will, but you've got my vote. If you run on that platform, you've got my vote.
All right, let's make it happen.
Let's. We could do like a 10K just to try it on for size.
For sure. And the thing is, you're still getting 12 envelopes. It's not like you're going to finish first place and get nothing, you know?
Yeah, right. Well, first place minimum of 2 envelopes, right? For your own bounty in second, no matter
right,
what.
but also like for each payout, like a min cash would be another
Right.
envelope.
Yes.
So every payout there would be.
Yeah. No, I like that.
It would
ladder up envelopes and then also envelopes for bounties as well.
Exactly.
So the whole prize pool is envelope based.
Mm-hmm.
Can you imagine if you just got min envelopes as the first place finisher? The guy finishes with 1 envelope on the envelope bubble, if you will, and just pulls the top prize, as Orpin did in Vietnam, of course, much to the chagrin of all envelope holders.
Yeah, there's been a history of controversial and very rich people winning the big prizes in these bounty tournaments I've seen.
Ding Biao let the air out of the room during this mystery bounty as the champion in that event, who stepped forward and eliminated the top prize as the second man to reach into the barrel, as Ensign Yu has reached into his stack and delivered 70,000 out there from the button. But you're picking on the almighty Stephen Chidwick in the big blind here, and he is going to come along with this King 9.
Steven is absolutely one of the best players in the world. Even with the short stack, you know he's capable of making moves, making great decisions.
Making trips on the King 7 board, checking it over. This sort of texture sometimes does encourage the ace high to try to bet and take it down. And some discipline, checking back.
Yeah, some players would go for the small c-bet there, but when you're up against a really strong player like Stephen Chidwick in the big blind, you know you're going to get check raised a lot. So Anson's employing some pot control here, checking it back, and I think that's a good strategy in this situation. Just want to clarify, I know there's thousands of people watching this, so I want to be very careful with my words. I was not referring to Orpin as a controversial figure, just in case someone misunderstood me.
Far from it.
Very nice guy, very pleasant to play with at the tables.
Thoughtful and deliberate as well about his game, as is Stephen Chidwick, who comes out swinging for 135K here.
Oftentimes when I'm in Anson's seat at the table, I'm thinking, is my opponent good enough to find all the bluffs in this situation? And for Stevie, the answer is absolutely yes. He's a fearless player. He knows all the mechanics. He's going to find the bluffs.
And that might have a lot to do with Anson's flat call on the turn, looking perhaps for a shutdown on the river from Stevie and then decide, take the free showdown or bluff. Not sure he's going to have that opportunity here, though. Backdoor diamonds did arrive, as played. Could certainly be a part of Anson's range.
So Stevie has options here. He went with the big bet. He could have gone with kind of a smaller block bet, maybe hope to get raised, represent like a pair of 7s or something.
Basically jamming. So
yeah,
leaves 5K back.
Here he's saying, I have at least a king. Do you believe me?
I think it's too cold to sit in too short now. Freezing.
So one question Anson's asking himself is, do I beat the bluffs? And here the answer is yes. Stevie would not be turning a 5 into a bluff or a pair of deuces into a bluff. It'd be too strong of a hand. Stevie almost certainly doesn't have hands like ace-queen in his range. They don't make any sense. Another thing working against Anson is that he has a 6 in his hand. A lot of the bluffs that Stevie would go with on the turn are straight draws, gut shots, hands like 6-9. But Anson does have the ace, which is a good card because there are no hands that Stevie would bluff with, so he's not blocking any bluffs with the ace, but he is with the 6. This is just a pure poker spot. He beats the bluffs, doesn't beat the value bets. Does he believe Stevie? He might be asking himself, how cautious is Stevie proceeding, since we are 6 players away from the money? You'll notice he's not even looking at Stevie trying to get a read, because that is indeed a fool's errand. There are very few players who I don't look at to try to get a read from, but Stevie is often one of them. He is just a stone-cold killer, no fear in his heart.
Couldn't agree more. afford to make this call, but it would cost him a third of his stack. Being laid 2-1, and did he flick in the call?
He flicked something in. Was it his cards or the call?
No, it was the call as Stevie gets paid off by a non-believing Anson Yu. And without dissecting it, it could look absurd to the naked eye, but we can appreciate the thought process that went into it. And as you said, a pure poker spot, sometimes you get them wrong. And on that occasion, Chidwick the beneficiary. As we slide it back over to our other feature table, where our resident botanical garden, Linus Lolliger, opens with the hard 10 and Orpin, ace-queen suited.
It's a pretty big hand here. Definitely worthy of a raise, even worthy of a 3-bet to the small size and call a shove. It seems to be that's the strategy that Orpin's going with.
Three scoops.
Brunson in the big blind for Dan Smith. I think Dan's going to go all in here and pay homage to Doyle.
It would be an expensive homage.
It was 700, right?
Linus taking stock of Orpin's remaining stack before deciding how to proceed. 5's not the one.
It was a hefty 3-bet size. Against a really small sizing, you might be considering a call there, but not against the full 3x to 180 that Orpin chose to go with. And if you really want to disrespect a player, quote unquote, you can shove with the pocket fives, but you have to think their range is very wide and loose, and he did not think Orpin's range was very wide and loose here, so he just elected to fold.
Rightfully so, despite having the best hand. Obviously some real vulnerability and be playing a big one out of position. Were the flat part of the consideration? Don't think that that's really on his mind though, right, Justin?
No, if Orpin made it a very small 3-bet, then absolutely the flat would come into consideration. But against such a big size, no, you're not really considering it. Very big hand on the small blind for Dan Smith.
Preemptive chip count being offered over to Socia before the hand begins. Kind of a sporting move.
Yeah, I've noticed players in these tournaments are very friendly. People want the tournament to run smoothly.
Raised to 90,000.
Smith. 3xing. And we do tend to see those slightly larger sizes. Blind v blind.
Level 1 of the tournament, this would be a very easy defend for Socia. If she thinks that Dan is playing excessively tight for the bubble, she might elect to fold. But she's got the chips, so she's going to call.
Little stickiness from the Kiwi. 210K pot now, courtesy of her call. And trip 4s as she is promptly rewarded. However, Dan Smith with really nothing on the stovetop.
Nothing on the stovetop, but 4-4-3 board, he might think he still has the best hand. Socia's going to have a lot of, 6-8 in her range, Jack-10, hands that Dan dominates, King-9 offsuit. Dan is definitely not thinking that he's automatically behind here. And you can see him firing a small bet. What this bet kind of says is, this flop didn't improve that many hands. I was representing the best hand before the flop, so even on the 4-4-3, my range is generally still going to be the best hand. Of course, Socia has trips there, so she knows that it's very likely she has the best hand.
Oh. 65K lead going to get flatted by Socia, who's hoping that Dan's got added barrels behind that one for her to consume. Oh, and this is a problematic turn for Smith. as he binks the king.
That's going to be trouble.
Just how much trouble? TBD. When we get flatted on that particular texture, how often do we think Socia is floating with just air, looking for a check out of us to try to take it away?
So Dan bet less than 1/3 of the pot on the flop. So Socia is going to have a lot of continues. They're not just going to be floats with nothing. They're going to be something that has some kind of backdoor over cards. You know, like a Jack-8 of spades might continue on the flop. I mean, that hand will continue on the flop.
As Smith continues on the turn here for 150,000.
Dan is aware that his pre-flop raising range here has a lot of hands like King-Queen suited, King-Jack suited, King-9 offsuit, King-8 offsuit, even some of the weaker kings sometimes. But also plenty of air. You know, he could still have Ace-6 off, Jack-9 off, tons of air.
5 on the river, a coordinated development here. And walk me through Socia's decision to flat the 150 on the turn, as opposed to put a raise in.
Yeah, she doesn't really see any reason to shut it down now. Dan is still repping the stronger range. He's more likely to have hit the king. He's more likely to have the overpairs pre-flop. So Socia's just saying, you can play the game where you're deciding if you want to bluff or value bet your one pair hand, and I'll just wait back. You can think you're putting me to a tough decision, but in this case I actually have the nuts, and I'm just ready to call you. Socia doesn't want to raise him off hands like Jack-9 offsuit, where she just has 100% lock against them. She wants to give Dan a chance to bluff the river. And you know, if Dan does have a hand like King-Queen and hits his king on the river, like, so be it. She can't just be afraid of that rare possibility and raise because of that one unlikely event.
Can Dan safely assume that the Ace-Deuce-6-7 sort of kit can be removed from Jang's range as a caller on the turn?
No, absolutely not. I think Ace-Deuce would be a very fine continue on the turn. I think Dan thinks it is very likely, but certainly not 100% that he has the best hand.
Well, 180,000, the third barrel from Smith, as it is almost his entire stack. Now, if Socia knows that she's never going to fold, should she put it all in there, ask for the last 5K, just for the value of getting rid of Dan Smith if she's right?
Absolutely. And Dan's going to see the bad news.
Yep. She does exactly that. And
good game, Dan Smith. Great player, and even better pajama suit that he's wearing.
Yep. He's already dressed for bed. He did allude to the fact, I believe he had those pajamas custom made in Hoi An.
That sounds right to me.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. Thanks, Dan.
Nice pick up there for Jiang, who will launch herself up the leaderboard.
Yeah. You will move big blind.
Look at the chip counts here at our other feature table, brought to you by Merit Poker. Don't need to explain to you why Marta Rosian's up at the top of this leaderboard in front of Ben Heath. A courageous bluff catch on the end after leading in to Ben Heath on 2 streets as a blind defender. Heath got after him. Got caught with his hand in the cookie jar. And Sun Yu down to just 35 bigs after he thought he was going to catch Stephen Chidwick with his hand in the cookie jar, but instead caught him with trip kings as the ace high got a little sticky. 18 runners left after the elimination of Dan Smith. Current shortest stack in the room belongs to Santosh Suvarna. Get things back underway. The always entertaining Sean Winter, looking like he's doing some seat yoga. There is Triton newcomer Tobias Duttweiler. Found himself at the top of the leaderboard at one point during the day. has since slipped down to 8th as Martirosyan gets busy with the king 6 offsuit, perhaps looking to exploit what he perceives to be some overly tight dispositions as we close in on this 13-player money bubble. Winter, of course, will come along with the queen 10 suited. The 9 of clubs was always pretty in the window, and when coupled with the 4 of clubs, it becomes even more attractive. 2 overs and the flush draw for Sean, who knuckles over to Artur's king high.
This is one of those flops that if Artur does decide to bet, he's going to have to think about. Hold that thought. We're cutting over to an outer table.
Yeah, we sure are, and it looks like Santosh Suvarna got it all in there with queen jack offsuit. Patrick was the customer with an ace jack, and Santosh didn't waste any time getting out of here. Not going to be cashing in this one.
I believe Patrick raised before the flop, and Santosh moved all in with his queen jack to get called by Patrick with his ace jack.
3-bet.
Confirm that is what happened.
Mm-hmm. Now, resuming this pot between Artur and Sean Winter, who called the 120K follow through from Artur, promptly made his flush. And now is checked yet again. Artur does not take the bait. 6 of clubs working for him, he thinks. Drawing dead, however. 415 in the middle.
Sean's got lots of options here. He could just say, maybe I have a big hand, go for the big bet, try to get paid off. He could check it, try to get bluffed at by Artur. He could also go with a small bet. Small bet makes sense with a lot of kind of weakish hands here, maybe like a pair of 4s. And that kind of sends a message to Artur, like, maybe I don't have a huge hand. If you want, you can try to raise me off of my small bet. Sean thinking through all 3 of these options. Do I check? Do I bet small? Do I bet big? He's thinking Artur bet small on the flop and then check back on the turn. Does he think he has a hand with showdown value? Does he have nothing that I want to let him bluff with? And Sean elects to go with the small bet here, a bet of 80,000.
Of course, 80 or not, king high, just not interested for Artur.
From someone.
I don't know why even something as benign as asking for change is funny to me when it's coming from Sean Winter. There's just this perpetual sense of, is he trolling me somehow? And I just don't know it.
I firmly believe that the answer is yes. I believe that Sean is always trolling.
But somehow it's not in any sort of ill spirit. I never feel like, even when you're on the receiving end of it, that it's designed to make you look a fool. It's just hilarious.
Oh, yeah, I love playing with Sean. He keeps you on your toes. And you're right, he's never malicious, never makes fun of anyone.
Right.
Just says the most random things.
Yeah.
Like you said, even the normal things that he says, it's always with random timing.
Yeah. You had a particularly funny exchange with him when I believe you were all in, and Sean pointed out that wait a minute, is that my hand? I folded the same thing, and you were like, yes, Sean, it is your hand. And then you binked the 6-outer on the end, I think, and told Sean, nice double. I think you re-trolled him to the point where he was confused even. Nicely played.
Some players would, go fishing with Sean, maybe think that he's being sincere and be like, oh, no, Sean, this is my hand. But I just don't believe him. I know he's trolling. I'm just trolling right back.
Punsri, Jack 8 suited. Getting after Chidwick's big blind, which contains ace 4 off.
Standard play here is to call a Stevie, but it's also a hand that is a very good one to 3-bet bluff, and that's what Stevie elects to do.
Catching Punsri at the right time as well, as it is a very weighted 375,000.
I can't help but wonder, did Stevie randomize this 3-bet, or did he just say, you know what, Punat's a tight player, I don't think he has much, I'm going to just 3-bet him this hand?
Well, if a player is tight, we would imagine that they're opening with something, but additionally, if we know that we perceive them as such, and yet in spite of that out of position from the blinds, we're willing to 3-bet a range that should be narrow, then there's a bit of self-consciousness that comes into play. Well, like Stevie's 3-betting me. I think he thinks I'm tight. What's going on here?
Absolutely, and there's that kind of leveling game. Punat's wondering the same thing. Is Stevie going to 3-bet a ton of bluffs here? Is he going to play a computer strategy?
Well, on the topic of play, right now, bookmaker.eu has reduced juice, low vig, -108 sides and totals on all NBA postseason games. Open a new account at bookmaker.eu now and get up to a $500 cash bonus with your first deposit. Professional and recreational bettors both welcome high limits, high payouts, and live betting on all NBA postseason games at bookmaker.eu, where the line originates.
I didn't see, but like, I don't think we know.
But he should be first anyway, right?
You do a little sports betting now and again, Justin? You keep it to poker?
No, I don't really do much sports betting. Just mostly keep it to poker.
Are you always
I don't know.
surprised when you find out
I didn't see anything. I just have no idea which is which.
some of the super high rollers on the circuit put their bankrolls to work in the sports streets?
No, it doesn't surprise me. People get into poker for all sorts of reasons. Some people just love to gamble, and some people just love to find edges wherever they can.
Punsry ultimately laying down that Jack-8 suited as Queen-9 suited. Pips up in both slots and leaves him opening once more. This time it gets through.
Ever. We're both folding everything.
I 8-4.
That's an example of one of those hands
Ooh, could add 4.
where from the big blind you would normally defend a 7-5 offsuit versus a min raise, but as you start to get close to the money, you're folding a lot of those marginal continues that you would otherwise play. I think it's very reasonable at this point in the tournament to put that into the fold category. Punat tanking here with the 6-5 off under the gun. So you thinking about getting frisky?
Third straight open. He's 1 for 2. Nah.
Oh, I see him looking up at the clock. Maybe there's some other consideration going on for him right now.
Such as?
I don't know if he's like if there's a break coming up or blinds going up or something.
Fair play to try to drag it out a little bit in the interest of maybe.
Yeah, usually it would go the other direction. If you're under the gun, you want to get the big blind in before it goes up.
Right.
So that's probably not what he was thinking. Maybe he's just full, done with the hands, going to like look at the average stack, see how many players are left. I think that's probably what was going on.
75K to skate is what's going on as Sean Winter opened to 75,000, and with pocket 7, Duttweiler will be a customer from the small. The lone one at that. And on the flop, 2 over cards present themselves, as does a gut shot straight draw for the pre-flop raiser Winter. Action checked over to Sean.
Sean could easily check or bet here. He's one of those players who for years he's been finding the checkbacks on the flop. He was one of the first players to really check back a lot of top pairs on a very regular basis. He doesn't mind playing turns.
Well, if you check back top pair often enough, you obviously protect range.
And it's tough playing against a player who does something like that. You know, if I was sitting against him in small blind this situation, he could easily have a queen here. He could hit that king. He could still have something like ace high. He can have anything.
Yeah, it's a rather disarming reality. As Duttweiler checks yet again. Winter improving to an open ender.
Winter's thinking, is now the time to bet? Does it look stronger if I wait till the river? With the open ender, it goes pretty well for him to bet here. He doesn't want to be He doesn't want to bet and get raised off his hand, of course, but Tobias can't have too many raises against a range from Sean that can have a lot of strong hands in it.
1 1/4. Curtain drawn as Sean briskly sweeps in the spoils.
Well played by Sean.
Despite being as animated as Sean is at the table, in contrast to the likes of, let's say, Stephen Chidwick, even yourself, mid-pot, certainly wouldn't allege that he's giving anything away when he's involved.
There's some players where, you know, I can get inside their head, I can see what their body's emitting and try to, like, think through exactly what they're feeling. With Sean, no chance. I don't know. I don't know what even would elicit nervousness in him. I have no idea what's going on in that brain or body of his at any given time.
I love to hear you say that because we feel the same way here at the booth, and half the time I think Sean might even think it as well. I don't know what's happening.
Oh, I would love to just, like, walk in his body for just 2 hours.
Right?
Just to
It'd be so
have
amazing.
an inkling of what's going on in that brain.
Seems like it would be a very entertaining place to spend a couple of hours.
Oh, absolutely.
Sean again at it, this time King 6 suited. Punat, offsuit connector.
You're going with the 2.5x. This is not an automatic call against the 2.5x at this stage in the tournament. That being said, it is a fine call. Definitely not a bad play here.
So that extra 0.5x does actually create a different sort of cutoff in terms of big blind defense?
Oh, yeah, it drastically changes your pot odds. It makes a big difference.
Ace, King 3. Whiff for Punsri. Second pair and the backdoor spades for Sean.
Is he going to employ that check back pot control strategy yet? Nope, not this time.
Never really know what to expect from him in terms of a line. As he picks up yet another one. Working his way up the ladder. Thus far here at his very first ever Triton stop, which I keep forgetting because he's been on the super high roller circuit for so long. He is 3 for 6 with 2 final tables. Finished 8th in the 20K. 15th in the 30K, then 4th in the 50K. So it has been a fruitful outing for Mr. Winter.
That is a good welcome to Triton. Hopefully we'll see him at many more of these stops to come.
In brief conversation with him, I think he is so many who are new to the scene, really recognizing the distinct experience here at a Triton. We really can't overstate it, can we?
I have to say, these are my favorite tournaments in the world to play. And, you know, I'm not getting paid by Triton. I'm doing this commentary because I want to, not being paid for any of this. Triton is my absolute favorite tournament to play. They treat the players very well. They go to amazing resorts, great food. Usually that's free and included. And then the tournaments themselves, just great high rollers where you have an amazing mix of pros and businessmen. What's not to love?
High praise coming from a man with a reputation such as yours, Justin. Obviously appreciated, I'm sure, by each and every one of the people who come from all corners of the planet to deliver these tournaments and spend months on end in the preparatory phase to make sure it all goes off without a hitch.
The staff here is incredible. The floor men, the dealers are the best in the world. It's just flawless.
The ratio is pretty spectacular, too. You just can't imagine how many people are here to be in service of just the 100 and some odd players who make their way out to any given stop.
Absolutely. Sometimes you play a high roller tournament and they just run it like their $500 tournament. There's really no difference except you're paying 20 times the rake. And you feel a little bit slighted. Like,
I can imagine.
But here they treat the players very well and they run an amazingly smooth tournament.
Well, we certainly appreciate the compliment. Obviously, there'll be plenty of appreciation from those who manage to be fortunate enough to work their way into the money here in this 200K Invitational. A unique format on the Triton Super High Roller circuit. 350K the min cash, 4.56 million up top as Duttweiler's jacks open to 65,000.
Ali, catch me up to speed. I'm not very familiar with Tobias. What do we know about him?
Tobias coming from the VIP side. Duttweiler under the German banner. Thus far here, he has played a 25K GG Super Millions. That was our first event. Then the 20K 7 Max. Failed to cash in either instance. And that's what I've got thus far. We will have deeper bios available once we reach our final table. Could take a dive into the Hendon Mob, see whether or not he's got some results.
This is a very non-standard 3-bet from Punat. Usually you want to have hands that are... When you look at ace-9 off, you're thinking the under the gun player doesn't even have ace-9 off in his opening range. So usually when hands are that weak, you're not thinking about 3-betting them. What I will say, though, Tobias moves all in. One thing that happens as you get close... we just have a correction. Tobias is actually on the pro side.
Forgive me. Conflation there with the other Tobias I believe we had.
I was just
or am I?
One's over here.
It's Torbergson. Sorry. Marius Torbergson was on the VIP side.
There is an interesting change in hand selection that happens as you get closer to the money. The ace-x hands go up in value, and that might be some of what Punat was thinking. As you get closer to the money, counterintuitively, the play actually gets a lot more aggressive. Since the short stacks are cutting out all the bad hands in their range, they're saying, you know, I only have good hands in my range, so I'm going to play them aggressively. You have a lot more kind of 3-betting, 4-betting, rather than flat calls as you get to this stage of the tournament, and having the ace blocker goes really well for those hands.
Duttweiler, by the way, $627,000 in career live earnings. His best live cash, $265K per the Hendon Mob. Apologies for the misidentification. He actually was partnered with Saad Wilf of Israel. So we see Chidwick limping into Tobias's big. Duttweiler says run it. Players sharing a 6. Chidwick's better suited toward this 8-4-4 flop. So he's got the gut shot.
This is similar to that 4-4 situation where the king high is kind of thinking, the 4-4, that's kind of nothing cards. My king high might still be good. There's no reason for him to think he's behind Stevie's limp the small blind, check the flop range. Also a spot where both players can have a very wide range of hands. You're definitely not trying to put someone on just 1 or 2 hands at this point. Stevie picks up an open ender on the turn.
Back end of a couple of checks on the flop.
Lots of different ways you can play it. You can fire out a bet here as a semi-bluff, try to take it down. This is also absolutely not a bad hand to put in the check-raise range.
Yeah, that would look pretty strong.
Absolutely. And a very believable play, too. If he had an 8, if he had a 4, those are also hands that could easily try to go for the check raise here. He goes for the small bet.
Yeah, third pot.
Stevie's representing quite a few hands here. He could have a 3, he could have something like ace high, even a good king high. And he's really targeting the hands in Tobias's range that are kind of nothing but overcard hands. Jack 9, king 10, queen 5.
And he does bink the straight on the river, courtesy of that 7 after Tobias called that 40K on the turn, Justin.
Yeah, it's such a small bet. There's very little money that's gone into this pot so far. I think it's very reasonable for Tobias to think that he often has the best hand with king high here. I think that's a good call on the turn. Unfortunately for him, this river did not cooperate. So both players are aware here that the ranges are very wide. Tobias can still have queen high in his range. He could have a pair. He could have ace high.
Stevie taking all of that into consideration as he determines how to proceed, having made his hand on the river with 200,000 out there. Check, hope to induce a thing?
My guess is Stevie's going to fire a big bet here. And he does. Fires a bet of 260, which is just a little bit more than the size of the pot. 1.3x pot.
Hyperpolarizing, of course.
I think the reason he doesn't want to check to induce very often is because Tobias has a lot of hands that just have showdown value. Could have a 3, could have a queen high, could have king high, and just might check back thinking they're good.
And you'd hate to see that, of course, having
Stevie,
finally
do you know
made a
what you
hand.
hit when you double up with king 9?
No.
Ace 6 off without diamond.
Artur filling in Stevie on that exchange between he and Anson Yu, who now finds himself with a couple of kings here up against Sternheimer on an ace-high board. Blind versus blind collision.
I'm going to guess Anson raised pre-flop from the small blind, and
He
Philip
did.
defended the big blind with queen
Made-
8 offsuit.
Right, made it 100 to go. And then the 60K barrel post-flop draws the curtain.
Spot where Philip's thinking on the flop. My queen high could be the best hand, but you know there's not too much going for it. Just let it go. Wait for a better spot. It's a good fold.
There's Rob Young. Unclear when the man finds time to sleep, given he burns it at both ends between daily tournaments. And then, of course, the late night cash games.
Philip with the limp in the small blind with queen 9 offsuit. Socia has a slight chip lead on him, but not enough chips that she's really trying to push everyone around, certainly.
She will take the flop, free of added expense, which comes 2 aces, 2 hearts, and a 3. Poor interaction for both holdings. Sternheimer content to knuckle.
These blind versus blind spots can be a real test of how sharp a player is. It's very hard to play when the ranges are just incredibly wide here.
Socia barreling 40, which is 1/3 pot. And the one thing we know about Sternheimer is if he's got a hunch that maybe you're out of line or can't call the heat, he is not afraid to apply pressure. In this instance, charts a course forward with a flat as Jang picks up equity on the turn in the form of a gutter. Don't believe it was a 6 on the turn, was it? It was a 5, right?
It looked like a 5 to me.
Yeah. Apologies for the graphics.
That was an astute call by Philip on the flop. He knows that, sure, he just has queen high, but it's limp versus a check back in the big blind. She fired him in bet on the flop. Queen high could very easily still be the best hand here.
until Friday, right?
Again, this is a 5 of clubs on the turn, not a 6. So Socia does not have aces and 6s, but rather just the gut shot as she fires 100,000.
Things are definitely starting to get dicier for Phillips. Queen high. He blocks both the club and the heart flush draw, which is not great for his hand. But the ranges are still very wide here, and Queen high can easily be the best hand. This was unexpected. He fires a raise to 305,000.
And promptly takes it down as you start to get a whiff of just why Philip is perhaps amongst the most feared players on the VIP side that has found himself up at the top of the leaderboard for the bulk of day 2.
There's an interesting effect with the pair of aces on the board there. The small blind is often limping their whole range, while the big blind, of course, will raise their stronger hands. If the big blind is raising most of their ace-x combos, that means that the small blind is much more likely to have trips there. And I imagine that's what Philip was thinking when he check-raised on the turn. He's saying, you're not the player who's more likely to have trips, it's me, and I'm going to represent it right now.
Elsewhere in the room at present, there is a 25K PLO event going on. Looks like they're down to a final table. Likes of Jason Kuhn, Ike Haxton, Eddie Tran.
Oh, sorry.
All a part of the mix. Chris Brewer there. Nicholas Schweedy.
It did look like Orpin was asleep.
Yeah.
That's my time.
Laszlo Boitas, never far from a PLO game. Usually mouse in hand. Queen 8 suited in hand for Malaysia's Anson Yu. Seems to have brushed off the incorrect guesswork against Chidwick, which cost him quite the bundle.
How much do you have?
Recentered. Now opening to 80,000 off of 830.
500. 1 million.
1 million?
We'll take under $1 million by our count, although defer to Anson. There's perhaps some discrepancies.
10-6 off here from Linus. Against the min-raise from the cutoff, it's normally a standard defend. Definitely one of those hands where as ranges get tighter, if you think Anson's only playing a tight range from the cutoff, you might think that now it's a fold this close to the money. Linus decides to take his pot odds and make the call, though. Not much going for him on the flop. He just gives it up.
Rebuilding process underway for Anson. Currently 14th coming into that one. Yet to cash here in North Cyprus in 7 attempts. Did pick up a couple of cashes at our last stop in Vietnam in a 30K 8 max and a 25K turbo. Still seeking his first final table here at the Triton Super High Roller Series. His brother Soon played a number of events also earlier on at this festival.
I have to admit, I did not piece together that they were brothers. In hindsight, that should have been obvious.
Not necessarily. Could have been a common surname, but yeah. Feels like a favorite.
17.
Someone out.
Possibly.
Looks like the pause button is going to be pressed at this particular
You've been playing quite fast, yeah.
feature table, I think, on the back end of this hand in an effort to allow the other table to catch up.
80.
3 tables do remain, so it could be more than just one table that is behind the pace. We do see that soft hand for hand generally, Justin, as we get down toward the pay bubble. not the direct bubble, which I think keeps things fairly even without being too intrusive to the pace of play and the flow, which tends to even out.
Absolutely. It's a really smart move by the tournament directors. Now, players might think anything hand-for-hand related might slow a tournament down, but it actually has the opposite effect. Because you institute the stop hand-for-hand, the players are no longer incentivized to stall, and what that does is it actually speeds up the game and makes it more pleasant for everyone, including the viewers at home.
A look at the chip counts. The other feature here, 20 and 40K are the blinds, brought to you by bookmaker.eu. They will spread out across the rest of the room as the pause button has been pressed on them, and we're going to take a peek at some outer table action.
120.
Patrick Antonius open limped it apparently. Danny limps as well. Now Kiat puts a raise in from the button. I'm sorry, Danny limped. Patrick's in the big. Kiat comes after him from the button. Stand corrected.
Patrick reaching for chips here in the big blind.
Seconds.
Worthy of note, Tang, 17 blinds in front of him before this limp, and Patrick 3-betting. That's going to send Danny into a deliberation. You can see he appears a little irritated by the development.
All in.
And he's going to jam it in there.
Wow, and Kiat does not instantly fold. It looks like he has a little something too. Are we going to see a three-way confrontation here?
Limp jam from Danny, by the way. That's a range that feels narrow.
Yeah, there's an effect where when the cutoff has about 15-ish big blinds. Let's sweat the action and then
Yeah,
I'll
Kiat
talk about that.
puts it into the bin. Patrick calls, shows ace-king, and it looks like Danny's got the same kit. So this one doesn't rate to be going one way or the other.
Ace-king all in against ace-king.
But you agree that limp jam off of 17 bigs, tethered generally to a fairly strong range?
It should be a balanced range. So what happens when you're in that 15-ish big blind range? If you start raising all your hands that you want to play, you're giving the people behind you great odds to just rejam on you. So what you're doing is you're leveraging the power of position. By just limping, you're giving them worse odds to jam against you, and you're incentivizing them to see a flop more often. And that goes really well for the in-position player. The in-position player is the one who doesn't want to end things pre-flop because they have that positional advantage post-flop. And so what you'll see is players will limp a range. It might have aces and kings in it. It might have ace-deuce offsuit in it. It might have queen-7 suited in it. So it's going to be a very polarized range. A lot of hands from the top of the range and a lot of hands from the bottom of the range.
Those ace-deuces and queen-7s don't come jamming over the top of the 3 bets from Patrick Antonius, of course, as this turn could have delivered us some explosiveness, courtesy of Rob Young with a spade draw and a gutter, which disappointingly develops into nothing more than a pair of 9s on the end for Rob. And this one played out pre-flop with Sternheimer raising it up, Rob defending from the big. He then check-raised with just the gut shot after Sternheimer bet out 50,000 on the flop, up to 175K. Philip called with second pair, turned 2 pair as it went check, check. Now here on the end, a full shutdown. As Sternheimer does not hunt value.
It was a big check back. I like to see if players like Philip, who aren't afraid for going for big plays, like we saw that big check raise bluff with the 10s with the 10 of diamonds earlier, but also make some conservative checkbacks. You know, he's playing different players differently, different stages of the tournament differently, and that's what you need to do in tournaments.
60,000.
Quarter table action. Looks like Ramin Hajiev involved in one. Kiat Lee raising to 85,000. Hajiev defending the big blind. Queen 6-4 flop. Kiat followed through the bet of 60K. Hajiev made the call. Here we are on the turn where the Jack of Spades rolled off, and Kiat still barreling after a second check from Hajiev.
This is a spot where the big blind's likely to have a lot of one-pair hands at this point. The aggressor in the cutoff, you can have some draws over cards. You could have a mate hand. It's a lot you can have.
Ace on the river.
After firing 2 barrels, the ace is definitely a card that's good for the cutoff's range. Ace highs are hands that could very easily fire 2 barrels. It's possible Ramin improved with like ace 4, ace 6, but he's going to have a lot less combos with aces in them in his range.
And you see those players on pause, gathered round the rail to observe this exchange as Hajiev came into this hand just in second in chips overall.
Check. Go down. King 10, straight.
Oh, and Ramin had the nut straight there, king 10.
Wow. Good check back there from Kiat. Uncertain what he had as he puts it right into the muck.
You could see with the way that Kiat tapped the table, it was like, oh, I'm such a coward. I can't believe I'm checking this back. But once he sees the straight, he's feeling so different. He's feeling so good about his check back now.
It is so important not to make big missteps as you work your way toward the final 13 with 17 left in the field. Looks like Hajiev had taken a little bite out of Wai Kin Yong heading into that particular hand. Had an ace queen. So we'll keep it here.
And Ramin is now the chip leader after that hand. Artur Martirosyan close behind in second.
That's 80,000.
We are watching this table right now because of the soft hand for hand. This table was behind the other tables and hands played, so we're waiting for this table to catch up.
Price 260,000.
Hajiev getting after Danny Tang's big blind. Or is it his button from which he raised here? No, it is the button from which he has put this raise in.
I believe it's Ramin's small blind. He was the big blind in the last hand with that king 10, right?
Oh, yeah, you're right. The button is out in front of Patrick. Apologies. Tough, of course, to keep track. We don't have our graphics package to lean on here. As Ramin does the leaning. Why can apparently the opener?
Wykin has one of those middle of the pack stacks where he's not really looking to play too many big pots if he can avoid it, but the chip leaders will have different plans. They're not going to let him coast into the money without any confrontation. Flop goes check, check here. Ramin 3-bet before the flop and did not fire a continuation bet on the 5-9-7 all hearts. We see an offsuit 5 pairing the board on the turn. Ramin's range has a lot of overcards in it. A lot of ace-high, king-high type hands. He could be slow playing a big pair as well.
Do have an update on how we got this far in the hand. Pre-flop, it was an 80K open from Wykin. The 3-bet was to 260 from Ramin, which Wykin, of course, called. We did see the check-check on that 9-7-5 all-heart flop, and with the board pairing on the turn, still no additional betting. Looks like a 4 on the end. No, a deuce of hearts. Do want to remind everybody who is watching us live on YouTube or Twitch that they can follow along with all the action in the Triton Poker Plus app. Just an incredible amount of stats and intel available, hand histories, tracking players' progress throughout play. You can click and see how each and every hand played out, and you can get all of the live hand breakdowns such as this one during the stream. What did Haji have show down here? Something that left Wykin a little bit disappointed.
You can hear Ramin saying he gave up on the hand, but looks like his give up was good enough to win. Wykin could have been sitting there with queen high thinking, should I bluff at this or is he trapping me? Decided not to fire any bets.
And it was ace 3 offsuit for Hajiev, who had complete air. No heart.
Good enough to take it down.
Yeah. Must have been some sort of paint Broadway combo for Wykin. Without a heart, of course. As Artur Martirosyan, who certainly doesn't lack heart. Min-raise opens.
Queen 3 suited from under the gun. When you see that raise, you know he is aware of exactly what's happening in this tournament. You have 17 players fighting for 13 spots of making the money, and he's taking advantage of that. Tobias has too good of a hand to let go in the big blind, 10-8 of spades.
Turns into a gutter on a 9-high rainbow flop. Just backdoor diamonds for Martirosyan. 3 working towards some straightiness.
When Artur sees this board, he knows that the big blind's going to have a lot of nothing in his range. Some weak one-pair hands, a lot of gut shots. It's definitely a board where he can apply pressure. And indeed, he goes with a 140K bet into a pot of 220K, roughly a 2/3 pot bet. This is a good board to size up on, as Artur has done to do, because you really want to put the bad one-pair hands, the gut shots, you want to put them to a test. You don't want to let them see a cheap turn card and make their lives easy. As the aggressor in poker, you're always thinking, how can I make my opponent's life very difficult with many hands in his range? And Artur has successfully gotten him off a gut shot with 1 bet. And that's exactly why you defend the big blind a lot less as you get closer to the money, especially against a bigger stack. Proceeding to call to see that gut shot, see if you can hit your straight, you're risking even more chips. And players want to preserve their stacks to increase their chances of making the money.
Such a tremendously big bubble, of course. In particular, if you're on 2 bullets, as we know Punat Punsri is. 350K rebate coming your way if you manage to make it into 13th place. A very costly downturn in the bankroll if you don't.
Raise.
Ace-4 suited for Chidwick from the button. Martirosian with a very playable suited connector in the big. Currently sits in second behind Ramin Hajiev at the outer table, who we watched work his way up to 82 big blinds, 17 ahead of Martirosian, who has 65 bigs and has flopped the bad end of a gut shot, but more importantly, a spade draw on this Queen-Jack-9 board. 260 in the middle. Chidwick action checked over to him, backdoor clubs and ace high. $65K follow through. Such wet texture here.
250.
And you kind of understand Artur's desire to check raise, given he expects Chidwick to have fairly broad range as a button opener.
Absolutely. He's got a lot going for his hand. Flush draw, gut shot. It is still a bold move. His hand has a lot of equity, and it would be unfortunate if he got raised off of it.
Sure. But he might also be anticipating at this phase in the tournament, Chidwick not looking to play some gratuitously big pot against somebody who could send him packing, having him covered. All sort of the subtext. Heath was at the top of the chip counts for a time, currently sitting third overall. What's your money on? Twitter, Instagram, Triton Poker Plus app?
I'm going to go with the Triton Poker Plus app.
Easy pick. But that's only because there's no Uber Eats in North Cyprus. Actually, food probably not what Heath needs. Our cup runneth over in that department out here.
That is true.
Tough to leave weighing less than you did on arrival.
If you ever want to play a poker stop where they just give you non-stop buffets, come to Triton.
Yeah. You won't leave hungry.
Like 1.4.
Should that be our new tagline?
450.
Triton Super High Roller Series. You won't leave hungry.
Honestly, if you tell a poker player there's free food, they'll come running. It works.
Remarkably well.
Mm-hmm.
Also, 2 red kings. Those tend to work. As Sean Winter will get leaned on. Punsery's King 10 withering away. Appreciate the snap fold, by the way, from Sean. No shame in it. Every now and again, we're opening light enough to just get 3-bet and put it in the bin without any fanfare. You remember once upon a time, you've been around a long while in this industry, just in the unbearable Hollywooding anytime you got 3-bet. So as if to say, it's always a tough decision.
Yeah, back in like 2005 tournament poker, that used to be a thing. People wanted to defend their image, defend their honor. Like, of course I wouldn't raise you with trash. I'm thinking with a big hand here.
Yeah.
We're past that era in poker. Players know what ranges are.
Right.
They know they have hands that they're going to raise and fold to a 3-bet, and that's okay. You can raise a Jack-10, fold to a 3-bet. That's okay.
Doesn't compromise your table image one bit.
Not at all.
Is deuce suited or ace king?
Ace-9 offsuit in the cutoff for Tobias. Opens with a min raise to 80,000. quick fold from 7-3 offsuit.
Customer forthcoming. In Jack-9 suited, one would imagine. Inconveniently sharing that 9 with Duthweiler.
Standard call here from Ben.
Queen 7-5 as the board fails to connect with either player in terms of a pair.
Ben has a hand that's strong enough to take some heat from a small bet. He's got 2 overcards to the 7 and the 5. Jack and 9 might be clean outs. Got some backdoor straight draw, backdoor flush draw action. I'm going to guess he's not going to fold this bet of 55,000, even though he doesn't have anything at the moment. Tobias has some backdoor potential of his own. Wow, that is a big fold from Ben Heath. I gotta say I'm surprised.
Just 55K was all it took out of that ace high, and Heath not pursuing any of that equity. There was a number of cards that would have been attractive to him on the turn, and the sizing wasn't exactly dismissive.
Yeah, that's definitely one of those hands. Certainly level 1 of a tournament, you would see Ben continue there. But he's saying, you know what? This close to the money, I'm not going to mess with these marginal spots. I'll just wait for a better opportunity. A tight play, but not necessarily a bad one.
You know, I'm glad that you point that out, Justin, because I think in terms of advice that we can give those who are earlier on in their poker career, I refer to this analogy of the waters in poker. Even the best in the world, like Ben Heath, a very strong swimmer in terms of those waters, and yet looks to avoid the murky spots. And if he swims that well and doesn't want to be in murky waters, why, as an amateur, would you want to play marginal hands, pre-flop, out of position, let's call it, when each successive decision you make against better opposition is going to be an added opportunity to make a mistake? And I think the player that encapsulated that
900.
quite well and to great effect thus far in this series is Santosh Suvarna, who I think at prior stops we had observed maybe putting himself into uncomfortable situations and erred toward the side of conservative navigations, and did very well for himself in doing so. Already has a title here. Now, I'm not suggesting that is the lone attribute or adjustment that's been made, but one that we kind of kept an eye on, and obviously it's been very helpful for him. 3-bet and take it there for Punsri. Catches Martirosian.
Martirosian, as many of you have seen this past week, is one of those players who is not afraid to apply the pressure when he has a big stack. I imagine we'll see a lot of that going forward tonight and even tomorrow, if he makes it.
Obviously a favorite to get himself there as it stands. But things can change quickly. Every now and again, a setup hand leave you shell-shocked or even showered.
Put out with the 6-3 suited. That's the kind of hand you might see played from a bigger stack, but not on 1.2 million. Now
This is the kind of hand. There it
Tell
is.
me, what kind of hand is this, Ali? I wanna
Any
know.
size stack, you get it in there. Are you one of those people that believes that it is appropriate to put aces into the muck in specific situations? Let's call it 14 left in this one. Open, jam, jam in front of you.
I will beat anyone into the pot with those aces. There are crazy fringe scenarios where you have half a big blind and there's 3 other players who are going to hit the blinds before you. But for the vast majority of the time, you should not be folding aces pre-flop, even on the bubble.
Seems like self-evident advice, of course, but every situation explored by those who are tops in the game, such as these guys, as Chidwick has picked an awful time to get after a Ben Heath button open. Ace deuce offsuit, 3-betting to 350. Music to Ben Heath's ears.
We're seeing the ace X offsuit 3-bet bluff from Steven again. It's a good hand to 3-bet from the big blind. You're 3-betting a very polar range, and the ace is a good blocker. Unfortunately, you can't block all 4 of the aces. You can only block 1 of them. The standard play for Ben here would be to just call. You've got such a strong hand, you kind of want to lend the big blind a little bit of rope to bluff with, to make a pair of queens with, something like that, to keep betting.
So
Your hand is too good to want to end the hand this early.
760 in the middle, and a merciful board for ace deuce.
Stevie's thinking, what value hands do I have in my range? Aces, kings, queens for sure. Jacks, most likely. Ace queen suited, probably. Ace queen offsuit would probably go for the all-in size. Although, this close to the bubble, those things do change.
Conversely, where's he going to have Ben Heath, given his willingness to flat that meaty 3-bet?
Stevie elects to go with the check. He knows that not all of the hands in his range are huge. You can have ace-king, which is still a decent hand here. You can have the ace-deuce offsuit, of course. Little king-x is not out of the question.
For Stevie or for Ben?
For Stevie. Like king-5 offsuit, for example, would be a good hand to 3-bet bluff with there.
But again, where would Stevie be putting Ben's range as a flat caller? That meaty 3-bet pre, very much in line with this sort of texture?
Absolutely. A lot of Broadway combos, especially the suited ones. King-queen offsuit, probably good enough to call even against that large 3-bet. Stevie also is aware that Ben will most likely just flat with his aces, kings, maybe even queens there.
And does manage to just check fold as he took his one swing and then gave it up. Obviously, we don't love the idea of parting ways with 350K without any further pursuits, but in that specific situation, it certainly felt prudent.
The level 1 way of playing poker is you kind of just raise a bunch and always c-bet. And you'll see in these high roller tournaments, especially near the bubble, that the top players elect to not go for that strategy. Stevie's aware that every c-bet is incredibly important at this stage of the tournament. The players are very aware of what does my range look like, what does my opponent's range look like, who is this flop good for, so they're not just going to fire c-bets randomly. Every bet is very controlled and precise and very aware of everything that's going on, especially from a top player like Steven Chidwick. Tobias, pair of threes in the big blind. This is one of those hands that, even though you're on the bubble, it's still pretty safe to play in the big blind. The suited one-gapper type hands, like, a lot of the times they're going to flop a gut shot and have to fold. The threes, if you make your hand, you can go all the way. You can risk all your chips with a set of threes almost all the time.
Artur, gut shot straight draw on this king-high texture, where the threes, as is oft the case, look up at the 3 overs, and the set mining expedition comes to a close.
The thing about threes is you know pretty much right away on the flop, did you make your hand or not? Unlike those speculative hands, 9-7 suited, you might really want to see that turn card, that river card, and that's going to cost you.
Kind of a lot of clarity and focus afforded you.
Mm-hmm.
As soon as you see 3. Punsri into the muck as Heath Looks down at ace-10 offsuit.
Ben is currently 3rd in chips in our tournament.
And he is currently well behind the pocket kings of Tobias Duttweiler, off of 1.5 in the small. We await his orders.
No surprise here. 3-bet from the pocket kings in the small blind. A hefty 3-bet to 475,000, almost 5x. The large size makes it even easier for Ben to fold his ace-10. Good fold.
Uneventful takedown. As Heath puts the ace-10 into the muck. Sense of tension in the room. Justin, to be expected?
Of course. Anytime you're playing for these stakes in a bubble kind of situation, it gets very tense. Every chip matters, every hand matters. Even the hands that aren't at your table matter.
If you first you don't succeed, try again. Ben Heath delivered an ace-10 once more. Not quite pocket kings, but ace-6 suited might be worthy of consideration. No, says Tobias. How are you feeling about ace-6 suited on the button against the Heath Open there?
The standard play is certainly to fold, but the suited aces do become good hands to 3-bet with. They're the type of hands where even if you run into the absolute top of someone's range, you're going to have a bunch of equity still. And you've got that ace blocker, which is always good for you. It's a little bit better if you have some wheel action. Possibly counterintuitively, the ace-5 suited actually has more equity against pretty much every range than ace-6 suited does.
Of course, courtesy of the wheel possibilities, using both cards. You've been in so many of these sorts of late-stage situations, closing in on a bubble. Even in tournaments with buy-ins as big as $1 million, as we know you won that one drop at the World Series once upon a time. And even for players who are accustomed to these super high stakes, super high buy-ins, do you find that when you contrast their approaches to these stages in the biggest of buy-ins, that they are palpably, tangibly different than they would be in your average 5 or 10K buy-in?
Oh, absolutely. When you have a 5K, 10K buy-in, sure, you have some players who really, really want to make the money, and that's on their mind. But when the stakes are this high, not only that, but the cameras are on, the commentators are picking apart every play that you make. There are just so many reasons nobody wants to make a mistake.
Martirosian, who opened with this 8-5 suited, picked up Heath for the ride, and is barreling half pot, courtesy of a gutter and middle pair. Heath with the 2 overs and a gut shot of his own as a 7 would be disaster for Martirosian.
Interesting half pot bet here, kind of a middling size from Artur. 9-8-6 flop. There's some made hands. There's some draws, some gut shots. You don't want to give them too cheap of a price. You also don't want to bet too big into the made hands. And ace on the turn for Ben Heath. He will take the lead.
Top pair, but a 3rd spade. Neither player with the flush draw.
This is a card that favors the buttons range more than the big blinds range.
Heath well aware of that reality as he deliberates and checks. And then is rewarded with a 10 on the end, although inconveniently it does complete a straight. .440 in the middle as played. How concerned should Ben be about 7x in Artur's range?
Pretty concerned. Artur raised on the button here with the chip lead stack. He's probably going to be playing, I don't know, 70% of hands on the button. Plenty of those have 7 in them. Fired a bet on the flop and then checked on the turn. He could easily have something, 7-6, 7-8. Those
Queen.
are actually pretty similar hands to the one that he does have.
Queen Jack also there.
Mm-hmm. The flush is not out of the question for either player. Artur with his 4th pair here. Is he thinking about turning it into a bluff?
Well, he isn't betting for value, is he?
I don't think so.
310,000 snap call from Ben. As Martirosian.
There's a very non-standard river bet by Artur. Most people would kind of just take the check back. You got some showdown value. But he's kind of thinking about Ben's range, just thinking, you know, I very rarely win this at showdown. I'm just going to fire a bet, see if I can take it down. Targeting hands like pair of 9s, pair of 8s with the better kicker, hoping to get those to fold. Didn't work out this time.
Not that time. But things do tend to work out for those who make their way over to GG Poker, especially as we enter this road to the World Series, where they will be sending 600 total qualifiers down to Vegas. Satellites are running right now as the GG Poker World Festival wrapping up on the 6th of June, also going down. Biggest tournament series ever with over $200 million in guarantee money. 4 tiers to suit every bankroll from low to medium to high to super high. Head on over to GG Poker. Use our promo code Triton_2023. And heck, who knows, maybe even qualify your way to a Triton event. It was interesting to me that, I can't remember if it was Vietnam or a previous North Cyprus stop, that some of the expected pros managed to be our GG qualifiers, the likes of Yuri Zivalevsky among them. Fair game. If you can satellite your way in, why not?
Artur finally picking up a real hand here. Pair of 9s in the cutoff. This is always dangerous because the players know that he's opening a very wide range of hands. He doesn't need to have a hand like 9s.
Well, Sean Winter with ace-king out of the big. Now, we've seen ace-queen get passive, but ace-king, not so much.
Sean is one to take weird lines. The standard play absolutely here is to raise. Could go all in. Could go with a smaller size.
Everything but 30,000.
And Sean raises to everything but 30,000.
You can do this. Count. It should be all in. Count.
What's up?
Just do 30,000 back over.
That's what I did, yeah.
No, you can. He can do it. All the floor. He can't say everything without 30,000. It's all in.
Martirosian suggesting that this is not in bounds from Sean, Justin?
I don't understand what he's getting at. Is he thinking it's like kind of a string raise because Sean started by saying everything but? Or is there some kind of tournament rule where you can't make it that amount? Or maybe because he didn't say the specific number?
I mean, I'd say it's pretty straightforward.
He should announce the bet.
Personally, I don't see why it wouldn't be allowed.
Without 30,000.
I think his intentions were pretty clear,
yes,
and
but
personally, if I was the floor, I would allow
on
this.
No.
Not in time, Artur says. He was looking at that clock ticking down, I guess. But Sean has plenty of time bank chips, so.
Stupid.
Yeah,
How he can say everything without 30,000? He don't know. He doesn't know. He doesn't know what's the bet. How he can say everything without 30,000? What's the amount?
1,190,000.
You as surprised as I am at Artur taking umbrage with this path? I mean, granted, it's a bit unorthodox, the kind of thing that oftentimes Sean is associated with, but felt pretty straightforward and not anything that would be associated with gaining some sort of advantage.
Yeah, very bizarre. And now Artur moves all in.
So a strange exchange here.
I don't think this is what was happening. It is possible Artur was trying to kind of draw out more time so he could think about his decision. I'm not, that is not my read on the situation. But it's possible, something to think about.
Within the realm. As we'll play for $2.5 million, and the 2 9s have been outflopped. King, Queen, 5. Sean Winter. Crucial improvement. Deuce on the turn is clean, as added equity unavailable. And now all Sean needs to do is anti-sweat a 9, which he has done successfully. Taking his seat and 1.22 million off of the former chip leader, Artur Martirosyan.
And that coin flip has catapulted Sean Winter into 3rd in chips in our tournament.
Well, I'm sure that'll be something that the players will be thinking a little bit about. Martirosyan's issues with the manner in which Sean chose to 3-bet. In the end, all the chips got into the middle and yielded 50 bigs to Sean Winter, as the players will go to a break. When we return, the blinds will be 20 and 50,000. Back to the break desk here, Ali Najad, Justin Bonomo. Pretty unexpected and rare moment of contention. Ultimately overruled was Artur, but as you mentioned, maybe some desires to get some added time to think things over. Didn't look like that's what he was doing. Obviously not what you were alleging, but very rare sight.
For sure. There are some players who are always fussing over every little thing. Artur is definitely not one of those players. I've played with him for 100, 200 hours at the table, and I've never seen anything like that from him. Very surprising.
Very surprising indeed, as Artur now slips down to 12th in chips with 17 remaining and 13 players paid in this massive $200,000 LUXON Pay Invitational. Justin and I are going to step aside, and as we head to the break, we will leave you with another quiz from the folks at GTO Wizard. Stay close, plenty more coverage still to come.
Following quiz is brought to you by GTO Wizard. Who tends to experience the most ICM pressure on the money bubble of a tournament? A, short stacks, B, mid stacks, or C, big stacks. Do you know the right answer? Take your chance to win a 1-month premium GTO Wizard subscription. Scan the QR code or go to gtowizard.com/Triton. We give away 5 subscriptions every day. Master poker and learn how to crush the competition with GTO Wizard, the #1 app for poker players.
GG Poker. It's the best poker The biggest poker site.
This is a crazy.
It's SPR, Randy.
I just can't really see a world where he escapes from this without losing all of his chips. It's whether he puts it in himself or Patrick bets and he puts in the rest.
Given that it's checked all the way down to the river 3 ways, let's see if Thompson comes with a smaller sizing.
He probably doesn't think his opponents are too strong, just given the round of checks on flop and turn. But you know, Patrick can still easily have a 6 or 4x. Probably wouldn't be betting flop or turn. And it looks like he's going to push all but one.
150 into 140.
It's actually a kind of an interesting spot for Patrick. Not meaning he's going to fold, but does he raise to get the last 5K? Or does he call to maybe let Makita make a speculative call? Because if he raises, then Makita's, of course, calling range goes down drastically.
Yeah, we're only getting called by better, right? From Makita, unless he has like.
But by calling, maybe. Yeah, I like the call here. I feel there's more value in getting 150K from Makita than an extra 5K from Thompson.
GG's announced, but still in the mix with 5K. That is a rough one. Got set oversetted very early on today. And that is Jacks cracked by Davies, his ace queen. Been a rough day in the office for GT.
Sometimes just not your day.
Yeah, hopefully not too disheartened rather. But Punsri has taken the chip lead on this table. Position on second in chips, Artur Martirosyan as well. The only 2 players with more than 100 bigs.
Bernildo Santos. Man, he's like the splashiest VIP I've seen in this tournament. And he gets so much action, and I feel like Artur will give it to him.
Well, there you go. Right on cue. Just shy of a 3x open from Santos. And yeah, it gives me those vibes as well.
I mean, he's definitely been swinging away whether he gets there or not. And, you know, his chip stack has been a roller coaster throughout day 1 and 2. Orpin, very short stacked. Just 4-3 offsuit. Gonna take one off, it seems. And he's looking for a stop and go situation here. 120 back, 195 in the middle.
Big flop for Orpin, of course. Deuce of hearts in the window as Orpin does flop best on the 8-3 deuce.
Likely a stop and go here. We'll check, actually.
Oh, Santos is just all in.
Just
okay, in it goes.
C-bet jam. Interesting.
In it goes.
Yeah, you got to commit this. You can't call this pre-flop to fold a flop like this. Sure, it's uncomfortable that Santos is just open jam the flop, given he had Archer behind him that had him covered, but...
Snap jam from Santos.
We'll use a time card just to think things through just in case, but... It just seems like he really should not be folding this, otherwise...
Yes.
Shouldn't really be calling pre-flop.
Yeah, almost a 3x open, defending, flopping a piece. There's dead money in the middle. Does put it in. Great news for Orpin. 74% favorite. We saw a king folded, obviously, in Artur's hand to get back up to 22 big blinds.
Will it hold? Will it hold?
Asking Christoph if he can feel it
I
holding.
wouldn't even have wasted the time then.
There we go.
It's not over. That's actually...
Four outs.
Yeah, 4 outs.
Not like that.
Safe run out for the Turk. Orpin #1 on Turkey's all-time money list. Beat Stevie in Vietnam for a title. 21 bigs now. A lot to work with.
Yeah, arguably one of our strongest VIPs in this event.
Oh, the needle.
Always needles, to be expected. With that, Orpin climbing up to 23rd as GT finds himself all in with an ace to get back in this fight. Tough to do. Does have 61% of the equity. Squaring off against the American high roller, Sean Winter. 5 to come. Get back up to 2 big blinds. Chip in a chair. Good luck, Gary Thompson.
It's not a bad flop for him, is it?
I mean,
7.
2 overs,
Yeah, 7 would be fine.
open-ender.
He's a favorite.
That's me.
Or
the
was.
pair.
There we go. There we go. Okay, we're going to enjoy him better no matter what.
Well, very warm welcome back to continuing coverage here from the $200,000 buy-in, the LUXON Pay Invitational. Randy, the final 2-table bubble looms, the $350,000 min cash for the final 13 looms as we head into the late hours here in North Cyprus. Is the man from Azerbaijan, Ramin Hajiev, out in front, pole position. And looking at the chip counts, Randy, I really feel like we're going to be heading into some cagey play due to the presence of people like Danny Tang, Orpin, Rob, all sat on, 15 big blinds. It really means that those middling stacks such as Kiat Lee, Wai Kin Yong, and Son Yu all really just have to play snug, right? Because there's a 350,000 bubble on the line.
Yes, of course, this pay bubble is quite large, 350K, and we can see Danny Tang, like you showed earlier, is very micro stack. Good chance that he bails out soon, and then we'll be down to, what, 2 more bust outs until we make the money. Well, sorry, math is bad.
It's all right.
3
It's
more.
late in the evening.
But regardless, yes, KG play as expected. We do have VIP up at the top of the chip counts, but rounded with a lot of pros out there, right? We got Ben Heath, Sean Winter, Patrick Antonius to follow, and then we have Sosia Jang, one of the VIPs in the play. But caginess expected, but definitely aggressive play from some of our
Also,
players.
Linus Love looking for back-to-back final tables in this 200K invite. Currently sat 6th in chips, one of the fan favorites. I know the viewers around the world love watching Linus involved. He's playing a very healthy 35 bigs. The stacks have got shallower since we were in the booth. We're now looking at a 30 big blind average compared to the 45 that we were looking at earlier on. That being because it has become cagey, less eliminations due to the fact that we've got a 350K bubble. As we look to throw it down to the main stage, final 3 tables here in the $200,000 buy-in LUXON Pay Invitational. Chip counts brought to you by Merit Poker.
And as things stand, as Randy mentioned, in the top 5, 2 VIPs, 3 professionals. Then at the bottom end, got 2 pros and 2 VIPs looking to sneak their way into the money. It's Cecilia Jiang leading on this feature table.
Or did you blast it off?
I think the notable thing about this feature table right now is that it's 1 pro, 5 VIPs.
Yeah.
It's Linus and the rest.
13 big blinds before post.
Yeah, Linus.
So definitely an opportunity where maybe he feels he's got some kind of edge and may press a little bit. We'll see, because it's also a tense moment given that we're 17 remaining.
Now, the plan is to play 2 more full levels, and then our tournament director, Luca Vivaldi, is going to basically evaluate how things stand. If we're on the stone bubble, we're going to throw in another level, see if we break that bubble during that level.
Right.
But remains to be seen as we play down these final 2 levels, how many players will be left open with a very welcome sight in the big blind. He is currently 16th in chips out of these final 17. Let's just admire the Linus flavor, by the way. I mean, come on, man.
I was going to say, it's a thing to call here of 2 aces when you're playing this shallow of a stack.
4, 5, 500.
If you're up against a big hand, you'll get it in post flop anyways, but you don't want to blow out these king-jack hands that you're just absolutely crushing. And you can also pick up C-bets from these hands.
Yeah.
So a lot of extra added value.
2-7-5 in the middle. Anson with just king high. Still in the mix with his teammate, by the way, is Anson.
Discipline check there, king-jack. Would have saw a lot of C-bets from a lot of players.
Maybe just correctly realizing that open from the big is going to have some connectivity.
Yeah, in theory, he would be hitting this range, this flop more, as he's got more 6-5x hands. Although, given the situation, I do expect a little bit less defense with these kind of low cards from the big blind right now. Once again, because we're 17 remaining, top 13 pay. No one wants the big 0.
Does come with a meaty bet on the turn, 1-7-5 into 2-7-5. Anson with just king high, no diamond in hand.
Yeah, basically it's, well, look, 3 to straight out there, 3 diamonds. I don't have any of that. Need to protect.
What happens if you time out?
I think my hand is dead. Oh,
Is
no,
the hand dead or he check?
I check, right? If my time runs out, I check.
Partnered with Cat Lee, who's also still in. Danny Tang, Punat Punsri, another team.
Yeah.
That's still in the
But
mix.
if you bet, then
Ben Heath and Orpin, also teammates.
So Orpin is out of time banks, it seems. So if action's on him and there's no betting action yet, and if he runs out to 0 and he doesn't say anything, then it's a check. But if there's a bet from the opponent and he runs out of time, then it's a fold.
His hand would be declared dead. Shout out to the man in the big blind, by the way. Rob Young. Sleep.
Grinding.
The mastermind behind the LUXON Pay Invitational.
Yep.
Playing the game.
Does so much for the game. Help grow the game, reach a wider audience. More grassroots poker. Looking to always include the lower stakes. This one a bit of an exception, the 200k Invitational, of course. I have to give props where it's due.
100.
To Rob.
Couple 6s here.
Fold round to the blinds. And talking of Rob, potential rejam spot.
Even the deuces would be potential rejam spot, but given, once again, the ICM considerations, the dangerous situation, folding seems better.
Rob, of course, does have fold equity. Knows that Cecilia is the chip leader at the table and is going to be trying to push people around as he does announce himself. So Jiang gonna ask for a count.
This is definitely very uncomfortable here of 2 6s. Easily could be up against a bigger pair. Nice.
Does make the call. A good luck announced from the table. Rob with the 2 overs. Diamonds working for him. Cecilia, a slight favorite in terms of equity with the 2 6s.
Yeah, one of the best spots for him, and since when you get called A7 suit to still have 2 overs. Here we go.
Diamond in the window. Young with the nut flush draw. Note the equity shift in favor of the mastermind behind this tournament.
Oh, how am I going to miss this?
15 out.
Definitely
15 out the
1.4 million in the middle, 1 card to come. Doesn't get there, the 8-8 run out for Rob Young, who is eliminated in 17th, just 4 spots off the money. Cecilia Jiang up to 2.6 million now. That puts her 3rd in chips on the leaderboard. The final 2 tables.
Oh, yeah, sick.
So Randy, with that,
That would be a very sad day of losing.
we are down to the final 2 tables. There is going to be a final 2 table redraw.
You'll get called as well.
Shout out to Rob once again, by the way. I mean, let's put this tournament together, of course.
You know, it's always disappointing, right? Like,
yeah,
you can
he's
see the look on his
grinded 2
face.
days, you know, get it in, flop a flush draw, get teased by the poker gods, but ultimately coming up short. But I'm sure we'll be seeing plenty more of Rob in the future. And I mean, obviously all the success going forward with these invitationals. Has been such a great success so far. Chip Count's brought to you by GG Poker. Xie Jiang leading this final 5 as we do head into a very quick break, final 2 table redraw, and we're really getting down to the business end of this tournament. Randy, just 3 off the money, 3 of these final 16 going to be going home empty-handed. The top 13 all going to be guaranteed 350,000. Nothing much to talk about there. Rob Young obviously losing a big flip to be eliminated, just 4 off the money. We're going to throw it to a quick 5 minutes of commercials. When we come back, Randy and I will be playing down to the money, 350,000 guaranteed for the final 13. We'll see you guys very shortly.
GG Poker. It's the best poker. The biggest poker site.
This is a crazy.
Take your game to the next level with GTO Wizard. Practice against GTO on all your devices. Study any situation from pre-flop to river, we've got it all. Upload your hand histories to uncover your biggest leaks. We have hundreds of hours of coaching from top pros, cutting-edge theory articles, and custom study plans to help guide your poker journey. GTO Wizard, the #1 app for poker players.
We are down to the final two tables in the $200,000 buy-in LUXON Pay Invitational, Randy. And it is Ramin Hajiev, the man from Azerbaijan, leading the pack on the VIP side. Randy, it doesn't get much more tense than this. I mean, how often do we get to cover a $350,000 bubble?
Not very often, of course. You know, it's a very tense moment for these players, and we should see a lot of caginess, as you've been saying, you know, before. And it's mainly because of that big bubble. Normally, these pros, even them, right? They feel like they have an advantage just given there's some VIP still in the field. But this is far higher stakes than they're used to playing, and they may find some lower variance, I guess, lines in these spots.
I mean, I don't care how rich you are. 350,000 is 350,000. There's a few people left in the field that are in for 2 bullets, so they're in for 400,000, looking to try and get at least, you know, that 350K rebate. Looking at the stacks, Danny Tang, the immediate short stack with just 6 big blinds. He's going to look to spin the wheel sooner rather than later. And then you have, you know, Punet, Orpin, Stephen Chidwick, Artur, all hovering around that 20 big blind mark. So as you mentioned, maybe expecting a bit of caginess from them due to the fact that they are kind of tied. But yeah, final two tables getting prepared. Due to the fact that we do have a couple of teammates still in the hunt, they're going to be on separate tables as we work our way down to the money. 13 places paid, 16 left. Strap yourselves in as we look to throw it down to the floor. Red table, blue table. Cards are about to be dealt, Randy, and there's 350,000 for the final 13. 3 are going to be going home empty-handed. And there you have it. Chip leader, Ramin Hajiev, way out in front with 3.6 million. Overwhelming chip lead at this feature table. Linus Love looking to go back-to-back in 200K Invitationals. Came second to Sam Grafton. This very card room.
300,000. Raised to 300,000.
Back in September of last year for 3.9 million as Danny Tang announces himself, puts in 6 big blinds, leaving himself just 20K behind with ace, jack of clubs, and now to the tournament chip leader in the cutoff.
And you can see Ramin here glancing at the stacks behind him, wondering if, you know, if he commits 300K here, does he have to commit more?
5 seconds.
He's going to stay out of the way. News to Dan Tang's ears, of course. Doesn't want to force a conflict if he doesn't have to.
Yeah, one of those spots as well for Hajir, where in a weird way, Danny Tang's presence kind of assists him a bit, gets to lean into those middling stacks. Antonius going to think about it. King 3 suited in the big blind, facing a +1 6 big blind jam.
5 seconds.
Also aware.
Patrick.
Wow.
There's still 20K back.
Just announcing call. Danny Tang, the player at risk. 36% of the time he's going to be going home empty-handed. His teammate is still in on the other table. 5 cards to come as it comes. 8, 6, 3, and Antonius connecting with bottom pair. And all of a sudden, Danny with just 27% equity and 2 cards to come.
The power bank if
Yeah, you can see he's pretty disappointed that he's behind right now.
Seems fair.
8 of clubs would be fun, right? Flush draws, counterfeit.
Deuce of clubs does give him an additional 9 outs.
Bang! Jack of hearts.
Jack of hearts announced from Danny. It's the deuce of spades, and with that, one of the Triton OGs, Danny Tang, gonna go home in 16th, just 3 off the money. That one's always gonna sting, Randy. Absolutely nothing he could do there.
Yeah, one of the 0 payouts, of course. And we did have 4 pros, 4 VIPs for each of these 2 tables. So that would mean with Danny Tang's elimination, we do have more VIPs remaining now. 8 versus 7.
Shout out to Danny Tang, of course. 1 title, 15 cashes, 5.6 million in Triton earnings. 3 cashes here, but obviously 200K money bubble gonna sting. Hopefully manages to get a good night's sleep. Back tomorrow for the 100K main, and with that, Randy, 2 off the money. Shortest stacks are Orpin and Stephen Chidwick both sat on 15 big blinds apiece. Average stack is now 34 big blinds.
Yeah, 15 big blinds is short, but definitely it's not. It could still be a longer bubble, just given that they got a lot of time to wait. Of course, they got rejam spots, so.
7-handed and 8-handed.
Queen 9 suited here. Let's see how Chidwick approaches this. Starting the hand with 14 big blinds. Suited queen, of course, very playable. You might see the offsuit variety probably going to the muck.
That's a great point, yeah.
Flush suited, of course, just enough.
Oh, ace of diamonds in the window, and with a diamond behind. Chidwick with the queen high flush draw. Benjamin Heath with top pair, 275 in the middle. See what Heath comes with here.
This is a hand you would check back on the flop, but given the situation right now, he probably doesn't expect a lot of check raises, so he's just going to come out firing. As played for now, it's a min bet, by the way. Chidwick, Queen 9 suited. Your tournament life is still pretty important. I'd imagine he's going to want to try to keep things slow a little bit more often than not. Just kind of like calling, see if you hit, rather than just forcing a play now. Also, the earlier position raise, the earlier position raise is more ace X heavy, so it could be just him committing with a flush draw for no reason.
Well, the deuce of clubs on the turn, repeat from the previous hand. Now feels like with 3-7-5 in the middle, maybe Chidwick isn't going to get the chance to realize this 21% equity. As Randy mentioned, that tournament life obviously oh so valuable, even 11 bigs worth hundreds of thousands in equity.
Yeah, a lot of value betting here.
Oh,
but
there we
looks
go,
like
free river.
He's happy to see that.
Does brick. Heath with the check mark. Chidwick with just queen high.
It kind of feels like the queen high needs to bet here as ace-x bets a turn at a high frequency, and queen high just isn't going to be able to show down a winner too often, especially against undergun +2. A lot of broadways. C-bet a little bit, check down. Oh, does give up. I thought maybe he would come in with a small bet, but I suppose it's just those chips are so valuable to him that, oh, do I bleed 125K here and be forced down to a sub 10 big blind stack? It's good for him, though. Good timing in the sense that, of course, he would have got picked off rather quickly.
Yeah, really knowing when to just wave the white flag and be okay with giving up. Queen high does get to showdown, gets shown the ace-4. Heath up to 2.9 million now, takes the chip lead away from the man from Azerbaijan. Ramin Hijiev now in second, although it is incredibly tight at the top between the two.
Yeah, he's been grinding really nicely there, and I certainly understand the check back on the river. If Chidwick could have some ace-8, ace-9s that doesn't really want to bet.
Our chip leader, Ben Heath, 3.6 million in Triton earnings, 10 cashes. Closest he came to a title was back in April of last year in Cyprus, came second in a 50K. A couple of third place finishes, one in London, one in Rozvadov.
Yeah, I know.
Been knocking on the door of a victory.
No, I know.
The Triton Super High Roller Series.
We did it properly. We already did it properly.
Has he saved it for one of the biggest events in our history?
Oh, you're doing the.
Artur on the button, 18 bigs. Gonna
Seems
pitch
like
the King Jack.
Seems like he's been having a swingy day, down to 900K.
Yeah, I mean, came in as like a top 10 stack, was eliminated by Sternheimer. Level 1 of the day, I believe. 4-bet pot, ace-king against 8s on a King 9-8 board. All the money went in, re-entered, and straight off the bat, that re-entry just started climbing back up the ranks, held the chip lead for a lot of today, especially in the later levels. We head into 1 AM local time. Randy Lou alongside myself, Henry Kilbane. A massive shout out to our guest commentators throughout the day.
Yes.
Had Sir Watts, Michael Watson in, Sam Greenwood, and of course, #1 on the all-time tournament earnings list, Justin Bonomo, alongside Ali Najad. Really do appreciate the players.
Yeah, I had a chance to listen, and like their knowledge, of course, you expect it to be top notch, but they were able to articulate their thoughts really well, and I thought it was, very enlightening. I think the chat obviously loved it too.
Such a treat.
So if they're listening, just come back in. We'll like you being here.
I'm hoping they're fast asleep, preparing for tomorrow's 100K, but if they are, shout out to the lads. Sternheimer, defendable one. Suit connector in the big. It's certainly something we're going to look into in the future as well. Getting players to jump in whenever they're available, of course.
Yeah, no complaints. Just sub 30 big blinds apiece, same stack. It's +2 versus big blind.
The ace-3 advantage. Our 3-time champion, Wai Kin Yong.
Perhaps a small c-bet here. Just really no connection for the big blind usually, ace or nothing. The earlier position you raise, the less they float you.
Two off the money here. Every pot so crucial, even small bets like this.
70 more than.
There's so much in equity. Sternheimer going to get out of the way, of course, with just 6 high.
2915. Mine says 2410. This is 2425 right here. It's like 175 off.
So Randy, of course, a few of the storylines emerging here at the final 15. Wai Kin Yong in the hunt of his 4th Triton trophy. Triton Super High Roller Series first timer Sean Winter.
Yep.
Still in the mix. Punat Punsri looking for his 2nd.
Maybe it's because it's all the way over there.
Stephen Chidwick
No, it's been like that since that table.
took down the short deck main in Madrid, looking to add another sizable score to his Triton track record. Just shy of 16 million in Triton earnings. 1 title, 21 cashes. Not that I want to take anything away from this 200k, but we do have the final table of the 25k pot limit Omaha event. Event number 10, running over on the Triton Poker Plus app, featuring none other than Jason Kuhn, Chris Brewer, Eddie Tran, Ike Haxton, Nicholas Chauty, and Maxim Kolosov.
Chidwick's in, A7. Knows that this could be a lengthy bubble, and you know he's the shortest stack out there. Needs to take a stance, looking to chip up, and action on Sternheimer, it seems. Wants a count. No, King 4. It's a pre-count.
Yeah, taking up a bit of time, obviously, understandable. Ben Heath happy to get as many hands in as possible. So he gets to obviously lean into this massive bubble. Down to the final 7 in that PLO, by the way. Jason looking for title number 7 would be insane. Eddie Tran, of course, who ran terribly. Just terribly. Lost kings against 10s, against Ike Haxton, then lost straight against Orpin's flop set. He turned the straight. Orpin boated up on the river. This wasn't his tournament. Appreciate all the viewers on Twitch, the Triton Poker Plus app, and of course, those of you watching over on YouTube. Let us know who you're rooting for, where you're tuning in from. And of course, if you haven't already, click that like button, click the subscribe and follow button as we continue to grow the game. And more importantly, Randy, provide the highest stakes poker, not just tournaments, cash games, PLO, Hold'em, to the poker community for free. As Sean Winter, 4th in chips. Gonna open from the cutoff. Heath with an interesting one, Queen 7 suited.
Yeah, a bit of stutter here, Queen 7.
Action on Punsri. It's one of those middling stacks, Randy. I say middling, you know, he's on 20.
I mean,
For
yeah.
chips feels like
kind
a
of
defend,
short,
right?
Pretty short, I would say, but like breathing room short. Doesn't need to force the situation right now. But wow, King 7 suited, Punat Punsri. By no means a standard jam, especially with 20 blinds.
Is that like 920?
Well, there's us saying he's got a bit of breathing room.
That is quite the statement here of King 7 suited.
Someone check Winter's pulse. See if he's breathing after this jam has been rifled in from the Thai superstar. #1 on Thailand's all-time money list. Our reigning North Cyprus main event champ.
Yeah, a lot of players would just take a flop here from the big blind. Pocket 4s, okay.
Oh.
Big pickup there
Huh?
Not sure what that means for you.
for Punsri.
What's up?
Not sure what that means for you when you think how they do things.
How'd you like them apples, Randy? With
I was-
350K on the line.
That was a big play. Something you kind of expect a little bit more from a VIP. Someone who's just kind of like, well, you know, sure, a 350K bubble is big, but like 4.56 up top looks a bit sweeter.
Play for the win.
Play for the win. And, you know, maybe I bail out with $0, but I might be able to just chip up tremendously if people are just going to keep folding to me. And quite potentially a spot where he can make a big stack and make a run away with it. By the way, I was looking at the tables, and we have 3 pairings remaining, I believe. Orpin, Heath.
Yeah.
Right? We got
Anson
and Kiat.
Right.
And then Whitekin and Linus Love.
Wow. So there's a good chance that we have a team at the final table. I mean, we've got 3 teams.
Yes. I believe we had one at the Triton Million, I know, but I don't know about... I don't recall from the Cyprus stop.
I wasn't at the Triton Million, but thank you.
Okay,
for
sorry.
the reminder. No, of course, I jest. I mean, yeah, it would be pretty epic, of course, for that to be the case.
Of course, we are expecting aggressive and wide ranges from our second place chip stack, Ben Heath, Jack 6 suited, pair jacks, connection.
Just finding out from producer James that the coin rivet that we held last September only had 2 VIPs at the table.
Well, right now it's the VIPs are more of remaining in the tournament. It's 8 versus 7 pros, unless I counted wrong. You're welcome to check my math work.
You're right, 7 VIPs.
No, 8. 8, right? No?
Let me just double check.
Okay, you're right, 7. Sorry.
Just finding out as well from that coin rivet that Elias Talviti and Tom Vogelsang, the pairing that made the final table, came 7th and 9th at 200K. It's cool, you know, I mean...
I'll tell you right now, okay, in terms of pairings, Wykin Young picked a good pairing partner because he doesn't want Linus Love at the same table. So they got to play the opposite table right now with these final 2.
That is definitely one of the tricks, right? Like, there's the elite regs.
Yeah.
And then there's the elite regs. Like, who do I want to avoid?
Trust me.
Until the FT.
You want to avoid a Linus big stack.
God damn it, Linus. What a legend in the making. I mean, already. Do you remember that that article we stumbled across of Linus from way back when he started? Like, he must have been 18, 19, very early in his career. Had like a $180 bankroll, grinding, you know, 2 cent, 5 cent, 5 cent, 10 cent. And he was updating the blog on the regular. I think he'd had some big losing day in the form of like $100 or whatever. And it's just crazy. 9 years later, you know, he's heads up against Sam Grafton, obviously in the 200K. He's known to hold down, you know, some of the high stakes, not just Hold'em, you know, not just No Limit Hold'em, heads up, PLO as well. True legend of
I mean, like
my generation.
All these guys just been, you know, they all started small, the professionals out there, and they've been grinding their ways. Probably just did not imagine that their future self would be playing such high stakes on a regular basis.
Do you remember that conversation with Jason a few days back on the stream about the $3.30 rebuys that they used to grind and how that would pay their way through college and whatnot?
And they were all chiming in. I think
Yeah.
O'Dwyer, Watson, and those guys.
It's fantastic, man, to have watched these guys over the last 10, 15 years reach the highest stakes, still show up daily, you know, hungry to continue competing at the highest level.
as things have obviously slowed down a little bit here. 2 off the money. 13 places paid. The plan is 2 levels, bare minimum, including this one. Then we're going to reevaluate how things lie. If we're on the stone bubble, the plan is to play another level at least to try and get us into the money so that the final 13 can just know that they're in the money, get some sleep.
You don't have that guy with like sitting on 3 blinds on the Stone Cold bubble, and everyone's got like the next shortest stack is 30, you know, something like cruel. No, you know, it's understandable. Of course, if it's too late and we still on a Stone Cold bubble, we may have to close it.
I say make them play down to a winner tonight, Randy.
Oh, okay, I mean, I didn't sign up for that, but sure, I will do it with you.
We're dialed in. We're good to go.
Wai Kin Yong, ace deuce. Sitting on 30 blinds in the cutoff. Make an aggressive open here. And notice that he's targeting Chidwick, who's normally a very strong player, of course, right? But Chidwick is the current tournament short stack, and he's going to understand that he can't really defend the big blind too wide.
Yeah, I mean, the fight back from these players is going to be very value heavy, top of range. And so just taking a bit of time, as expected.
Lansing gets out of line sometimes, so I think he was definitely speculating of maybe attacking with such a holding like that.
Listen, I believe you, but even the most out-of-line players, and we've got our fair share of out-of-line players that come with us for the series year-round. When you're 2 off of 300,
something changes, right? You're like, maybe I squeeze into the money, didn't I start attacking?
Yeah. Come on. I mean, surely.
He has been out of line, I'm just saying.
What a spot these final 15 find themselves in. I believe a win would be a record career cash for everyone.
I was going to say, like, it should be, right? It's 4.56 million. Maybe not Justin Bonomo.
Let me just check.
Chidwick?
Maybe bar Chidwick.
I mean, Chidwick made a deep run in our Triton Million, so clearly would have been a phenomenal score.
Okay, so Chidwick's best live cash, 5.3 million. So he's the only player, I believe.
Just 5.3. Yeah, he got 4th place in our Triton Million for 4.4 million pounds. So
back when the pound was doing incredibly well, yeah. I remember those days. Just get discounts every time we went to America. Arthur with a very playable hand. No customers. Orpin getting a jam through over on the red feature table. Chipping up a little bit. 15 bigs. Still so dicey down there at the bottom of the counts. Arthur, Orpin, Stevie, all sub 20 bigs. I mean, poker is just a cruel, cruel mistress. Grind for 2 days straight. Some of these guys have been grinding since the start of the series. 2 off the money in a 200K. 2 people are going home with nothing.
It's going to sting. I mean, whether you're a VIP or pro, it'll put a wrinkle in your sleep tonight if you do not make it into the money. You know, you just start replaying some hands you might have played. 2 queens now, Arthur.
God, even this gets my heart pumping a little bit, you know.
It's good timing.
Queens, beautiful hand to look down at any time. If there's ever a time you want to try and maybe stay out of the way, it's 2 off the money, as he does, of course, raise to 110,000. See if anyone wakes up with something behind. Stevie going to get out of there. And Sean Winter, a couple of 5s in the small.
It depends on how loose he thinks Arthur is raising the cutoff. It is important that he looked at Sternheimer's stack size to see, does that change the range that Arthur might open?
Oh my, Sean Winter just leaning into that ICM, taking the rejam spot for 20 bigs or so effective against Arthur as he snap calls with the 2 queens. No hand for hand, I believe.
1 queen and 1 5 dead, by the way, Henry.
Yeah.
Give him
In
a little peek.
Sternheimer's hand, of course. Hearts working for Sean. The case 5 also an out. 1.9 million in the middle. If Sean can somehow convert this 20%, he's going to be the tournament chip leader. Artur looking to get back into the top. No
One
way.
out.
5 of
One
clubs.
out. How sick is that?
The case 5 in the window.
There's only 1 queen left.
Artur picking up 4 additional outs on the 10 of clubs turn, looking for the case queen, or one of the 4 remaining 9s in the deck. No dice, 7 of hearts on the river, and with that, Sean Winter becomes the tournament chip leader of the 200k LUXON Invitational with 14 left and eliminates Artur Martirosyan in brutal fashion. 2 off the money.
I had a queen. I'm not sure. I had queen 4 or queen 5. Didn't want to.
You had queen 5, Sternheimer.
Well, with that elimination, Randy, we are now hand for hand. If you haven't heard the word, a new world of poker is coming. Are you ready? Your chance to get in on the action is now. Triton Play is a social poker game that's looking to revolutionize the way the world plays poker. They're open for pre-registrations now. When you see that QR code pop up, be sure to scan it and start your journey into the new world. Triton Play's got some really exciting stuff coming up, a stealth demo, a London giveaway, and so much more. You don't want to miss out. So when that QR code pops up, you know what to do. And you know what I'm going to add on top of that, Randy, is when this bad boy finally launches.
Yes.
Me, you, versus Ali Najjar.
There we go.
And a viewer. Ali gets to pick.
That's when he looks away. I definitely followed a queen. I think
Try and make it more immersive, you know, the viewers at home. Maybe arrange some little sit and goes, some giveaways with the viewers.
Sure.
Be good fun. I know nothing about Hold'em.
You know what's not good fun, though? Those 2 queens going down for Artur. I mean, like, shout out to him. He played his heart out. He played amazing poker. He had a big stack and was probably thinking, man, I'm going to just cruise through to the final table, play my aggressive style, and unfortunately, one-outed by the 5x of Winter. 2 5s,
5 of clubs money card. Potentially worth 7 figures for Sean Winter.
Now, Winter was very comfortable before winning that pot, but now he's even more, right? Like, he's got a huge stack. Sternheimer 2 6s straight in the muck. Heath now has to respect Sean Winter's stack as he is now covered.
These are 2nd and 3rd in chips. Heath in the big blind. Just because Sean covers, obviously, at this stack depth doesn't necessarily mean he gets to just bluff off with reckless abandon post-flop, but can certainly do some damage to Heath's very comfortable 60 big blind stack.
Yes.
Sean Heath, by the way, 2.4 million in total, best live cash, rather. 24 million in live earnings. Ace, Queen, 8. Heath with the gut shot. Sean with top pair, top kicker.
Yeah, always nice to hit top pair, top kicker here. And when you cover someone on a stone bubble like this with deeper stacks, your chances of getting check raise is so small that you kind of just freely value bet these ace kings, not have to worry about playing like for your stacks by the river. Just bet away and just kind of adjust accordingly based on which turns and rivers drop off.
Well, let's see how Heath proceeds with the Broadway gut shot. Sean Winter, by the way, 3 cashes here in Cyprus. 2 final tables as the Jack of Spades rolls off on the turn. Now both players sharing the same gut shot to Broadway. Heath turning 3rd pair. Couple of straight draws completing, Randy.
A tricky one for Winter, as of course there are hands that has improved. Then again, like I said earlier, maybe he finds a bet here just because he doesn't get check raise that often here. Whether it's the nuts or some kind of two-pair hand, they just really can't be raising right now and just bloating the pot for no reason. Even a hand as strong as two-pair or even a set of eights, for example.
Action back on Heath, facing this 375k bet. Close to 75% pot. Knows that Winter is more than capable of putting him in a tough spot with worse.
Yeah,
Make the call.
It's crossing his mind that he knows that the bigger stack should apply a lot of pressure, still make the call here with the pair of jacks, and should be one that gets checked through a lot.
Another sizable pot. Winter with the check mark, 1.27 in the middle. Just eliminating Artur in brutal fashion. Now looking to win and add an additional 1.3 million to his stack. Sizable chip leader as he knuckles behind with the ace-king. Sean Winter, first player to cross the 4 million chip mark. Up to 4.3 million now. First ever time venturing out to a Triton Super High Roller Series. Already cashed for over 600,000 so far this trip. Looking to add 4.5 million.
We keep seeing him, we're thinking that, oh, he's not a first-timer because he tends to play with these types of players in the high rollers, but he's probably thinking now, is like, why didn't I come earlier? Like, he's having such phenomenal results so far, and we're not even through to the last event in No Limit Hold'em yet.
It's someone that we've spoken about, incredibly entertaining and chatty at the table.
A very animated player.
But then when he's in a hand,
I know, that's the thing.
arms crossed.
But no one can get a read on him because he's just all over the place, right?
Always,
Like,
yeah.
no idea.
Fantastic posture as Stevie.
525.
Boom.
5-2-5 to go from the hijack. As a man that has been involved in many high-pressure spots throughout his career.
A round of folds incoming for him, so that's going to slide him up to 650,000 chips.
Stephen Chidwick, by the way, second or better here, moves him up to third on the all-time money list ahead of Daniel Negreanu.
That's a big one to pass up.
That is a huge one. Currently 47.8 million in total live earnings. Needs third or better to overtake DNegs. Obviously, we always talk about the money up top, but there's legacy involved. There's so much at stake here.
That means we need that to happen to get DNegs out next time.
I've got a feeling DNegs, well, mind you, it's on the back end of the World Series.
I think he wants to come, but he just doesn't like to travel.
No, he's got his family, the dogs, back in Vegas, very chilled. I don't blame him. I know how it can be with traveling, but would love to see DNegs, of course, show up. I was thinking London may be the trip, 27th of July through till the 10th of August, but it is on the back end of a long summer grind for him, but maybe later on in the year, who knows. Orpin, shortest stack in the field, ace-9 for him now. In the hijack, gonna let go.
Notice that he took a different stance at the ace-9, and Chidwick was in the hijack of ace-9, shipped it with the same exact stack, but Orpin kind of rather preserve the chips and maybe hope someone else runs into a clash collision.
Can print money by folding, Randy, as we all know. Seen time and time again.
Looks like Sosia's in.